This man is a slave, and today he faces his death sentence. His execution, a fist fight against a creature known as the Ogre, a colossal beast that no one has ever defeated. As Kalli steps into the arena, the gravity of his situation hits him hard. Before him stands a towering mountain of muscle, and he knows he's in deep trouble. But running isn't an option, so Kalli throws the first punch. The Ogre barely registers the impact and immediately swings back. Kalli narrowly dodges, fully aware that just one clean hit could spell his doom. Fortunately, while the Ogre possesses immense strength, he's as dim-witted as they come. Kalli discovers the Ogre's weak spot and relentlessly targets it, causing the monster to begin slowing down. Seizing the opportunity, our hero charges in and delivers a devastating blow to the Ogre's neck. The impact so fierce that his own wrist cracks. The giant collapses, but just moments later, it rises again, undeterred. Blinded by rage, the Ogre snaps Kalli's leg and hoists him into the air by his throat. The crowd gasps, believing Kalli's fate is sealed. But in a surprising twist, he breaks free by sinking his teeth into the giant's flesh. Despite his broken arm and leg, Kalli's spirit remains unyielding. He's determined to keep fighting. As the Ogre lunges forward once more, Kalli swiftly throws sand into its eyes, momentarily blinding the beast. Seizing the opportunity, he drives a knee straight into the Ogre's face. With a fierce determination, he unleashes a relentless barrage of punches, each one landing with precision until the giant finally collapses, crashing face first into the dirt. Against all odds, the slave has triumphed over the undefeated champion, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence. But how did Kalli find himself fighting for his life in the first place? He awakens on the ground, his body aching from a brutal beating. His vision is blurred and his limbs feel weak and foreign. Confusion washes over him as he struggles to grasp the situation. In his previous life, he had everything it took to become a professional boxer. He possessed talent, a strong physique, and powerful punches. Yet, after choosing the wrong path, he met his end in a dark alley, surrounded by gangsters. His final wish was simple, to box just one more time. Miraculously, that wish is granted. His soul awakens in the body of a boy named Kalli, a frail slave who has endured years of beatings and bullying. As Kalli slowly sits up, the reality hits him. This body is fragile, lacking stamina and strength, completely unsuited for boxing. Days pass in this unfamiliar world, and Kalli finds himself standing in line with the other slave trainees. In front of them, the instructor announces the final match. The stakes high. Whoever loses will be sent to the mines. Everyone knows what that means. The mines are a death sentence. Names are called one by one, and each weak trainee is pitted against someone clearly stronger. It's obvious what they intend, to eliminate the inferior ones. Then, Kalli's name rings out, cutting through the tension. His opponent is solid, big, and muscular, one of the strongest among the trainees. Murmurs rippled through the line as some trainees protested, questioning if the instructor truly wanted them to meet their demise. Kalli remained silent. He already knew the answer. The match was set for 1 week later. Following the announcement, the stronger group approached him. Without warning, Solid delivered a sharp punch to Kalli and sneered at him mockingly. More blows rained down, a familiar rhythm. In the past, this would have been Kalli's breaking point, but not today. As Solid throws another punch, Kalli sees it coming, the fist moving in slow motion before him. His body reacts instinctively, dodging just in time. The world around him freezes. Seizing a moment, Kalli steps in and delivers a powerful punch to Solid's stomach, striking where his guard is weakest. Shock washes over Solid's face as he suddenly grabs Kalli and slams him to the ground. "You're too cocky," he sneers, before the group walks away, leaving a warning echoing in the air. He only has a week left. Kalli lies there, gasping for breath, when a realization strikes him. This body may be weak, but it possesses remarkable hand-eye coordination and lightning-fast reflexes. "That's enough," Kalli declares, rising to his feet. His gaze is unwavering. He's determined to survive this match and avoid the mines at all costs. He dedicates the week leading up to the fight to intense training, pushing himself to the limit. Finally, match day arrives, but doubt still lingers in the air. After all, what are the odds of this lean kid defeating a massive burly opponent? The fight begins, and the giant immediately launches his assault. He swings with ferocious strength, again and again, while Kalli barely evades the blows. The disparity between them is staggering. Height, weight, and sheer power all favor the brute, yet Kalli remains agile, constantly on the move. He dodges, steps back, and slips to the side, determined to stay one step ahead. The crowd, they're not having it. Booing erupts, and shouts fill the air, demanding that he stop running and fight like a man. But Kalli remains unfazed. This is precisely what he wants. His opponent unleashes a flurry of heavy punches, exhausting his stamina, yet landing nothing but air. Not a single clean hit connects. From the very beginning, Kalli's strategy has been clear. Let the big guy tire himself out, then finish it with one clean shot to the chin. It almost works until Kalli makes one critical mistake. His opponent suddenly seizes him, delivering a brutal punch straight to his ribs. The sound of cracking echoes through the arena. Kalli collapses to the ground like a fallen tree. With a body this fragile, even a single solid hit could prove nearly fatal. For a brief moment, it seems like it's all over. But Kalli isn't finished yet. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pushes himself back up and does something unexpected. He takes the next punch directly to the forehead. The heavyset man is caught completely off guard. As pain jolts through his knuckles, he hesitates. And that's precisely the opening Kalli needs. He rushes in, narrowly dodging another swing, and channels all his strength into a flawless punch to the chin. For a moment, the big guy seems oblivious to the impact. Then, his eyes roll back, his legs buckle, and he crumples to the arena floor. He doesn't rise again, and Kalli emerges victorious. The crowd watches in stunned silence as the countdown begins. At last, the referee declares Kalli the winner. Gasps ripple through the crowd as they process the sight of a slender boy emerging victorious. Glancing around, Kalli allows a smile to break across his face as he raises his fist in triumph, filled with a newfound determination to embrace life to the fullest. A week later, the slave traders arrive to collect half of the captives. Most of the group is deemed inferior, but Kalli stands apart, a beacon of resilience amidst the despair. Now, with him included, only 10 students remain at the training center. Nixar then leads him to the August mansion, where he informs Kalli that he will be free of his shackles once he returns to the training center. As Kalli takes in his surroundings for the first time, Nixar inquires about his injury. Kalli replies that he's fine, but inquires about Azalea's reason for summoning him. As they walk ahead, Nixar explains that Azalea has developed an interest in him following their last match. Once inside her room, Azalea greets Kalli warmly, remarking that they meet again. However, Kalli is wary and hopes to keep their encounter under wraps. Sensing his discomfort, Azalea instructs Nixar to wait outside. She invites him to sit, but he insists he's fine standing. With a firm tone, she reminds him that she won't repeat herself. Reluctantly, he takes a seat and asks why she called him. She offers him some fruit before they begin their conversation. As he takes a bite, she leans in closer, stating that she has a request to make. She adds pointedly that he has no right to refuse her, considering his status as a slave. He encourages her to go on. She praises his skill in the last match, particularly his impressive one-shot victory. She mentions that her father dismissed it as luck, but she knows better. Hearing this, he realizes just how perceptive she is. After all, only Solet's punch was truly a matter of chance. He shakes his head and explains that a perfectly timed punch to the chin can cause the head to jolt, leading to a loss of control over the body. However, this only works if the impact is strong enough. After hearing this, she smiles and wishes him the best of luck on his journey to becoming a professional boxer. Playfully, she adds that if he becomes a champion, he'll earn his freedom. After returning to the training center and finally shedding his shackles, he reflects on Azalea's words. Meanwhile, during his own training, Torres is consumed by thoughts of freedom, his ultimate aspiration. At just 14 years old, he recalls Nixar's belief in his potential to become a boxer, the very reason Nixar had brought him from the life of a farmhand. He urged him to train diligently and strive for greatness, promising that victory would lead to his freedom. As he trained, thoughts of Kalli filled his mind, someone who had always seemed aimless. But then, in a surprising turn, Kalli transformed, defeating Solet and emerging victorious. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by Kijo, who enticed him to join in teaching Kalli a lesson, claiming that Solet had been sent to the mines because of him. Torres turns his back, displaying his indifference to the situation. He believes that if Kalli truly wants to change, he won't stand in his way. The constant pleading from Kalli only annoys him further. Meanwhile, Kalli has healed ribs and has gained some muscle from his efforts in exercising. After a moment, he confronts Kijo and his gang, who smugly assert that his victory over Solet was merely a stroke of luck. Kalli, unfazed, warns them that it would be unwise to harm themselves. However, Kijo, convinced of his own superiority, believes that Kalli will take it easy on him. At that, a shadow crosses Kalli's face. Kijo launches a relentless barrage of attacks, but Kalli skillfully dodges each one. Finally, he seizes an opening and lands a solid punch to Kijo's jaw. As he does, he can't help but reflect on Kijo's belief that his victory was merely a stroke of luck. In the aftermath, Kalli contemplates the complacency that has settled over them. Kijo, known as Mantis, boasts a towering height and an impressive reach, an undeniable advantage in boxing, allowing him to land punches while keeping opponents at bay. Yet Mantis struggles to leverage this advantage, often relying on wide movements and awkward swings. As a result, he finds himself little more than a punching bag for our protagonist. Kalli relentlessly pummels his opponent, refusing to give him a moment's respite. As their companion endures the onslaught, his friends rally together, launching a flurry of attacks at Kalli. Yet, with effortless agility, he dodges each strike. Mantis, watching from the sidelines, cautions Kalli not to let a lucky punch inflate his ego. Kalli smirks, retorting that Mantis's group is the one at a disadvantage, believing they can take him on despite the odds. With that, they all launch another attack against him, while Kalli reflects on how these individuals bully him merely to bolster their own self-esteem. As he observes them, memories of similar people from his past life flood his mind. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by Torres, who boldly challenges his peers to begin anew. However, they believe Torres is siding with Kalli. He quickly clarifies that he's not taking anyone's side. Rather, he's frustrated with Mantis, who, despite being defeated by Kalli, continues to act arrogantly. Mantis protests, claiming his loss was due to letting his guard down. In response, Torres challenges him to a one-on-one fight with Kalli, offering to referee the match. With a spark of determination, Mantis turns to Kalli and says, "Bring it on." In the next moment, our protagonist rises, his expression dark and intimidating, sending a chill down his bully's spine. Mantis lunges forward, but Kalli deftly sidesteps the attack, taunting him about his sluggish punch. Seizing the opportunity, Kalli retaliates with a swift strike to Mantis's gut, all while goading him even further. Mantis is clearly agitated, but he finds himself outmatched by Kalli, who swiftly knocks him to the ground. As he lies there, gazing up at Kalli, Torres can't help but think that he resembles a professional boxer. It dawns on him that Kalli must have picked up a few tricks from his father along the way. When Kalli asks Torres why he's helping him, Torres arrogantly dismisses him, stating he won't answer someone like him. Following this encounter, the bullying towards Kalli ceases, and he is finally accepted as one of the boxing apprentices. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the August mansion, Godolph instructs someone to proceed with the match just as Nixar bursts in, panic etched across his face. He pleads with his master not to go through with it, pointing out that their only fighters are inexperienced apprentices who aren't ready for the match. In response, Godolph insists they have a chance to win, noting that Dorman hasn't brought any skilled boxers either. He presents two options: either train the best fighters they have or send the weaker ones in as scapegoats. All he wants is to see Dorman lose his cool. After hearing this, Nixar realizes that Godolph is poised to destroy the training center. He knows that if an ace like Torres loses a limb, the future of the center will be bleak. With only 3 days left to prepare the boxers, Nixar calls a meeting at the training center. He gathers Torres, Kijo, and Kalli to inform them about their upcoming match against Dorimon's boxers. The clock is ticking, and the stakes have never been higher. They were chosen because everyone believed they were the best. With a serious tone, Torres questions whether this team truly has a chance of winning. Nixar, wearing a grim expression, responds honestly that their chances are very slim. This revelation terrifies Kijo, who fears for their lives. In response, Nixar reassures him, stating that as a representative of Godolph, he will ensure they won't die, but warns there is still a chance of broken bones. Brushing aside the distractions, our protagonist focuses on the opportunity at hand. They could win, if selected. Rather than responding directly, he instructs Torres to spar with 3 instructors, emphasizing the importance of gaining experience. Turning to Mantis, he encourages him to confront his fears and fortify his mental resilience. Finally, he looks at Kalli and assures him that he's there to help if he needs anything. Kalli is selected for his recent outstanding performance, but Nixar hasn't prepared anything specific for him. In response, he requests his instructor to find him a training partner. Meanwhile, Torres is seen training with his instructors, who encourage him to unleash his full strength, reminding him that he has the power to bring his opponent down with a single, powerful blow. They emphasize that even if he feels fear, he must project the confidence of an immortal being in front of his opponent. Afterward, his instructor advises him to take a break and continue later. Just then, Torres catches sight of Kalli and becomes intrigued. Meanwhile, Kalli is hard at work training alongside a laborer named Valkyrie. He asks Valkyrie to throw a stone at him, leaving his puzzled. Nevertheless, he complies and hurls it his way. In an instant, Kalli deftly dodges the stone, employing a hit-and-miss tactic that's essential in modern boxing. As he trains, he comes to a realization. He won't be able to build muscle in just 3 days. Instead, he decides to focus on honing his reflexes with this technique. It quickly becomes a useful weapon for him. As he catches the stone in his hand, he turns to Valkyrie and requests to end the session for the day. Upon entering the room where everyone is gathered, he is taken aback to find several boxers visibly furious with Doraemon. When he inquires about the situation, he learns that some boxers from Doraemon's side had come over and beaten them. While no serious injuries have been inflicted, Mantis is gripped by fear of defeat. Valkyrie, frustrated, shouts once more about killing Doraemon, but his words are cut short when Nixer storms in, demanding silence. With a swift slap to Valkyrie, he urges the group to focus on becoming stronger rather than losing their tempers over the situation. As Kalli gazes at his peers, he reflects on the bond they've forged together. This time, the fight isn't just for entertainment. It's a battle for the pride of St. Godolph. In essence, it will be a clash between 2 training camps. At last, the day of the match arrives, and the arena at the August estate is packed. It feels as though half the estate's residents have come to witness the showdown. Nixer hands the boxers herbal tea, a soothing blend meant to calm their nerves and bolster their strength. He then poses a challenge. If any of them believe they are destined to lose, they should raise 2 fingers high. It's better to let your pride take a hit than to be completely broken, he advises. As he speaks, Kijo is the first to falter. He spills his tea, fear evident in his eyes. Yet Nixer offers a reassuring nod, urging him to embrace the moment and move forward. Before Kijo steps forward, Kalli warns him not to let his opponent get too close. Kijo retorts, insisting that he needs to close the distance to land a hit. Moments later, he finds himself inside the ring, his heart racing with fear. Standing before him is a seasoned warrior, boasting an impressive record of 14 wins at the training center. The warrior sneers at Kijo, asserting that mere height and long arms won't translate to true strength. Torres joins in, mocking Kijo's rigid stance. Meanwhile, Dorman takes a jab at Godolph, remarking that despite Kijo's towering presence, he's still just a kid. This thought lingers in Godolph's mind, prompting him to wonder why Nixer hadn't sent someone capable of securing a victory. The match begins, and Base lunges forward, aiming a punch at Kijo. But Kijo swiftly dodges, eliciting cheers from the crowd urging him to retaliate. The pressure mounts as Base targets Kijo's head, prompting him to raise his arms in defense. Yet, in a surprising twist, Bass lands a powerful blow to Kijo's gut, knocking the wind out of him. Base delivers a powerful punch to Kijo's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The audience erupts in anger at the sight, while his peers watch with concern etched on their faces. As the countdown begins, Kijo wrestles with the thought of giving up. He glances at his master's stern expression and, fueled by determination, rises to his feet. He understands that if he fails without even landing a single punch, he risks being expelled from the training center. His opponent taunts him, questioning whether he still has the will to fight. With fury in his eyes, he retorts that he's a fighter too, but in the next moment, he takes a deep breath, trying to steady himself as he recalls his instructor's words. Nixer presses on, asking if he's considered how he lost to someone like Kalli. He can only respond with a shake of his head, admitting he has no idea. Nixer boasts about his significant advantages as a boxer. His height, long arms, and legs should make it nearly impossible for him to lose this fight. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, he finds himself defeated, having let his temper get the best of him and allowing Kalli to close the distance. He knows that if he makes the same mistake again, it could spell disaster. With a determined tone, he urges himself to conquer his fear, reminding himself that he must never let his opponent get too close while anticipating their next move. At last, Kijo extends his long arm and delivers a powerful punch straight to his opponent's face. His peers erupt in cheers, thrilled by the display. Kijo, momentarily stunned by the effectiveness of his strike, soon breaks into a wide grin. He revels in the satisfaction of finally landing a solid hit on his adversary. Fueled by the success of his first punch, he relentlessly lands blow after blow on his opponent's face, while Bass struggles to evade them. The audience cheers, reveling in this thrilling exchange. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes that Kijo's speed and agility stem from the tension released in his muscles, making each of his attacks increasingly formidable. At last, he has truly earned the title of Mantis. face eagerly awaits the moment he can finally land a hit on Kijo. However, his towering height complicates matters, making even defense a challenge. Just as he prepares to strike again, Kijo deftly dodges at the last second. Seizing the opportunity, Kijo delivers a powerful punch straight to Bass's face, sending him crashing to the ground. He gazes at the satisfied expression of his instructor and exclaims that he has won. In that instant, Godolph erupts into maniacal laughter, reveling in his apprentice's victory while taunting Doraemon. Undeterred, Doraemon attempts to downplay the moment, reminding everyone that there are still matches left to be fought. With a smug grin, he instructs Valkyrie to inform Nixar that the loser will be sent to the mines. As Valkyrie delivers the message, Nixar turns to his apprentice and relays the news. He adds that their master is drunk, so he'll deal with him later. For now, they must surrender at the first sign of danger. However, Torres brushes off his concern, confidently insisting that victory is assured. As he gazes into the fiery determination in Torres's eyes, our protagonist reflects on Torres's opponent, Molga, a fighter on an entirely different level than Bass. Inside the ring, Molga taunts him, urging him to surrender. Yet Torres stands resolute, unwilling to back down from the challenge. The fight begins, capturing everyone's attention as both fighters land solid punches on one another. Molga lunges to strike Torres, but Torres deftly dodges, only for Molga to connect with a hit moments later. Torres, trying to maintain his bravado, taunts Molga about the number of hits he's taken, clearly enjoying the back and forth. As Molga observes Torres, he notes that the fighter seems accustomed to facing active opponents. However, he confidently asserts that this won't secure Torres a victory. With that, he launches another attack, this time striking Torres on the head with his elbow. Torres's expression shifts, his tone growing serious as he warns, "Using your elbow counts as cheating." Unfazed, Molga shrugs it off, replying casually, "It was just an accident." He shakes his head, his expression darkening. If things continue like this, he knows he will have to give everything he has. Molga reflects on his journey, how he has defeated 18 opponents to become a formidable fighter, even if he never reached the status of a class fighter. Yet now he finds himself struggling against Torres, who is merely an apprentice. Torres relentlessly pummels Molga, leaving him bewildered as to why he isn't falling. The audience is electrified, drawing comparisons between Torres and a wild boar, a fitting analogy for his ferocity. Our hero shares this sentiment, feeling the weight of the relentless assault. Finally, after a barrage of unyielding strikes, Torres delivers a decisive blow that sends Molga crashing to the ground, the crowd erupting in cheers. Outside the ring, Torres receives high praise from Nixar for his impressive boxing skills and his ability to entertain the audience. Just as Torres is about to step back into the ring, he pauses to remind Nixar that their victory hinges on his performance. Nixar confidently assures him that he will finish strong. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Burrito stands as the final fighter for the Doraemons, boasting an impressive record of 11 victories. As people taunt about how their own kids are bigger than Kalli, Valkyrie offers him a heartfelt wish of good luck, catching Azalea's attention. Curious, she inquires about Valkyrie's connection to Kalli. With a casual toss of a pebble that Kalli deftly dodges, Valkyrie explains that he has been helping him train. Doraemon, watching Kalli closely, comments with a hint of optimism that this time, his boxer just might have a chance of winning. Gadolf can't resist throwing out another mocking remark. Meanwhile, Azalea eagerly anticipates Kalli's upcoming fight. Burrito turns to Kalli, apologizing as he declares he won't let him win. With that, the battle begins. Kalli quickly assesses Burrito's speed, realizing he must tread carefully. This unexpected agility poses a significant threat. Burrito can't comprehend how Kalli effortlessly dodges his punch. Meanwhile, Kalli is already plotting an escape route in case the situation takes a turn for the worse. When Kalli retaliates with a punch, Burrito merely scoffs, dismissing it as weak. The audience watches in disbelief, wondering how someone with Burrito's record of 11 victories struggles to land a hit on a mere child like Kalli. Kalli taunts him, daring him to rely solely on his fists. Burrito quickly recognizes his strategy. He's manipulating the audience to get under his skin. Though he doesn't fully understand his motives, his determination to win only intensifies. He lunges at Kalli, throwing punch after punch, but he effortlessly dodges each one, leaving him frustrated yet even more resolute. Everyone is captivated by the intensity of the fight. As Burrito clashes with Kalli, he can't shake the feeling that Kalli, with his keen senses, is no ordinary apprentice. Meanwhile, Doraemon seethes with frustration at Burrito for not taking down someone like Kalli, who is supposed to be an apprentice. Observing this, Azalea reflects on Kalli's true potential, realizing he is far more than just another fighter. With unwavering faith, she silently encourages him, convinced he will prove himself as something truly exceptional. As the fight unfolds, Kalli keenly observes his opponent's movements. He realizes that the enemy relies solely on his right hand for attacks. Analyzing the rhythm of the blows, Kalli deftly dodges a left hook, then narrowly avoids a right uppercut. Yet, a nagging doubt creeps in. Should he continue to evade? Perhaps allowing a few hits to land might be wiser, as his fragile body strains under the relentless pressure. However, he recalled a crucial tip from a friend. He couldn't win without landing a hit. With that in mind, he resolved that dodging would be his best strategy. By evading his opponent's attacks, he could analyze their movements and identify patterns, all while waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. He concentrated on the enemy's footwork, chest, shoulders, and waist, using these observations to anticipate punches and set up for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Burrito readies another strike, keenly searching for Kalli's weak point. Kalli, however, questions whether his fragile body can withstand the impending blow. Yet, his boxing experience and determination to win bolster his confidence. In the blink of an eye, Kalli slips beneath the raised fist and delivers a solid hit to Burrito. He follows up with a second blow, even stronger than the first. Everyone is astonished to witness a seemingly frail child taking on an experienced fighter. This remarkable feat is made possible by the boy's keen ability to read his opponent's patterns. Burrito can hardly believe that someone so delicate-looking can deliver such powerful blows. Meanwhile, Kalli silently hopes that Burrito will concede, fully aware that his right hand is severely injured. Suddenly, Burrito stood back up, glaring at Kalli with fury. Kalli, poised and ready for the next attack, sensed the tension in the air. Burrito, realizing he couldn't win in a fair fight, quickly scooped up a handful of sand from the ring and flung it into Kalli's eyes, hoping to blind him and seize the upper hand. Azalea screams in frustration at the unfair move, but Doraemon remains unfazed, viewing the tactic as just part of the fight. Kalli begins to feel his strength wane, teetering on the edge of surrender. Nearly blind, he becomes an easy target for Burrito, who seizes the opportunity to land a powerful blow that sends him crashing to the ground. Yet, drawing on his last reserves of strength, Kalli rises once more, fueled by an unwavering determination to keep fighting. Fueled by rage, the enemy charges at Kalli, determined to end the fight once and for all. Yet Kalli remains composed, having thoroughly analyzed Burrito's movements. He realizes that his opponent always begins with a strike from his right hand. Timing his move flawlessly, Kalli ducks beneath the attack and counters with a devastating blow, knocking his foe out cold. With that, Kalli stands victorious. A wave of pride and relief washes over him, filling him with joy. Azalea, captivated by the spectacle, feels no regret for attending the match. Meanwhile, the coach stands in disbelief, swelling with pride as his training center celebrates its hard-won victory. After the fight, Baron Doraemon departs the territory, and Godolph generously treats everyone to 3 succulent pieces of pork. 2 months later, the harvest season arrives, and the students set out to collect potatoes from the fields. Keo finds the task tedious, while Kalli views carrying the heavy potato boxes as a chance to build muscle. As a result, Kalli's body begins to transform, growing larger and stronger with each passing day. The local peasants take notice, often asking him to help carry heavier loads, showering him with praise for his hard work. They ponder whether the students are the boxers for Duke Wesley's Harvest Festival. Keo quickly clarifies that they can't participate. As apprentices, they must wait another year. This leaves them wondering how they will spend their time at the festival. The main attraction, after all, is boxing, and it's Godolph, a relative of Duke Wesley, who organizes the event. At the training center, Doraemon and August compete under the Duke's sponsorship, but the students are left out of the action. Kalli believes he'll have to wait a whole year to join the battles, but time flies by faster than he anticipated. In Godolph's reception room, Nixar approaches his master, pleading for just 1 more year to train his students. The Baron firmly declines, explaining that the Duke has personally requested in a letter the participation of 3 renowned apprentices from the training center in the festival. He suspects that the Duke must have heard of their recent victory in the last match. After all, Duke Wesley is one of the 5 dupes of the kingdom, and his requests cannot be easily dismissed. The Baron emphasizes the importance of punctuality, stating that they must arrive at the Duke's house the day after tomorrow. From that moment on, the three apprentices will officially be recognized as professional boxers. To mark this significant transition, the Baron decides to brand each of them with a symbol representing their affiliation with the Godolph School. Kalli winces as he feels the sting of his mark, a reminder of his potential in the boxing ring. As they make their way to the Duke's palace, Azealia turns to Kalli, a bright smile lighting up his face. "Congratulations on becoming an official boxer," she exclaims. "Thanks to you, I can now walk alongside nobles." Kalli raises an eyebrow, taken aback. "Are you really talking to me?" Azealia nods, his expression sincere. They continue their stroll toward the palace, the grandeur of their destination looming ahead. "You should definitely show off the results of your training at the festival," she encourages. "You've changed so much." Kalli's friend leans in, whispering in his ear, captivated by the lady's beauty. He describes her striking red hair and full lips, prompting Kalli to nod in agreement. However, Torres interjects, cautioning Kijo not to provoke their master. He then turns to Kalli, asking what troubles him, but Torres quickly silences him with a stern glare. As night descends, the travelers agree to rest before resuming their journey. Kalli's restless companions grow increasingly annoyed by the persistent bugs grumbling about their journey through the mountains. Inside the carriage, Godolph suggests that Azealia take a moment to rest, noticing her fatigue, while her father steps out to speak with the guards. The guards urge him to hurry, warning that bandit activity spikes during the harvest season. He scoffs at their concern, questioning why he pays them if they can't manage the threat of bandits. From their hiding spot in the bushes, the boxers hear rustling and catch a glimpse of movement. Kalli urges the Baron to leave, but he snaps back, insisting that Kalli mind his own business. Suddenly, a sharp object pierces the head of one of the knights guarding them, sending shockwaves through the group. The Baron's detachment is ambushed by unseen attackers. As the rain of arrows begins to dwindle, a gang of bandits bursts forth from the underbrush, ready to strike. Their numbers are overwhelming, and their intentions are grave. Kalli urgently pleads with the instructor to release them, insisting they can help protect the group, as the guards are outnumbered. Acknowledging the seriousness of the situation, Nixor swiftly unlocks the boxers, instructing them to prioritize the safety of the Baron and his daughter. One of the bandits catches sight of the boxers and lunges at them. A massive sword gleams in the darkness, but the boxer deftly dodges the strike, causing the bandit to stumble off balance. With determination, he sprints through the chaos, desperate to find and protect Azealia and Godolph. Meanwhile, the guards hastily escort the Baron to safety, but he shouts back in alarm. Azealia is still in the carriage. Kalli sprints toward the carriage, but a formidable and cunning bandit blocks his path. With a single forceful shove, he sends him stumbling several steps back. Undeterred, the bandit strides to the carriage and flings open the door, revealing Azealia trembling inside. Meanwhile, Kalli struggles to regain his footing, his voice piercing through the chaos as he desperately calls out Azelia's name from behind. Seizing Azealia, the bandit bolts off in an unknown direction. Godolph, filled with panic, shouts questions into the chaos. Kalli vows to bring his daughter back and swiftly pursues the bandit. The chase culminates at a cliff that looms over a turbulent river below. Kalli asserts, "There's nowhere for you to run now." The bandit roughly sets the lady down, leveling his sword at Kalli as he demands loyalty. Kalli, haunted by the failures of his past life, challenges the bandit's methods, warning him of the inevitable downfall that comes with a life of banditry. With a fierce determination, the bandit raises his sword, proclaiming it to be the end of the story. As he takes his stance, Kalli recognizes the telltale signs of a trained gladiator. The bandit boasts of his 42 victories before launching his attack. Despite his opponent's skill, he deftly dodges, slips beneath the bandit's arms, and seizes Azealia. With no other option, he races toward the edge and leaps into the turbulent river, clutching her tightly as they plunge into the depths below. When they finally reach the other side, Kalli breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing Azealia alive and breathing. Soaked to the bone, she recounts the harrowing events that brought them to this moment. They soon stumble upon a small cave, providing much-needed refuge from the relentless elements. Her mind drifts back to the moment a one-eyed bandit struck her, a memory that still sends shivers down her spine. Kalli can't help but reflect on the irony of employing military camouflage techniques in such an unexpected predicament. Turning to him, she asks if he can light a fire for warmth, but he shakes his head. "The trees are too damp," he explains. "It would only give away our position." She shivered from the cold, her soaked clothes clinging to her skin. He explained that the only way to help her was to dry her clothes, which meant she would have to take them off. Azealia bristled at the suggestion, her anger flaring, but Kalli stood his ground, insisting it was better than letting her freeze. He promised to turn away, giving her the privacy she needed. She shot him a glare, accusing him of being bold, but he remained steadfast, emphasizing that her safety was his top priority. He warns her that if anything happens to her, it will cost him his life. Reluctantly, Azealia agrees, cautioning him not to look back. Kalli, bewildered, wonders if his head is spinning from the cold. Meanwhile, she decides to take his advice, stripping off her dab outer clothes and laying them on a stone to dry. As the chill seeps into her bones, Kalli shivers, realizing that this approach won't keep her warm for long. He realizes there are only two options: keep moving or huddle together for warmth. Azealia adamantly refuses, insisting she's fine. As he starts doing exercises to warm himself up, she remains frozen in place. He steps closer, gently taking her arms and looping them through his, catching her off guard. He explains that huddling together is essential for staying warm, a survival technique used by soldiers in the harsh winter cold. He emphasizes that protecting her is crucial for his own survival. With no strength left to move, they choose to endure the night together, their arms bound for warmth. As dawn breaks, they breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to be free from the biting cold. Kalli turns to Azealia and asks if she can walk. With a hint of sarcasm, she replies, "What, are you going to carry me if I can't?" He notices that she's still putting on a brave front. Azealia then admits she hasn't eaten since the night before. Taking action, he catches a fish from the river, skillfully cuts it into pieces, and offers it to her. After she eats, they resume their walk along the riverbank. He suggests they follow the stream to reunite with their group. Azelia's fear of the bandits lingers, but he brushes it off, telling her to leave it to luck, which makes him appear somewhat reckless. Still, he does his best to reassure her, wishing for their safe journey ahead. As she watches him, Azealia notices something unique about him. He doesn't behave like a slave, nor does he resemble the ordinary boys she's known. His enigmatic nature captivates her, and despite the uncertainty, she feels a sense of safety in his presence. Meanwhile, a bandit lurks in the shadows of the bushes, plotting his next move. He envisions demanding a ransom for Azealia, but his true intention is to eliminate the young boxer at the first opportunity. As he listens intently, the rustling leaves betray his presence, and he observes Kalli and Azealia approaching, deep in conversation about their imminent meeting with the soldiers. The bandit perceives them as a stroke of fate, a golden opportunity, and his excitement surges. Though Kalli is unarmed, he steels himself to protect both himself and Azealia with every ounce of strength he can muster. The bandit chuckles mockingly, ridiculing Kalli's defenselessness. With a sinister grin, he threatens to kill Kalli and take Azealia for himself, suggesting he'll enjoy her company before selling her off. Despite the threats surrounding him, our boxer is resolute in his determination to protect both himself and Azealia. He understands that losing his shackles in the stream has left him vulnerable. The bandit, brandishing his sword, launches a series of swift and lethal strikes. Kalli narrowly evades the first blow, but the bandit sneers, taunting him with a question. How long can he possibly endure this onslaught? The long reach of the sword presents a deadly challenge as the battle rages on. Kalli suddenly collapses to the ground, and Azealia screams, urging him to evade the relentless attacks. In that moment, a memory flashes through his mind, a past fight where he emerged victorious. He understands now that to triumph bare-handed against an armed foe, he must close the distance and confront the enemy head-on. The bandit watches in dread as Kalli charges toward him, convinced he is sealing his own fate. With unwavering determination, Kalli closes the distance, fully aware that he must brave the threat of the blade to achieve victory. He skillfully exploits the bandit's blind spots, landing a powerful punch to his gut. The blow infuriates the bandit, who lunges at Kalli once more, ready for a fierce confrontation. However, our hero is prepared. His fist connects with the bandit's jaw with a devastating force. Without hesitation, he follows up with an elbow strike that sends the bandit crashing to the ground. The sword slips from the bandit's grasp as he crumples. Exhausted, our protagonist sinks to the ground, while the bandit, barely clinging to consciousness, contemplates another attack. Before he can react, Azealia swiftly snatches the sword from his grasp and plunges it into his chest, fueled by the humiliation he attempted to inflict upon her. Kalli, witnessing her fierce determination, recognizes that she is anything but a typical lady. Exhausted and drained, he finally permits himself a moment of rest. Just then, a rescue party arrives, dispatched by Godolph in search of Azealia. As Nixar tends to his wound, he remarks on how fortunate Kalli is that the injury didn't strike higher. It could have cost him his sight. Despite the scar, Nixar believes it adds to his rugged charm. Just then, Godolph arrives expressing his gratitude for saving his daughter. Kalli humbly replies that it was simply his duty. The Baron instructs him to rest, insisting he has earned that right, unlike those oblivious to the battles he has fought. Godolph then asks about the secret technique that enabled Kalli to defeat a gladiator. Kalli explains that feigning weakness can be a powerful strategy. It causes opponents to underestimate him, leading them to squander their techniques and strength. After rescuing Azalea and demonstrating their loyalty, the boxers are granted permission to travel by carriage. They finally arrive at Wesley Dukedom, where Duke Wesley greets Godolph and Azalea with genuine warmth. As he inquires about their journey, he can't help but comment on how strikingly Azalea resembles her mother. In a flashback, as the camp is being set up, Azalea approaches Kalli's tent. She confides in him that one of her servants is ill and requests his company, admitting that she finds the other men far too aggressive and intimidating. She views Kalli as the perfect choice, though he's preoccupied with thoughts of needing to train harder. Later, during dinner, the Duke inquires of Godolph whether it's true that his training center has won all the recent boxing matches. He also asks about the contributions of the apprentice boxers. Godolph proudly confirms that the apprentices have officially become boxers. Meanwhile, Azalea finds herself growing increasingly bored at the dinner table. She leans in and whispers something to her father before turning to Kalli, asking her to follow outside. As they stroll through the lively streets, surrounded by the vibrant throngs of people, Azalea confesses that she feels suffocated by the dinner and never wanted to come here in the first place. Kalli notices the unease in her demeanor. Azalea reveals that her father expects her to find a suitable husband, and she can't help but wonder if it's truly awful to be tied down at such a young age. Kalli, however, wonders why his opinion would hold any weight with her. Instead of responding, Azalea offers him a piece of candy, hinting that he may never have tasted anything like it before. Having only indulged in fruits as sweets, Kalli takes a cautious bite and is taken aback by its delightful flavor. As he savors the candy, he can't help but notice Azalea's beauty, which captivates him more with each passing moment. Her charm captures the attention of those passing by. Amid the bustling crowd, Kalli spots an old woman gazing at him with keen interest. The woman approaches, requesting to read Azalea's fortune. Though he initially refuses, she persists, intrigued by the prospect of uncovering her fate. As they approach the fortune-teller's tent, Azalea confidently declares that she'll secure them a discount. Once inside, the fortune-teller begins her reading, foreseeing that Azalea's life won't be an easy one. Intrigued, Azalea muses that a life too similar to others would lack excitement. Curiosity piqued, she inquires about her marriage fortune, convinced that fortune-telling often shines brightest in matters of the heart. The fortune-teller reveals that Azalea's life partner may be someone very close to her, but warns that their love might not be accepted by everyone. Azalea is taken aback, struggling to find the right words. Sensing her hesitation, the fortune-teller suggests reading Kalli's fortune too. At first, Kalli hesitates, but Azalea nudges him, reminding him that it's free. The old woman begins her reading for the boxer, revealing that he hails from a distant and mysterious land. When he inquires about this place, she confesses that she lacks a clear understanding of it. Intrigued, Azalea asks the fortune-teller to elaborate. The woman shares her visions, a shard of metal soaring through the sky, a carriage that moves without horses, and humans confined within a strange box. Kalli stands frozen, struggling to comprehend how the old woman knows so much about him. He is taken aback by his insights into his past. The fortune-teller reveals that he possesses extraordinary energy, as if a guardian spirit walks alongside him on his journey. Azalea chimes in, suggesting that this could explain why he always emerges victorious, an ideal trait for a boxer. Kalli brushes off the notion as mere superstition, insisting that believing in it only makes Azalea look foolish. Azalea, already aware of this perspective, feels a surge of anger and shock at the audacity of a slave speaking to her in such a manner. The fortune-teller, however, is taken aback, unable to reconcile Kalli's vibrant energy with the idea of her being a slave. In the days that follow, Kalli makes it her mission to soothe Azalea's ire, hoping to mend the rift between them. One day, after leaving the palace, Kalli returns only to be met with the guards blocking his way. They mock his slender frame, leaving him bewildered as he struggles to comprehend their taunts. Refusing to back down, he demands entry, challenging the guards with a bold question. Have you ever felt the punch of a boxer? One furious guard charges at him, brandishing a large arrow. But Duke Wesley steps in to intervene. He commands the guards to stand down, asserting that Kalli is a guest and the property of Godolph. The Duke strikes up a casual conversation with Kalli, his disbelief evident as he contemplates how such a seemingly fragile young man could triumph over Dorman's seasoned boxer. As he rests a hand on Kalli's shoulder, he feels the surprising strength in his build, but remains unconvinced, insisting that it won't be enough to overcome a veteran in the ring. This raises Kalli's suspicions that the Duke is concealing something important. Before leaving, the Duke ominously states that he will be keeping an eye on Kalli during the next match. Kalli is left reeling from the Duke's unsettling behavior. Back in the slave and boxer's quarters, Kalli dives back into his training, using it as a means to clear his mind. For him, physical exertion is the ultimate remedy for any problem. During a brief pause, his friends inquire about his time in the castle. With a sigh, he admits it felt suffocating. Soon, their coach gathers all the boxers and informs them that not only Dorman but also other skilled fighters are training nearby. He advises his students to steer clear of the match, explaining that the slots may already be filled by those who registered first. At this, Torres raises a question. Is it really fortunate to avoid the match? Nixar nods in agreement. Torres, however, remains resolute and questions whether Nixar plans to keep them confined to the training ground. He seems poised for a fight, but the instructor swiftly delivers a kick to his gut, cautioning him that reckless fighters like him are often eliminated early in the preliminary rounds. He explains that facing a boxer with 10 victories means confronting someone who has already triumphed over 10 opponents. As the students gather, Torres steps forward to offer an apology. He explains that even the strongest among them can fall with just one misstep. Turning to Kijo, he reassures him that he's doing just fine. But before they can settle into their conversation, a wave of whispers ripples through the camp, murmuring about an ogre. The name on everyone's lips, Dorman's ogre. As Nixar looks ahead, he observes Dorman straining to summon the ogre. Kijo starts to wonder if the ogre can truly be classified as human, but their coach interrupts, pointing out that he is often compared to a monster. Kalli, too, finds himself contemplating the ogre's humanity. To him, he resembles a creature from a fantasy realm, a being known as the Ogre of Dorman. This ogre, a formidable fighter, triumphs in 76 matches over the course of a year. The boxers can't help but discuss him, with one wondering how such a feat is even possible. Kalli speculates that he must be fighting 3 to 4 times a day. Whispers spread that the ogre can tear a person apart with his bare hands, and his name seems all too fitting. At that moment, Kijo, visibly shaken, turns away from him. The coach interjects, reminding Kijo that their master believes Dorman views their boxers as weak, which means they may not even get a chance to prove themselves. The ogre feels like an entirely different species compared to them. Kijo then turns to Kalli, expressing his frustration that his fists won't reach the ogres, leading him to wonder if attacking elsewhere would be a futile effort. Kijo finds his thoughts unsettling, often questioning whether he might not be an ordinary human after all. Soon, everyone gathers to check the match schedule displayed prominently. Baron Dorman encounters Baron Gadolf once more, confidently predicting that all will surrender before the ogre. However, Gadolf remains steadfast, believing that the match will ultimately determine their fate. Nixar nods in agreement, but warns that provoking the ogre could cost him his boxers. Gadolf chuckles, confident that no one would be foolish enough to confront such a monster. Dorman, however, reflects on the ogre's notorious reputation, claiming he was merely trying to honor 3 fighters during their last encounter. Nixar raises an eyebrow, puzzled, and suspects that Dorman may have had a hand in their demise. Gadolf catches wind of rumors that 3 fighters are set to face the ogre, a challenge many consider a death sentence. As the anticipation builds, they check the schedule. Torres is slated to fight on the first day, while Kalli and Kijo will enter the arena on the second. The ogre, too, is scheduled to fight on the first day against other opponents, all drawn from Baron Gadolf's ranks. Finally, the day arrives, and the Worstery Stadium is filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement and dread. The ogre looms menacingly before a terrified fighter who quickly understands he is outmatched and unlikely to survive this encounter. With a sudden burst of speed, the ogre charges like a boulder, effortlessly tossing the fighter aside. Meanwhile, Baron Dorman remembers his earlier instructions to the ogre to avoid damaging the pillar. Yet, beneath his facade of concern as he apologizes to the Duke and promises repairs, a flicker of triumph dances in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kalli observes from the sidelines, questioning why the creature is called an ogre, as it bears little resemblance to a human. The crowd roars with cries for blood, demanding the fighter's death. Overwhelmed, the fighter surrenders, pleading for mercy. Yet, the ogre coldly declares that the spectators thirst for his demise at his own hands. The audience seems devoid of compassion, and Kalli, visibly shaken, realizes he has never witnessed such a horrifying death in battle. He compares it to a struggle between man and beast, though he notes that the ogre lacks any real fighting skill. Kijo turns to Kalli, asking if he still intends to confront the monster. Kalli hesitates, doubting that opportunity will arise again. Kijo warns him against such thoughts, firmly believing that he would surely lose. Torres observes that the ogre fights with a singular purpose: to kill. The match ends with the ogre brutally slaying his opponent. As the competition intensifies, the wild boar of Godolph gathers, eager for the spectacle. In the first round, Torres steps into the ring, resolute and unyielding. He delivers a stunning knockout, a highlight of the day. Meanwhile, Kalli, preparing for his fight tomorrow, reflects on Torres's techniques, contemplating his own strategy for the battle that lies ahead. His thoughts are interrupted by Azalea, who playfully asks if he likes boys. The question catches him off guard. She explains that most boys can't resist her charm, but he appears indifferent, prompting her to wonder if he's just nervous. With a teasing smile, she mentions having heard about fighters dying on the first day, joking that he might not get the chance to see her again. He quickly clarifies that he's not famous like her, so it hardly matters. Azalea admires his way with words, attributing it to his experience as a fighter. With a playful smile, she vows to be his prize if he emerges victorious tomorrow. Kalli, ever the optimist, assures her of his impending triumph. Finally, the day of the match arrives, and Wistry Stadium buzzes with excitement as spectators fill the stands. The ring stands poised, ready to host the clash of two formidable fighters. Kalli stands ready, while Nixa observes the remarkable development in his back and shoulder muscles. The match pits Caesar, a seasoned fighter from the Batman training camp with an impressive record of 21 victories, against Kalli, who hails from Godolph and boasts just one win from months prior. The crowd, unimpressed by Kalli's physique, speculates that he comes from a humble background and has been poorly nourished. Azalea, filled with confidence in Kalli, is approached by a man who praises Caesar's reputation, suggesting that victory is all but guaranteed. Unfazed, Azalea boldly declares her unwavering support for Kalli and places a bet. If Kalli loses, she proposes a wager of her own. She will spend time with the man. When asked what she desires if he loses, Azalea confidently requests a stunning ruby necklace she spotted in a craft shop. Intrigued by the bet, the man is certain she will come out on the losing end. As the match begins, Caesar, brimming with confidence, shifts the blame to Kalli's master for putting him in this fight. Kalli, visibly irritated, retorts that Caesar talks more than he fights, urging him to get on with the match. Furious, Caesar unleashes a devastating right hook, sending Kalli crashing to the ground. As Kalli struggles to regain his footing, he realizes that Caesar's iron-like muscles and tough skin demand a new approach, one that doesn't target his jaw. Meanwhile, Caesar, recognizing Kalli's agility, expertly anticipates his movements and delivers a crushing punch that leaves him reeling. The man who wagered against Azalea boasts loudly, inquiring about the reward, but his words are cut short as the crowd gasps. Kalli deftly dodges each punch with remarkable precision. The nobleman, intrigued, wonders if Kalli is indeed the same fighter who bested the Doraemon man and questions the rumors surrounding his legendary closed-eye strikes. Meanwhile, Azalea observes the match with an unwavering calm, her focus unbroken by the unfolding chaos. The crowd gasps in astonishment as Kalli showcases his impressive fighting skills. He contemplates whether he can take down his opponent with a single strike, or if he'll need to wear him down first. Doubts about his stamina linger in his mind, but one thing is clear: Kalli is resolute. He sets his sights on his opponent's vulnerable spots, his back and liver, ready to exploit them for victory. The opponent growls in anger and frustration, but Kalli remains focused, knowing this is his moment. With all his strength, he unleashes a powerful blow aimed directly at the ribcage, delivering a devastating impact. The punch connects with a resounding thud, driving deep into the opponent's ribs and muscles. Meanwhile, Nixa observes the explosive force of the strike and the flawless weight shift that accompanied it. He realizes that the results of Kalli's relentless muscle training are now unmistakable. After delivering the punch, Kalli reflects on how he has never unleashed such a powerful strike before. This blow isn't merely a reaction to his opponent's movements. It's an attack fueled by his own sheer strength. In response, Nixa acknowledges Kalli's growth and knows he must dig deep to secure his victory. Meanwhile, Azalea and the boy watch the match with rapt attention. Kalli winces as pain radiates from his fist after delivering a powerful blow, realizing that the opponent's thick muscle armor is taking its toll on him. Undeterred, he strikes again, this time landing a punch squarely on the opponent's back. It feels less like a punch and more like a sharp spear, piercing through all defenses. Azalea beams with excitement as the fight reaches its climax, Kalli delivering a powerful punch that connects squarely with his opponent's face. With another blow, blood spills, and the opponent crumples to the ground. The match concludes with Kalli's triumphant victory. His joy is palpable, a stark contrast to the disbelief etched on the face of the boy who had wagered against Azalea. With a playful grin, she reminds him of the necklace from their bet. The boy thinks it would have been less embarrassing if Kalli had fought in a more traditional manner. Meanwhile, Baron Godolph beams with pride, referring to Kalli as his fighter, someone he has nurtured with great care. Leaving Azalea taken aback, Kalli raises his hand in triumph, and Baron, in his naivety, believes that Kalli is dedicating his victory to him out of gratitude. Meanwhile, Kalli reflects on how much stronger he has become. Nixar praises him for delivering an impressive match that captivates the audience. Just then, his instructor tosses a cloth at him, remarking that everyone must be thoroughly impressed by his performance. Kalli smiles and expresses his gratitude. As intense pain radiates through his fist, Nixar suggests soaking it in water. The coach reminds him that the journey ahead is still long. Submerging his hand, Kalli suddenly becomes aware of the pain he has been pushing aside. Torres notes that while his body remains fragile, he recognizes the impressive effort Kalli has put in. Meanwhile, Kijo, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves, congratulates Kalli and declares his own determination to win his upcoming match. Torres halts him, sternly instructing him to stop shaking. The coach then turns to Kijo, questioning whether he can deliver a punch with the same strength against his opponent. Kijo responds, his voice strained, that the roar of the crowd still echoes in his ears. Overwhelmed, he feels a wave of suffocation wash over him and suddenly realizes he's losing control. Panic grips him, and he thinks to himself that it's no surprise. His frail body is betraying him. Kalli encourages him not to overthink and to trust in his long arms to strike, just as he did in his last match. Taking this advice to heart, he steps into the ring and secures a decisive victory. Elated, he basks in his triumph, while Torres rolls his eyes, finding him a touch annoying. Nevertheless, Kalli beams with pride for him, grateful for his guidance. He thanks him, acknowledging that his support was crucial to his success. He boldly proclaims that he must be the best, thanks to his exceptional skills. This prompts Kalli to wonder if he might possess a unique talent. Later, Azalea playfully teases Kalli about how the nobleman's face turned red and his hands trembled. Curious, Kalli asks what Azalea would have done if he had lost, but she confidently replies that she always believed in his victory. She playfully suggests that he could now be her bodyguard. He responds with a smile, complimenting her big heart, and she graciously thanks him. Then, she invites him to join her outside. As they step out of the room, her father rushes over, a look of urgency on his face. He informs Azalea that some guests are waiting for her. Confused, she discovers that the guest is none other than the second son of Count Joseph. The boy reveals himself to be none other than Willem Joseph, the second son of Count Joseph. Azalea quickly realizes that he is aware of her ties to a powerless baron family, while the Joseph family wields considerable influence in central politics. As she processes this revelation, she can't help but think about her father's relentless quest for potential suitors, a pursuit that brings him joy but leaves her feeling deeply frustrated. Willem presents her with the ruby necklace, the reward he promised for their bet, honoring his word. The boy comments that the necklace beautifully complements Azalea's red hair, causing her to blush. She recognizes him as an honorable person who keeps his promises, but confesses her unease about accepting such a gift. Undeterred by the outcome of the bet, he asks if she would still join him for a walk. She secretly longs to escape before he finishes speaking. Sensing her discomfort and anxiety, Baron Godolph reassures her that they will be ready soon. Stunned by her father's suggestion, Azalea suddenly bolts away. Just as she attempts to flee, her father stops her, urging her to spend some time with the man and pleading for his sake. He suggests that she might discover some admirable qualities within him and shares his wish for her to live in a place far better than the Godolph territory. As she catches a glimpse of her father's sorrowful expression, she reluctantly agrees to accompany him just this once, vowing that she will never see him again. Meanwhile, Kalli stands a few steps away, observing Wylan as a rather pathetic gentleman, desperately vying for Azalea's attention. Kalli reflects on Wylan, the owner of a training center who, despite his position, lacks true boxing knowledge and is driven solely by the lure of quick profits. He recalls how Wylan once sold off valuable boxers from Kalli's estate, all for his own gain. With misplaced confidence, Wylan had previously wagered against Azalea, and now he suspects a scheme designed to humiliate him. In his arrogance, he tries to belittle Kalli with his sharp remarks, thinking he can get under his skin. He boldly declares that Kalli will soon fall, then turns to Azalea, inviting his to join him. This provocation ignites a fire of anger within Kalli. The weather is pleasant, the sun blazing overhead, yet Kalli's mind drifts back to memories of his past life. As he begins to doze off, a troubling thought crosses his mind. Can he truly trust Azalea with someone so unsettling? He reflects on the fierce battles he has fought in the ring, each one a testament to his resilience. At that time, he was ruthless and arrogant, leaving no one standing after his powerful blows. Yet, he understood that cruelty also resided in the minds of his opponents. One of them managed to bring him down with merciless techniques, shattering his fist in the process. After some time, the desire for revenge began to simmer within him. He often reflected that if he could turn back time, he would choose a different path entirely. His sleep is abruptly interrupted, but a wave of relief washes over him as he realizes it's just a dream. This is his second chance. Had he truly returned, he would have fallen back into his old arrogance. Just then, a maid enters, seeking his assistance. She informs him that Wylan has lost control after indulging in wine and is now demanding a reward from Azalea for his extravagant spending on the ruby necklace. His demand is nothing short of insulting, asking her to repay him with her body. In response, she delivers a swift blow to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. Enraged, he retaliates with a strike that sends her crashing to the ground. Just then, Kalli charges toward them, but Wylan's guards quickly intervene, blocking his path and preventing him from reaching their master. He warns them to step aside, or things will not end well. One of the guards scoffs at him, dismissing him as a low-grade martial artist who only knows how to throw punches. In an instant, Kalli lands a powerful blow to the guard's eye, leaving the others in shock. One guard rushes off to call for reinforcements, while the rest scramble to stop him. But he is determined to reach the helpless Azalea. As he draws near, he sees Wylan coercing her to repay him for the ruby necklace with her body. She confronts him, asking if he feels any shame for his actions, but he only tightens his grip, insisting that she must not resist. In a sudden burst of fury, Kalli unleashes a powerful blow, sending Wylan crashing to the ground. Stunned by the unexpected strength, Wylan struggles to grasp what just occurred. Kalli steps forward, his voice steady and fierce, demanding to know if Wylan truly understands the gravity of his actions. Wylan confesses to his actions, insisting that all he seeks is compensation for the costly necklace. This infuriates Kalli, who, in a fit of rage, delivers another powerful blow. He then drags Wylan to a nearby water source, forcefully submerging his face in the water and pulling him out repeatedly, demanding to know if he's sober yet. Word spreads quickly among the nobles. The second son of Count Joseph has been beaten by a slave. Wylan, determined to shield his family from humiliation, resolves to take swift action. He plans to execute the slave without hesitation and aims to ensure that Baron Aguest's family is permanently erased from the political landscape. Upon hearing this, Baron Aguest erupts in fury, unable to fathom that anyone would dare to harm his daughter. The master reveals that Kalli is confined in the guardhouse, utterly defenseless. A wave of gratitude washes over him for the slave's bravery in rescuing his daughter, yet he is painfully aware that he cannot offer protection. Any attempt to do so would spell disaster for his own family. Nixar nods in agreement, resigned to the harsh reality that this is the fate of a slave. Just then, the door swings open, and Azalea steps inside. Her father urges her to rest, but she stubbornly refuses, insisting that Kalli deserves justice for saving her life not once, but twice. She argues that even a beast is rewarded for protecting its master. Despite her passionate plea, he stands firm, assuring her that the matter will be taken care of. Just then, Nixar intervenes, reminding her that their hands are tied and that they have no choices left. Inside the Wesley guardhouse, praise for Kalli fills the air as everyone lauds his bravery in defeating a noble. To many, he has become a hero. Curious about the reason for his own imprisonment, he turns to a nearby man who sheepishly admits to being a pickpocket. Kalli can't help but find the revelation pathetic. As he sits in the guardhouse, a wave of frustration washes over him. Once again, he has lost the opportunity to pursue his dream of becoming a boxer. Yet the thought of failing to save Azalea weighs even heavier on his heart. He understands that protecting her was the right choice, regardless of the consequences. At last, the day comes when he finds himself in the courtroom. The judge turns to Kalli, a former slave of the Aegis family, and asks if he admits to harming Joseph. Wylan Joseph stands nearby, flanked by 4 witnesses, all sporting bandages and visible marks on their faces. They stand in the courtroom to testify against Kalli, ready to confirm his crimes. With a heavy heart, he admits his guilt. The tension in the room rises as the crowd grows restless, clamoring for his execution. They demand his head be severed and displayed for all the city to see. Yet to Kalli, their shouts feel hollow, nothing more than a cacophony of noise. He contemplates whether it was truly just for Whelan to harm Azalea, without facing any repercussions. As the judge pronounces the verdict, sentencing him to death, he asks if there are any objections. Suddenly, Duke Wesley strides into the courtroom seeking permission to address the court. He acknowledges the severity of Kalli's crime, but reminds everyone that the Harvest Festival is a time for mercy. As he spoke to Baron Dorman, he made it clear that he was not defending Kalli's innocence. Instead, he insisted that he should face her fate like a slave. He proposed a duel between Kalli and Ogre, a notorious executioner infamous for his brutal methods. Turning to Baron Dorman, he confirmed that Ogre had executed many before, to which the Baron nodded in agreement. The Duke then declared that the match would take place on the final day of the festival, promising the crowd a spectacle they would never forget. His cunning words reveal that the fight will be nothing short of an execution, pitting a fragile man against a formidable beast. He implies that dying in combat would be a mercy. As the decision is made, Kalli is left in shock, grappling with the terrifying prospect of facing such a monstrous opponent. He seeks permission from Count Joseph, who grants it without hesitation. The Duke, pleased with his plan, sees it as the ideal compromise for both parties. He knows well of Kalli's artistic talents and would have purchased him under different circumstances. In the courtroom, the judge declares that the execution will be replaced by a match between Kalli and Ogre. Willem relentlessly threatens him with death, his taunts designed to provoke anger. He revels in the news of the impending fight, eager to witness Kalli's downfall. Yet, despite the menacing threats, Kalli stands firm. He believes that if fate has led him to this moment, it can just as easily lead him to victory. Confidence swells within him, as he trusts that his strength and determination will carry him through the battle ahead. Kalli is led into the waiting room, where a guard informs him that he will be supporting him in the upcoming match, having witnessed his bravery in protecting a lady. As he listens, voices from outside call for the guards to come forward. Moments later, Kijo and Torres arrive with their instructor. Kijo expresses his gratitude for Kalli's assistance, commending him for striking the man who truly deserved it. Torres, filled with satisfaction, shares his own relief, revealing just how much he despises that man. Now he understands that Kalli is a good person, so he pleads with him not to die and to win the match. Nixar then offers him some food to help boost his strength for the fight. He acknowledges that Ogre is stronger, but believes Kalli can leverage his skills to turn the tide. With that, they all wish him good luck. The boxer reaches a poignant realization. There are people who would mourn his passing, and that thought alone brings him solace. Later, Azalea arrives at the guardhouse where he waits. She knocks on the door, and he asks her why she's there. With a warm smile, she replies, "I never ignore someone who offers help." He urges her to focus on her modesty rather than worrying about him, reminding her that she has been kidnapped by bandits and caught by that jerk, both experiences that have harmed her. In response, she steps closer and asks him to protect her from now on if he truly cares. As she leans in and kisses him, he feels a surge of fear at her boldness, but she remains oblivious to his turmoil. With a serious gaze, she asks him to promise that he will win the match. He confesses that she's making it harder for him to accept death, even though he longs for it. She reassures him of his unwavering support in the upcoming match. Now, the moment has arrived for the fight against Ogre. Baron Dorman urges him to be ruthless and eliminate Kalli, framing it as an execution. Ogre stands ready, fully prepared to unleash his full strength against him. On the final day of the Harvest Festival, Ogre faces off against our condemned boxer. The guards escort Kalli into the arena, where the crowd roars with anticipation, demanding his execution. Shouts of condemnation fill the air as the public calls for his death, urging the monster to deliver the punishment they believe he deserves. As Ogre approaches, Kalli stands before him, feeling the weight of his opponent's enormous presence. With his restraints finally removed, Kalli realizes that Ogre doesn't depend on skill. His sheer size grants him a natural advantage. Nevertheless, Kalli steels himself, ready to fight back against the formidable foe. As the battle commences, he unleashes a powerful blow, but Ogre's immense strength renders it nearly ineffective. The density of Ogre's muscles is such that even a single punch from him stirs up a swirling sandstorm. He continues to loom over Kalli, taunting him with threats of impending doom. Yet, our boxer remains unfazed, understanding that fate has its own sense of justice. Ogre may possess the advantage of size and brute strength, but he is sorely lacking in intelligence. Kalli firmly believes that humans, with their strategic thinking, can triumph over sheer brute force. He knows that skill and tactics can pave the way to victory, and he is ready to leverage his rigid bones to counter his opponent's raw strength. As he approaches, he fixes his gaze on the ogre, while onlookers whisper, convinced that he has lost his sanity. Torres and Kijo watch in disbelief as Baron Dorman confronts his opponent. "Are you really ready to give up and accept your fate?" he taunts. The tension thickens as both contenders lock eyes. Suddenly, Ogre unleashes a devastating strike, but Kalli deftly sidesteps the blow. Determined, he resolves to keep swinging, focusing intently on dodging each incoming attack. Recognizing that his earlier hesitation had left him vulnerable, he resolves to act more swiftly and avoid any delays. Despite Ogre's massive size, his surprising speed catches Kalli off guard, making the fight even more challenging. As the match progresses, the Duke begins to appreciate Kalli's extraordinary courage and remarkable skill, realizing that such talent could revolutionize the world of boxing. Both fighters engage fiercely, with Kalli focusing on evasion rather than delivering a final blow. He patiently gathers the courage to land a decisive punch, all while closely observing Ogre's movements. Kalli knows that if the monster becomes overly aggressive, it will make him easier to predict and evade. The crowd watches in stunned silence as the fight unfolds before them. Kalli delivers a powerful punch to Ogre, leaving Duke Wesley exhilarated by the potential transformation in boxing. Despite Ogre's formidable strength, he retaliates with all his might. However, Kalli remains unfazed, countering with precise strikes. As the fight unfolds, he realizes that while Ogre wields immense destructive power, his movements are surprisingly predictable. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashes a devastating blow that leaves Baron Dorman reeling and stuns the audience, shifting all expectations in Kalli's favor. Kyo and Torres watch with joy as they witness his strategy unfold. This time, rather than aiming for the brain and neck with heavy strikes, Kalli concentrates on wearing down his opponent through accumulated damage and fatigue. As the match unfolds, Ogre starts to struggle with a lack of oxygen, causing his muscle strength to wane. Yet Kalli makes a crucial miscalculation, underestimating his opponent's endurance. Despite his exhaustion, Ogre pushes through, surprising Kalli with his relentless determination. Despite having drained much of Ogre's stamina, the monster remains a formidable threat. With a surge of renewed power, Ogre unleashes a devastating strike, leaving Kalli breathless as he collapses to the ground. Kalli realizes that if he hadn't used his hand to block the impact, it would have shattered under the force of the blow. As the battle escalates, Ogre seems more dangerous than ever, resolutely determined to finish him off. Struggling to his feet, Kalli notices that his opponent is also nearing his limits. For the first time, Ogre feels a surge of intensity he has never encountered before. His previous battles had always ended swiftly. Now, completely exhausted and visibly weakened, he starts to waver. Kalli, aware that strength has its limits, understands that even the mightiest can fall to fatigue. As he observes Ogre, it's clear that the giant's time is running out. Exhaustion is etched on his face. Seizing this final opportunity, Kalli steels himself and unleashes a devastating blow to Ogre's chest, fully prepared to risk everything for victory. The monster gasps for breath, but Kalli isn't done yet. He swiftly delivers another punch, only to feel a sharp pain in his wrist. He's dislocated it from the force of his strike against Ogre's exposed jaw. The Ogre staggers, but Kalli presses on with unwavering determination. Leaping into the air, he brings his fist crashing down onto Ogre's neck. Water spills from Ogre's mouth as his eyes roll back and his massive body crashes to the ground. The crowd stands in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the once mighty contender has been defeated. With Ogre now down, our hero claims his hard-fought victory. His friends erupt in cheers, celebrating his triumph. But just when the moment seems perfect, something unexpected occurs. The Ogre's eyes snap open, and despite his injuries, he rises once more. Our hero watches in disbelief as the beast gathers its strength and unleashes a devastating punch. Initially intent on killing him, the Ogre instead swats him away like a football with a powerful paw. Kalli is sent hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. A sharp crack reverberates through the air, prompting his companions to shout in protest, claiming it was a foul. However, another voice cuts through the tension, reminding everyone that this is an execution match. Kalli, still reeling from the chaos, watches as Ogre's fury intensifies. He can't fathom how the beast moves with such speed despite its numerous injuries. Meanwhile, Kalli feels the weight of his own wounds, his body struggling to keep pace. Finally, with a devastating blow, Ogre delivers a final punch, sending Kalli crashing to the ground. The monster looms over Kalli, basking in what he believes to be his triumph. While Kalli's screams of agony pierce the air, Ogre seizes him by the neck, tightening his grip and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Breathless and desperate, Kalli realizes this is no longer a boxing match. It has turned into a fight for his life. Helplessly suspended in the air, he struggles against Ogre's iron grip, pleading for release. The ogre's fury intensifies, but in a sudden burst of defiance, Kalli sinks his teeth into the creature's ear, tearing it away. The monster releases him, and Kalli crashes to the ground. Blood spills from his mouth, a grim testament to his savage act. Yet, as he looks at the ogre, he is taken aback. Its blood is not the expected green of a typical ogre, but a deep red, just like a human's. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Ogre resolves to eliminate his opponent once and for all. Meanwhile, Kalli, crouched in the corner of the ring, seizes the moment to counterattack. With a swift and powerful strike, he sends a cloud of sand into Ogre's eyes. As the dust settles, Kalli notes that despite Ogre's overwhelming strength, his body seems impervious to pain, even with cracked bones and a twisted stomach. Seizing the moment, Kalli drives his knee into Ogre's nose with a powerful strike. Duke Wesley watches intently, recognizing that this battle has transformed from a clash between a beast and a man to a showdown between a beast and the finest boxer. He silently prays for Kalli's victory. Inspired by his unwavering determination, the crowd begins to rally around him, their cheers swelling into a thunderous chorus of his name. The stadium erupts with support, each voice urging him on to triumph. With newfound strength, Kalli delivers a devastating punch to Ogre's jaw, blood spilling as the monstrous figure crumples to the ground. In that instant, Ogre comprehends his defeat, lying still and defeated. Exhausted yet triumphant, Kalli basks in a wave of relief and pride, having conquered such a formidable foe. The entire stadium reverberates with cheers for his victory, while Baron Dorman stands in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Ogre's defeat. As Kalli readies to depart, Count Joseph's soldiers step in, insisting that the execution must proceed. With a knowing smile, Kalli realizes that while the battle may be over, his fight is far from finished. The crowd erupts in fury, hurling stones and demanding mercy for the victorious boxer. They accuse the soldiers of cowardice, insisting he be set free. Faced with the overwhelming support for the boxer, the soldiers hesitate, torn between duty and compassion. Count Joseph watches the chaos unfold, seeking an explanation, but Duke Wesley steps in, urging him to spare Kalli's life. He explains that during the Harvest Festival, winning the hearts and emotions of the people is essential. Killing Kalli now would undermine the very purpose of the celebration. After much contemplation, Count Joseph comes to a troubling realization. Denying this request could spark political turmoil with Duke Wesley. Reluctantly, he decides to let Kalli go free. As Count Joseph departs, he silently vows revenge, his heart set on destroying the Agesta family. Frustration simmers within him as he watches the boxer walk away in triumph. Meanwhile, the doctor and Nixar discuss Kalli's condition. The doctor remarks that his survival is nothing short of a miracle. Despite his fragile body, Kalli has managed to endure, a testament to his remarkable willpower. As the conversation unfolds, the doctor raises the issue of hospital bills for Kalli's treatment. Nixar curses under his breath, frustrated that Baron Godolph has yet to settle the medical expenses, a revelation that leaves him deeply disappointed. Just then, Azealia arrives, her presence a welcome distraction. She offers to cover the cost with her earring, handing it to Nixar with a hopeful expression. "Will this be enough for Kalli's treatment?" she asks, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. The doctor examines the situation and, relieved that the payment issue is resolved, agrees to proceed. Suddenly, Kalli begins to cough, blood escaping his lips. He turns to Azealia, his voice weak as he asks about the outcome of the fight. She leans closer, reassuring him that his death sentence has been overturned by the court, as the people have rallied for his right to live. Azealia assures Kalli that he has earned this victory through sheer willpower, and a wave of relief washes over him. He has survived. A sense of calm envelops him as he finally begins to relax, grateful for the gift of life. A week later, on a pleasant day, Kalli is still wrapped in bandages on his hands and legs when Kijo arrives for a visit. With palpable excitement, Kijo proclaims him the hero of the Harvest Festival, bestowing upon him the proud title of Ogre Slayer. Though Kalli finds the name somewhat cheap and irritating, Kijo assures him that the entire community has already embraced it. Despite his annoyance, Kalli can't help but acknowledge that the title has gained considerable traction. Torres stops by and comments on Kalli's luck in winning the match. However, Kalli quickly hushes him, reminding him that he was nearly dead just moments ago. He reassures Torres that his facial bones will heal swiftly and that the strained ligament will recover in a few days. Yet, a more pressing concern lingers. The shin bone, which suffered a severe break from Ogre's devastating punch, poses a significant challenge to his full recovery. Kalli recognizes that it was Azalea and Nixar who prevented him from being cast out, yet he can't shake the feeling that he isn't being treated as he deserves. He reflects on the exhausting journey to the kingdom, contrasting it with a smoother return. As time passes, winter descends 3 months later. The once vibrant landscape is now blanketed in snow, and the air grows increasingly frigid. Baron Agwest stands by the window, his gaze distant as he reflects on the 3 months he has spent waiting. Just as he begins to articulate his thoughts, he falters, lost in contemplation. Noticing the Baron's hesitation, Nixar steps forward, inquiring gently about what weighs on his mind. The Baron's expression remains pensive, deep in thought. At that moment, Kalli enters the room, his movements slow and deliberate, a stick in hand. Baron Agwest gazes at Nixar, inquiring whether the misaligned bone in his leg will ever fully recover. Lost in thought, Nixar comes to the painful realization that his injury coincided with Kalli's growth period, leaving the bone shattered beyond proper healing. Growing increasingly impatient, the Baron turns to Kalli, demanding the truth. With a heavy heart, Kalli confirms the grim reality. Nixar's leg will never heal properly. The Baron's frustration reaches a boiling point. He declares that Kalli's time is up, as his fame can no longer shield him from the consequences of his actions. Outside, the snow falls relentlessly, heightening the tension within the room. The Baron shifts his attention to their pressing struggles, lamenting the shortage of firewood. In a fit of anger, he blames Kalli for their misfortunes, accusing him of provoking the Joseph family and inviting hardship upon them. He even goes so far as to claim that Kalli should have been the one to die instead. As Nixar listens to this, anger wells up inside him, prompting him to intervene. He argues that Kalli's exceptional skills could make him a fantastic instructor. However, Kalli flatly rejects the idea, leaving Keisho in disbelief. He insists that the decision is his to make. Keiho, though frustrated, reminds Kalli that becoming an instructor is the highest honor a retired boxer can achieve. He emphasizes that Nixar personally recommended him to the Baron due to his exceptional talent. Yet, Kalli stands his ground, only serving to further infuriate Keisho. He believes Kalli fails to grasp the importance of the healing process. In a moment of exasperation, Keisho questions whether Kalli's fight with Ogre has taken a toll on his mind. Kalli, unfazed, urges him to concentrate on his own tasks. Taken aback by his response, Keisho reminds him of his 7 victories, while Torres chimes in, expressing concern and highlighting the Baron's growing anger. Yet, Kalli brushes off their worries, asserting that he has always been despised and that politeness has never served him well. He pointedly reminds them that the Baron was the first to turn his back on him. As he reflects on the past 3 months spent bedridden, he realizes that Keisho and Torres have risen to fame through a series of fierce battles. For a moment, he contemplates becoming an instructor, but he quickly dismisses the idea. If he can't fight for himself, what value would that role hold? Meanwhile, Kalli begins gathering firewood, and the servants express their gratitude for his hard work. They all acknowledge how much stronger he has become, effortlessly cutting down trees with each swing. One of the workers comments that it would be better if his leg weren't injured, but the first servant quickly hushes him. Kalli reassures everyone that he will recover soon, then urges them to head inside, noting the chill in the air. Yet, despite his physical strength, a sense of unease lingers as he steps into his room. He reflects on his extensive experience and knowledge of boxing, but frustration mounts as medical treatments fail to heal his injured leg. To his surprise, Azalea is already seated in his room, questioning why he is slamming the door so forcefully. She finds his behavior unusual, while Kalli struggles to meet her gaze, haunted by memories of their previous encounter in the guardhouse waiting room. Azalea tells him she has come to say goodbye. When he asks if they are leaving, she explains that the Agesta estate has fallen into poverty, with the Joseph family halting all business operations. The rising cost of living and the dwindling luxuries compared to basic necessities have made survival increasingly difficult, especially with winter fast approaching. Kalli contemplates their dire circumstances, realizing that the situation has become untenable. He turns to Azalea, inquiring about their next steps. With a heavy heart, he explains that they must learn to fend for themselves if they hope to survive. Concerned, Kalli asks if the master will be joining them. Azalea's response is somber. The master has grown weak and can no longer travel with them. She explains that the master has been frightened of Count Joseph, isolating himself in his room for several days. Deeply ashamed of the harm caused by the Joseph family, he has come to the painful realization that power dictates everything. As Kalli listens, he recognizes how much she has matured, appreciating the wisdom with which she contemplates their dire situation. She vents her frustration, expressing that if she had the power, she could protect and support her family. Kalli feels the weight of their situation and begins to reflect on his own role in helping them navigate these challenges. Grateful for the 2 times she saved him, Azalea insists that she wants to repay him. Noticing a young girl ready to take a bold step forward, Kalli resolves not to hinder her progress. A few days later, a group approaches him, inquiring if he is a boxer. He nods and explains that he is undergoing rehabilitation training, though he can't help but wonder if logging will genuinely contribute to his recovery. He begins chopping down trees with an axe, but soon realizes that his boxing skills offer little help in this endeavor. Determined to regain his strength, he grips the axe and starts working diligently. A nearby worker observes his struggle and steps in, demonstrating the proper technique. Raw strength alone won't cut it, he explains, emphasizing the importance of skill over sheer power. It is effective only for a moment. True skill holds far greater significance. Kalli is taken aback by this revelation, understanding that technique outweighs sheer power. Adjusting his grip, he swings the axe with newfound precision and efficiency, swiftly chopping through logs despite the nagging pain in his back and waist. He perseveres through the discomfort, fueled by an urgent desire to heal as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a woodcutter bursts onto the scene, urging everyone to leave the area immediately. Kalli raises an eyebrow, questioning his urgency, pointing out that they still have time to finish their work. The woodcutter, however, gestures to the ground, where bare footprints mar the earth, hinting that a bear has recently roamed nearby in search of prey. The workers huddle together, exchanging worried glances as they estimate the size of the tracks, concluding that it must be a small bear. Despite this, they resolve to finish their work swiftly and depart. The woodcutter then asks about Kalli, noticing his injured leg. One of the workers introduces him as a newcomer, explaining that he is a boxer currently in rehabilitation. Upon hearing the name, the woodcutter's eyes widen in recognition. Kalli is the one who fought and defeated Ogre during the Harvest Festival. He remembers that his son witnessed the legendary match. Hearing this, the workers feel reassured, convinced that if Kalli could defeat the ogre, handling a bear would be a mere trifle for him. Embarrassed, Kalli urges them to stop calling him by the peculiar nickname Ogre Slayer. Later that evening, as he sits alone in his room, Torres arrives to inquire about what's troubling him. He is taken aback to discover that Torres wants him to teach his techniques, despite the nickname the Boar being a playful jest. Torres confesses that, while it feels somewhat shameful, he genuinely admires Kalli's boxing skills. Just as he reaches for the mug of water on the table, it unexpectedly slips from his grasp, shattering into pieces on the floor. Kalli raises an eyebrow, bemused, and wonders how Torres could have missed it so easily. Torres realizes that there are moments when his body doesn't obey his commands, and his vision occasionally blurs. This unsettling realization strikes him just as he attempts to throw a stone at himself. However, in a moment of confusion, he reaches in the wrong direction and misses the catch entirely. As he reflects on this, he wonders if his condition stems from the force of extreme punches or perhaps a retinal detachment. As a seasoned boxer, Torres has landed countless punches, but he has also endured his fair share of blows. Kalli warns him that repeated hits to the head could eventually leave him incapacitated. In response, Torres admits that this is exactly why he's come seeking guidance. He asks Kalli to teach him effective boxing techniques. Kalli begins by demonstrating a defensive stance, emphasizing the importance of keeping the body and arms closely aligned. He explains that instead of solely focusing on dodging, developing a strong defense can be more advantageous for withstanding an opponent's attacks. Torres raises a concern, asking if maintaining this position will hinder his ability to launch his own strikes. Kalli reassures him, stating that while this stance effectively blocks direct attacks, delivering blows from the sides requires a coordinated movement of both the body and head. Kalli continues to instruct Torres on how to move his upper body while blocking punches, emphasizing the importance of counterattacking once the opponent's assault eases. However, he notices signs of strain in Torres' eyes and mind and advises him to take a break. Torres, undeterred, insists that his schedule is too demanding for rest. He explains that with upcoming fights on the horizon, any pause could lead to failure. Kalli ponders the reason behind their instructor's grueling schedule, questioning whether their master is becoming reckless. Despite the challenges they face, Kalli contemplates leaving the training center, fully aware that such a decision could spell even more trouble for the estate, which is already in dire straits. Meanwhile, the woodcutter watches the biting cold settle in, realizing that the Doran family has already fled, leaving the estate in even greater distress. The workers soon realize they are trapped by their responsibilities, bound to continue working while the engineers can easily move on. As they search for Kalli, they learn he has already departed for the train, having completed his quota ahead of schedule. The woodcutter observes Kalli's remarkable speed and efficiency, acknowledging that he has finished his task far sooner than anticipated. They contemplate calling him back once their work is done. In the meantime, Kalli immerses himself in training, striking trees with powerful punches. He finds this method incredibly effective, convinced by the Wolf's Law, which claims that repeated impact on bones boosts calcium levels, making them as resilient as weapons. Determined to grow stronger, he strikes the trees with powerful punches, honing his waist and back to boost his overall strength. Just as the workers and woodcutter prepare to leave, they suddenly catch sight of a bear lying on the ground, its cubs nearby. The bear is lifeless, and the shocking sight leaves everyone in stunned silence. Though taken aback at first, they soon feel a pang of pity for the bear, whose death was likely at the hands of another wild animal. Their concern deepens for the cubs, as they recognize that the brutal weather and scarcity of food will make survival a daunting challenge. Kalli watches intently as one of the cubs timidly approaches him, clinging to his leg. The workers notice this tender moment and remark that the little cub seems to have taken a shine to him. Everyone urges Kalli to take the cub with him, sensing its desperate plight. After some contemplation, he decides to bring it home. Kijo finds the little creature adorable but expresses concern that if their instructor discovers it, they could face serious consequences. Kalli reassures Kijo, promising to feed the cub from his own portion. When the instructor arrives, he immediately scolds them for adopting a wolf. Kalli apologizes, but the instructor insists on taking the cub away, intending to throw it out. Desperate, Kalli pleads with him to wait, insisting it's just a cute puppy. The instructor clarifies that it's a wolf, not a dog. At this revelation, Nixar softens and allows Kalli to keep the cub, but not without a stern warning to train it properly so it doesn't pose a threat to anyone. Before departing, the instructor reminds Kalli to get some rest, as he has work at the mansion construction site starting the next day. He suspects that Kalli might be tempted to finish his task by demolishing the mansion, but insists that the work must be done properly. Meanwhile, Baron Aguest sits alone, deep in thought as he contemplates his plans to achieve success by rekindling his old alliances. Baron Aguest hatches a brilliant plan to invite the nobles for a boxing match, aiming to mend relationships among them. With professional boxers like Torres and Ogre Slayer in the ring, he's confident that no one will turn down the chance to witness such an event, especially when it's free of charge. Nixar emphasizes the importance of inviting the Catalan boxing team as their opponents. However, he warns that the ongoing construction of the mansion will incur significant costs. The Baron proposes gathering emergency funds from the residents, but Nixar counters that the local villagers would never agree to such a plan. The Baron views the situation as his responsibility and resolves to tackle it alone, urging Nixar to concentrate solely on preparing for the match. He believes that saving their territory requires sacrifices from everyone involved. With that, he instructs Nixar to focus on his training. A few days later, opulent carriages arrive outside the mansion, their grandeur a stark contrast to the tension brewing within. For the first time, nobles gather in the Aegis territory, lured by the promise of a free boxing match. It's an opportunity no one can resist, especially with professional fighters stepping into the ring. Alongside the star athletes, a host of other boxers showcase their skills, ensuring that every match is captivating. Among them, the Catalan boxing team stands out, boasting a lineup of exceptionally talented fighters. Meanwhile, Torres and Kalli watch from the sidelines, recognizing the true professionalism on display. In the first match, the Catalan team claims victory. As they observe the game, Kalli suddenly hears someone call his name. A voice asks if he is the famous Kalli. With a modest smile, he replies, "I'm not famous, but yes, that's my name." The man introducing himself is Shram, a sailor from the south. Our protagonist observes that Shram doesn't quite fit the image of a typical sailor. With a hint of sadness in his eyes, Shram explains that his ship was captured and he was taken by slave traders. He adds that once his ransom is paid, he will finally return home. As he speaks, he mentions that whenever the strongest individuals are discussed, his name is often included. While he dismisses the rumors as exaggerated, he undeniably seems fragile and weak in comparison to Torres. He advises Kalli, as an apprentice, to focus on practice and to refrain from judging others too hastily. As their conversation wraps up, he expresses his pleasure in meeting Kalli and extends his hand for a handshake. He believes Kalli is a cripple and contemplates crushing his own hand to escape. After more than 5 years of pulling sales, he's confident in his grip strength. But then, something goes awry. Confusion washes over his face as he realizes the truth. His bones feel like they're on the verge of breaking. Kalli notices his distress and asks, "What's wrong? You look nervous." Noticing the confusion, he releases his grip. Torres comments on yet another newcomer trying to act tough in front of Kalli, secretly doubting his own ability to do the same after witnessing his matches in the ring. Our protagonist suggests that paying his ransom might be the way to freedom, but he advises the newcomer to pay close attention to the matches. Meanwhile, the adjusted school boxers have been assigned the task of taking down all the other competitors. Kijo steps into the fray, brimming with confidence in his strength and skill. With a swift motion, he extends his long arms and lands a powerful strike to his opponent's jaw. The opponent is taken aback, stunned by the force of the blow delivered from such a distance. Torres watches in astonishment, recognizing the remarkable transformation in Kijo. His newfound strength is undeniable, and Torres begins to believe that Kijo could even take down Newell now. Kalli, however, believes that closing the distance is essential when facing a taller opponent. Yet Kijo charges in recklessly, relying on brute force rather than skill. Kalli thinks it might be wiser to wait for Kijo to tire before making his move. As the fight concludes with Kijo's victory, Torres commends him for his win. Now it's Torres' turn to step into the ring, and Kijo offers him a supportive wish of good luck. He, known as the Boar of Adjust, steps into the ring as the crowd roars, urging him to land a punch and take his opponent down. But as the match begins, doubt creeps in, and he struggles to focus on the techniques Kalli taught him. Choosing instead to fall back on his familiar style, he adopts a defensive stance. However, he quickly discovers that his opponent isn't backing down. Instead, he keeps pressing forward after landing a significant blow. The opponent recognizes Torres' resilience, deeming him worthy of the title Boar of Adjust. Yet, fury ignites in his eyes as he becomes resolute in his desire to crush his adversary. With unwavering confidence, he deftly dodges Torres' strikes. Meanwhile, Kalli watches the battle unfold, his heart weighed down with concern for his friend's fate. Suddenly, Torres dodges a massive strike from his opponent, but stumbles and falls to the ground. The audience is captivated by his unique fighting style, recognizing it as the new Whistly technique, something they've never witnessed before. Kalli watches intently, eager to understand this innovative approach to combat. She observes how the upper half of Torres' body deftly evades the blows, and a realization dawns on his. He is employing his own technique in this fight. He suspects that Torres is employing a technique he has relied on in previous matches. This boxing style, known as the Whistly style, was introduced by Duke Wesley, who encouraged his boxers to adopt it after the Harvest Festival. Now, all boxers are free to showcase their unique techniques, breaking away from traditional methods. While many believe this style originated with Duke Wesley, those familiar with the world of pugilism know that it was actually invented by Kalli. Torres struggles to rise from the ground, determination fueling his next move as he charges forward, ignoring the pain coursing through him. His opponent inquires if he's familiar with the Whistly technique, but Torres' blank expression reveals he has no idea what it is. Enraged, Torres' fury radiates from him, and his opponent senses that this time he's facing a different man. As he prepares to deliver the final blow, he can't help but find the technique intriguing. They switch positions, and Torres deftly dodges the first blow. The new defensive stance allows him to absorb his opponent's attacks, only fueling the other fighter's anger. Frustration mounts as he realizes that no matter how hard he strikes, Torres remains unyielding. He believes he has protected himself completely, but if he closes the distance, he might just land a knockout punch. Only Torres' side and abdomen are exposed, and his opponent is convinced that getting closer will give him the upper hand. However, as the opponent advances, he suddenly realizes he must avoid Torres' strike at all costs. Though his fist may be slow, it carries the weight of his full strength, and his legs are firmly planted, providing him with stability. He chooses to defend, blocking each of his opponent's blows. A new tactic he has mastered during the fight. With a powerful swing, Torres delivers a massive punch, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. The spectators in the stands erupt in cheers for Torres' victory. Kalli gazes down at the fighter sprawled on the ground, surprised to notice that his style bears a striking resemblance to his own. He reflects on the notion that boxing seems to focus solely on hand-to-hand combat, neglecting the importance of footwork. Meanwhile, Torres begins to regain his strength, ready to rise once more. Kalli comes to a realization although he has taught Torres the defensive position, Torres has excelled on his own and has become a formidable boxer. The fight concludes successfully, leaving Godolph pleased with the outcome. Meanwhile, Baron Aguas turns to Count Joseph, inquiring if he can bring him down, as the nobles rally once more behind Godolph. The crowd praises the Baron for orchestrating such an impressive match, and he feels a surge of joy as he witnesses his state regaining its former vibrancy. As the guests depart, communication with them is abruptly severed once more. Baron attempts to reach out, but his efforts go unanswered. Frustrated, he turns his ire on his servants, for he feels he has no other recourse. It dawns on him that their involvement was merely a free service. No one felt compelled to assist him, and all connections faded with the match. He also comes to the bitter realization that the spectators were only there to witness the spectacle, which infuriates him further, especially since he had painstakingly renovated the mansion for those very nobles. In a fit of rage, he demands alcohol, repeatedly calling for the servants to bring him a drink. Weeks later, a worker sits alone in a dimly lit room, contemplating the future of the territory. He reflects on Baron Aguas, viewing him not just as a tyrant, but also as a woeful manager, which has led to the territory's disarray. It baffles him that the Baron would entrust the repairs of the mansion to a knight, a choice that seems utterly misguided. Meanwhile, a knock echoed through the door as Kalli stepped into the room where the instructor sat. "I've returned from training and I'm ready to help," he announced confidently. The instructor glanced up, urging him to take a break, since it was a religious day. However, Kalli shook his head, determination shining in his eyes. "I prefer to work," he replied, a hint of stubbornness in his voice. Beside him, the small wolf he had adopted trotted in, adding a touch of warmth to the scene. The instructor spots the wolf and inquires about its name. "Rovo," he replies, noting that the creature resembles a plump dog more than a true wolf. He assures Kalli that once his training is complete, they will embark on adventures together. With that, Kalli takes Rovo for a stroll. As they wander through the forest, Kalli trains as usual, his thoughts drifting to Kijo and Torres, who have both grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, Rovo's attention is drawn to the peculiar sounds emanating from the forest. It quickly becomes clear that it isn't the wind stirring the air, but rather the bushes trembling nearby. He had sensed something lurking earlier, but nothing could prepare him for what he sees next, a massive bear standing before him. At first glance, it seems deceptively small, yet an undeniable aura of power surrounds it. Rovo's initial impression of weakness vanishes as the bear draws closer, leaving him with no hope of escape due to his injured leg. The wolf stands protectively by his master, growling fiercely. In that moment, our hero realizes the wolf is better prepared than he is and regrets not bringing his axe. Suddenly, the bear lets out a deep, menacing growl. With no choice left, he resolves to rely on his fists and skills. The bear charges, unleashing its primal fury. Kalli deftly dodges the bear's initial strike, seizing the opportunity to land a powerful punch on its sensitive nose, causing blood to spill. Rovo watches intently, growling in response to the unfolding chaos. Fueled by adrenaline, Kalli follows up with another devastating blow to the bear's jaw, igniting its fury. The bear retaliates instantly, its claws shredding through Kalli's clothes as it lunges at him. Our hero braces himself for yet another powerful blow. Meanwhile, the captain sleeps soundly in the hut, oblivious to the chill of the evening air. Suddenly, a noise pierces the stillness, jolting him awake. Gripping his axe, he rises and cautiously opens the door to investigate the disturbance outside. As he steps outside, he is left utterly speechless at the sight of our protagonist standing there, clothes torn and bloodied. With a soft voice, he expresses his concern, noting that the instructor had taken an unusually long time to open the door. The instructor, alarmed, immediately inquires about his wounds. With a hint of pride, he replies that they'll be having bear stew for dinner because he managed to take one down in the forest. The instructor is taken aback by the revelation, his gaze shifting to the bear sprawled on the ground. Word of Kalli's feat spreads like wildfire among the workers. They murmur among themselves, noting that while the bear didn't appear to be a fully grown adult, it certainly wasn't weak. They quickly conclude that capturing it by hand would have been an impossible task. Some dismiss the story as a mere rumor, but the seasoned loggers, well acquainted with Kalli's formidable strength, accept it as truth without hesitation. Throughout the harsh winter, they witnessed him training in the forest, using nothing but his fists to shatter trees. As the season begins to shift, the Adjust estate awakens with life. Whispers fill the air about the arrival of the lady, and the gates swing open in anticipation. Carriages laden with bags of salt and wool roll into the estate, heralding a new beginning. As Ailey arrives, her heart racing as she inquires about her father. A knight informs her that he is in the mansion. A wave of disappointment washes over her. After all this time away, he hasn't come to greet her. Lost in thought, she stands there, contemplating the distance that has grown between them. Just then, a woman and a child stroll by, their faces lighting up at the sight of her return. The little boy beams at her, his nose adorned with a bandage, a reminder of childhood mischief. As she gazes at him, a hopeful thought crosses her mind. She longs to see our boy soon. Kalli then asks about Azalea's return. A worker replies that she has indeed arrived and is now more talented than ever. He also mentions that a party will be held at the mansion to celebrate her homecoming. As he contemplates dinner, he can't help but feel excited at the prospect of meat, a welcome change from the usual bear meat. Kalli informs Rovo that it cannot accompany him to the mansion, but promises to bring him some food. During dinner, they indulge in a delightful array of dishes and drinks. As they savor their meal, a knight arrives, delivering a message Azalea has summoned him. Baron Aguest then appears, visibly pleased to see him after such a long time apart. Azalea inquires about the state of his leg, and he responds that while he doesn't feel any discomfort, it hasn't fully healed yet. She finds it hard to believe that one could feel comfortable with an injured leg. In that moment, she decides to share her own story of triumph. She recounts how Count Joseph placed numerous obstacles in her path, a revelation that ignites Baron Aguest's anger. However, she refused to let him interfere with her work and set off for the Imperial City. There, she encountered no pressure from Count Joseph, making it much easier to procure the supplies she needed. Baron Aguest was pleased to hear this, aware that the Imperial region boasted formidable military strength. Azalea then shared an intriguing story, the very reason she had summoned our hero to her side. She speaks of a renowned doctor in the Imperial City, known as the God Doctor, who has served as a family physician. His exceptional skill in reattaching limbs has earned him this illustrious title. Baron Aguest suddenly realizes if the doctor can perform such intricate amputations, he must indeed be an Imperial doctor. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Would an Imperial doctor truly treat a noble from the Adjust Kingdom? Azalea offers him reassurance, her confidence unwavering. She assures him that she has connections with the Imperial family, and if she makes the request, they will ensure he receives the treatment he needs. She explains that during battles, when Imperial soldiers are injured, they are welcomed by this doctor. With that in mind, she has decided to bring the boxer along, hoping her father will see her as a blessing. Meanwhile, our protagonist contemplates the treatment for his leg. He turns to Azalea for answers, and she assures him that she will do her utmost to help. Yet, unable to meet the Imperial family herself, she conceals the true reason behind her determination. At the training camp, young fighters diligently hone their skills, but Kalli's mind is elsewhere, consumed by worries about his leg's healing. Suddenly, Nixar approaches him, inquiring about his thoughts on the trainees preparing for the upcoming match. Kalli hesitates, struggling to fully grasp the question. The instructor then reminds him that a test for the boxers is scheduled for tomorrow, highlighting two candidates, Takayan and Shram. As the two fighters are compared, Takayan stands out with his remarkable flexibility and speed, while Shram boasts powerful muscles and an unwavering determination to win. Kalli reflects on how the desire to return home serves as a potent motivator. Meanwhile, the coach is puzzled by Kalli's apparent distress. After all, he should be celebrating the prospect of his leg healing soon. Later, alone in his room, Kalli contemplates the reality of such an operation, wondering if it's truly within reach. He reflects on his condition after the battle with the ogre, recalling how luck, rather than medicine, had played a crucial role in his recovery. Doubts begin to creep in, making him wonder if healing his leg is merely an empty dream. Yet, he steels himself, determined to remain optimistic, especially knowing how hard Azalea is working on his behalf. Keiho notices Kalli striking the table with frustration and asks what's bothering him. He suggests that Kalli should leave the room and concentrate on his training. However, Keijo responds that he'll be taking the pugilist test tomorrow, so he intends to take a break. Kalli is taken aback by this decision, struggling to grasp Keisho's motivation for participating in the test. Keisho simply explains, "It's the only thing I can do." As he played with the adorable baby wolf, he turned to Kalli and asked if he would be participating in the upcoming match. Kalli remained silent, leaving him to ponder why Keisho felt the need to ask. The following day, the pugilist test commenced. After completing the assessment, the apprentices awaited their fate, hoping to earn the instructor's approval and become full-fledged pugilists. The test is a pivotal moment to determine who possesses the greatest strength among the apprentices. Those who pass will officially earn the title of pugilist, a fact that many remain unaware of. Each student selects an opponent by drawing lots, and the choice lands on Keisho. Excited to be the first to take the test, he steps forward, ready to showcase his exceptional footwork techniques. He leaps toward his opponent, deftly dodging the incoming strike. Kalli watches intently, a sinking realization washing over him. He can never measure up to Keisho and Torres in strength. Both have grown immensely powerful. And while his own training has been intense, his injured leg holds him back, rendering him unable to tap into his full potential. Despite the pain in his leg, he resolves to become stronger. Next, it's Shiram's turn. He strides up to Kalli, challenging him to a fight. Shiram insists that Kalli shouldn't shy away from the battle just because of his injury, and his words strike a chord. With newfound determination, Kalli accepts the challenge and readies himself for the match. Nixar contemplates his situation, aware that disqualification looms over him. Yet, there's an underlying challenge. They want to see if he can fight despite his injured leg. They suspect he's merely bluffing, stalling for time. Curiously, he turns to Shiram and asks why he was chosen as an opponent. Shiram responds, revealing that after Kalli's victory over him last time, he seeks revenge and aims to prove his strength. With determination, Nixar assures him that he won't dodge any attacks. He then secures a leather strap around his fist, readying himself for the battle ahead. Both contenders now stand face to face in the ring. Shiram can't help but wonder why Kalli has wrapped his hand in cloth. With a confident smirk, Kalli questions whether Shiram has enough strength in his abdomen to withstand the fight. Shiram recalls Kalli's reputation for seamlessly combining techniques and skills with his formidable fists. He feels a surge of luck, knowing that Kalli's injured leg has diminished his overall abilities. Shiram launches the first punch, but Kalli effortlessly sidesteps it. Frustrated, Shiram strikes again, only for Kalli to counter with a powerful blow, sending foam flying from Shiram's mouth. The spectators gasp in disbelief. Meanwhile, Torres watches the match unfold, pondering when Kalli had developed such formidable strength in his fists. Meanwhile, he continues to deliver devastating blows with his wrapped fist, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Concerned, Nixar turns to Shiram and asks if he's all right. Shiram admits he feels weaker, his ribs broken, but he steels himself, determined to keep fighting. Kalli comes to a startling realization. Despite his fist being wrapped in leather, he has been landing blows in all the right places. He begins to wonder if Shiram leans more on sheer determination than on physical strength. As the truth sinks in, Kalli acknowledges that his own strength is genuine, and the rumors of him having killed a bear might indeed hold some weight. Yet, frustration simmers within him. He refuses to accept defeat, especially against an opponent with an injured leg. Shiram takes a blow from Kalli to his side, and the impact sends pain coursing through his leg as well. With a sarcastic edge, he retorts, "Whose leg isn't working properly now?" Anger and disbelief swirl within him as he grapples with Kalli's unexpected strength. His peers, noticing his hesitation, wonder aloud why he remains rooted in place. Yet, Shiram defiantly asserts, "I can still move, unlike Kalli." Taking a step back, Shiram readies himself for another attack. He presses forward, unleashing a series of powerful blows, while Kalli skillfully counters each one. In a climactic moment, Kalli lands a decisive punch, sending Shiram crashing to the ground. Standing over him, Kalli declares that choosing him as an opponent was a grave mistake. It dawns on Shiram that Kalli is indeed the legendary ogre slayer. Frustrated, Shiram confronts the instructors, accusing them of deceiving him by claiming Kalli is no longer as strong as he once was. The instructors calmly respond, insisting that no one lied to him. They explain that Kalli has always relied more on technique than sheer brute strength. However, they concede that they've never witnessed him unleash such formidable power before. Meanwhile, the opponent can't help but wonder how Kalli managed to develop such incredible strength in just a single season. He starts to see him as an ogre, a monster cloaked in human form. Torres, watching the fight unfold, is equally taken aback by Kalli's transformation. He never anticipated that Kalli would abandon technique in favor of raw power. The boxer boldly announces that he has altered his fighting strategy, opting not to evade but to strike with relentless determination. As Torres observes Kalli struggling with his injured leg, he can't help but admire the young man's strength and determination. Intrigued, Torres proposes a challenge, a fight to test their might against one another. Despite the burden of his injury, Kalli accepts the challenge, resolute in his desire to prove his strength once more. As the students complete their test, spring arrives, bringing a sense of renewal after a brief pause. The mercenaries, summoned by the lady, prepare to leave the territory. They make a brief stop, and Kalli observes them intently. Among the mercenaries, a girl in battle attire catches sight of him and, with a playful smile, remarks that their mistress's favorite is quite handsome. Kalli, ever pragmatic, replies that his looks offer him no advantage, as he is a slave. Yet the girl simply shrugs, undeterred, and insists that she genuinely likes his face. The girl introduces herself as Salavan, the captain of the Salavan mercenary group. She assures him that they aren't the bad guys. Our protagonist shares his name, only to be taken aback when Salavan reveals she already knows who he is. With a curious glint in his eye, she asks if he's the one who killed the bear. Just then, a soldier calls for the captain, requesting his assistance in setting up the tent. Kalli offers his assistance, but Salavan, mindful of his leg problems, declines. Just then, Azealia approaches, inquiring about some pressing matters. She casually mentions that everyone is aware of his health issues and advises him not to overexert himself for the mercenaries. It dawns on Kalli that Azealia is also behind the rumors regarding Salavan's condition. She tells him they can't simply leave his troubles in the past and instructs him to follow her, warning him to brace himself for what lies ahead. Kalli's eyes widen in surprise, and Azealia smiles, adding that they will be having dinner together. As they walk, Azealia explains that the mercenaries are quite young. Most of them are teenagers, with the oldest being just 20. No group of mercenaries would typically rally behind a young girl like Azealia. There's a prevailing belief that having a woman as a captain brings bad luck. While Kalli vehemently rejects this notion, such myths endure. Undeterred, Azealia expresses her determination to unite with young mercenaries who have also been overlooked due to their age. Inside the tent, our protagonist sets down a tray of food, and Azealia insists he join her for dinner. Kalli, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hesitates. Azealia then questions him about his reasons for fighting. Kalli responds, "Like any other slave, I fight for my freedom." Azealia, unconvinced, studies him closely. "You're not like the others," she observes. "You could escape or find a better situation for yourself." Kalli sits in silence, deep in thought. Azealia continues, pressing him on why he still clings to boxing. She argues that his life wouldn't fall apart if he chose to walk away from wrestling. Then, locking eyes with him, she poses a challenging question. If he had to choose between a healthy leg and his freedom, which would he pick? Kalli has a deep aversion to the word if, and she makes that abundantly clear. She tells him that if he stops ignoring his injured leg, she will convince her father to set him free. However, freedom holds little appeal for him. His only desire is to prove himself as the strongest by winning match after match. He finds far more satisfaction in seeing his defeated opponent sprawled before him than in any gold, silver, or jewelry. He chooses a healthy leg over freedom. Azealia, weary of the conversation, ends it abruptly and leaves the tent. That night, as she settles into bed, she can't help but think that Kalli is a fool. She believes that when he finally falls in love, it will be too late. He will have squandered his life in battle. Later, Salavan approaches Kalli, noticing the gloom that hangs over him. She assumes his discomfort stems from his leg and gently reassures him to be patient a little longer. Soon they will arrive at the free city of Koran. Kalli has never heard of Koran, so Salavan takes a moment to explain. It's a unique city without hereditary lords, a special trading hub where the leader is elected by the people. Wealthy traders pour vast sums into election campaigns, and behind the scenes, bribery, kidnapping, and even murder are not uncommon. Yet, the city of Koran presents a facade of vibrancy and beauty. As Azealia steps into this bustling metropolis, she is met with rigorous security checks. A senior officer scrutinizes her documents, noting that her stay is initially set for 7 days, with the possibility of extension at City Hall. Kalli's wolf startles the guard, who quickly realizes it's a wolf. Kalli reassures him, claiming it's merely a dog, likely a wolf hybrid. Since wild animals are banned in the city, she instructs Rovo to bark, but he stubbornly remains silent. Surprisingly, the guard allows them to pass. Sullivan chuckles, entertained by Kalli's ability to weave such a convincing lie and pass off a wolf as just a dog. Once the group departs, the guard confirms that everyone has left and informs a fellow guard about the arrival of the Adjust family in the city. Koran City buzzes with life, its streets filled with smiling faces. At the pier, Sullivan is entranced by the salty scent of the sea, while our protagonist can't help but crave sashimi and soju. Just then, a gust of wind sweeps a poster into Kalli's hands. As he begins to read, Sullivan bursts with excitement, announcing that the Koran boxing tournament is about to start. Unlike regular fights, tournaments require boxers to pay an entry fee to compete. However, the stakes are high. The prize money for the winners is substantial. Sullivan, a passionate boxing fan, eagerly turns to Kalli and insists that they must go together. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by piercing screams as a chaotic brawl erupts in the square. A group of soldiers surrounds a detachment of mercenaries, with Leonardo, the chief of the Koran guards, leading the charge. He strides toward Lady Azalea, greeting her with a tense smile. "I have received a message accusing you of transporting contraband weapons," he states, his voice steady yet authoritative. "I need you to accompany me for just a moment." Azalea firmly denies the accusation, asserting that she has already been tested and everything is in order. She stands her ground, refusing to go with Leonardo. However, he insists that compliance is necessary if she wishes to resolve the matter peacefully. In the reception area of the security office, Leonardo concedes that the accusation is indeed false. He believes Azalea has angered the Joseph family and reveals that he has orders to detain her trading group from Adjust by any means necessary. Intrigued, Azalea demands to know why Leonardo wishes to speak with her alone. With a knowing smile, he suggests that they share a mutual understanding. Then, he names her price, 10,000 gold. The mercenaries are left in shock at the staggering amount of the bribe. They protest, claiming it's impossible to raise 10,000 gold even if they sold everything they owned. Azalea, acutely aware of their trading group's tight schedule across the empire, sits in deep thought. With only 5,000 gold on hand, she wonders where she can possibly find the remaining amount. It dawns on her that the Joseph family is likely trying to sabotage her efforts. Our protagonist turns to Sullivan, his expression weighed down by concern. She fears that the trading group is doomed and worries about Kalli's future employment. Sensing the somber mood, Kalli skillfully redirects the conversation, asking about the tournament. Sullivan explains that anyone can participate. All it requires is 100 gold and the ability to pass a test as an active boxer. The reward is set at 8,000 gold. Our protagonist makes a decision and shares it with Azalea, but she swiftly dismisses the idea. The soldiers attempt to persuade her, reminding her that Kalli has already defeated the ogre. If he wins the tournament, they would only need to gather an additional 2,000 gold. Yet, Azalea, with a spark of indignation, retorts that everyone has lost their minds. She adamantly refuses to send Kalli, particularly given his injured leg. Sullivan observes that Azalea appears to care deeply for her slave, joking that their situation resembles a romantic novel more than reality. Despite her protests, Azalea comes to the painful realization that this may be their only option. If the trading group is delayed, the Joseph family will inevitably arrive. Suddenly, Kalli interrupts the discussion, slamming his fist on the table with a force that silences everyone. His powerful blow echoes through the room, silencing everyone. He reminds them of his promise to his coach to return in the summer, declaring that this tournament will be his stepping stone. Azalea lets out a heavy sigh, reluctantly agreeing. Now our hero must win the tournament. With a stern look, Azalea emphasizes this point, and Kalli confidently vows to succeed. Accompanied by Sullivan, our protagonist approaches the tournament registration desk. The organizer hesitates, clearly unsure about accepting someone with an injured leg. It's a first for this event. Sullivan gestures toward a bald man nearby, explaining that he is the tournament judge. In the ring, the judge exudes confidence, taunting everyone around him. He bellows that instead of seasoned boxers, they've sent him nothing but mama's boys who should head home and drink their milk. Sullivan retorts, noting that the bald man looks like a baby himself. Kalli, eager to avoid any scandal, tries to distance herself from Sullivan, but she has already stormed off in frustration. The bald man locks eyes with Sullivan, issuing a challenge for him to step into the ring. With newfound determination, Kalli strides toward the ring, capturing the astonished gaze of the spectators as she approaches. Confused by the sight of a disabled person in their midst, the onlookers murmured that this place was only for tournament participants, and they believed he should leave at once. However, Kalli stepped forward, presenting his pass to the judge, a clear indication that he was indeed a participant with every right to be there. The judge hesitated, struggling to comprehend the situation. What times were these when even those who could barely walk aspired to compete in boxing matches? The bald opponent silently vows to teach Kalli a lesson. As she steps into the ring, he clenches his fists tightly, his gaze ablaze with determination. Nearby, Sullivan watches from his hiding spot, his heart racing. He questions whether Kalli is truly the ogre slayer he's heard about. Regret washes over him for fleeing earlier, but he reassures himself that if she really is the ogre killer, everything will turn out just fine. Kalli knows that all he needs to do is win. In mere seconds, the audience, including Sullivan, gasps in disbelief. No one can fathom what they are witnessing. Kalli stands firm in his corner while his bald opponent lies sprawled in the ring, struggling to grasp how someone with an injured leg could have bested him. With a calm demeanor, Kalli looks down at his opponent and asks if he wants to continue. Sullivan bursts into laughter, celebrating Kalli's victory. In that moment, she realizes this win is no fluke. It's the first time she's seen such a powerful strike. However, Kalli remains less optimistic, attributing his success to his opponent's carelessness. Sullivan counters, insisting that lowering an opponent's guard is a skill in its own right, and she calls Kalli magnificent. Suddenly, she focuses on Kalli with her inner vision and perceives his aura. To her astonishment, it bears no resemblance to that of a slave. Instead, it radiates a bright, dazzling light. In that moment, Sullivan understands why the noble lady has become so infatuated with him. Later that night, as Kalli drifts into sleep, he reflects on the battle. He muses that his opponent had been easy to defeat, relying solely on size and strength rather than skill or strategy. Kalli can't shake the worry that future opponents might exploit his lack of mobility, leading to serious complications. The following day, after lunch, the tournament officially kicks off. A list of participants is posted, and the air buzzes with anticipation as strong, skilled fighters gear up to compete. The training room is thick with the scent of sweat, prompting Azalea to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Kalli glances at her, puzzled by her decision to follow him into this chaotic environment. Sullivan, covering her nose and mouth, joins the others as the draw begins to determine the first matchups. Kalli draws number 4, pitting her against the opponent with number 3. Sullivan explains that this tournament is different from regular fights. Kalli will need to compete every day, except for the women's bouts in the semifinals. To emerge victorious, he must achieve 5 consecutive wins. However, she can't shake off her concern about the possibility of him facing a formidable opponent too soon. Kalli understands that this could become a significant disadvantage, as injuries might start to pile up. The draw is designed to ensure fairness and prevent any manipulation, especially with such a substantial prize on the line. As their conversation unfolds, the first and second competitors are summoned to the stage. The two boxers lock eyes, their gazes heavy with tension. As the announcer calls for boxers 3 and 4 to prepare, Spyron scans the room, searching for his opponent. Sullivan can't help but comment that Spyron resembles an amateur. Finally, Kalli steps forward to face him. Standing tall and imposing, Spyron exudes strength, a stark contrast to his rival. Both of them greet each other, extending their hands and wishing for a good fight. Spyron appears friendly, and they shake hands firmly. The spectators watch, some mocking their camaraderie. As Spyron walks away, Sullivan muses that he might come from a wealthy family, merely testing his skills by entering the tournament. Meanwhile, Kalli observes that Spyron's hand lacks the roughness of a seasoned fighter, leading him to suspect that Spyron might truly be an amateur. Sullivan, on the other hand, feels a wave of relief as she sizes up Kalli's first opponent, deeming them an easy target. With a disdain for nobles simmering beneath the surface, she pulls out a bag brimming with coins and turns to her soldiers. "Do you trust my judgment?" she asks. The mercenaries, thinking she's about to hand out their salaries, nod eagerly at the prospect. But Sullivan catches them off guard when she declares that the money, equivalent to half a year's wages for the entire squad, will instead be wagered on Kalli's victory. The soldiers voice their concerns, reminding her that Kalli is no longer the fighter he once was, and struggles significantly with his leg. Sullivan steps in, urging them to trust her, emphasizing that she has never misled them before. With conviction, she assures them that her instincts tell her this is the right decision. One mercenary raises his hand in agreement, declaring that without their captain, he wouldn't have made it as a mercenary. One by one, more mercenaries raise their hands in agreement. Azalea observes the gathering from behind a wall, her curiosity piqued about their next move. The tournament kicks off in the morning, featuring an intense first stage with 32 rounds. The stands are packed with eager spectators, their excitement palpable. In the ring, two massive boxers trade furious blows, each strike echoing through the arena. One of the fighters takes a direct hit to the jaw. Kalli observes the matches, realizing that the skill level of the tournament participants exceeds his expectations. For example, one fighter in the ring cleverly blocks his opponent's line of sight, and as soon as he succeeds, he strikes from the blind spot. This tactic, which Kalli recognizes from his past life in modern boxing, is fundamental knowledge for any seasoned boxer. However, this style of fighting feels rather unusual. He deduces that this boxer must possess considerable experience. In the ring, the events unfold precisely as Kalli anticipated. The boxer takes a hit to the face and collapses. The judge declares contestant number 2 the winner. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands are split in their opinions. Cheers erupt for the victor, while others seethe in frustration over their lost bets on the defeated opponent. The cacophony of the crowd pulls Kalli's attention, leaving him momentarily distracted. Just as he gathers his thoughts, his number 4 is announced, summoning him to the ring. With a slight limp, Kalli makes his way forward, his unassuming appearance far from intimidating. The audience murmurs in anticipation, questioning whether this fighter will even survive before the match begins. They struggle to comprehend his decision to enter the arena in such a battered state. Spearrain vows not to underestimate him, even if Kalli isn't at full strength. Meanwhile, Kalli broods, realizing that if Spearrain is indeed a noble, a hard hit could lead to serious repercussions. He resolves to take a measured approach, planning to deliver a precise blow to his opponent's chin to secure victory. Kalli assumes a fighting stance, but before he can make a move, Spearrain closes the distance in an instant, landing a powerful punch squarely on Kalli's face. The impact is swift, leaving Kalli no time to dodge. Spearrain follows up with a flurry of strikes before retreating just as quickly. In that moment, Kalli understands he must prioritize his defense. He raises a block, but Spearrain's fist slips right through his defense. Kalli takes another hit, and Spearrain swiftly jumps back. Undeterred, Kalli launches a counterattack, but Spearrain effortlessly dodges, laughing mockingly as he retreats. "Your fists are quite scary and strong," he taunts. Kalli, however, feels a flicker of recognition. Spearrain's style seems oddly familiar. Spearrain reveals that he has visited the Duke of Fists' estate and studied his fighting style. This revelation resonates deeply with Kalli, as he recognizes that Spearrain is employing a technique he himself has mastered. The realization hits hard. Spearrain has exploited Kalli's underestimation of him. With this newfound understanding, Kalli shifts his demeanor, becoming more serious and focused. He deftly dodges Spearrain's attack, slipping beneath his arm to land a strike to his side. As Kalli observes, memories of Torres's previous battles flood his mind, revealing a critical flaw in the fistery style. Its footwork is far from ideal. The transfer of force from the feet to the fist simply isn't optimal. Without proper grounding, a punch loses its power. Muscles alone can't deliver a truly impactful blow. Kalli retaliates, driving Spearrain back, but the strike lacks the force to inflict serious damage. Determined to corner his opponent, Kalli readies his next move. He leans on his injured leg, grimacing in pain as he steels himself for what comes next. Kalli knows he must finish this with a single decisive strike. In an instant, he closes the distance and stands beside Spearrain, who can hardly believe his eyes. With a powerful blow, Kalli strikes Spearrain's body, knocking the breath from his lungs. Spearrain's leg buckles, the bone cracking under the pressure, and he collapses in agony. Rage and confusion flicker across Spearrain's face as he struggles to comprehend how Kalli, despite his injury, managed to overcome him. With determination, Kalli steps forward, shifting his weight onto his injured leg, and launches a powerful fist towards Spearrain's chin. There's no escaping this blow. The fight is over. The other boxers watch in stunned silence. It comes as a surprise to everyone that this seemingly unremarkable kid is a formidable fighter. He has just bested an opponent skilled in the Whistly style. As Kalli makes his way back to his corner, a sudden scream pierces the air, causing him to turn around. Spearrain storms into the room, declaring that winning in such a manner is dishonorable. The other boxers listen intently to his outburst. One of them, clearly offended, retorts that a noble son has no right to address a boxer in such a condescending tone. He reminds Spearrain that the ring is meant for fighting, and complaining about someone stepping on another's foot is pointless. Such behavior is to be expected here. Spearrain finds himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Kalli reflects that he has faced far worse challenges in his life. His eyes were clouded with sand, his arm nearly severed, and his leg rendered useless. To an inexperienced fighter, this might seem like cheating. Our protagonist places a reassuring hand on Spearrain's shoulder and suggests they speak in the courtyard. Spearrain, puzzled, asks why Kalli has brought him out and questions whether he truly wants to fight again. Kalli tells Spearrain that if they had fought on the street, he would already be dead. Spearrain, trying to hold his ground, asserts that the boxer-vist acknowledges Kalli's skills. Kalli nods, admitting he recognizes Spearrain's abilities as well, but adds that he has studied them incorrectly. Confused, Spearrain freezes and asks what Kalli means by incorrectly. With a calm intensity, Kalli explains, "Moving quickly doesn't necessarily mean you're moving correctly. Spyron's movements reveal that he's likely to tire out first. Our protagonist demonstrates the proper stance and advises him to harness his leg strength for striking. Spyron shifts his feet into position and unleashes a quick blow, surprisingly stronger and faster than before. Kalli encourages him to keep practicing, stressing that relying solely on upper body strength makes it difficult to deliver a powerful punch. Spyron expresses his gratitude warmly, coming to the realization that Kalli is truly a remarkable person. They part ways on a friendly note, with Spyron wishing Kalli the best of luck in his endeavors. As Spyron walks away, a flicker of recognition crosses his mind. He recalls having heard Kalli's name before, but the memory eludes him. 2 days later, Azalea and Sullivan watch intently as Kalli exits the ring. Azalea is left utterly speechless. Kalli's opponent in this match proved to be formidable, and though he appeared worn out, he ultimately emerged victorious. A wave of relief washed over him, knowing that everyone else was fatigued from the previous battle. Meanwhile, Azalea watched with a bitter heart, reflecting on the toll Kalli had endured once more. Nearby, 2 spectators grumbled, lamenting that they could have claimed victory if it weren't for that lame kid. Azalea and Sullivan urged Kalli not to pay attention to the bitter voices of the defeated. His primary focus should be on his next opponent, Jirika, a formidable boxer hailing from the Western Desert, notorious for demolishing his rivals. As Kalli and the girls watch Jirika's fight from the stands, Sullivan turns to Azalea and explains that Jirika has the chance to become a free citizen if he continues to attract large crowds with his boxing prowess. Azalea, taken aback, questions why he doesn't simply seek freedom instead of persisting in battle. Sullivan replies, Jirika thrives on the thrill of beating others. Meanwhile, in the ring, Jirika revels in the chaos of the fight, taunting his opponent with a mischievous grin. His audacious demeanor throws his adversary off balance. Even after taking a solid blow to the head, Jirika laughs, blood trickling from his mouth, embodying the very essence of defiance. He launches a fierce counterattack, inflicting significant damage on his opponent. The 2 fighters trade brutal blows at close range, each strike echoing with intensity. Finally, Jirika's adversary leaps back, a dawning realization hitting him. Despite landing several hits, he hasn't even fazed Jirika. Standing resolute, Jirika appears unyielding, as if forged from iron and imbued with immortality, ready to continue the fight. The boxer attempts to voice his surrender, but his words are abruptly silenced as Jirika's fist crashes into his face. Leaning in closer, Jirika makes it unmistakably clear that he has no intention of letting his opponent escape the ring so easily. The referee shouts that the opponent is giving up, but Jirika remains unfazed, relentless in his assault. As the opponent lies knocked out cold, Jirika nonchalantly claims he simply didn't hear anything. The judge steps forward, declaring Jirika contestant number 8, the winner. Meanwhile, the defeated boxer is carried out on a stretcher, a stark reminder of the fight's intensity. Our protagonist watches the scene unfold with keen interest. The girls, filled with anxiety, turn to him and ask if he believes he can defeat Jirika. Kalli is confident he won't lose, yet there's something about Jirika that gives him pause. He concludes that while Jirika may lack technical skills, his physical strength is undeniable. There's an unsettling aura about Jirika that reminds Kalli of an ogre, not in ability, but in the way he makes Kalli feel uneasy. 2 days later, the 4th round of the tournament begins. The stands erupt with cheers for Jirika, the crowd eagerly anticipating the clash ahead. They shout for him to push forward and finish his opponent. Meanwhile, the mercenaries sit quietly alongside Azalea and Sullivan. Azalea's frustration simmers as she watches everyone rally behind Jirika, fearing it might give him an edge. Sullivan leans in, offering reassurance. "Don't worry," he says. "Our guy isn't the type to be swayed by the crowd." Sullivan places everything he has on Kalli, his anticipation for victory palpable. He can hear the enthusiastic cheers of the spectators, but it's not their excitement that weighs on his mind. He knows Jirika doesn't strike at random. He aims for vital points. The judge raises his voice, announcing the start of the highly anticipated semifinal. Jirika and Kalli step into the center of the ring, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Jirika, brimming with arrogance, mocks Kalli, erupting into loud, mocking laughter. He doubles over, reveling in his own amusement, while Kalli remains stoic, silently observing his opponent's antics. In a flash, Jirika lunges at Kalli's head with lightning speed, but Kalli deftly dodges, narrowly avoiding the strike. In his eagerness, Jirika breaks the rules, launching the fight before the referee has a chance to give the command. Jirika recognizes the enemy's speed as the referee issues a warning for his violation, threatening disqualification if it occurs again. Dismissing the judge's words, Jirika remains confident, believing that as long as the audience is unaware, he can get away with it. Meanwhile, our protagonist readies himself for battle, convinced that an aggressive boxer like Jirika will strike first. Jurika lunges forward, but Kalli swiftly dodges, slipping beneath his arm. With precision, he delivers a sharp punch to Jurika's stomach, followed by a devastating blow to his face. Blood spills from Jurika's mouth as he doubles over in agony, collapsing onto the ring floor. Kalli stands tall over his fallen opponent, having unleashed his most powerful strike yet. The crowd erupts in a frenzy of cheers and screams. Some cheer for Kalli, praising his skills as a true boxer, while others scold Jurika for losing to someone who appears so unimpressive. The judge leans over Jurika, who lies motionless, and asks if he is still conscious. To everyone's astonishment, Jurika suddenly opens his eyes and insists that he merely felt a moment of discomfort, but is now ready to fight again. Kalli stands in disbelief, convinced that his blow should have kept Jurika down for good. He assumes a fighting stance, warning Jurika to improve his dodging skills, because after the next blow, he might not be able to get back up. Jurika scoffs, taunting that the punch he narrowly avoided felt like nothing more than a tickle. The two fighters begin to circle the ring, tension thick in the air. Kalli observes that Jurika's fighting style remains unchanged. He moves in the same predictable manner. A realization dawns on Kalli. If he lands another strike to Jurika's stomach, the shock alone could send him crashing down. Kalli had never intended to take a life with his fists, but now he knew he had to proceed with caution. He deliberately exposed himself, tempting Jurika into believing he had found an opening. As Jurika raised his fist to strike, Kalli swiftly blocked the attack. The force of the blow was staggering, and Kalli barely managed to dodge in time, feeling the rush of air as it passed by him. He slips under Jurika's arm once more, but before he can deliver a blow to his stomach, he's forced to leap back to create some distance. Just then, Kalli narrowly avoids another powerful strike and retaliates by driving his fist into Jurika's midsection. He feels Jurika's ribs crack under the impact, but instead of crying out in pain, Jurika laughs. Remarkably, he seems unfazed by the injury as he approaches Kalli. This time, Kalli is caught off guard, and Jurika's punch lands squarely on his face. Despite believing Jurika must have broken ribs, Kalli realizes that his opponent remains a formidable threat. Jurika strikes again, taunting him to just give up and die. Kalli sets up a block with his hands, but Jurika shatters it with a flurry of blows. Enraged, he bellows that he is invincible. As he senses an opening in his opponent's defense, he swiftly delivers a counterpunch to Kalli's stomach. In a desperate move, Jurika spits blood into Kalli's eyes, leaving him momentarily blinded. He can't see the enemy's fist hurtling toward his face. Neither a block nor a dodge will save him from Kalli's wrath. All he can do is tilt his head slightly. The impact sends him flying to the far end of the ring. Jurika stands triumphant, basking in the cheers of the spectators who urge him to finish off his opponent once and for all. Meanwhile, Salavan and Azalea sit in tense silence, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Salavan fights to lift his spirits, but the weight of the moment feels almost unbearable. Meanwhile, our protagonist lies motionless in the ring, his mind racing as he replays the fight in vivid detail. He watches his opponent wind up for a punch aimed squarely at his chin, a move all too familiar from their last encounter. Just in time, Kalli ducks his head, narrowly avoiding the blow. In the ring, Jurika is in a frenzy, shouting about his so-called immortal body, claiming he's superior to those with broken forms. Meanwhile, our protagonist struggles to his feet, wiping the blood from his eyes. With a determined glare, he counters, "Your body is already shattered in multiple places. You don't possess any immortal body." Kalli chimes in, his voice steady and resolute. "I'll prove it when I finish you off." Our hero discards all his carefully laid plans for this fight. He stands resolutely before his opponent, fists clenched tightly. Leaning slightly on one leg, he resolves to strike Jurika with all his strength, determined to prevent any cramping. With a fierce determination, he raises his fist, while his opponent remains confident that no tactic can possibly succeed against him. Kalli delivers a swift blow and seizes his opponent's hand, a move that clearly violates the rules. In doing so, he effectively prevents any chance of a counterattack. Jurika is momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. This little brat has him by the hand, executing the maneuver so quickly that the spectators barely catch on. Seizing the moment, Kalli strikes again, but his opponent manages to dodge just in time. Kalli's leg screams in agony, but her opponent remains oblivious, pressing even harder against her. A brutal strike twists her features as he unleashes his technique. Jurika lands a devastating blow to her stomach, forcing blood to spill from Kalli's mouth once again. With a swift leap, he retreats to a safe distance, her gaze locked onto him, unwavering. Jerica grins, blood staining his mouth. He has pinpointed the boxer's weakness, his leg. This is the moment he needs to seize. Clenching his fist amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, he strides toward his opponent, laughter echoing from his lips. Meanwhile, the boxer braces himself for the impending attack. His expression remains unreadable, but the pain in his leg is becoming unbearable. Still chuckling, Jerica approaches our protagonist. He doesn't adopt a fighting stance or attempt to block. The judge notices something unusual about the boxer's demeanor. With a swift motion, our protagonist pushes Jerica in the chest with his palm, and he collapses onto the ring without resistance, a bloody smile etched across his face. The scene then transitions back to 7 years earlier. In the vast expanse of the western desert, 15-year-old Jerica toils away in a dusty quarry. Suddenly, a massive stone tumbles down, striking him with a bone-jarring force. 3 days later, he awakens, feeling as though he has been touched by divine grace. He discovers newfound strength coursing through his veins, and for the first time, his body is free from pain. Fueled by this miraculous transformation, he confronts the overseers with a fierce determination, overpowering them with ease. With a newfound sense of purpose, Jerica leaves the harsh confines of the western desert behind and sets his sights on the city of Quran. Now, he stands as the strongest, invincible chosen one of the gods. As he lies in the ring, the judge checks his pulse. After a tense few seconds, he announces that Jerica can no longer continue the fight. The winner is Kalli. Despite our protagonist's insistence on the correct pronunciation of his name, everyone still calls him Kalli. Exhausted from constantly correcting everyone, he simply raises his hand in surrender. This fight has taken a toll on him. The stands erupt in cheers as the crowd chants the name of the winner. Meanwhile, Azalea struggles to hold back her tears, insisting to everyone that she is happy. Salavan, ever tactful, pretends not to notice her distress. Spearin observes the battle from a distance, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, he recalls where he heard the name Kalli. This is the infamous ogre killer, leaving him momentarily stunned. The next day, at his encampment, he hears shouts echoing through the air. Kalli, resting after a fierce battle, glances up, puzzled by the commotion. A crowd of eager onlookers has gathered to pay tribute to the legendary ogre killer. People admire the boxer, but Kalli wishes to remain unnoticed. Now his identity is known to all. Meanwhile, in the shadowy back alleys of Quran, Voltan, a seasoned pugilist, is skeptical about the rumors claiming that the seemingly frail man is the ogre's killer. His comrades insist that Voltan himself witnessed the man defeat Jerica. Voltan is a force to be reckoned with, but even he knows he can't stand against G, the one who defeated Jerica. In a fit of rage, Voltan pulls out a knife, pressing it dangerously close, but then immediately backtracks, offering a flurry of apologies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he orders his companion to gather a couple of skilled allies. If he wants to secure victory, he'll need to devise the perfect plan. For instance, consider the drastic measure of amputating a scoundrel's leg. I suggest the same to Kalli, the doctor to whom Salavan brings him. Both the bandit and the doctor share a grim understanding. Kalli is clearly unsettled by this treatment method. The doctor explains that healing the knee is impossible. The shattered bones are piercing through the flesh. "Just cut it off," the good doctor muttered, brandishing a cleaver. "I promise it will only hurt a little, and not for long." Salavan and Kalli erupted into furious roars, their anger palpable. Tomorrow, Kalli had a boxing match, and he wasn't about to let anything jeopardize that. The doctor raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that his patient was a boxer. "You beat people up, but ignore medicine," he quipped, shaking his head in disbelief. With a sigh, he took hold of the injured leg, carefully splinting it. Yet, despite his efforts, the thought of amputation lingered in his mind. He also provides a powerful medicine that will numb Kalli's pain and sustain him throughout the fight. As they prepare to leave, the doctor calls out to Salavan. "I suggested amputating the man's leg for a reason," he explains. "I'm a skilled surgeon, and I've healed many, but your friend seems convinced that no one can save his leg." Salavan inquires if the doctor is familiar with the imperial god. The doctor admits he has heard of him many times and even knows his name, though it currently escapes him. With a smirk, Salavan teases, questioning whether the doctor is suffering from dementia. "Kalli tua," he adds playfully. The following day, just before the tournament final, our protagonist sits in anticipation of the fight. Thankfully, his leg feels significantly better. The guards remain relaxed, as only one person occupies the waiting room, eliminating the need to prevent any pre-fight scuffles between the boxers. Meanwhile, Salavan and his wolf cub, Rovo, arrive to visit. The puppy has developed a strong bond with Kalli, and after such a long separation, Salam can't help but wonder if Rovo is truly a wolf after all. Their meeting is abruptly interrupted by a throng of fans eager to catch a glimpse of the ogre killer. They plead with Kalli for the chance to shake his hand, their admiration palpable as they yearn for just one brief connection before the impending battle. Rovo, keenly attuned to the conversation, listens intently. Suddenly, he bares his teeth and lets out a low, menacing growl, sending a clear message to the crowd. Sullivan watches in disbelief as the adorable puppy transforms right before her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushes to Kalli, shoving him aside while screaming and extending her hand protectively. In the chaos, a knife wielded by one of the attackers grazes her hand, drawing blood. The faces of the assailants contort with frustration and rage. With fierce determination, Sullivan kicks the man in front of her squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the corner. But just as she begins to catch her breath, another attacker, knife in hand, lunges at both her and Kalli. Our hero barely has a moment to think. He instinctively shifts just enough to avoid the blade's deadly path. Rovo leaps into action, confronting the bandit with a fierce glare. The bandit, taken aback by Rovo's menacing presence, begins to flail the knife wildly. In the chaos, one of his strikes lands and Rovo lets out a yelp, leaping back in surprise. Rovo positions himself firmly between the bandits and his master, exuding an intimidating aura that suggests she could tear them apart. Faced with such ferocity, the bandits quickly retreat. Turning to Sullivan, Rovo's concern is palpable as she asks if she's seriously injured. She reassures him that her wounds are not life-threatening, but her mind is consumed by one pressing question: who orchestrated this attack? It's most likely Voltan. If that's the case, everything suddenly makes sense. She hadn't anticipated this and chastises herself for the oversight. Kalli and the girl turn their attention to Rovo, who lies on the floor. Concern washes over our protagonist, but Sullivan examines the wound and reassures them, stating it's merely a scratch. She urges Kalli to concentrate on the battle ahead. After all, she had wagered everything on him, her money, her retirement. Kalli understood this all too well and vowed to return victorious. He was prepared to face his opponent in the finals. Inside the ring, Voltan's eyes widened in disbelief as he laid eyes on our hero, alive and unharmed. His plan had failed, and this insufferable man was completely fine. Voltan feels a wave of unease wash over him. As the boxers step to the center of the ring and lock eyes, Kalli catches sight of Voltan's reaction to his presence. In that moment, he understands that everything that transpired was a result of Voltan's actions. Anger surges within him. Just then, the referee signals for the fight to begin, and the boxers assume their fighting stances, ready for the clash ahead. Meanwhile, Voltan sizes up his opponent. To his surprise, the man is shorter than he expected and noticeably limps on one leg. Seizing the moment, Voltan throws a swift left hook, catching Kalli off guard. His defenses falter, a detail that does not go unnoticed by Voltan. Voltan spots the weaknesses in his opponent and feels confident of victory. He launches a straight right punch aimed at Kalli's head, but Kalli swiftly blocks it, interrupting Voltan's attack by seizing his wrist. With a steely gaze, Kalli addresses him by name, his tone laced with foreboding. Meanwhile, Voltan remains resolute, uninterested in exchanging words. He leaps back and launches another straight right punch, but Kalli effortlessly blocks it once more. Each of Voltan's attempts to land a hit proves futile. Leaning casually against the stone wall, Kalli watches as Voltan's composure slips away, replaced by agitation. Frustration fuels Voltan's strikes, turning them wild and erratic. He channels all his strength into a single blow, aiming for his opponent. In a flash, our hero immobilizes Voltan's hand with a swift strike, then delivers a powerful punch straight into Voltan's gaping mouth, catching him completely off guard. Kalli then unclenches his fist, leaving Voltan frozen in pain. With a fierce determination, Kalli yanks out all of Voltan's teeth, sending them flying into the ring. Voltan shields his face with his hands, staggering to the corner of the ring. Kalli leans in, taunting him with a chilling promise: Voltan will never eat meat again. As Kalli unclenches his fist, he brutally rips out all of Voltan's teeth. Blood streams from Voltan's mouth as despair washes over him, and he desperately tries to surrender. Fueled by fury, Kalli ignores Voltan's desperate pleas and continues his relentless assault. Voltan struggles to defend himself, but his injured hand betrays him. Blow after blow, Kalli's powerful fists rain down with unyielding force. Finally, with one last mighty punch, he sends Voltan flying out of the ring. For a brief moment, the crowd falls silent, their eyes wide with shock as they take in the scene before them. But soon, horror spreads across their faces as they witness the brutal match. Boltan lies motionless on the ground, and as the judge sees that he cannot continue, he raises his hand and declares our boy the winner. Standing tall in the ring, he basks in his victory. However, a sharp pain suddenly shoots through his injured leg, and frustration wells up inside him. The timing couldn't be worse. Despite his triumph, the pain serves as a stark reminder of his limits. The following day, at the closing ceremony, everyone gathers to congratulate Kalli on his victory. The mayor warmly invites him to visit Corin whenever he has the chance, promising a heartfelt welcome. In his absence, Azalea accepts a prize on Kalli's behalf, a heavy bag filled with money, a tangible symbol of his hard-earned success. The soldiers express their heartfelt gratitude, thanking him for not letting them down and for helping them achieve wealth through his success. They insist that he deserved to be treated with the utmost respect. Kalli chuckles as a guard reminisces about the time he was knocked down by Jerica, recalling how he briefly considered returning to his old life as a professional woodcutter. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the captain of the guard entered, his imposing presence instantly capturing the curious gazes of Kalli and Sullivan. Azalea stepped forward, greeting him with a polite nod. "I'd been expecting you for some time," she said, his tone measured. She then confessed, "I must admit, I initially doubted Kalli's chances of winning the match." The captain casts a skeptical glance at Kalli, wondering if he truly is a pugilist, but Azalea skillfully sidesteps the topic, placing a bag filled with 10,000 gild on the table. The captain's gaze shifts downward, sensing that there's more to this offer than meets the eye. He questions his own directness, realizing that simply accepting the money might not be the profitable deal he initially thought. He reflects on how he had bet on Jerica, believing him to be the strongest, completely unaware that Kalli, known as the Ogre Slayer, was in the running. Had he known, he would have placed his bets differently. Kalli listens, finding the conversation absurd. Without hesitation, Azalea raises a finger, signaling Sullivan to bring another bag. Before him lay 2 bags, containing a total of 20,000 gild. The captain stared at the wealth in disbelief. In a flashback, Azalea's determination and fearlessness shone through as she boldly wagered all the merchant's money on Kalli's victory. Beside her, the Lady Knight hesitated, a flicker of concern in her eyes, as she questioned whether Azalea feared that Kalli might lose due to his injured leg. Azalea boldly interrupts, declaring that Kalli will never lose. She reminisces about how he has always triumphed, even when his body bore the scars of battle. Sullivan watches in awe, though Azalea's confidence leaves him feeling slightly uneasy. In the present, she turns to the captain, a smirk dancing on his lips, and asks if this offer still fails to satisfy him. As Azalea inquires whether the money is sufficient, the captain guard hesitates before admitting that it is indeed a substantial sum. He picks up a few coins from the bag and declares that it will suffice. Azalea is taken aback by his response. Just then, a loud knock reverberates through the door. Another person requests entry, and a familiar voice calls out to Kalli. It is none other than Spyren. Our protagonist is taken aback by his sudden appearance and inquires about his well-being. Turning to the captain guard, Spyren declares that he will no longer tolerate his schemes. As the chief guard of Quran, he is expected to support only Spyron, yet he can't help but worry about the consequences if his uncle learns of this situation. The captain guard's demeanor shifts, growing increasingly anxious. As Sullivan observes the interaction, he quickly deduces that Spyron hails from noble lineage. With a smirk, Spyron remarks that Sullivan is far too polished to be a boxer. He expresses his curiosity about how a fighter with an injured leg, who has been inactive for so long, is suddenly back in the ring. Then, with a hint of pride, he reveals his true identity, Lorvan Karina, the nephew of the head of Quran. The knights are taken aback by this revelation, realizing that Lorvan hails from the prestigious Karina family, one of Quran's founding families. Sensing trouble, the captain of the guard decides to make his exit. Before leaving, he mentions his plans to place a bet on Kalli next time. However, Kalli, still irritated, shows no interest in his words. Lorvan listens intently as the situation with Count Joseph unfolds before him. Grasping the challenges Adjust is facing, he resolves to offer his support. However, he cautions Azalea that the Joseph family may retaliate by increasing the prices of their goods. Despite this warning, he opts not to meddle directly in their business affairs. Azalea, filled with gratitude, expresses her heartfelt appreciation for his help. With Corin's support, Kalli realizes that Count Joseph will no longer be able to harm Adjust. Standing outside the room, she hears Lorvan calling for him. Intrigued, he steps inside and asks what's on his mind. Lorvan assures him he can speak freely, acknowledging Kalli's strength and worth. He admits to having watched all of Kalli's matches, recognizing him as a true boxer. With a hint of amusement, Kalli reassures Lorvin that he has no intention of harming him. In response, Lorvin reveals that he attempted to buy Kalli from Azealia, but she refused. Kalli, taken aback, questions his motives. Lorvin clarifies that he doesn't view Kalli as a mere commodity. Instead, he believes Kalli's talents are being squandered in servitude. His true desire is to set him free. Kalli responds with calm conviction, expressing his contentment with his status as a slave. He acknowledges the risks that come with it, but to him, life only holds meaning through the thrill of battle. Lorvin is taken aback, grappling with the idea that Kalli values combat more than freedom. In a moment of clarity, Kalli explains that, for him, it is far better to die fighting than to live a life marked by failure. Lorvin observes in silence, recognizing the depth of his resolve. This time, Kalli's guards are doubled, bolstered by Corrin's support. Azealia understands that entering Imperial territory offers them numerous advantages. A worker announces that they are nearing the Empire's capital city. She continues to watch the road ahead, anticipation building as they draw closer to their destination. The weather is delightful as they finally arrive in the grand city of Macedon. Sullivan takes in the surroundings, noting that the roads are paved like those of an ancient civilization. Suddenly, Imperial troops emerge, and the gates swing open to welcome them. The Lady Knight gazes in awe at their presence. Kalli, noticing her expression, inquires if she has encountered them before. She nods and begins to share her story. Before Azealia hired her, she had a harrowing encounter with bandits. At that moment, the Imperial troops were returning from a campaign, and she was fortunate enough to cross paths with the prince, who ultimately saved her life. Kalli is taken aback by the prince's involvement. The troops cleared the way, allowing them to continue on their journey. Azealia hands a letter to a soldier, instructing him to deliver it to Iskandar, the third prince. Turning to Kalli, she asks him to meet her in her room once they arrive at their destination. Upon reaching their location, Kalli makes his way to her room, where Azealia and her knights are waiting. With a graceful wave of her hand, she dismisses the knights, leaving only Kalli behind. Concerned for her well-being, he suggests she take a moment to rest, but she firmly declines. Instead, she reveals that Prince Iskandar will be arriving shortly. It dawns on Kalli that Iskandar is the very prince she had mentioned earlier. Azealia then reminds him of their purpose for coming this far, his leg treatment. She instructs him to obey the prince's orders without hesitation. Finally, with a serious tone, she warns him that if anything were to happen to her, he must remain still and silent, no matter the circumstances. Kalli is unsettled by Azealia's words, his mind racing with thoughts of the cost of his treatment. Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly asks her about it, fully aware that the prince's assistance likely comes with strings attached. Yet, Azealia remains silent, merely informing him that Prince Iskandar has already arrived. When Kalli requests her to wait, she perceives his behavior as disrespectful. She feels it's pointless to have come all this way for his treatment if he's going to behave like this. Frustrated, she reminds him that his sole purpose is to fight and survive, urging him to concentrate on that. With no further words, she turns and leaves the room, leaving Kalli taken aback by her reaction. Moments later, Prince Iskandar strides in, and Azealia greets him with a warm smile. The prince beams at her, his joy evident as he expresses how delighted he is to see her again. He reveals that he rushed over the moment he heard of her arrival, assuring her that he has never left his thoughts, despite the time that has passed since their last meeting. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes the prince closely, noting that he resembles a pugilist more than an aristocrat. Noticing Kalli's uneasy expression, the prince teasingly asks if he needs to use the toilet, finding him both anxious and a bit foolish. Azealia then steps in to introduce Kalli, prompting the prince to recognize him as the legendary ogre slayer and a skilled boxer. With a grin, he turns to his soldiers and declares his intention to host a grand welcome party for his esteemed guests at the palace. He declares that he can't allow Azealia, whom he affectionately calls his future woman, to remain in such a filthy place. Our protagonist is utterly horrified by the prince's words, his mind racing with confusion over what future woman truly means. As they journey to the palace in a lavish carriage, the Lady Knight finally unveils the truth to Kalli. She explains that this arrangement is part of the deal she struck with the prince in exchange for his treatment. Azealia shares with everyone that during her first encounter with the prince, he was utterly captivated and fell for her at first sight. The mercenary, intrigued, asks if this means the esteemed lady will now become the prince's lover. Sullivan, ever the skeptic, questions whether she has confided in anyone about this before. Azealia sheepishly admits that she has kept it a secret, explaining that had she revealed it earlier, they would never have supported her treatment. Kalli is consumed by self-blame, convinced that everything unfolding around him is a consequence of his injured leg. He silently berates his own weakness for bringing this situation upon them. Just then, one of the prince's soldiers approaches, inquiring if he's ready to meet the ladies from the barony. Kalli brushes off the question, muttering that he'll think about it later. At this moment, the prince's attention is wholly captivated by Azealia, the woman he fell in love with at first sight. He admires her beauty and talent, yet he can't shake his growing disdain for the boxer. Despite his irritation, the prince knows he must honor his promise to the lady. He commands his men to summon the renowned god doctor, only to discover that the doctor is currently in the western workshop with the first prince. The welcome party at the palace soon commences, featuring a lavish dinner for all the guests. Kalli, now dressed impeccably, presents an impressive figure. Sullivan, satisfied, announces that his treatment is complete and he has reclaimed his status as a warrior. However, Kalli's mood shifts as he spots Azealia seated with the prince. A storm of fury brews within him as he watches them together. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Kalli resolves to leave. However, the lady mercenary halts him, urging him to remain calm. She reminds him that the decision ultimately lies with the lady and subtly suggests that his opportunity to be with her has slipped away. Kalli finds her words unsettling and asks if she speaks from personal experience. With a knowing look, she reveals that she has been watching the situation unfold for the past 2 months. Kalli counters that circumstances have evolved and the current state is flourishing. Meanwhile, the prince, reveling in the festivities, suddenly remembers Azealia's words about Kalli being a skilled pugilist. While she has lauded him as a renowned boxer, she also mentioned his injury. Intrigued and entertained, the prince beckons Kalli forward, eager to see him bring some excitement to the celebration. Confused, Kalli asks what he means, prompting the prince to propose a demonstration of his bare-handed fighting skills. Azealia quickly interjects, reminding the prince that Kalli is injured and not fit for combat. Undeterred, the prince insists that since Kalli's hands are unharmed, he will simply order the participants to refrain from using their legs. Azealia's anxiety mounts, while a profound sadness envelops Kalli. To the prince, this is merely a spectacle for his guests. He even threatens his soldier, declaring that a loss to Kalli would mean dismissal. Then, with a commanding tone, he turns to Kalli and orders him to demonstrate his skills. Despite his anger and frustration, Kalli understands that the only way to protect Azealia is to fight and win. He stands resolute, his stance firm and unwavering. His opponent sizes him up, noting how young and disciplined he looks. A flicker of confidence ignites in the opponent's eyes as he taunts, "If you collapse, this match will be over." The tension in the air thickens as both fighters brace themselves for the clash ahead. Our hero clenches his powerful fists, determination igniting in his gaze. His opponent, confident in his strategy, hopes to provoke him into making a reckless move. Suddenly, the prince, observing from his seat, hurls his wine glass to the floor, signaling the start of the fight. The opponent unleashes a powerful punch, but our hero deftly sidesteps it. In a swift counter, he retaliates, prompting his opponent to raise his arms in defense. Seizing the moment, Kalli delivers a devastating blow to his chest, the impact resonating with crushing force. Pain radiates through the opponent's ribs as he stumbles and collapses to the ground, unable to continue. The crowd falls silent for a heartbeat before murmurs ripple through the audience. Our hero stands victorious, yet his expression remains stoic. He isn't here to celebrate, he's only focused on proving his strength. The prince watches intently, anticipating a display of triumph, but soon realizes that Kalli's power is far from ordinary. It dawns on him why the boy is known as the Ogre Slayer. A contemplative look crosses his face as he announces the conclusion of the entertainment, thanking everyone for their participation. Rising from his seat, he places a reassuring hand on Azealia's shoulder and walks away with her by his side. As night envelops the palace, an eerie silence blankets the halls. Suddenly, Prince Iskandar stumbles into view outside Azealia's room, his steps unsteady and his eyes clouded by drink. Frustration etches itself onto his face as he notices Azealia's evident disinterest in him. He knocks on her door and waits, his heart racing as she opens it, her eyes filled with caution. She quickly notices his state, clearly intoxicated. Though a torrent of thoughts swirls in her mind, her concern for Kalli's treatment looms larger. She can't let anything jeopardize Kalli's care before she leaves the palace. The prince proposes they share a drink, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Azealia nods in agreement. As they sit together, she broaches the subject of the god doctor. Prince Iskandar speaks highly of him, calling him an extraordinary man in every respect. He shares that the doctor is not only his father's trusted friend, but also the guardian of the first prince. Azealia nods in agreement, recognizing his greatness. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she asks if the doctor's expertise will make Kalli's treatment more manageable. At this, the prince's expression darkens. Annoyance seeps into his voice as he questions whether she genuinely cares about her slave. Azalea meets his gaze with calm resolve, explaining that her concern for him stems from significant reasons. Yet her words only intensify the prince's frustration. In a sudden burst of anger, he slams his fist against the wall, the impact echoing in the tense silence. The prince slams his fist against the wall, making the entire room tremble. A heavy silence envelops them before he takes a deep breath, regaining his composure. "I'm sorry for losing control," he says, his voice softening. He turns to Azalea, reassuring her that she has nothing to fear from him. With a confident smile, he adds, "From this moment on, you will think of me and no one else for the rest of your life." Azalea stands frozen, her mind racing at his words. The notion of being bound to the prince unsettles her deeply. Desperation begins to creep in as she considers calling for Kalli's help. As the prince steps closer, his presence overwhelming, she suddenly shouts, "Kalli!" Moments later, Kalli bursts into the room, her expression fierce and ready for action. Without a moment's hesitation, he seizes a nearby chair and hurls it toward the prince, compelling him to step back. Kalli's voice rings out, firm and unwavering, as he warns the prince to keep his distance from Azalea. In a flashback, we see Kalli's irritation with the third prince, who carelessly spits in front of Azalea's room. Initially, Kalli tries to brush it off, turning away in an attempt to ignore the provocation. Suddenly, he hears Azalea calling for him. Without hesitation, he rushes into her room, only to be met with a sight that ignites his fury. Kalli's rage flares as he confronts the prince. In a swift motion, he swings a chair at him, and they both tumble to the ground. The prince, taken aback by Kalli's unexpected assault, glares at him, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Ignoring him, Kalli grabs a broken chair leg and strikes the prince with it. Their eyes lock, both consumed by fury. Kalli's voice cuts through the tension as he demands to know how the prince dares to threaten a lady. The prince, however, merely scoffs, dismissing Kalli's words as meaningless. His gaze drifts to Azalea, who sits silently, observing the confrontation unfold without uttering a word. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince seizes a broken piece of the chair. He no longer cares about appearances. He is prepared to fight. Assessing Kalli's stance, he targets his thighs and strikes with all his might. Before he can react further, our hero delivers a powerful blow to the prince's head, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, despite the impact, the prince remains on his feet. With a fierce push, he sends our boy crashing into the wall. As he hits the ground, Kalli realizes that the prince's strength far exceeds what he had anticipated. The prince smirks, his voice brimming with newfound understanding. He asserts that Kalli's actions have unveiled everything he needs to know. With unwavering confidence, he declares that from this moment on, Azalea belongs to him. Determined to end the fight, our hero zeroes in on his next move, his gaze fixed firmly on the prince's jaw, his intended target. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges forward, delivering a devastating punch directly to the prince's face. The impact reverberates through the air. Yet, instead of collapsing, the prince seizes Kalli's hands, gripping them tightly and refusing to let go. Both men stand their ground, their resolve unyielding, prepared to see this fight through to the bitter end. The prince demands that Kalli adhere to his rules, suddenly locking him in a vice-like grip. The pressure is so intense that Kalli struggles to escape, pain radiating through every joint in his left arm. He feels the strain escalating, a chilling realization dawning on him. If this hold persists, his arm could very well snap. Just as desperation begins to take hold, the prince suddenly releases his grip, staggering back in pain. Blood trickles down his forehead as Azalea strikes him with a lamp, her expression tense and resolute. Before they can react further, the sound of armored footsteps echoes through the hall. The knights rush in, their eyes darting across the scene before surrounding Kalli. The prince, his face twisted with rage and humiliation, clutches his bleeding head. Soldiers surround him, demanding that Kalli surrender. In the grand hall, Prince Iskandar and Azalea stand before the first prince, Philippos, with a stern expression. Philippos inquires how everything unfolded. Iskandar, sensing that his brother has arrived at the worst possible moment, hesitates, grappling with the weight of the situation. Philippos demands to hear the full story, warning Iskandar that if he doesn't speak the truth, he will turn to Azalea and punish him just as he did in their childhood. Reluctantly, Iskandar confesses everything, how he struck a deal with Azalea to treat Kalli in exchange for her companionship. Azalea is taken aback by his unexpected honesty. She had anticipated deception, yet he lays bare the entire situation without a moment's hesitation. Despite her worries about Kalli's actions, she clings to the hope that he can escape the death penalty. Meanwhile, Philippos, enraged by his brother's behavior, resolves to teach him a lesson. Grabbing a stick, he begins to strike Kalli, dismissing Iskandar's desperate pleas for him to stop. With each blow, he scolds his brother fiercely, reminding him that a prince must never act so recklessly. He questions how Iskandar could possibly enter a woman's room at night, especially in such a drunken state, noting that any woman would naturally be terrified. Iskandar endures the reprimand in silence as his brother continues to scold him. Once Philippos concludes his tirade, he declares that a trial will be held on behalf of the emperor. He commands that Kalli be brought before him. As Kalli stands before the prince, Philippos scrutinizes him intently and inquires if he is a pugilist. Kalli nods in affirmation. Philippos observes that Kalli is taller than he anticipated. Iskandar, still reeling from the scolding, attempts to downplay the situation by labeling himself incompetent and insisting that Kalli had easily defeated him. However, Philippos silences him with a piercing glare. Turning to Iskandar, he demands to know how he could dare to exploit the services of the god doctor by making such an inappropriate request of Azalea. Philippos continues to chastise his brother, declaring that his actions are utterly shameful. Sneaking into a woman's room in the dead of night is nothing short of disgraceful. Meanwhile, Azalea, having journeyed from her kingdom, finds herself in a precarious situation. Though he has entered into a covenant with the third prince, he has yet to fully embrace it in her heart. As Philippos raises his hand toward her, Kalli's anger flares, and he clenches his fists in frustration. In that moment, Azalea realizes the gravity of the circumstances and acknowledges that, ultimately, it is all her fault. Philippos turns to our protagonist, his expression stern. He reminds him that attacking the third prince is a serious offense. With a hint of curiosity, Prince Philippos wonders just how much courage Kalli must have to confront his brother, especially given his injured leg. He acknowledges that while Kalli's actions may have been impulsive, the third prince has every right to assert himself as Azalea's future husband. The prince underscores that the situation ultimately revolves around the lady and the third prince. Turning to Kalli, he urges him to grasp that if he truly sees himself as a warrior, he must uphold his responsibilities to the very end. He then inquires about Kalli's final wish. With unwavering resolve, Kalli replies that he has no regrets. His duty to protect the lady is all that matters to him. To everyone's astonishment, Philippos unsheathes his sword and slices through the ropes binding Kalli. He praises the boxer's courage and loyalty, commending him for his brave actions. With a stern yet approving gaze, he instructs the young man to always protect the lady, recognizing his value as her guardian. Prince Philippos then declares, in accordance with royal law, that a match will take place and the loser must accept their defeat. Both Kalli and Prince Iskandar are resolute in their desire to claim Azalea, prompting the prince to arrange a match between them. The fight is scheduled for 1 week from now. Afterward, the mercenary cautions Kalli about Prince Philippos, notorious for his ruthless demeanor. To his surprise, Kalli accepts the challenge, equally astonished that the third prince has not shied away from it. The knight admits she felt a sense of unease that night and discreetly sent a few people to check on Azalea's room. With a playful smirk, she tells Kalli that if she were in his position, she would have knocked the prince down and made his escape. Just then, a group of soldiers bursts onto the scene, asking if Kalli is the one who defeated Prince Iskandar. They commend his bravery and urge him to challenge the prince once more. Our protagonist finds the situation peculiar, as the guards call out the third prince's name with such casualness. The soldiers then instruct Kalli to follow them. When he inquires about the reason, they inform him that they are taking him to meet the legendary god doctor. A surge of excitement fills him as he realizes they are finally progressing toward the true purpose of their journey. Hope blossoms within him as he eagerly anticipates the long-awaited healing of his injured leg. The scene transitions to the sage's tower, a lofty structure that looms above the landscape. A guard knocks on the door, announcing the arrival of a boxer. The man seated at the table, intrigued, expresses his desire to meet the troublemaker Philippos has spoken of. The doctor glances at Kalli, inquiring if he's enjoying his time with Iskandar. As he examines Kalli's leg, it becomes evident that bone fragments are embedded deep within the muscles. The fracture is displaced, causing pressure on the muscles and nerves. Our protagonist winces in pain. The doctor expresses surprise at how the boxer has managed to endure for so long with such injuries. Even the act of walking is painful. Curious, the doctor inquires when the injury occurred, to which the boxer replies that it happened last fall. The doctor ponders for a long moment, his silence stretching into an uncomfortable pause. Kalli's heart races with worry, fearing that the doctor might not have the answers he desperately seeks. Finally, he musters the courage to ask if there is truly no hope for recovery. The doctor, breaking his silence, assures him with conviction that there is indeed hope. He expresses his surprise at how remarkably well the leg is holding up. He is now determined to find a way to temporarily improve Kalli's leg, especially with her upcoming fight against Iskandar just days away. The doctor, known to everyone as Sage, has made it clear that he prefers not to be called that. So, our protagonist opts to stick with John, the American doctor. Least of all, Kalli expected the doctor to be American. In shock, he tumbles from his chair, momentarily speechless, staring at the doctor in disbelief. Sensing the unusual tension in the air, John swiftly orders the guards to leave the room. Turning his back to John, he reveals that he has been searching for someone like him for a long time. But until now, he had no luck. Finally, their paths have crossed. It seems this is fate. Kalli then asks John if he too hails from Earth. John nods and responds, "Yes, my real name is John Bradley Clark. He arrived here 4 decades ago." Kalli engages in a lengthy conversation with John, a U.S. Army major who lost his life during the Korean War in 1950. As a military doctor, he performed critical surgical operations, earning the Emperor's trust. His expertise elevated him to a status akin to that of a deity. John's curiosity about events on Earth deepens, especially considering that 60 years have passed since his death. Kalli is taken aback, realizing that 40 years in this realm equates to 60 on Earth. John, however, remains uncertain. He feels the need to compare this phenomenon with other data. He elaborates, noting that there are documented cases of others who have experienced similar time discrepancies. One by one, they lose consciousness, and when they awaken, they find themselves in unfamiliar bodies. Many adapt and thrive in their new lives. Kalli had shared his regret about not pursuing boxing before his death, while John lamented his unfulfilled dreams in medicine. Perhaps they were drawn here by a melancholy that eclipsed their fear of death, but for now, the focus is on the leg. John picks up a scalpel, sending a jolt of shock through our protagonist as he realizes that surgery is about to begin. The doctor is preparing to remove a piece of bone lodged between the calf muscle. This is the only way to alleviate the excruciating pain. As the operation commences, the absence of anesthesia becomes painfully evident, and Kalli hisses in agony. The doctor grumbles about his age, lamenting that he can no longer wield a scalpel with the same speed and precision as before. As the operation draws to a close, he carefully stitches up the wound, and Kalli notices that the discomfort in his leg has faded. If the pain is this manageable, he believes he can handle the fight ahead. However, John interjects, cautioning that from a doctor's perspective, the fight should be banned altogether. However, he cannot give Philippos orders. Instead, he hands Kalli a healing ointment. Kalli catches it effortlessly and reassures John, saying there's no need to worry about the upcoming fight. The guard then turns to the sage, inquiring if he knows the boxer. John responds, "Yes, we are fellow countrymen." A few days later, our protagonist strolls through the castle when Philippos beckons him for a conversation. Aware that the castle walls have ears, Philippos discreetly calls for Kalli to accompany him. He inquires about the visit to the sage, and Kalli responds that the sage has treated his leg. With a hint of gratitude, Philippos remarks that he owes his very existence to the sage's remarkable skill. If not for the sage, both mother and child would have perished during childbirth. Despite their 30 years of communication, Philippos knows little about the sage, who possesses knowledge and inventions of mysterious origin. The sage explains that the emperor remains indifferent, but Philippos cannot simply ignore the situation. Recently, he learned that Kalli hails from the same place as the sage. With a deadpan expression, he points out that over the past 20 years, the sage has never left the empire, and yet Kalli is only 20 years old. Philippos demands to know the true identity of this mysterious figure, Kalli. Just days prior to this exchange, John had overheard Kalli asking why Prince Philippos didn't simply execute him on the spot, especially after striking the prince, a crime that typically warranted death. John believes that Prince Philippos has the potential to elevate local civilization to new heights. He is the ideal ruler that John has dedicated his life to training. However, there's a significant hurdle. Philippos aspires to establish a republic rather than embrace a one-man rule. If he were to ascend the throne, the empire could be plunged into chaos and bloodshed. After all, there's no assurance that a hero forged in battle will also make a great leader. Philippos recognizes the need for someone unwavering in their principles, and Kalli embodies that perfectly. Talented and unafraid to challenge authority, he possesses the qualities he values most. With this in mind, he feels assured that Philippos will not bring any harm to our boy. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolds between the prince and our boxer. Philippos senses that Kalli is hiding something, yet he opts not to press her for the truth. Kalli assures Philippos that if he ever learns anything, he will share it with the prince. Philippos suddenly bursts into laughter, appreciating the courage and bravery of his companion. With a grin, he hands Kalli a book meant to bolster his spirit, a collection of imperial fighting techniques. Iskander is a master in this field, he explains, encouraging Kalli to delve into its pages. Kalli is puzzled. Is Philippos actually hoping for his brother's defeat? The prince clarifies that Iskander is Bus's cherished younger brother, and he would be delighted if Iskander emerged victorious. However, if Kalli wins, the boxer will owe Philippos a debt. Either way, Philippos stands to gain. Later, in the solitude of his room, Kalli reflects on how cunning Philippos truly is, far more intimidating than John realizes. He attempts to read the book the prince gifted him, which details authentic fighting techniques tailored to various situations. Notably, it emphasizes numerous ground fighting methods. Had Iskander not been intoxicated, he would have surely faced defeat that night. This realization weighs heavily on him. Suddenly, he realizes that Kalli has a serious problem. She cannot read the local written language. The only words she recognizes are his name and a handful of common terms. While the letters resemble English, that offers little comfort. He turns to Sullivan for help, only to find that she too struggles to decipher the text intended for the upper classes. John is running out of time. The mercenary suggests that Kalli seek help from Azealia, though he admits he hasn't seen her in days. After some hesitation, he knocks on her door, reassuring himself that he's only here for the book. When Azealia finally opens the door, fear flashes across her face. She can't shake the feeling that Kalli has found herself in trouble once more. The first thing she asks is about his leg, and Kalli replies that it feels much better. Azelia's face lights up with joy, while Kalli can't help but blush shyly. He then asks her to read the book to him. Azealia is taken aback by how kindly Philippos treats Kalli, even providing him with such valuable guidance. Kalli requests that she read the important sections of the book, admitting that he struggles to grasp everything just from the pictures. Azealia felt a pang of worry, fearing that Kalli might blame her for everything that had transpired. But to her relief, Kalli held no such resentment. They began to sift through the text, comparing it with the accompanying illustrations. One section detailed how to initiate a fight when the opponents stand face to face, recommending a rather underhanded tactic, spitting in the enemy's eyes. Our protagonist, however, resolutely decided he would not resort to such a tactic against Iskander. Afterward, the book advises swiftly bringing the enemy down with a well-timed grab. It warns that if the opponent strikes with high speed, the consequences could be fatal. However, if he's distracted, he won't have time to react to the boxer's movements. Azealia reads the entire passage aloud, and our protagonist comes to a crucial realization. Everything outlined in the book must be put to the test in practice. Otherwise, it's just a collection of words with no real value. After some time, Azealia finishes reading and turns to our protagonist, questioning how he plans to win. After all, he's a boxer, and this fight isn't tailored for his skills. Kalli reassures her, promising that everything will be fine. As he prepares to leave, he bids her farewell. Azalia's heart sinks as she realizes that if Kalli loses, she will be forced to live with Iskander, and there will be nothing she can do to change her fate. She takes Kalli's hand, her eyes pleading with him not to leave. The sincerity in her voice is unmistakable. In a moment of shared desperation, they embrace tightly, kissing passionately. The following day, Sullivan approaches our protagonist with a mischievous grin. As she readies herself for an impending fight, she can't quite grasp what she finds so amusing. Yet, the mercenary's smile only grows wider, teasing its secrets yet to be unveiled. With a teasing smile, she remarks to Kalli about how he spent an eternity in the ladies' chambers yesterday. He blushes, bewildered by how Sullivan managed to uncover everything. As boxer Kalli steps into the ring, his comrade shouts words of encouragement for victory. Meanwhile, the Empire's troops assemble in the square, their swords clashing against their shields, producing a thunderous roar that echoes through the air. Prince Philippos sits regally upon the throne, listening as the soldiers chant the name of Prince Iskander, proclaiming him the descendant of Mars. Their fervent cries echo through the air, urging him to step into the ring. With confidence radiating from him, Iskander strides toward the battlefield, a smirk dancing on his lips. "What perfect weather for a good beating," he quips, savoring the thrill of impending victory. From the opposite side, Kalli emerges, making her way to the arena, resolute and ready to face her opponent. Philippos rises to his feet and declares the terms of the battle. The victor will claim everything, while the defeated will lose it all. Iskandar removes his shirt, realizing that this fight transcends Azealia. He's determined to settle the score with the one person who can resist him. Meanwhile, Kalli knows this isn't just a boxing match, it's wrestling. He's faced challenges before and emerged victorious, and he's ready to do it again. The soldiers form a circle marking the boundaries of the combat zone. He and Iskandar stand at the center of the arena. Without hesitation, our protagonist launches a swift punch to the prince's face, then quickly retreats to create distance. Iskandar observes that Kalli's leg has improved. He counters with a powerful right hook, but Kalli skillfully dodges just in time. Kalli expertly dodges a flurry of strikes from the prince, all while launching his own relentless counterattacks. The sheer force of Kalli's blows sends ripples through the air near Iskandar, who can't help but feel the weight of his misfortune in facing such a formidable opponent. In a moment of vulnerability, Iskandar inadvertently exposes himself, but Kalli hesitates. Doubt creeps in, and he finds himself torn between instinct and fear of defeat, especially after the connection he forged with Azealia the night before. Iskandar, momentarily pushing aside his emotions, strikes the frozen Kalli. He soars to the edge where the soldiers stand, even breaking through the fence in his haste. "Surrender," he shouts, insisting that he hasn't even landed a proper punch yet. However, as an experienced fighter, Iskandar can't help but notice how quickly Kalli managed to recover after being hit, a remarkable reaction for someone his age. Argi steps back into the ring, cursing himself for letting his thoughts drift to someone else during the fight. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward to attack. Iskandar meets him head-on, sprinting with determination. Kalli watches, his fists clenched tightly as Iskandar unleashes a devastating blow. Argi narrowly dodges, leaning heavily on his injured leg. Thanks to the doctor's treatment, the pain has lessened significantly, allowing him to move with more agility than before. He steps forward, delivering a devastating counterblow. Iskandar screams in agony, struggling to comprehend how a seemingly lame kid could strike with such force. Desperate, he lunges to grab Kalli, aiming to employ a wrestling technique. But Argi knows better. He can't fall for these tricks. If Iskandar manages to catch him, Kalli will be in serious trouble. Argi's fist connects with his opponent's body, followed swiftly by a powerful strike to Iskandar's jaw. Kalli, determined not to give the prince a moment's reprieve, unleashes a relentless flurry of punches. Meanwhile, Philippos, who has always dismissed boxing as an inadequate skill, watches in awe as Kalli holds his ground for an impressively long time. Yet, defeating Iskandar with mere punches alone will prove to be a formidable challenge. Philippos is certain that Iskandar will stop at nothing to secure victory, and he has no doubt about who will emerge triumphant. In this empire, all princes endure grueling training alongside seasoned warriors. A prince is not truly acknowledged unless he demonstrates physical strength. The emperor and the imperial family always take precedence, regarded by the warriors as loyal comrades in arms, standing shoulder to shoulder in battle. Prince Philippos reflects on Iskandar's innate warrior spirit. When faced with a formidable opponent, Iskandar doesn't shy away. Instead, he embraces the challenge, determined to overcome it. Now, he stands before an equal in Kalli. Argi observes intently, noting how Iskandar is patiently searching for the perfect moment to strike. With no options left, Kalli rises unsteadily to his feet, ready to face the impending clash. Iskandar notices that his enemy's legs are nearing their breaking point and seizes the moment to charge forward. Prince Philippos, however, recognizes the trap and can't help but lament his brother's foolishness. Undeterred, he charges at Kalli like a relentless bulldozer. Meanwhile, Kalli remains perfectly still, bracing for the impending attack. He knows that if he miscalculates his timing, it could cost him everything. Kalli meticulously calculates every moment before launching a powerful right hook aimed at Iskandar's head. The punch lands with precision, staggering Iskandar and sending blood spraying from his mouth. Yet, instead of collapsing, his eyes ignite with a fierce red glow. In a shocking display of resilience, he seizes Kalli and slams him to the ground. After such a devastating blow, Iskandar's ability to rise again defies all expectations. But it isn't Iskandar lying on the ground, it's Kalli. The prince raises his fist, poised to deliver the final blow. A relentless barrage of strikes rains down upon the fallen Kalli. Iskandar is able to unleash this fury thanks to his rigorous training. Unbeknownst to him, he employs a technique meant to incapacitate and immobilize his foes, ruthlessly dismantling them in the process. Argi desperately seeks a way to escape, but his efforts are in vain as Iskandar tightens his grip, locking his arm in a painful hold. Argi winces, feeling as though his arm might snap under the pressure. lying on the ground helpless. He catches sight of a fresh wound on Iskandar's shoulder, the very one Kalli had inflicted that fateful night. With a swift motion, Kalli bends over and strikes the prince right in the wound. Iskandar's face twists in agony as he growls, his hands unclenching just enough for Kalli to break free. Before Iskandar can regain his composure, Kalli delivers a powerful uppercut to his jaw. Iskandar leaps back while Kalli struggles to regain his footing. Argi winces as he feels the ligaments in his arm stretch, but he presses on. Iskandar, too, is in rough shape. Staggering, Kalli taunts him, asking how it feels to be on the receiving end for once. Iskandar can't help but acknowledge Kalli's surprising tenacity. Philippos observes the fight, noting the satisfaction etched on Iskandar's face. It's a rare sight to see a member of the imperial family fully engaged in battle. He can only hope that Kalli's skill matches his bravery. Just then, Azelia arrives to witness the clash. She takes a seat beside Philippos and offers a heartfelt apology for his tardiness. Upon seeing the battered Kalli, Azelia is unable to contain her emotions, overwhelmed by the sight before her. Philippos, noticing her reaction, unexpectedly offers to pay any price for Kalli's safe passage to him. Azelia is left speechless, stunned by his request. The prince insists that Kalli would be far better off in his care. Azelia replies with a touch of sarcasm, pointing out that the prince has a rather unique sense of humor. She firmly asserts that Kalli deserves far better than her, highlighting that their bond goes beyond the usual master-slave dynamic. The prince playfully mocks her, asking if they're planning to get married, then teasingly reminds her of the time she switched her allegiance to Iskandar's side. Azelia responds with unwavering determination, declaring that she will do whatever Kalli desires, be it freedom, hardship, or even marriage. She vows to repay him for everything he has done for her, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. Meanwhile, the prince privately acknowledges that his opponent is far stronger than he anticipated. With a steely resolve, he commits to surviving at all costs. With his injured hand, he knows he can only strike once. Meanwhile, Kalli's leg has also reached its limit, sending distress signals through his body. Yet, he remains resolute. Defeating Iskandar in this condition will be nothing short of spectacular. He is determined to conquer his foe here and stand triumphant, ready to reveal his true strength to everyone watching. Kalli charges forward, ready to strike. He can now proudly declare that his life in his own body is incomparable to the existence he endured in Park Gang's form. Kalli's life is infinitely more precious. He channels all his years of struggle and pent-up rage into this one decisive blow, fully aware that this is his moment to shine. Iskandar tries to execute another grappling move, but Kalli ducks beneath his outstretched arms, leaving Iskandar grasping at nothing but air. At that moment, our hero drives his knee into Iskandar's stomach. Iskandar staggers back, gasping in surprise, leaving himself open for Kalli's swift strike with his left hand. Despite being battered, Iskandar manages to stay on his feet, raising his fist, determined to finish the fight. But before he can strike, our hero lands a devastating blow with his injured right hand, connecting squarely with the prince's chin. Iskandar lowers his head just in time, successfully blocking the punch. With fierce determination, he counters by delivering a powerful headbutt to Kalli. The impact sends Kalli reeling, crashing to the ground. As he falls, Iskandar proclaims himself a descendant of the god of war and the most handsome man in the empire. With a triumphant shout, he unleashes a deafening roar, sending Kalli flying back even further. Kalli lies on the ground, dazed from the impact of the throw. As he regains his senses, he catches sight of Azelia, her eyes filled with sadness, as he silently pleads for him to secure her victory. With immense effort, he pushes himself up and makes his way back to the ring. Iskandar, equally worn and unsteady, manages to stay on his feet. With a mocking tone, he taunts Kalli, asking if he understands the reason behind his own resilience. Our protagonist quips that the prince's head seems better suited for a feast, given how many blows it has already endured. If there were any brains in there, he adds with a smirk, Iskandar would have suffered a concussion by now. Iskandar quickly retorts, asserting that his resilience comes from being a descendant of the god of war, shielded by his sacred radiance. With determination, he charges forward to attack, but Kalli remains unfazed, confident in his impending victory. Now, Azelia stands by his side, watching from the edge of the ring with hopeful anticipation. Kalli remembers the book's advice on how to initiate a fight by spitting in the opponent's face. It dawns on him that Iskandar will stop at nothing to secure victory, and his suspicions are quickly confirmed. The prince readies himself to spit at Kalli, but the latter is quick on his feet, dodging the projectile with ease. Seizing the moment, Kalli presses his hand against Iskandar's astonished face and delivers a devastating uppercut to the prince's chin. As Iskandar begins to topple, a scream escapes his lips. With a smug grin, Kalli quips that he can hear the voice of Lady Luck. Iskandar collapses to the ground, while Kalli stands triumphantly over him. In that moment, Philippos rises from his throne, proclaiming that everyone, himself included, along with the proud imperial soldiers, has witnessed this victory. Boxer Kalli has emerged victorious. Azalea, overwhelmed with joy, bursts into tears at the sound of those words. Unable to contain her tears of pride, the prince announces the victory in the name of the Empire and the God of War, declaring Kalli the champion. Meanwhile, our protagonist lies on the bed, injured and weary. The doctor examines him, noting the severity of his leg injury. He remarks on the remarkable resilience of both our hero and his opponent, highlighting how they stand apart from ordinary people. The doctor notes that while most people would require over a month to recover from such an injury, Kalli astonishingly woke up in just 3 days. Confused, our protagonist inquires about Iskandar. The doctor explains that Iskandar has faced numerous illnesses since infancy, which has only made him stronger over time. He adds, with a hint of amusement, that Iskandar is now devouring everything in sight without a hint of restraint. The doctor is taken aback by our protagonist's concern for Iskandar, especially given the severity of his own injury. With a hint of curiosity, he inquires about how long it will take for his leg to heal. The doctor notes that his muscles are remarkably strong and elastic, which could very well account for his rapid recovery in the past. The doctor urges him to reflect on his words before stepping out of the room. Kalli lets out a heavy sigh, leaning back against the bed, when suddenly the door bursts open. Iskandar storms in, his fury palpable. Grabbing Kalli by the collar, he demands an explanation, accusing him of poring over a technique textbook. Iskandar can't fathom how Kalli managed to defeat him without some sort of unfair advantage. Still bewildered, he explains that the book was given to him by the prince. Iskandar's fury intensifies at this revelation, and he vows that regardless of whether the prince is his brother, he will make him pay for this betrayal. Just then, the prince steps into the room, a smirk playing on his lips as he takes in Iskandar's rage. With a calm demeanor, he mocks Iskandar, questioning whether he truly intends to confront him. Iskandar confronts the prince, demanding to know why his ringer technique textbook was given away. The prince calmly replies that it would be unfair for anyone to face a ringer without a chance to prepare. He suggests that Iskandar should feel satisfied now that the fight is more balanced. Turning to our protagonist, the prince offers his congratulations, mentioning that he heard about his leg injury. He mentions that the treatment will take at least a year, which frustrates him. Determined to find alternative ways to heal faster, he begins to brainstorm. The prince acknowledges his resolve, but points out a significant obstacle: their status as foreigners. He explains that individuals like him and Azalea are not permitted to remain in the Empire for more than 3 months unless they hold diplomatic positions. Iskandar challenges the prince, pointing out that many foreign guests linger in the palace for extended periods. The prince, unfazed by his remark, turns his attention to our protagonist. He explains that there is a way for him to stay in the Empire for treatment. He must first become a free man. The suggestion takes our protagonist by surprise, leaving him to ponder the possibility of pursuing his freedom. The prince elaborates, explaining that skilled foreigners often secure significant positions that enable them to remain in the kingdom. He suggests that, given our hero's talents, he could become a martial arts instructor. However, as a slave, such an opportunity would remain out of reach. Our protagonist hesitates, contemplating whether Azalea, who has devoted so much effort to his recovery, would truly be willing to let him go. The prince taunts him, probing into his relationship with Azalea. With a sly grin, he hints that he could offer more than just freedom if only he would dare to ask, encouraging him to speak to her directly. The prince insists that pursuing freedom is the wisest choice. Fueled by determination, Kalli resolves to confront Azalea. Leaning on a walking aid, he sets off on his quest to find her. As he draws near, a few onlookers can't help but tease him, stepping aside with smirks. Azalea, sensing something amiss, inquires about his condition. He admits that he still can't move freely, but reassures her that he's managing. After a brief, awkward silence, she gently probes, asking if something is bothering him. He hesitates, searching for the right words, before revealing the prince's suggestion about gaining the freedom to remain in the Empire for treatment. Upon hearing this, Azalea is struck by a blend of confusion and sadness, yet she ultimately agrees to gather the necessary documents. Our protagonist assures her that once he is fully healed, he will return to confront the champions of both the kingdom and the empire. Amused by his unwavering determination, Azalea supports his decision, teasingly adding that he needn't bother returning, as the prince could offer him far more than she ever could. However, our protagonist makes it clear that it's not about the prince's offers. He emphasizes his desire to live life on his own terms, free from restrictions, and vows to return one day. A few days later, he finally gains his freedom, but to his surprise, he feels a sense of indifference about it. As he prepares to leave, Salaban bids him farewell, sharing her plans to open a store in Korea. She asks him to visit her someday, and they part on friendly terms. Azalea soon arrives, her concern for his well-being evident. He reassures her to stay safe, joking about her avoiding another kidnapping by bandits. With a playful smirk, Azalea responds that she'll be sure to call him if she ends up having children with any bandit leaders. Before they part ways, he entrusts Rovo to her care, explaining that he won't be able to look after him during his treatment. He instructs Rovo to keep a watchful eye on her, confident that the creature will comprehend his words. What he initially anticipated as a brief stay in the Empire stretches into 2 long years. By the time he departs, Philippos VII has ascended to the throne, and his own presence fades into the forgotten annals of the Empire's history. The former emperor of the empire relinquishes his throne after the northern conquest, his strength waning. The first prince, Philippos, ascends to the imperial seat, ruthlessly quelling any opposition, even from within his own bloodline. During his reign, 4 of the 7 princes meet their demise. The second prince, Oretus, incites rebellion within the royal family, fueled by his discontent with the empire. Ultimately, he falls victim to Kalli, acting on Philippos's orders. Rumors have spread that barbarians were behind his death. Now, 2 years later, our protagonist confronts Philippos, questioning whether he intends to use that as an excuse to hold him back. He reminds Philippos that their agreement was only for 1 year, but now it seems he's being stubborn. Philippos, with a hint of nostalgia, admits that he sometimes misses the innocent Kalli from 2 years ago. Our protagonist admits he's weary of being deceived. Philippos, filled with regret, wishes that Kalli could remain by his side, but our guy dismisses the sentiment, suggesting that Philippos should find a girl and settle down. Later, in Dr. John's office, John questions Kalli, wondering if he's just a martial arts instructor. He can't help but express skepticism about how our guy manages to carry out Philippos's mission with such precision. John reflects that it feels like just yesterday when he treated Kalli's leg. Kalli, with a hint of exasperation, replies that it was a dreadful experience and vows never to endure it again, prompting a sigh from John. He then mentions that Philippos is curious about John's abilities and true identity. However, John shakes his head, explaining that the moment for such revelations hasn't arrived yet. Kalli asks if he's correct in thinking that Philippos would be more thrilled than afraid to learn the truth, and John nods in agreement. Our protagonist's disciples belong to an elite unit serving directly under Philippos's shadow guard. Their loyalty to one another is forged through shared experiences of life and death. As he prepares to leave, he finds himself growing attached to them, making his departure all the more bittersweet. One of his disciples presents him with a sword, insisting he accept it as a gift and urging him to take care of himself. Surprised, Kalli interjects, noting that they know he doesn't wield swords and that this one appears far too extravagant. His disciple reveals that the cost for the 3 of them amounted to 3 months' salary, leaving him even more astonished. He vows that if he ever has a child, he will pass down the sword as a cherished family heirloom. As the time comes for him to depart, Philippos and John bid him farewell, while his disciples wish him a safe journey home. Kalli reflects on Iskandar, explaining that he can't say goodbye just yet, as Iskandar is still preoccupied with his conquests in the West. With that, he bids his final farewell and sets off on his journey. Soon, he arrives at the western frontier city of Arzan, known for its exquisite jewelry. Inspired, he decides that a beautiful gem would make the perfect gift for Azalea. Seeking guidance, he approaches an elderly man and inquires about the best gemstone shop in town. The old man responds that all the stores in Arzan offer top-quality gemstones, but Kalli insists he's searching for something truly extraordinary. The old man advises Kalli to visit the auction house, noting that most shops only handle lower-quality gemstones. Taking his advice, Kalli makes his way to the auction, but a guard blocks his path, insisting on an entry fee of at least 2,000 guilds. Without hesitation, Kalli produces a bag of guilds and asks if he can enter now. The guard, taken aback by the sudden display of wealth, steps aside and allows him in. As the crowd gathers, the host dramatically unveils a stunning ruby, expertly crafted by Mr. H. the Rust. Quartz confidently explains that the item is of the highest grade, its vivid red color a testament to its quality. The bidding kicks off at 5,000 guilds, and the numbers climb rapidly: 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, and finally 25,000 guilds. As the bids soar, only one bidder remains. The host, eager for more, calls for higher offers. To everyone's surprise, Kalli raises his hand and bids 30,000 guilds, catching the host off guard. Other bidders accuse him of bluffing, but then another contender steps forward, offering 33,000 guilds. The host reveals this bidder to be Count Borrel, the wealthiest noble in the kingdom. As the host announces Borrel's impressive bid, Kalli and Borrel lock eyes, a silent tension hanging in the air. Kalli raises the bid to 40,000 guilds, but Borrel swiftly counters with 45,000 guilds, mocking him and claiming the ruby is meant for his wife. Enraged, Kalli storms out, frustrated that the ruby would have made the perfect gift for Azalea. As he strides away, he catches sight of nobles lurking nearby, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he realizes trouble is on the horizon. The nobleman accuses Kalli of theft, prompting him to reveal his bag of guilds. With a group of imposing guards at his side, the nobleman intensifies the accusation, leaving Kalli to wonder if he's being followed. In a bold move, he taunts the nobleman, tossing down his bag and sword, daring them to make a move. The nobleman commands his men to teach Kalli a lesson. However, when one guard falls with a single punch, the others freeze in fear. Kalli, sensing their apprehension, apologetically explains that he struggles to control his strength and hopes they can understand. Kalli swiftly takes down all of the nobleman's guards, reappearing behind him in an instant. Startled, the nobleman stammers, asking if Kalli knows who he is. Without a moment's pause, Kalli delivers a sharp slap and a swift kick, dismissing the nobleman's status as utterly meaningless. As the man begs for mercy, Kalli coldly questions whether he even belongs to this kingdom at all. The nobleman shifts uneasily, finally confessing that he is indeed aware of Count Borrel. He demands to know everything about him. With a hint of disdain, he reveals that Borrel is merely a wealthy man lacking ambition and talent, a stark contrast to his father, the kingdom's treasurer. He warns that Borrel's family fortune is destined to dwindle. Kalli dismisses the details of Borrel's travels as unimportant and presses for more information. Eventually, he learns that Borrel has a passion for pugilism. Seizing this opportunity, Kalli recognizes it as a potential advantage for himself. Later, in a lodging in Arzen, Borrel admires the red gemstone he purchased, grumbling about how he spent more than he intended. He can't shake the feeling that Kalli is to blame for his impulsive decision. Despite his irritation, Borrel chooses to let it slide, especially since the gem now belongs to him. Suddenly, he hears his men questioning someone outside, followed by a voice declaring they have business with Borrel. When he opens the door, Borrel is taken aback to find Kalli standing there, instantly recognizing him from the auction. A smile spreads across Kalli's face as he remarks, "I didn't expect you to remember me, Borrel." He then politely requests a moment to speak. Borrel waves him off, claiming he's not in the mood for conversation. However, Kalli manages to catch his attention by inquiring about his interest in pugilism. To Borrel's surprise, he admits that he does enjoy it. Kalli then reveals that he's not merely a mercenary, he's a pugilist at heart. Although he didn't come for the auction, he has his sights set on the gemstone. He explains that it's meant for a woman who would look absolutely stunning wearing it. Borrel smirks, having noticed that Kalli only had 40,000 guilds at the auction. He offers to raise the stakes to 50,000 guilds and inquires how Kalli intends to pay. Without missing a beat, Kalli proposes to fight in pugilism matches under Borrel's name, promising to earn 10,000 guilds for each victory. He adds a bold stipulation: if he loses even once, he will surrender all the money and abandon his pursuit of the gemstone. Despite the risks, Kalli exudes confidence in his abilities. Borrel finds the offer intriguing and readily agrees, sensing the potential for some excitement. With a hint of pride, Kalli introduces himself. 2 days later, at the arena, another count approaches Borrel, raising an eyebrow. "Is it true that Kalli is fighting under your name?" he inquires. Borrel shrugs nonchalantly. "It's just a way to pass the time." The Count cautions that Kalli's opponent is formidable, but Boromaru merely shrugs it off, suggesting that Kalli can always return home if he loses. In the ring, Kalli beams with excitement. It has been far too long since his last fight. He carefully observes his opponent, who, though shorter than Kijo, possesses long arms and legs. The balance of his muscles and the scars etched across his skin reveal a fighter with plenty of experience. As the match begins, Kalli's opponent launches an immediate attack. Kalli deftly dodges, quickly realizing that the man possesses remarkable speed. The intensity of his opponent's gaze sends a shiver down Kalli's spine, making him feel as though he's under a microscope. In a flash, the man throws a punch. Kalli evades once more, but not without consequence. He feels a sharp sting as a small scratch grazes his face. Ignoring the distraction, Kalli concentrates on finding an opening. He quickly realizes that his opponent's long arms and legs provide a significant advantage at a distance. As he covers his face, Kalli acknowledges the man's strength, understanding exactly why he is known as the strongest fighter in Arzen. As the man throws another punch, Kalli swiftly dodges and counters with a strike to his opponent's side, eliciting a pained cry. The crowd, Boromaru included, gasps in astonishment. Seizing the moment, Kalli closes the distance and declares that he won't allow his opponent to dominate the fight. With a powerful punch to the chest, he drives his foe to his knees, leaving him gasping for breath. Feeling triumphant, Kalli pounds his chest and raises his fist, shouting praises for Boromaru. The nobles in the audience erupt in cheers, and Boromaru stands tall, declaring Kalli's performance nothing short of amazing. As Boromaru beams at him, Kalli returns the smile, filled with a surge of confidence. He believes he has finally earned Boromaru's trust and approval, the very recognition he had been striving for. As the fight concludes, Boromaru and Kalli stumble back to the mansion, both intoxicated and exhilarated. Boromaru bursts into laughter, recounting the astonished and amazed expressions on everyone's faces, clearly reveling in the thrill of victory. "You should have seen it," he exclaims, his delight palpable. Kalli smiles, pleased to see his friend so satisfied. Boromaru then leans in, a playful glint in his eye. "I'd love to have you as my personal pugilist," he says, "but since you're heading back to your hometown, tell me, where have you been all this time?" A little later, as Boromaru drifts into a deep sleep from too much drink, Kalli quietly slips out of the room. As he walks through the mansion, he muses to himself that he's a decent fellow, albeit a bit slow on the uptake. Just then, a voice calls out his name. Turning around, he spots the chief guard. Curious about the summons, he smiles and says, "No need for formality, my friend. It seems we'll be seeing a lot of each other in the days to come." The chief guard silently turns and walks away, leaving Kalli feeling a bit awkward. The following day, Boromaru departs from Arzen to prepare for the upcoming fistfight match. As the sun sets, the chief guard approaches him to report that they will camp for the night. Kalli scans their surroundings and suggests they move to a more open area. He explains that the forest envelops them on all sides, and an open space would allow for some much-needed moonlight. They still have time before sundown. The chief guard, clearly annoyed, snaps at Kalli to mind his own business. He insists that whether they move or not, it's all just forest, and it's better to stay put until morning. Reluctantly, Kalli agrees and settles under a tree, pondering if he has somehow offended the guard. Choosing not to dwell on his thoughts, he settles down to sleep. Hours later, Kalli is resting peacefully when he is jolted awake by Boromaru's urgent shouts. Confused, he wonders what could be happening. The frantic voice grows closer, shaky and stuttering as Boromaru yells at someone. As Kalli turns to investigate, he notices a man standing ominously behind him. The man speaks calmly, stating that he bears no personal grudge against Kalli and suggests he simply consider it bad luck. Just as the man prepares to strike with his sword, Kalli leaps into action, snatching his blanket and throwing it over the man. In a swift motion, he follows up with a punch to the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Confused, Kalli stares at the fallen guard, trying to comprehend the whirlwind of events that just unfolded. Meanwhile, Boromaru grips his sword with trembling hands, shouting at his attackers, desperate to know why they want him dead. Could it be because of the jewel? He offers to hand over as many as they desire. The chief guard sneers, calling him a foolish count, and declares that he'll explain the reason, an ominous gift for the afterlife. He reveals that Boromaru's nephew is now old enough to inherit his fortune, leaving Boromaru in shock. Horrified, he questions how the boy he raised could betray him. The chief guard coldly responds that he will begin by taking the red gemstone. As the weight of betrayal sinks in, Boromaru realizes he might meet his end at the hands of those he once trusted, plunging him into despair. Suddenly, a rock strikes the chief guard on the head, interrupting the grim moment. Kalli drags the unconscious guard from earlier, a determined look on his face. He warns the others that they're in serious trouble if they attempt to take the jewel. It's already reserved for him. As he surveys the scene, he spots 10 heavily armed guards, and a wave of realization washes over him. He can't take them on bare-handed. In a flash, he snatches gloves and a sword from the unconscious guard, though he can't shake the nagging doubt about his swordsmanship. The chief guard shouts orders for his men to attack. One of them lunges at Kalli, but he skillfully deflects the strike with his sword. Seizing the moment, Kalli delivers a devastating punch to the attacker's face, shattering bones and knocking out a few teeth in the process. Turning to the fallen man, he asks, "Do you want to live?" Trembling with fear, the man nods, desperately hoping for Kalli's protection. Kalli scoops up a handful of stones and hurls them at the guards, obstructing Boromarl's path. "Break through and run to me if you want to live," he shouts, his voice filled with urgency. Boromarl stutters, I can't do it." Panic washes over him as he realizes he needs help. Determined, Kalli understands that he must confront the guards himself. "Move, Boromarl. If you want to survive, now's your chance," he urges, his voice echoing with desperation. Boromarl stands frozen, drenched in sweat and trembling with fear. His life has been a neatly paved road, smooth, tranquil, and free of obstacles. Raised in the comfort of a world crafted by his ancestors, he has never accomplished anything through his own efforts. But Kalli's words cut deep, shattering his complacency. With a surge of newfound determination, Boromarl grips his sword and charges past the guards, swinging it with fervor. The chief guard roars at his subordinates, berating them as foolish and demanding to know why they aren't stopping the escape. In a swift motion, he catches Boromarl and raises his sword, striking him across the arm. Shocked and in agony, Boromarl drops his weapon but continues to run, tears streaming down his face. Our protagonist rushes forward to meet him as Boromarl pleads desperately for salvation. He seizes him, praising his unwavering spirit, and hoists him onto his shoulder. They sprint with all their might, acutely aware that if they arrive too late, Boromarl will bleed to death. The chief guard bellows at his men, commanding them not to let the pair escape and ordering them to open fire. A guard releases an arrow, but Kalli catches sight of it just in time. "Hold on," he shouts, and with a swift motion he punches the arrow in half, deflecting others with his bare hands. The chief guard and his men stand frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, our hero, weary yet determined, hoists Boromarl once more and sprints forward at full speed. 3 days later, they finally reach the vast expanse of the western desert. He curses under his breath, unable to comprehend how the terrain has transformed overnight. They ventured into the desert to evade pursuit, but it proves to be more enigmatic than he anticipated. Leaning against the cool stone of a cave wall, Boromarl grumbles and offers up some jewelry. Annoyed, our protagonist snaps back, urging him to save his breath for walking instead of whining. He warns Boromarl that if he keeps complaining, he might just leave him behind. Suddenly, the sound of hooves fills the air as horses approach. Kalli glances back and spots desert tribesmen riding toward them. "We need to head the other way," he urges Boromarl, but Boromarl simply points behind them. Turning around, Kalli's heart sinks as he sees another group of tribesmen closing in. They are completely surrounded. Despite their predicament, the tribesmen capture them, but surprisingly offer an abundance of food. One of the tribesmen gestures toward a table overflowing with food, speaking in a language unfamiliar to our protagonist. Curiosity piqued, he asks if they want them to eat. Boromarl, his apprehension mounting, wonders aloud if they're being fattened up for a later feast, recalling unsettling rumors of desert tribes practicing cannibalism. Ignoring his fears, Kalli begins to eat and encourages Boromarl to join her. As they dine, Boromarl's gaze drifts to a towering statue nearby, prompting him to inquire about its significance. Kalli remarks that the object resembles a wooden sculpture, admiring the craftsmanship. One of the tribesmen responds with a single word, Khan. Curious, Kalli asks if that's the name and the man repeats, Khan. Although he doesn't grasp its significance, Kalli deduces that the villagers must worship something called Khan, especially since he notices its symbols scattered throughout the village. A few days later, the tribesmen return with more food. With a playful grin, Kalli quips that if they keep this up, his stomach might just explode. Boromarl, trembling with fear, confesses that he can't bear this life any longer. He's had enough. Kalli urges him to persevere, reminding him that many people live without both arms. Boromarl retorts that not everyone possesses Kalli's strength. With a steady gaze, Kalli replies, "No one is born strong. Strength is forged through hardship." Just then, the tribesmen burst into the room, speaking in a language unfamiliar to them. They are dragged outside, and Bormarl, stuttering with fear, shouts that he knew they were going to be eaten. One of the tribesmen strikes our protagonist on the nape with a stick, causing him to collapse. Bormarl, filled with worry, calls out for Kalli as the tribesmen pull them toward a cliff. Upon reaching the edge, they spot a massive pillar adorned with a horn, looming ominously before them. Bormarl's mind races as he wonders where they are being taken. The tribesmen bind him and his companions to ancient pillars, chanting Dakan before a dark cave. Suddenly, they flee, leaving Bormarl and the others alone. Panic sets in as he demands to know what's happening. Just then, a deep, menacing growl echoes from within the cave, sending chills down his spine. Trembling with fear, Bormarl attempts to wake Kalli, urgently recounting the strange sound that disturbed him. But Kalli remains unresponsive, leaving Bormarl to succumb to his panic, tears streaming down his face. Despite his terror, he steels himself, understanding that the responsibility now rests on his shoulders. As dawn breaks, Kalli finally stirs awake. Bormarl quickly explains how they were dragged to this place while he was unconscious. He adds that there must be some monsters lurking inside the cave. Our protagonist hears a low growl and deduces that it must be Dakan, realizing they have been brought there as sacrifices. Confused, they wonder why the monster hasn't devoured them yet. Bormarl explains that it's likely warming them up with the daylight. Suddenly, our hero notices Count's lips are bleeding. Count explains how he had gnawed through Kalli's ropes with his teeth last night, and now he's ready to escape. Grateful, he thanks Bormarl and frees himself from the bindings. But just as he does, a massive gorilla suddenly appears before them. Bormarl shouts for them to run, but Kalli takes a fighting stance, unfazed, declaring, "It's just a monkey." Bormarl attempts to reason with Kalli, pointing out the vast power difference between them and the towering beast. In that moment, Kalli recognizes the similarity to his own encounter with the ogre. Yet, despite the formidable size of the creature before them, he reminds himself that it is, after all, just a monkey. Suddenly, they clash, and Kalli quickly discovers that the monkey's reach is far greater than he anticipated. He throws sand into the gorilla's eyes and delivers a powerful punch to its face. The gorilla roars in fury, but all it gets in return is a nosebleed. In retaliation, it hurls our hero across the battlefield. As he crashes to the ground, he contemplates his slim chances of victory. Pain shoots through him as he feels the sharp edges of broken bones piercing his skin. And a chilling realization dawns. At this rate, he could bleed out and lose everything. He rises, determination fueling his next move. As he watches the monkey, he realizes just how intelligent it is. It pauses, eyeing the bone in his hand as if recognizing it as a weapon. With no time to waste, he charges forward, driving the bone deep into its thick skin. In retaliation, the gorilla attempts to pry the weapon away, but Kalli swiftly counters, driving the bone deep into its stomach. The creature lets out a pained growl. Bormarl, watching this intense struggle, is astonished to see Kalli facing an opponent even stronger than himself. Our hero lands another punch on the Monkey King, swiftly dodging its retaliatory strike. With determination in his blurry gaze, he grabs the ropes and charges forward. In one fluid motion, he loops the ropes around the gorilla's neck, tightening his hold as he settles onto its back. The gorilla struggles for breath, desperately trying to loosen the constricting ropes, but Kalli's grip remains unyielding. Our hero finds himself in a fierce struggle, grappling with a powerful gorilla that threatens to overpower him. In a moment of desperation, he draws his bone knife and targets the creature's eyes. After a fierce battle, the gorilla finally succumbs, collapsing to the ground. Emerging from the cave, our boy stands victorious, a testament to his determination and resilience. Bormarl immediately inquires about Kalli's well-being, to which he responds with a hint of sarcasm. Nevertheless, he unties Bormarl, who can hardly believe that Kalli managed to defeat the monster. Just then, exhaustion takes its toll, and Kalli dozes off. Without missing a beat, Bormarl scoops him onto his back and continues onward. After a moment, he spots a large group of people approaching. He wonders if they are assassins or perhaps a desert tribe, but the sheer number of them rules out the former. Just then, he catches sight of the army's flag and instinctively tries to turn away. However, one of the soldiers spots him and calls out, demanding that he identify himself. He introduces himself, and the soldiers quickly notice his missing arm, eliciting a few chuckles among them. Then, one of them asks about the beast the barbarian is worshipping. To their surprise, the barbarian is none other than Iskander, the leader of the Empire's Western Conquest Army. As he dismounts from his horse, he is taken aback to see Kalli among the ranks, his expression a blend of shock and recognition. After that revelation, he is even more stunned to discover that Kalli is the one who defeated the monster he had set out to conquer. In a fit of disbelief, he kicks Kalli off the bed and shakes him vigorously. This sudden outburst sends the army physician into a panic as he desperately tries to reason with him, pointing out that Kalli is injured. With a casual demeanor, he responds that our boy is a monster in his own right, so a stomach wound wouldn't be enough to take him down. Just then, Kalli wakes up and delivers a powerful punch to Iskander. In retaliation, Iskander kicks him out of the tent, reminding him that he was the one who treated him. Kalli, still reeling from the encounter, demands to know why Iskander is there. Iskander reveals his intention to conquer this region, his tone laced with determination. He can't help but express his frustration over Kalli's abrupt departure from the Empire, leaving without so much as a goodbye. This thought only deepens his grumpiness. Meanwhile, Boromar watches in disbelief as Kalli interacts so casually with Iskander, clearly taken aback by their dynamic. Later, within the confines of Kalli's camp, he urges Boromar to return as soon as possible, urgency evident in his voice. The Count admits that he was initially terrified by his nephew's assassination attempt, but now he feels a strong desire to confront him face to face. Kalli shares his sentiment. Meanwhile, at Boromar Castle, the Count's nephew, Bagan, sleeps soundly, unaware of the brewing tension. In the next moment, he awakens to the sound of his boy calling his name, confronting him with accusations of being ungrateful for attempting to kill his own uncle. As Bagan grasps the gravity of the situation, he instinctively tries to call for help, but our protagonist silences him, coldly asking if he should just finish the job quickly. After a moment, Kalli stands defiantly in front of the guards, holding Bagan hostage. With a calm authority, Bagan commands his guards to step aside. Our hero echoes the order, urging them to obey their master as they make their way toward the castle gate. Upon reaching the gate, he repeats the same command to the guards stationed there. Bagan warns Kalli that they are surrounded by guards, even attempting to entice him with a large sum of money. However, Kalli shows no interest in wealth. Instead, he commands the guards to open the gate. When they refuse to move, he poses a chilling question to Bagan. Does he prefer his left or right arm? Confused, Bagan doesn't grasp the threat until Kalli swiftly breaks his right arm. With a cold warning, Kalli adds that if Bagan wants to keep his other arm intact, he should order his guards to open the door. Bagan complies without hesitation. The gate swings open, revealing Count Boromar standing resolutely before it. He commands his guards to lower their weapons, threatening them with execution if they refuse. The guards are taken aback, astonished by this bold new side of Boromar, who was once a timid figure, but now exudes a daring confidence. At that moment, Bagan attempts to claim the title of Count, but Count Boromar, furious, challenges him to a duel for it. Bagan protests, arguing that the duel is unfair due to his broken arm. In response, Boromar reveals his own torn right arm. Initially, Bagan picks up the sword with a smirk, but when he catches the fierce expression on his uncle's face, fear washes over him. He quickly drops the sword and apologizes. Count Boromar, however, remains unmoved and orders his guards to take his nephew to the prison. Afterward, he reclaims his rightful title as Count and executes the traitor. A few days later, our hero prepares to depart, but the Count suddenly remembers that he is none other than the legendary Ogre Slayer, leaving Kalli feeling a bit embarrassed. In a heartfelt gesture, the Count presents him with a necklace he crafted in haste, yet with genuine care. This necklace features the very ruby our hero had long desired. As he takes the necklace, our protagonist reminds the Count that it's better to avoid regrets over payment, especially when it comes to matches. The Count, however, assures him that he has compensated him sufficiently. With that, they exchange their farewells. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, a servant informs Azelia of Lord Jethro's arrival, the leader of the merchant group. She invites him inside and he compliments her beauty. Once seated, Lord Jethro shares his findings about the barony, revealing its dire state and the struggles of the farmers. As he speaks, she reflects on how Lord Jethro, despite his humble beginnings, has risen to become a formidable merchant, one notorious for bringing misery to others. She inquires about his purpose for being there. In response, he demands the immediate repayment of his 30,000 guild, explaining that he is in urgent need of funds. He adds that, with interest, the total has ballooned to 40,000 guild. However, he graciously offers her a discount of 5,000, bringing the amount down to 35,000. Her anger flares as she realizes just how much the interest has skyrocketed in just 6 months. 2 years ago, when Azalea returned from the Empire, she found Gadolf gravely ill from his drinking habits. His condition had plunged her into a mountain of debt, one that her merchant trips could barely touch. Now, she struggles to repay the loans from various merchants. Desperate, she pleads with him to wait until autumn for her to settle the debts, but he coldly refuses, instead suggesting that she sell her fighters to resolve the issue. She swiftly declines, aware that they are her only source of income. Frustration wells up inside her. She knows she must take action for the sake of her people. Just then, she hears footsteps approaching and urges him not to let anyone in, insisting that their conversation is vital. However, the newcomer interrupts, explaining that he had meant to wait, but couldn't hold back any longer after witnessing the chaos outside. Azalea gasps in disbelief as she recognizes the person standing before her. It's Kalli. Sensing the tension in the air, Jethro protests against the interruption, reminding Kalli of his status as a slave. Yet, Kalli dismisses him, her attention fixed entirely on Azalea as she asks about the extent of her debt. Jethro interjects, stating matter-of-factly, "It's 35,000 gild." Our protagonist hurls a bag containing 40,000 guilds right at the merchant's face, adding an extra 5,000 for his treatment. The greedy merchant, thrilled by the unexpected bonus, eagerly assures them that he will use it wisely. Meanwhile, both our hero and heroine can't help but feel irritated by his insufferable demeanor. He thanks Azalea and hands her a receipt, which she promptly tears to shreds. As he gets ready to leave, he casually mentions that he's heard Kalli's name before. With a haughty air, Kalli insists he remember it, declaring it belongs to the next champion of the tournament. The merchant scoffs at her arrogance, clearly unimpressed. Once the merchant departs, the two of them settle in for tea. Azalea assures him that she will repay the money he lent her, but he tries to brush it off. She expresses her disbelief at his unexpected return, yet he reminds her that, even if he's late, he never breaks his promises. As he gazes at her beauty, a blush creeps across his cheeks. She then shares her circumstances following her father's death and inquires about his 2 years in the Empire. He replies that he had been working for Philippus. Curious, she asks if he came here to fulfill a promise. He nods, admitting that he has nothing left in this place. After hearing this, she questions whether he plans to continue his fist fighting. When he responds with a reluctant yes, she instructs him to leave his home. Anger surges within him, but her icy demeanor brooks no argument. He can't help but question if she is seeing another man, but she firmly denies it. It suddenly dawns on him that she likely doesn't want to be tied to a slave, a notion she confirms without hesitation. She explains that without something to offer her territory, she cannot allow him to be part of her life. Disheartened, he asks her about the confession she made 2 years ago. She responds that it was simply the naivety of her youth. However, she encourages him to take a break and spend time with his friends while he's in town. As he leaves, she feels a deep sense of loss, realizing she can't keep him away from his family. Meanwhile, Kalli heads to the bar, drowning her sorrows as she gazes at the ruby necklace, lost in thought. Jethro and his companions approach him, but he dismisses them with a weary wave, stating he has no money left and they should leave him alone. Noticing his disheveled, drunken state, Jethro can't help but tease, "Let me guess, you were rejected by Azalea again." He then shifts the conversation to our boy's title of Ogre Slayer, but Kalli swiftly cuts him off, igniting the fury of his companions. Initially, Jethro was taken aback by the outburst, his anger flaring. However, he quickly regains his composure and, with a surprising calmness, informs the bartender that he will cover Kalli's bill. Our protagonist scolds himself for allowing his anger to take control, and quickly offers an apology to Jethro, who dismisses it with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Jethro ponders how to leverage Kalli's newfound fame. After 2 years away, the crowd is eager to see him back in the ring. Just then, Kalli asks about Azalea and what he has been up to during Jethro's absence. Jethro explains that she is in a dire situation. Other families have cut ties with her barren family due to pressure from the Joseph family. Her only hope of improving her circumstances lies in marrying into a prominent family, yet she has turned down every potential proposal. As a result, every young lord has now turned their back on her. Curiously, Kalli asks about the Joseph family. Jethro reveals that they've lost interest in the Agest family due to their dire financial situation and the complexities of their debts, issues that money alone can't resolve. Our protagonist expresses surprise at the extent of her hardships, prompting the merchant to remark that it was her father's actions that forced her to hide from society. Once outside, he ponders the information Jethro shared and realizes that Azalea is likely keeping something from him. Meanwhile, inside the training center, the atmosphere is filled with joy as everyone eagerly welcomes Kalli back. He then turns to Nixar, who greets him with warmth, expressing a hint of envy for not being able to be as active as Kalli due to his leg and advancing age. Kalli observes him intently, taking note of the fading muscles and the sprouting white hairs. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asks about his companions. Nixar responds that Keijo is at the lodging, while Torres is currently away. He explains that Torres, on the brink of freedom after winning 67 matches, is out to settle his debts. Kalli then inquires if Torres intends to leave the territory once he's free. Nixar considers himself a loyal person, so he might decide to stay. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by Keijo, who greets Kalli with genuine warmth. When Kalli turns to him, he is taken aback to see that Keijo has lost an eye. Keijo explains that he sustained this injury while delivering a crushing defeat to an opponent who had attacked him. As Kalli reflects on Keijo's fighting style, he realizes that this loss must put him at a considerable disadvantage in battle. Both of them are overjoyed to reunite after such a long time. He then inquires about Rovo. Keijo's response is bittersweet. As Rovo grew older, it ventured into the forest, a thought that brings tears to Keijo's eyes. He shifts the conversation to Azalea, asking if she visits the training ground often. Keijo explains that due to the Baron's contagious illness, she has been confined indoors, rarely seeing anyone except for a few close servants. He bids them farewell and makes his way to the western forest to find Rovo. Upon arriving, he calls out Rovo's name. Moments later, a large wolf approaches him. Rovo gestures for him to follow, and he obediently trails behind the wolf. As they move deeper into the woods, he spots 3 wolf cubs and realizes with a mix of surprise and warmth that Rovo has started a family, explaining his absence from the camp. Just as he is about to speak, a sudden realization strikes him, prompting him to rush back. Moments later, he finds himself standing before Azalea's mansion, but the guards block his path. He pleads with them to let him enter, but they coldly remind him of his status as a slave fighter. With no other option available, he prepares to confront the guards, determined to fight his way inside. Meanwhile, he can't help but wonder why she has been hiding away for half the year. Searching high and low, he finally discovers her in a nursery. Surprised to see him, she quips about his intelligence. He is taken aback to find Azalea cradling a baby in her lap. Hesitantly, he reaches out and gently takes the tiny finger of the blonde infant, realizing that this moment is nothing short of life-changing for him. He recalls the moments they shared, realizing that this child must be his. Curious, he inquires about the baby's gender. She responds that it's a boy, naming him Soren after her grandfather. He presses her about why she kept the child a secret. She retorts that it was for the best, believing he wouldn't step up to take responsibility. When he protests, she urges him to stop resisting and take over the estate. He pleads with her, desperate not to be asked something so monumental. She responds firmly, telling him to leave, insisting she won't tell their child that his father was killed in a fight. Their argument escalates, with Kalli maintaining that he always comes out on top. Azalea stands firm, expressing her concern for his relentless drive to push himself to the brink. The thought of risking his well-being is unbearable for her. In a moment of desperation, she suggests that he become a baron through marriage, but he hesitates, uncertain of what that path might entail. Later, he finds himself lost in thought, reflecting on everything that has transpired. He realizes how Azalea concealed her pregnancy, all to support his dreams. Meanwhile, she wrestles with her own challenges, a tumultuous year marked by mounting debts and growing unrest among the citizens. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by Keijo's fist. As he watches the intensity of the fight, he realizes that Keijo possesses a unique sense of distance. He recalls how he once advised Nixar that Keijo should stop fist-fighting due to his vision issues. However, Nixar clarifies that he had actually offered Keijo a chance to become an instructor, but Keijo is determined to have a few more fights. With concern for his friend, he urges Keijo to reconsider and quit fighting. Keijo protests, insisting that he didn't stop even when he injured his leg. Kalli gently reminds him that his situation was different, prompting a flurry of colorful accusations from him. However, when he calmly asks Keijo why he desires to be a free man, the tension begins to ease. Later, they find a bench to sit on, and he shares that he saw a cook at the training center. However, there's a significant obstacle. He cannot marry her due to his status as a slave. Kalli dryly points out that he also has a woman problem, but then he asks about what truly matters to him, and Keijo confidently responds that it is her. In that moment, something shifts within him. As he listens, memories flood back of Keijo, who once lacked such unwavering determination. He remarks on how Keisho longs for companionship now. After some time, Azalea spots Kalli standing in front of her. She attempts to brush him off, but he captures her attention by declaring through gritted teeth that he is ready to become a baron. Meanwhile, Azalea reflects on how she never wished for his feet to be unable to move forward. Deep down, she always hoped he wouldn't return. In a moment of vulnerability, she throws herself into his arms, understanding that his return signifies his importance in his life, more significant even than his dream of becoming a champion. Soon after, news of their impending marriage spreads like wildfire. Reactions are mixed. Some celebrate their union, while others scoff, seeing it as a daring act of defiance against the rigid norms of aristocratic society. Count Joseph, too, hears of the news. A few days later, Kalli steps into his role as a baron and receives the list of participants for an upcoming friendly match. Curious about Torres, he inquires about his absence, only to learn from Nixar that Torres won't be able to make it until the match begins. Kalli frowns, noting that their situation is dire. They lack experienced fighters, with Keijo being their only veteran. Nixar nods in agreement, adding pointedly, "Friendship won't pay the bills." Kalli insists that they must make it work, as their situation is dire. Moreover, there are those who oppose his ascension to lordship. This is his opportunity to prove himself to them, and they cannot afford to lose. He is determined to prevent history from repeating itself, especially with a match against Doorman looming just 7 days away. He then asks Nixar to add Keijo's name to the list and to pay in full for the match. Nixar reminds him that their agreement prevents them from freeing him at this moment, regardless of how close he is to Keijo. As Nixar contemplates whether Kalli could join the match, he quickly dismisses the idea, recalling how he left boxing behind. With that thought lingering, Nixar departs, pondering the unusual situation. While nobles have never participated in slave fighting, the citizens are eager to see Kalli in action. After Nixar departs, Kalli catches sight of the necklace he had withheld from Azalea, worried she might sell it to settle a debt. The weight of her financial struggles presses on his mind, and he recognizes the urgent need for a capable treasurer to help navigate these challenges. Lost in thought, he begins his journey down the road. As he walks, whispers ripple through the crowd, with murmurs echoing that Gadolf is far superior to him. As he listens, he realizes he resembles Iskander more than Philippos, yet he yearns for someone like the great emperor by his side. To his surprise, he finds that person in the bar, none other than Jethro. With determination, he approaches him and asks for assistance. Jethro, however, quickly responds, "I don't have any money to lend you." Just as he's about to leave, Kalli suddenly stops him, her anger evident. Startled, he reluctantly agrees to discuss business with our protagonist. He then turns to Jethro, instructing him to roll money beneath him, leaving Jethro utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Azalea's irritation deepens. It's clear he disapproves of this individual. Kalli defends her request, explaining that he lacks economic knowledge and needs Jethro's cleverness to navigate the situation. Neither of them has any fondness for him, but he possesses the skills for some unsavory tasks. Now, he must help him grasp the situation more intimately, allowing Kalli to take action. He reflects on his disdain for Philippos's grimy approach to politics, which often involved eliminating threats through assassination. It was precisely this that drove him to abandon that empire. Yet now he finds himself in a position where he must engage in the very tactics he once loathed. Azalea then entrusts everything to him. While it's uncommon for a noble to receive such power through marriage, for Azalea, it feels more like a debt and a burden. In the days that follow, she observes Kalli tirelessly working to manage the situation, as he always does. As Kalli gazes at the fighters, a cloud of discontent hangs over him. 4 days later, after a refreshing shower, he reflects on the past 3 years, consumed entirely by his boxing career. Yet, staring into the mirror, he confronts a stark truth. Since becoming a baron, he has strayed from the sport that once defined him. Now he finds himself questioning the very purpose of his second life. After a moment, he welcomes Count Doraemon, who can hardly believe that Kalli has truly become a baron. The two greet each other, Doraemon still in disbelief, as he shakes hands with a former slave. As they sip tea, he casually mentions his hand-picked pugilist, deliberately bringing up the ogre, which visibly irritates Doraemon. He then shares the unsettling news about the ogre's shattered mental state following a confrontation with Kalli. Kalli informs him that the arena will be ready just 3 days before the match. As he speaks, Doraemon glances at him, sensing that he might also be a contender. Curiously, he asks if he plans to participate. However, when he looks over at Azalea, he shakes his head in decline, bringing a wave of relief to Doraemon. He feels a sense of satisfaction knowing that they only have inexperienced players and blind Kijo on their team, making victory seem effortless. On the day of the match, Jethro busily hands out bread to everyone, reminding them to maintain discipline. However, his frustration simmers beneath the surface as he realizes that the bread, purchased with his own money, is being distributed to all. He turns to our protagonist, questioning whether he truly intends to reimburse him. Kalli confidently asserts that he can't fool a cunning man like Jethro, who takes the remark as a compliment. Yet Jethro remains skeptical about Kalli's connection to Bormarl. Meanwhile, the audience is divided in their opinions about Kalli as the new lord. Some praise him, while others express their doubts. As the tension builds, the match begins, with Sharam stepping up as the first contender. As Kalli gazes at the ring, he feels the weight of urgency to win this match. It's not just about victory. It's a way for people to channel their anger before the harvest season. He observes how the boxer's fighting style has evolved into a modern form of boxing, marked by a swift, precise technique. This transformation, he realizes, is a direct result of his arrival in this world. Meanwhile, Sharam's opponent lands a powerful punch, but Sharam quickly pinches his arm, causing a momentary distraction. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliates with a swift and devastating blow. His enemy realizes that the speed of Sharam's punch was so incredible that the audience barely noticed it. Undeterred, Sharam continues to unleash a flurry of punches. Though his opponent manages to defend against them, the other participants watch eagerly, thrilled by the intensity of the match. As our protagonist anxiously awaits Sharam's return, tension fills the air. Just when he thinks he can't bear it any longer, Sharam finally emerges, but he's visibly exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, his opponent delivers a powerful punch, catching Sharam off guard. Sharam attempts to throw a punch, but his opponent swiftly dodges, countering with a blow that knocks him out cold. Despite his efforts, Sharam is unable to land a hit. Kalli watches, realizing that Dorman is determined to crush them completely. The opponent taunts Sharam, suggesting he should just give up and die, calling the match utterly pathetic. Daramon chuckles as he apologizes for his fighter's roughness. Kalli nods in agreement, noting that such things can happen during a match. This prompts Dorman to chime in, drawing from his own experience as a boxer. He glances at his fighters and realizes there's a significant power gap between them and Dorman's team. It dawns on him that he has no one to rely on but Kijo. Sharam is skilled, but he simply isn't ready to secure a victory within a week. Meanwhile, his other fighter is too afraid to step into the ring and ends up getting defeated by Dorman's champion. The crowd erupts in frustration, questioning how they can possibly lose when their Baron is a renowned boxer himself. They hurl curses at Kalli's fighters, their anger palpable. In the midst of it all, Daramon watches with satisfaction. After all, he's already claimed victory in 2 matches. He inquires if Kijo is his final contestant, and Kalli affirms this. As Azalea glances at Kalli, she is taken aback by the heavy gloom that has settled over him. Concerned, she attempts to soothe his troubled spirit. Meanwhile, Dorman discreetly updates him about his next opponent, the top boxer he has meticulously trained over the years. His name is Karan. As he steps into the ring, the crowd erupts in cheers for Kijo, urging him to claim victory in this match. Kalli, however, is acutely aware that they've already lost the contest. Still, they must win this round to salvage their pride in front of the audience. Before the match, Kijo reflects on our protagonist's words to the pugilists, not to be intimidated by their opponent's strength, as every blow inflicts pain on both sides. He urges the boxers to block with all their might, prompting one pugilist to respond with a resolute yes. Turning to Sharam, our protagonist offers encouragement, reminding him that he possesses both perseverance and skill. He urges Sharam to fight with composure, advising him not to let his emotions take control. Karam stutters his understanding, and Kijo glances at his own fist, sharing a deep-seated truth. He confides that he doesn't aspire to be as strong as Sharam. All he wants is to break free from the life of a slave fighter and live a normal life like everyone else. Kijo knows that to attain that freedom, he must win. As the match begins, the crowd erupts into cheers, their excitement palpable in the air. Our protagonist watches Kijo intently, fully aware of the challenge of judging distance with just one eye. Undeterred, Kijo is resolved to give it his all. He launches his attack, throwing punches from afar with his elongated reach, but Charm effortlessly blocks each strike, taunting Kijo for being a one-eyed fighter. As Kijo observes Karam's feet creeping closer, a wave of panic washes over our protagonist. He knows that if Karam closes the distance, the fight will quickly turn into a chaotic brawl. Kijo quickly steps back to create some distance, but to his astonishment, Karam closes the gap with remarkable speed. As Kijo throws another punch, he realizes Sharam is trying to exploit his blind spot. Now fully serious, Karam deftly steps back, dodging the blow and leaving Kijo in disbelief. It dawns on him that Sharam is reading his movements with uncanny precision. Sharam charges forward, frustration bubbling over as he declares that only a challenge like Ogre Slayer is worthy of his time. Kijo, insisting that he poses more than enough of a challenge, swings a punch at Sharam, but Sharam deftly ducks, closing the distance between them. Kijo quickly realizes that maintaining space is futile. No matter how far he tries to retreat, Karam closes in on him in an instant. With no other options left, Kijo charges forward to confront Sharam directly, launching a powerful fist. Sharam counters, landing a punch squarely on Kijo's face, but Kijo quickly retaliates, striking Sharam in the side. Meanwhile, Kalli rises to his feet, anxiety creeping in. He knows that if Kijo gets caught up in a brawl with Sharam, he won't stand a chance. If only Kijo had both eyes, he might actually win this fight. As the two exchange blows, Karam taunts Kijo, playfully asking if he should go ahead and take out his remaining eye. Kijo, desperate to shield himself, tries to distance himself from Sharam, but Sharam swiftly retaliates with a powerful punch to Kijo's stomach, followed by another strike to his side that sends his head reeling. Kalli watches in fury, fighting to keep his own anger in check. Meanwhile, Sharam continues his relentless assault, knocking Kijo's eye patch aside, yet he shows no signs of stopping. He sneers, expressing his wariness of hearing about the Ogre Slayer over the past 2 years. Lifting Kijo's long arm, Sharam boldly declares his intent to defeat him and claim his reputation if they ever cross paths. Yet, with a hint of disappointment, he adds that now that our hero has become a noble, he will likely never return to the sand arena. Sharam suddenly feels a sharp pain in his side. In response, he snaps his fingers, calling Kijo an arrogant bastard, which sends Kijo screaming in agony. The citizens, frustrated by the lackluster fight, angrily demand to know why they are witnessing such a disappointing display, accusing Karam of neglecting his responsibilities since ascending to nobility. Amidst the chaos, Dorman laughs triumphantly, while the citizens direct their anger toward our protagonist. He catches sight of Kijo, writhing in pain and clutching his hand, and it stirs painful memories from his own brutal past. He recalls the moment when he, as Park Kang-tae, was beaten to death, and how he later emerged victorious as the slave Kalli. These memories overwhelm him, igniting a surge of rage. But thoughts of his son, Soren, pull him back to the present. In his fury, he crushes the chair handle with a single grip, leaving Dorman visibly shaken. Azalea calls out to him, worry etched on her face, but he simply offers an apology, leaving her stunned. He confesses his doubts, admitting that he fears he won't be a good father. Ignoring Azalea's desperate pleas to wait, he rises to his feet and calls out to Dorman, shedding his suit as he suggests another round. Dorman's face pales in horror at the suggestion. Undeterred, our hero leaps off the stage, brushing aside Dorman's frantic attempts to stop him, and strides confidently into the ring. As he enters, the crowd erupts in cheers, chanting his newfound title, the Ogre Slayer. Soren playfully teases our protagonist, incredulous that he's making an appearance with his noble stature. "What's the occasion?" he asks with a hint of sarcasm. Kalli interjects, suggesting that Soren should take a moment to rest until the cheers die down. But Soren, stretching with a grin, dismisses the idea, insisting there's no need. In a flash, he dashes toward our protagonist with astonishing speed. Karen believes he can finish the fight before our hero even gets warmed up. As he lunges forward to throw a punch, our protagonist deftly dodges, landing a solid blow to Kalli's stomach. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Kalli remains unfazed. Karan taunts him, insisting that the Ogre Slayer's reputation is nothing more than an exaggeration, and that he's not special at all. But to Karen's astonishment, our hero suddenly materializes before him in a flash, asking if Karen intends to fight with nothing but words. With a swift motion, Kalli strikes Karan's arm shield, sending him hurtling backward. Staring in disbelief at his trembling arms, Karan hears Kalli's cold voice cutting through the tension. "I despise the title of Ogre Slayer," he declares, "and I will choose my next title with care." Enraged, Karan retaliates with a flurry of punches, but Kalli effortlessly blocks each one. Recognizing Karan's remarkable speed, he realizes that this might be one of the fastest opponents he has ever encountered. Yet, Karan isn't so swift that he can't be evaded. With precise footwork, he skillfully dodges Karan's next punch. Frustration builds as he struggles to land a hit, unable to comprehend how his opponent manages to evade him with such ease. In an instant, our hero darts to his opponent's side and delivers a powerful punch to Karen's face. Karan stands in disbelief, astonished at how effortlessly his attacks are countered and evaded. Undeterred, he throws another punch, but our hero sidesteps once again, showcasing his agility and skill. Karan locks on to the intensity in Kalli's eyes. Summoning all his speed, he launches a fist aimed directly at Kalli's head, landing a blow that draws blood. As crimson droplets fall to the ground, he mutters to himself, acknowledging that he must have gotten rusty. Thankfully, it's just a shallow cut on the forehead, but he knows he must act quickly. With his vision blurring and blood continuing to flow, he lowers his guard and takes a small step back, hoping to lure Karan in. Sensing the shift, Karen, intrigued by Kalli's sudden change, rushes forward, wondering if Kalli is on the verge of surrender. His punch lands squarely on Kalli's face, igniting a wave of outrage from the crowd, who can't understand why he's suddenly acting hesitant after displaying such confidence. Their shouts only stoke his fury. All he craves is a fight. With a surge of rage, he lands a punch squarely in the opponent's stomach, causing him to cough up blood and scream in agony. Desperately, he throws more punches, but they are effortlessly blocked. In response, our hero strikes back, determined not to throw away everything he has fought for. He lands a solid punch on Charon's face. Undeterred, Charon retaliates with a flurry of furious punches, but Kalli stands firm, absorbing the blows without flinching, before delivering another powerful hit to Karen's face. Karan curses under his breath, realizing he has struck harder than ever, yet Kalli remains standing. As he approaches, confusion washes over him. How can he still be on his feet? Memories of a past battle flood his mind. One against an opponent who seemed impervious to pain, a foe who refused to fall no matter how hard he hit. But then it dawns on him, that enemy had only been bluffing, pretending to be unyielding to the agony. Kalli unleashes a furious punch, sending Karan reeling backward. The crowd erupts in cheers, rallying behind him as they urge him to take down Karan once and for all. Karan attempts to retaliate with another punch, but Kalli deftly dodges, landing a powerful strike to his side. Karan winces in agony, the pain intensifying as Kalli targets the very spot where Keijo had struck him earlier. Our protagonist throws another punch at Karan, taunting him about leaving his jaw wide open. The blow lands with a sickening crack as bone breaks, sending Karan crashing to the ground. But our hero isn't finished yet. He seizes Karan's hand and snaps one of his fingers, coldly declaring it's for Keijo, a reminder he should never forget. Turning to Dorman, our protagonist remarks that the condition of his remaining two pugilists doesn't seem too dire. He asks Dorman if they should press on, prompting Dorman to question whether he has lost all sense. Even after ascending to nobility, Doriaman, visibly frustrated, declares that this absurd fight has come to an end. Feigning exhaustion, he dramatically shouts that he is utterly worn out, and demands to know when his pugilists plan to earn a spectacular title if not now. The comment ignites the pugilist's confidence, sparking a heated debate over who will face him first. With a chuckle, he tells them to cut the nonsense and come at him together. After all, it would make things far more interesting. As the two pugilists charge toward him, he casts a quick glance at Azalea, his expression tinged with apology. Seeing the worry etched on her face, he realizes that he can't talk about his life without addressing the world of pugilism. At that moment, he understands that quitting the sport is a promise he simply cannot keep. Steeling himself, he watches as the two pugilists step into the ring. He feels the blood on his head beginning to clot, the bleeding finally coming to a halt. As he sizes up his opponents, he quickly concludes that they fall short of Karen's level. As one of the pugilists swings a punch at him, he swiftly ducks, evading the blow, and counters with a powerful strike to the pugilist's stomach, effortlessly bringing him down. Just then, the second pugilist rushes in, attempting to land a hit. Yet, amidst the chaos, he realizes that what people truly need right now isn't bread or material possessions. It's something far more profound. They need help. He charges forward, delivering a powerful punch to the pugilist, who had instinctively stepped back to shield his face. Unfortunately, he isn't quick enough, and takes the blow squarely on the chin, collapsing in defeat. As he raises his fist in triumph, the cheers of the citizens fill the air. In that moment, he realizes they need someone to believe in, someone who can carry their hopes for the future. He then shouts to them, declaring that just like them, he has known hunger and has once pressed his face to the ground, enduring the stench of the nobles. Doriman goes pale, shock washing over him. Our protagonist turns to the citizens, asserting that he has fought his way to this point, and he will continue to do so in the future. He reminds them that he has never lost a fight, urging them that if they struggle to believe in him, they should at least trust in his fists. Moments later, the friendly match concludes, and as everyone begins to leave the venue, Kalli finds himself in the clinic, resting and catching his breath, utterly exhausted. Kyo approaches him, a smirk playing on his lips. In the end, you just couldn't resist the match, could you? He teases. Kyo rolls his eyes, replying, "It's impossible not to hear about it. Everyone's shouting about it." Kyo curses under his breath, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I promised myself I'd never step into the ring again." But Kyo counters with a knowing smile. "You're different. Pugilism is your true calling." Our protagonist is taken aback and tells Kyo that he possesses quite a keen insight. Kyo, slightly incredulous, asks how he could not know that. He then adds that, given his current circumstances, he'll have to postpone his dream of becoming a free man. But our protagonist confidently replies that after the upcoming match, he will finally be free. Kyo's eyes widen in shock as he warns him not to joke about such serious matters, reminding him that he doesn't have the luxury of such dreams. He explains that his agreement hinges on serving as a pugilism instructor for 2 years. After that, he can finally settle down, start a family, and live as a free man. Confident in his abilities, he believes he can make it work. Overcome with emotion, Kyo rushes to him, wrapping him in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly thanks him. He gently tells Kyo to hold on, but the boy's grip only tightens. In a moment of frustration, he delivers a punch to Kyo, causing him to scream in pain. Later, back at the mansion, Azalea carefully tends to his wounds with a gentle touch. Concerned, he asks if she's angry about him breaking his promise. She brushes off his worry, telling him to forget about it. But his tone betrays the truth. She knew he couldn't keep that promise. In that moment, he realizes just how deeply his disappointment cuts. He then offers a sincere apology, expressing that both she and their son are invaluable to him. However, he confesses that he cannot abandon pugilism. Living the rest of his life in emptiness is simply not an option. Azalea, with concern etched on her face, asks what will happen if he dies pursuing this path. How will she explain to Soren where his father is gone? He admits he doesn't have an answer, but he can't shake the image of Soren asking him why he chose to give up pugilism. If he were to say he stopped because of Soren and his mother, it would sound so weak. Instead, he explains that he aspires to become the kingdom's champion. That way, he can tell his son he quit because he reached the pinnacle, all while maintaining his dignity as a father. Azalea lets out a sigh and embraces him, pondering how she ended up falling for such a wild character. He wraps his arms around her, offering a heartfelt apology and promising to do his utmost to stay alive. Tears well in her eyes as she pleads with him not to die. Deep down, he knows that Park Kang-tae's life, as he once knew it, is over. The only thread connecting him to a life beyond death is his passion for pugilism. Losing the chance to be a pugilist would feel like a true death to him. Just a few days later, Torres and the instructors return after completing the match. During their absence, the adjustee Barney underwent many changes, the most significant being Kalli's ascension to the title of Baron Asdist. As Torres approaches his office, he hesitates, contemplating how to show the proper respect. After a moment of self-doubt, he finally musters the courage to knock, reminding himself that treating Kalli with respect won't be the end of the world. Kalli invites him inside, and he can't help but notice how much bigger Torres has grown, yet he still carries himself with the same balance and composure. As Torres steps in, he asks if he has been with Azalea since their trip with the caravan merchant 2 years ago. Caught off guard, he stutters but ultimately nods in agreement. Without warning, Torres delivers a sharp punch to his nose, eliciting a yelp of pain. In that moment, he recalls Creechel mentioning that Torres has a soft spot for Azalea. He shouts back, reminding Torres that he is now a baron and, to top it off, injured. He gestures to his bandaged wounds as proof, but Torres merely tells him to shut up, insisting that Kalli remains unchanged in his eyes. Torres settles into a seat across from him, muttering curses under his breath. He admits that he's felt something was off ever since their caravan trip 2 years ago. After a brief pause, a smile spreads across Torres's face as he declares that the past is behind them, eliciting a sigh of relief from Kalli. He then congratulates him on achieving his freedom, noting that he is the first pugilist from a jest to accomplish this in nearly 5 years. Torres apologizes for making him bleed, explaining that seeing Kalli's irritating face after all this time got under his skin. Kalli, unfazed, takes a calm sip of his tea and suggests that perhaps it's because he's now a noble and his face isn't drenched in sweat anymore. Torres scoffs, dismissing the notion of nobility, and teasingly adds that he heard Kalli recently stormed into the arena in a fit of rage, sarcastically dubbing him a grand lord. Kalli observes that Torres doesn't truly seem angry, which makes sense. He rarely engages with anyone outside his inner circle. With a hint of humor, Kalli encourages Torres to unleash his frustrations, adding that, in reality, he should be the one bowing to Torres. After all, a free pugilist isn't bound to sign a contract with the training camp they once belonged to. He knows that Torres, the wild boar of a jest, has risen to become one of the kingdom's most renowned pugilists. Yet, despite his fame, Torres remains fiercely loyal. Suddenly, he slams his cup of tea onto the table and asks Kalli if he intends to continue his career as a pugilist now that he has ascended to nobility. Kalli responds, "If I were going to quit just because of a change in status, I would have done so when my leg was broken." Torres declares that he won't be associated with a jest any longer, prompting Kalli to fix him with a serious gaze. He urges her not to make such sarcastic faces, explaining that he had initially intended to keep things light. Curiously, Kalli asks if his decision is influenced by her or by his marriage to Azalea. This question ignites Torres's anger. He shouts that, yes, he did marry Azalea, but he refuses to walk away over something so trivial. Torres confesses that he had originally intended to leave pugilism behind once he attained his freedom, dedicating himself to training for wealth and honor. However, after meeting Kalli, his perspective shifts. Pugilism transforms from a mere means to an end into something far more meaningful, leaving Kalli taken aback by his revelation. Torres expresses his desire to take down someone like Kalli with his own hands, a thought that brings a mischievous smile to Kalli's face. "Are you up for a little competition to see who gets knocked out first?" he teases. Torres, however, has other plans. He reveals that he'll be competing in the Kingdom tournament with a different training camp. It's against the rules for more than one participant from the same camp to enter, he explains. The realization dawns on Kalli, connecting the dots as he understands why Torres won't be part of the jest anymore. Before departing, Torres confides in Kalli that he still sees him as a friend. During their battle against the ogre, he had desperately hoped for Kalli's survival, genuinely rooting for him. However, Torres emphasizes that they are both treading the same path, and only one can pass through the narrow threshold of success. With a steely resolve, he adds that he doesn't like Kalli enough to relinquish his claim to that threshold. Kalli responds, expressing that the feeling is mutual. They exchange their goodbyes. A few days later, Baron Dorman makes a jest, and among his party is Torres, who was once infamous for his own humor. Count Dorman glances at Torres and asks if he truly wishes to join him, suspecting that the trainers at the training center have been particularly tough on him. Torres insists that he doesn't mind. After all, the training center is the closest option available. He then tells Dorman that he has changed significantly. Dorman, in disbelief, reflects on how the most sought-after pugilist has come to him of his own accord. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, Dorman asks Torres if he would like to rest after their arrival, as his territory lies just over the hill. Alternatively, he offers to introduce him to the other slave fighters. After a moment of contemplation, Torres decides he wants to meet Ogre. This surprises Dorman, but he nods in agreement and leads Torres to Ogre, who is seen wielding massive wooden sticks. Torres can't shake the feeling that Ogre might be losing his grip on reality. The doorman approaches him, revealing that Ogre can no longer compete in matches and has completely lost his fighting spirit. He admits it's been a while since he last saw Ogre, which piqued his curiosity. The doorman recalls a year ago when he was at a loss about what to do with Ogre. The fighter had stopped participating in matches, wasted food and resources, and when he went on a rampage, no one could rein him in. Eventually, he recovered and began assisting with the work. The doorman inquired about Ogre's progress, to which Ogre replied that everything was fine. The doorman then reminded him to stay vigilant while on the job, and to avoid crushing anyone like he had in the past. Meanwhile, Torres couldn't help but wonder aloud if Kalli could take down a monster like Ogre. At the mere mention of Kalli's name, Ogre's fury erupted, and he began to shout in anger. Panic spreads as everyone realizes that Ogre has lost control and begins to flee. Meanwhile, Torres is left bewildered, trying to piece together what just happened. Doorman steps in, revealing that the memory still haunts him from 3 years ago when he lost to Kalli. He explains that whenever Ogre hears Kalli's name or the term pugilist, he spirals into this uncontrollable rage. Torres now realizes that Kalli has not only shattered Ogre's body, but also crushed his spirit. Determined, he vows to confront Kalli one day. Meanwhile, the harvest season arrives following the friendly match between the kingdoms of August and Doorman. August finds itself struggling to endure the harsh winter ahead. However, thanks to the resourcefulness of their current treasurer, Jethro, they manage to procure grain from various sources to meet their pressing needs. Despite the mounting debt, the wedding of Kalli and Azalea draws ever closer. In a fit of frustration, Jethro confronts Kalli, demanding to know if he even realizes the extent of his financial obligations. Kalli offers an apology, promising to reach out to Count Boromar. However, he insists that their priority should be locating citizens first, emphasizing that people matter more than money. Jethro's icy retort cuts through the air. In this world, nothing is more important than money. He explains that for just a few bucks, people are willing to sell their own children or even kill their parents. His gaze shifts to Kalli, who understands this harsh reality all too well. Having come from a life of slavery herself, he adds that money can buy anything, even people, and it's the only thing he truly trusts. Despite the grimness of his words, Jethro agrees to cover the wedding expenses for now. Our protagonist expresses his gratitude, acknowledging Jethro's competence, but a nagging worry lingers. If he can't repay him, Jethro might exploit the estate. He contemplates the worst-case scenario, asking the Emperor for assistance. However, he knows all too well the price that cunning man might demand in return. Lost in these thoughts, Kalli is jolted back to reality by Azalea's voice. "Can you hear me?" she asks, holding up a beautiful dress. "You need to try this on for the wedding." She presents several options, explaining that they must dress formally, as many nobles will be in attendance. Kalli questions the significance of attending a wedding for a local baron's family. Azalea, however, insists that it's important because he is her partner, and they must ensure that a baron of humble origins is treated with respect. As our protagonist tries on his outfit, Azalea compliments him, urging him to wear it with confidence. Meanwhile, Kalli seems too preoccupied to engage in the festivities. With the wedding date set, letters are dispatched to various nobles, marking the beginning of an important event. On the day of the wedding, nobles gather in Jest's territory, each harboring their own hidden agendas. Whispers fill the air as they discuss Kalli's character. Some praise him as a remarkable man, while others recall his troubled past as a slave fighter. Among the guests is Count Joseph, who holds a deep disdain for Kalli. He approaches Azalea with a smirk, greeting her warmly. "It's been a while," he says, his tone dripping with condescension. "May I call you Baroness now?" Frustration etched across her face, Azalea confronts him, questioning his presence. He insists that they share a bond, but she maintains her composure, replying that she hopes he enjoys his time here. Yet, her thoughts betray her. She worries that if she were to kick him out, it would only lead to bad rumors spreading. Meanwhile, Joseph, with malicious intent, reflects on the woman who insulted him and the slave. He smirks to himself, thinking that he cannot possibly miss her wedding. Joseph greets the guests warmly, while Lorvan Karina stands at a distance, disdainfully labeling them pathetic fools for fawning over the man who was defeated for his heinous actions against Azalea. He questions whether a certain noble feels any shame in associating with Joseph, especially in front of his own daughter. Just then, that very noble approaches Lorvan, eager to introduce him to his daughter. Lorvan excuses himself and makes his way to Kalli's room, knocking gently on the door. Inside, Kalli is wrestling with his dress, grumbling that the collar is far too tight. When Lorvan enters, Kalli greets him warmly, first using his false name before switching to address him as Lorvan from Corinne. Their reunion is filled with warmth. Lorvan can't help but comment that he always knew Kalli wouldn't stay a slave, though he admits he never anticipated him rising to the status of a noble. He informs Kalli that his name is currently the most discussed among the nobles. Kalli chuckles, remarking that it explains why his ears have been itching. Lorvan continues, noting that while some of the chatter is positive, much of it is quite the opposite. He elaborates that Count Joseph has established a strong foothold in central politics, amassing a considerable following. Furthermore, he mentions that Joseph's daughter has recently ascended to the status of princess, securing their family's connection to the royal family. This could present a challenge for Kalli. Upon hearing this, he asks if he should now be cautious about the people surrounding him. With a smile, Lorvan replies that he has taken enough of the groom's time and prepares to leave. As he walks away, Lorvan reflects on how pugilism has become a popular form of entertainment, reminiscent of the glory days of gladiatorial combat. Step by step, Kalli has ascended from slavery to nobility, gaining significant influence over the public's perception. Lorvan feels reassured that Kalli has nothing to worry about. The wedding ceremony unfolds gracefully. The priest turns to the groom, asking if he vows to care for the bride for all eternity. Kalli, still in disbelief that he is truly getting married, responds with a heartfelt, "I swear." Meanwhile, Lady Azalea radiates happiness and beauty. The priest continues, declaring that he will send a part of both their souls to the goddess, uniting them forever. As the ceremony draws to a close, music fills the air, and guests swarm to congratulate the Baron and Baroness. One lady playfully teases Kalli, remarking that many young men must be heartbroken to see him with such a stunning wife. Just then, Joseph strides over to Kalli, a smirk on his face. "Congratulations," he says, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You must have quite the financial resources to pull off such an extravagant wedding." Kalli retorts, questioning Joseph's concern for finances. Joseph responds earnestly, revealing an agreement that highlights a significant debt owed by a guest to his family. He acknowledges that it was impolite to arrive uninvited, but insists he urgently needs 100,000 guild from Kalli. This revelation infuriates Kalli, but before he can voice his anger, Count Bormarl arrives, inquiring if the wedding has already concluded. The guests murmur among themselves about Bormarl, speculating on how he lost one of his hands and what ties he has to the kingdom. With a wry smile, Bormarl turns to Kalli and comments that while today is supposed to be a celebration of his wedding, it feels more like a funeral given the somber atmosphere. Kalli greets him warmly, but Bormarl's attention is drawn to Joseph, whom he instantly recognizes. Joseph, taken aback, wonders why one of the kingdom's wealthiest nobles has chosen to attend this event. Bormarl's reputation is formidable. Even after losing his arm, he has forged an empire through trade, amassing enough wealth to draw followers should he choose to enter politics. Spotting the agreement in Joseph's hands, he raises an eyebrow and inquires about it, noting that it hardly resembles a wedding gift. Joseph, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stammers an explanation. He urgently needs to collect money from a guest. Bormarl chides Joseph for his lack of decorum, reminding him that a wedding is meant to be a celebration, not a time for debt collection. Joseph, his temper flaring, insists that he needs the money immediately, and warns Bormarl to choose his words wisely. Curiously, Bormarl inquires about the amount owed, and Joseph promptly states the figure, assuming that Bormarl would be reluctant to part with such a substantial sum. To everyone's astonishment, Bormarl places a box overflowing with guilds before Kalli, explaining that he believed he urgently needed funds and has brought an astonishing 500,000 guilds. Joseph stands frozen in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer wealth of the Bormarl family. Kalli, equally taken aback, questions why Bormarl would bring so much when he had only requested 200,000 guilds. Kalli reassures Joseph that he will have the payment ready by tomorrow and suggests they discuss the details then. However, Joseph remains skeptical and frustrated. Later, he approaches Bormarl to inquire about the 500,000 guilds. Bormarl dismisses his concern, casually stating that it's no big deal if it's for Kalli. Soon after, Bormarl runs into Azalea, who questions him about his connection with Kalli. He scolds him for not mentioning their relationship sooner, leaving Bormarl to wonder how he ended up in this predicament. Kalli sighs, admitting it's a long story. Bormarl chuckles, nudging him to share, asking where he plans to start. With a grin, Bormarl tells the crowd how he bit through the rope in a moment of sheer exhaustion, while Kalli bravely faced the monster. When the crowd inquires about the creature, Kalli can't help but wonder how anyone would believe their tale, especially after witnessing the monstrous monkey up close. He continues, recounting the severity of his injuries and how he feared it might be the end for him. Kalli interrupts, pointing out that he's clearly drunk. Realizing he has revealed too much, Bormarl quickly shifts the topic, deciding to say no more about the Empire. Kalli observes that even being near Count Bormarl draws the attention of nobles, and any connection to the Empire would only complicate their situation further. Later, our protagonist surprises Azalea with a stunning ruby necklace, revealing that he had been waiting for the perfect moment to present it to her. Overwhelmed with joy, she discovers that the necklace was crafted by Quill, Arzen's renowned master artisan. Familiar with Quill's legendary reputation, Azalea confides in Kalli that she had sold all her jewelry, save for her mother's cherished pieces. With a heartfelt smile, she thanks him for such a thoughtful gift. The next day, Joseph stumbles out, still feeling the effects of a night of revelry. As he leaves, Kalli breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that he no longer has to worry about him. Just then, Jotaro approaches, asking about his sleep. With a respectful bow, he pledges his unwavering loyalty to the Baron. Kalli intervenes, expressing that the situation feels overwhelming, but Jotaro remains steadfast. It dawns on our protagonist that Jotaro's loyalty lies not with him, but with the 400,000 guilds he was promised. Nevertheless, he honors his commitment to provide Jotaro with a substantial sum. Joseph had meticulously planned their finances to endure the winter, yet even with the enormous amount of 400,000 guilds, they could only make a dent in their debt. In a land characterized by its rugged mountains and barren landscapes, a small village relies on its pugilism training academy for income rather than the traditional means of serfs and estates. However, a troubling number of elite pugilists have departed, leaving the academy in a precarious financial situation. Kalli realizes that if they were to pay off their debts with the 400,000 guilds they have, they would still struggle to manage their finances. Meanwhile, as Jotaro wanders through the mountains, an idea strikes him. What if they created a raspberry drink? This could be the key to their fortune. Back at the estate, Kalli gazes at his baby, captivated by the child's innocence. Each time, Azalea presents him with a letter from the kingdom, announcing a pugilism competition to celebrate the crown prince's wedding and his 17th naming day. Kalli's fascination deepens. Yet, amidst the excitement, a cloud of confusion lingers in his mind. Azalea clasps her hands, silently wishing he would take another year or two to rest. Deep down, however, she knows he will leave regardless. Kalli confirms her intuition, revealing that he plans to depart after winter. With that settled, he dives into intense training for the upcoming competition. As Kijo sprints ahead, he playfully mocks his opponent for not keeping up, but his teasing quickly turns to an apology when he recognizes that it's Kalli. During practice, Kalli unleashes a powerful punch against a wooden post, but Nixar swiftly intervenes. "Hold on," he warns, concern etched on his face. "We're already low on supplies. We can't afford to break anything." Nixar appoints Kijo as an instructor, who soon admits that he underestimated the challenges of teaching. Nixar responds with a knowing smile, reminding him that nothing worthwhile ever comes easy. He reflects on Kalli's incredible journey, from a limping slave to a noble, and from the least trusted to an esteemed instructor. Nixar expresses his gratitude that Kalli returned alive. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains dedicated to his rigorous training, pushing his body to its limits. By the time spring arrives, his physique has been transformed, honed, and perfected, like a finely crafted blade. As he prepares to leave for the competition on horseback, Azalea asks if he's certain he doesn't need any guards. Kalli simply replies that he will go alone. She sighs, her worry evident, reminding him that he always keeps her on edge until the very last moment. Calling his name, she expresses that he understands her feelings without her needing to voice them. With a smile, Kalli departs for the competition. 2 days later, after a light-hearted jest, our protagonist hears a voice calling for help. He spots a man bound by ropes, encircled by others wielding swords. One of the captors steps forward, eyeing our hero with a menacing grin. "Surrender everything you have," he demands, "and we might spare your life." Our protagonist hesitates, his expression betraying a mix of nervousness and uncertainty. He takes in the sight of their tattered armor, makeshift weapons, and farming tools repurposed for battle. These are clearly struggling serfs, likely runaways grappling with dire financial straits. The leader reiterates his demand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He is not joking. With a deep breath, our protagonist slowly unsheathes his weapon and confronts the man, asking what would happen if he chose to refuse. One member of the group boldly declares that there's nothing to fear. After all, it's just one man standing against them. But instead of launching an attack, he drives his sword into the ground, leaving the group bewildered. The leader, taken aback, demands to know what he's doing, only to be met with a swift punch to the face. This ignites fury among the others, who erupt in shouts, vowing to kill him. They strike in unison, but our hero deftly dodges their blows, countering with a flurry of punches. In mere moments, all 4 attackers lie on the ground, groaning in pain. Shifting his focus to the man bound nearby, he asks if he's all right. As he leans in for a closer look, recognition dawns. It's Baron Kalli of Jest. Intrigued, he asks, "Have we met before?" The man, bound and helpless, acknowledges that he had anticipated being forgotten. He introduces himself as Began Boromarl. The name triggers a memory for our protagonist. He recalls Began as the nephew who once attempted to assassinate Count Boromarl. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrusts his sword toward Began's throat, demanding to know if revenge is his motive. Began quickly denies this, explaining that he is merely following the Count's orders to deliver a letter, but was ambushed by bandits along the way. Our protagonist carefully examines the letter, which opens with a warm greeting from the Count and mentions Began. The letter reveals that Began had previously been imprisoned, but is now being granted a second chance. The Count requests that Kalli take Began on as a squire and put him to work. However, if Began proves to be worthless, Kalli is free to end his life. The letter also emphasizes that if Began shows improvement and manages to turn his life around, he should be sent back. However, the Count warned that if Bagan was returned, Kalli would owe 500,000 guild. The mention of a squire caught our protagonist off guard. He preferred to work alone. Nevertheless, he told Bagan he would keep an eye on him, as per the Count's request. He added a stern warning. If Bagan misbehaved, he wouldn't hesitate to break a limb and leave him behind. Bagan accepted the terms and requested that his ropes be loosened. Later that night, Bagan busies himself in the kitchen, preparing a meal for our protagonist. As he watches, he can't help but admire Bagan's politeness and efficiency. To his surprise, he finds Bagan to be more resourceful than he initially thought, particularly impressed by his cooking skills. Bagan explains that this is precisely why his uncle never anticipated betrayal from him. Our protagonist, pondering this, remarks on how unworthy it is to take pride in such matters. In a moment of introspection, Bagan reveals that he once asked his uncle to punish him by severing his arm, but instead the Count chose to show him kindness. This act of mercy prompted him to reflect on his life. The sincerity of Bagan's confession leaves him puzzled, questioning how much people can genuinely change. Yet, despite these musings, Bagan proves to be a dedicated squire, even going so far as to prepare a place for Kalli to sleep. As they journey toward Drago's gates, Kalli seizes the opportunity to teach him pugilism, turning their travels into a lesson in combat. As the lessons progress, the bond between the two deepens. Upon reaching the gates, Bagan gestures toward the stunning streets of Wings of the Dragon, noting that most nobles reside there. He proposes they visit a nearby mansion once owned by their predecessors. However, their moment is abruptly interrupted when a tomato is hurled, splattering across Bagan's head. A man from a nearby group shouts at him, demanding to know how he has the audacity to return to this area. The group jeers at Bagan, branding him a disgrace and demanding that he leave the district. Among them, the crowd spots Kalli and acknowledges him, confirming his identity as Baron Kalli of a Jest. They express their outrage at Bagan's presence, deeming it an insult to their community. Kalli observes the harsh treatment, noting that it seems excessive, especially since the Count has already forgiven Bagan. He speaks of being entrusted with Bagan's reform, asserting that anyone who wishes to question Bagan's crimes must go through him first. Bagan is taken aback by this unexpected defense. The man then warns our protagonist that associating with Bagan will only lead to trouble. Later, at the mansion, Bagan advises our protagonist to steer clear of such matters, suggesting that siding with someone like him would only invite unnecessary enemies. He brushes off the notion, asserting that his purpose isn't to curry favor with the nobles, but to compete in the tournament. As he reflects on his own past, he contemplates the second chance he was given. If Bagan is genuinely remorseful, perhaps he could be the one to lead him toward a better path. Overcome with emotion, Bagan begins to cry. Just then, the butler arrives, instructed to prepare the finest room for the two travelers, signaling a pivotal shift in their journey. He gazes at the pile of invitations scattered across the table and inquires about them. Bagan explains that these are invitations to various banquets and balls. As he flips through them, he admits that most of the names are unfamiliar to him. Bagan reassures him, noting that many nobles hold him in high regard, and declining their invitations could be seen as a grave insult. Our protagonist is growing increasingly frustrated. All he desires is to participate in the tournament. Yet the nobles continue to pester him. Bagan suggests they should at least consider attending some events, given that there's still a month before the tournament. He quickly dismisses the idea, exclaiming that attending them all would require multiple bodies. Bagan suggests that he should align himself with the most powerful family. After a moment of contemplation, our protagonist concludes that visiting one of the kingdom's great duchies could be his best move. However, when Bagan mentions that they have received an invitation from Duke Wistry, he shakes his head. The most influential family in the capital is the Ealdrin family, he explains, emphasizing the importance of making the right choice. Curious, Kalli inquires how a mere Marquise family wields such influence. Bagan explains that the head of the family, Engelson Ealdrin, once led the royal guards and quelled the gladiator rebellion over 20 years ago. Although he holds only an honorary title and possesses no actual territory, his warrior lineage commands immense power. Whispers abound that he manipulates the royal guards, effectively turning them into his personal army. As he listens, he likens the situation to a division commander who treats his drivers like personal servants, prompting him to wonder what else makes this family unique. Blushing slightly, Bagan mentions that the Marquise's daughter is exceptionally beautiful. Without missing a beat, our protagonist delivers a punch to Bagan, reminding him that he is already married. Bagan groans on the floor, clutching his swollen head. As he arrives at the Aldrin mansion, he pauses to admire its imperial architecture. It truly has an imperial flair, he remarks. His subordinate nods in agreement, explaining that an engineer from the Empire was commissioned for its construction. Stepping inside, they are greeted by the Marquis himself, who warmly expresses his honor at their guest's acceptance of the invitation. The Marquis proudly announces that he has arranged for the royal head chef to prepare their meal. Confused, our protagonist wonders if the Marquis is boasting about such trivialities to showcase his influence. Meanwhile, the Marquis is taken aback by Bagan's presence, internally questioning why a man in such disarray was allowed into the mansion. If Bagan were merely a jest for his amusement, the Marquis would never have tolerated his presence. As the meal is served, he savors each bite, genuinely complimenting the Marquis on the exquisite taste. With a glint of curiosity in his eyes, the Marquis suggests they engage in light conversation and admits he has a question for him. He can't help but chuckle at how nobles always seem to have something on their minds. The Marquis continues, revealing that, unlike many of his peers, he holds a deep admiration for him, recognizing him as a warrior who truly understands the essence of power. Coming from a family of warriors, he has often faced discrimination from nobles who inherit their titles, but lack the strength to defend themselves. He confesses that dealing with such nobles has always been a challenge. Our protagonist quips that if those nobles were the first to go to war, it would certainly create a problem. The Marquis chuckles, clearly amused, and remarks that he's starting to like him even more. He adds, with a playful glint in his eye, that if he weren't already married, he might have considered arranging a marriage between him and his daughter. Marquis, intrigued, inquires about the reason for Kalli's visit to the capital. With enthusiasm, Kalli replies that a fighter of his caliber would naturally come for the tournament. The Marquis hesitates for a moment before noting that he has never heard of a noble competing personally in such events. Typically, nobles send sponsored fighters to uphold their honor. Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist reveals that he was a pugilist before ascending to nobility, making this more than just a competition for him. The Marquis bursts into laughter, noting that while most nobles might take such a statement as an affront, he finds it rather refreshing. He then gestures for his servants to lead the way to the banquet hall, where he intends to introduce our hero to his family and associates. As they enter the grand hall, he surveys the room and quickly identifies a considerable number of guests as officers of the royal guards. This confirms Bagan's earlier assertion that the Marquis views them as his personal soldiers. Leaning in, Bagan whispers the same thought, reinforcing the observation. Moments later, the Marquis proudly introduces his daughter, Nasha Aldrin, whose beauty surpasses even the most flattering rumors. However, he can't shake the unsettling pallor of his skin, hinting at an emaciated figure concealed beneath his elegant attire. Her face is pale. When he asks about it, she reveals that she has been sick since childhood. As he gazes into her eyes, he senses an unsettling dissonance. They introduce themselves, and Nasha acknowledges his reputation as a skilled pugilist. Then, her gaze falls on the scar on his nose, and she curiously inquires if it was caused by a sword. He replies that life as a slave is filled with unpredictability and danger. Intrigued, she asks if he fought his opponents with his bare hands back then. He confesses that he nearly lost his life in those battles. Impressed, she turns to the others and declares, Baron Adjust once defeated a sword-wielding opponent while unarmed. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, she adds, Would you like to hear the story? He finds himself bewildered as several noblewomen suddenly surround him, eager to hear his tale. Annoyed by their enthusiasm, he explains that the noble he saved is now his wife. The women swoon at the revelation, declaring it incredibly romantic and express their own longing for a love story just like his. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, our guide attempts to redirect the conversation. Just then, a noble steps forward, the very same man who had hurled a tomato at Bagan's head earlier. He acknowledges the guide's story but insists that something about it remains unclear. Instinctively, the guide wonders if the noble is seeking revenge and offers to clarify any confusion. The noble simply shakes his head, stating that words alone are insufficient. Having spent his life mastering weapons, he struggles to accept that someone could defeat a swordsman while unarmed. It's simply the truth, he declares. The noble, eager to prove his point, suggests a reenactment and offers a dull practice sword for safety. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately agrees, realizing that demonstrating with his fists would be far easier than trying to explain it with words. Nasha tries to intervene, but the Marquis steps in, eager to seize the opportunity. He wants to see for himself what kind of pugilist Baron Adjust truly is. The Marquis warns him that even though it's just a practice sword, a single misstep could lead to broken bones. Unfazed, Kalli replies that any injuries he sustains will be his own responsibility, urging his opponent to give it everything he has. The noblewomen watch in stunned silence, their eyes locked onto him. A crowd quickly gathers, eager to witness the fight, especially since he has only participated in a handful of official matches despite his growing fame. He raises his hands into a defensive stance, ready for whatever comes next. His opponent studies him intently, weighing the decision of whether to unleash his full strength. Before he can make a decision, he calls our protagonist impatient. Without warning, our hero charges forward. The noble tries to react, but a swift kick to his side sends him stumbling back in pain. He protests, questioning why our hero chose to use his feet, labeling him a coward. In response, our protagonist smirks and points out the irony of a swordsman calling an unarmed man dishonorable. Frustrated, the noble mutters that perhaps it would only be fair to use his fists as well. The Marquis observes with amusement, pondering that Kalli must have acquired genuine combat experience beyond the confines of official matches. His confidence is too polished to be merely theoretical. He might even disrupt the stagnant waters of noble society. Determined to take the match seriously, the noble steels himself and launches an attack. He dodges effortlessly, slipping away from each strike. When the noble attempts a precise stab, he misses again. Every move is met with easeful evasion, heightening his frustration as exhaustion begins to set in. Finally, breathless and defeated, he concedes his mistake. The Marquis is taken aback, while Nasha looks on in awe, perceiving him as a man radiating raw vitality. Following that day, the Marquis often invites our protagonist to join him during his stay in the capital. One evening, he inquires whether he has any formal training in swordsmanship. The reply comes with a hint of regret. He never had the opportunity to learn. Laughing, the Marquis proclaims that noble martial arts must now recognize pugilism, as pugilists fight for honor rather than mere survival. The conversation then veers into politics. The Marquis inquires if Kalli has met the king yet, to which Kalli replies that he has not. With a smirk, the Marquis explains that the king is little more than a puppet. The true power, he asserts, rests with the great lords, and the military strength is firmly under his control. He concedes that the king possesses the wisdom to distribute power effectively, ensuring balance within the realm. However, the Marquis expresses his true concern, the crown prince. Young, arrogant, and inherently cruel, the prince is destined to bring disaster to the kingdom. The Marquis wonders aloud if this boy will grow into a tyrant. While he would much rather see the second prince ascend to the throne, he laments that the child is merely 5 years old. A looming succession crisis threatens to plunge the realm into civil war, with nobles clashing over bloodlines and regency rights. He cautions his companion about an impending invitation from the crown prince, urging him to tread carefully, for the prince is notoriously unpredictable. With a hint of sarcasm, our protagonist quips that his misfortune will somehow ensure his survival. The Marquis chuckles softly, studying him intently. He likens him to a mercenary, forever accompanied by death, noting that he carries its unmistakable scent. The words echo in his mind, leaving him unsettled as he wanders through the halls, lost in thought. He can't shake the feeling that something was amiss the moment he first laid eyes on Nasha. Just as he reaches the door, she calls out to him, stopping him in his tracks. "Are you leaving?" she asks. He nods in reply. With a playful grip on his arm, she raises an eyebrow. "Why so formal? Just call me Nasha, not Miss Nasha." Kalli is taken aback by her request, uncertainty washing over him. Undeterred, Nasha insists he call her by her name instead of using formal titles. He pulls away, irritation flickering across his face, and tells her to let go. Shifting the conversation, she brings up the upcoming tournament qualifiers, promising to cheer for him and teasing that she'll bring along more pretty girls. He welcomes her enthusiasm, but firmly replies, "Just don't bring them." Laughing, she playfully suggests bringing in some handsome men, feigning ignorance of his preferences. Without missing a beat, he firmly states that, regardless of her intentions, he has already pledged himself to another woman and has no interest in such banter. He warns her that this will be the last time he tolerates it. Angered, Nasha retorts that she is the only daughter of the Marquis and that there's only one reason she's refraining from striking him. Before she can finish, his expression darkens, and he interrupts her. It's not her noble status that holds him back. It's simply because she is a woman. With nothing more to say, he turns and storms out, slamming the door behind him. Initially, Nasha is taken aback by his words, but soon, laughter escapes her lips as she declares him the most confident and spirited man she has ever encountered. She instructs Blair to write about him next. The following morning at Bormal Mansion, he presents, begin with the training equipment for their session. A sturdy log. After some rigorous training, Begin bows his head in regret and declares that learning pugilism was a mistake. However, our determined protagonist reassures him that this will now be their daily routine. He begins to protest, claiming that the intensity might be too much for him, but his objections are swiftly dismissed. Foundational strength is essential, he insists. A blade can be honed by a master blacksmith, but when it comes to fortifying the body, there's simply no substitute for rigorous training. He acknowledges Begin's progress, and at last, Begin understands. His thoughts wander back to his encounter with Nasha the day before. He questions whether he was too harsh, but quickly reminds himself that her mention of Azay left him no choice but to intervene. Shaking off the lingering doubt, he redirects his focus to the upcoming tournament. He informs Begin that he will be stepping out for a while and instructs him to tidy up in the meantime. When asked about his destination, he casually replies that he needs to buy leather straps and ointment. Upon reaching the marketplace, he spots a tent that strikes him as oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes it's a gypsy tent, the very same where he once had his fortune told with Azalea in Wistry. Determined to give it another shot, he steps inside. The fortune teller greets him warmly, revealing that she has been expecting him and referring to him as a warrior. Taken aback by the title, he looks puzzled, but she quickly explains that she merely speaks as she perceives things. If her words unsettle him, she offers to rephrase. He reassures her that it's fine and inquires if this place is genuinely meant for fortune-telling. He recalls an old woman reading his fortune in a tent much like this one. She explained that his kind does not offer readings to just anyone. Clearly, she must have seen something in him, just as she does now. Taking his hand, she begins to share his visions. Flying metal objects, a person trapped inside a box, a wagon moving without a horse. With a hint of awe, she admits that she has never encountered such sights before. His body tenses as his words resonate within him. These are the same visions he once heard from the old woman. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Could gypsies truly possess divine powers? Yet, he recalls his own nature, a supernatural being reincarnated as a slave in this new world. The existence of such mysterious abilities shouldn't surprise him. As the woman continues, his gaze shifts, sensing an unusual guardian lurking behind him, a clear indication that his fate carries great significance. He shakes his head, insisting that he wasn't saved by any guardian, but by his own fists. She smiles warmly, replying that this is precisely why she calls him a warrior. Life, she explains, is a relentless battle, and he too must confront hardship and adversity. With a knowing look, she adds that she's aware he will be joining the pugilism tournament. Taken aback, he asks how she knows. She simply shrugs and says, "News has a way of reaching me." Before he departs, she cautions him to stay vigilant, as the tournament will be rife with disruptors. As he steps out of the tent, his mind drifts back to Begin's warning. The capital is the most corrupt place in the kingdom. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Could someone really bribe the referees? Shaking off the thought, he reminds himself not to place too much trust in fortune-telling. As time marches on, the tournament qualifiers kick off. A fierce match erupts between Torres and his opponent. With relentless aggression, Torres takes control, launching a barrage of attacks until his rival collapses, unconscious. The referee steps in, declaring Torres the winner and securing his spot in the main round. On the second day of the qualification tournament, Kalli steps into the arena, absorbing the electrifying atmosphere around him. Participants are already locked in fierce battles, even though the official matches have yet to begin. He watches the chaos unfold, puzzled by their impatience. Just then, Nasha arrives, her eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly awaits her turn. Blair stands beside her, sharing in the thrill of the moment. Nasha instructs Blair to harness dark magic to eliminate him, and she readily accepts the task. Yet beneath her composed exterior, Blair silently scoffs at her, deeming her foolish for placing faith in such dark arts. To Blair, death looms just before Nasha, though the latter remains blissfully unaware. Blair's true motive is to extract as much wealth from her as possible. Once she has served her purpose, he intends to dispose of her without a second thought. Meanwhile, our protagonist quickly discovers that this round has no rules or boundaries. The qualifying match erupts into a chaotic brawl, with 20 participants clashing in a frenzy, and only the last 3 standing will secure their place in the finals. He's heard rumors that competitors often target renowned fighters, and as the drum signals the start of the fight, he decides to hold back, bracing himself for an imminent onslaught. Instead of uniting against him, the others begin to bicker among themselves. His patience wears thin, frustration bubbling to the surface as he realizes no one is coming for him. When he finally speaks up, one of the fighters retorts that no one is foolish enough to attack a noble. Annoyed, he challenges them to strike him. Another man cautions that if he remains silent now, he will only find himself ambushed later. His frustration boils over as he lunges forward, attacking both opponents. They label him insane for not seizing the easy path to the next round, but he refuses to remain passive. He challenges them again, yet one opponent hesitates, wary of potential retaliation if they strike first. He brushes off the concern, deeming it a petty thought. To eliminate any doubt, our protagonist boldly proclaims a reward of 10,000 guilds to anyone who can defeat him. The arena bursts into a frenzy as fighters rush toward him, their eyes gleaming with ambition for the prize. One challenger lunges forward, but he stands poised, fully prepared for the attack. Before his opponent can land a blow, he counters with overwhelming strength, leaving the entire crowd in stunned silence. As more challengers rush in, Kalli taunts them, asking what they plan to do now that he's resorted to pettiness. With effortless grace, he dodges their attacks and strikes back with pinpoint precision. Demonstrating his skills, he urges them to watch and learn how battles are truly fought in the Empire. His opponents scoff, dismissing his words as mere bravado, insisting they've never encountered such a technique before. He calmly replies, "It is the truth." The audience begins to murmur among themselves, intrigued by the unfolding tension. Some say he has lost his mind, while others recognize his extraordinary talent. The rumors surrounding him were not exaggerated. Noticing that none of his opponents can claim the reward, he taunts them once more. Enraged, one challenger lunges at him, but he effortlessly withstands the attack, countering with a devastating punch that sends the man crashing to the ground. At that moment, our protagonist catches sight of Nasha and Blair observing him. Nasha turns to Blair, seeking her thoughts. Blair outwardly admires his life force, exclaiming that she has never encountered anyone quite like him. Yet beneath her facade, she is already plotting. Her intention is to make it seem as though dark magic has taken effect by eliminating him. However, after witnessing his formidable strength, she quickly realizes that such a plan is utterly impossible. Poison becomes her only option. The fight concludes with his victory, solidifying his place in the main round. At Eldrin Mansion, the Marquis shares with Kalli that he found the qualification tournament quite entertaining. Yet, there's a contemplative look in his eyes. Curious, our protagonist inquires about his thoughts. The Marquis reveals that the Crown Prince witnessed his match, dubbed him the dark horse of the tournament, and expressed a keen desire to meet him. Apologizing, he admits that his earlier words have indeed come to pass. He brushes it off, claiming it was inevitable. The Marquis reassures him, promising to do everything in his power to avert any issues, but urges him to stay vigilant. Later that night, at the palace of Crown Prince Creon Laragius, Kalli arrives with Began. The prince greets them warmly, expressing his gratitude for their acceptance of the invitation. Praising his performance, the Crown Prince commends him for taking down the filthy scoundrels. However, the rudeness of his words strikes him as unusual for someone of royal stature. He can't help but wonder if Creon truly deserves the title of Crown Prince, thinking that even Iskandar seemed more dignified by comparison. The Crown Prince then clarifies that the tournament is part of his wedding celebration, adding that he would be deeply offended if a mere commoner were to claim victory. With that, he unsheathes his sword and swings it confidently, declaring that a noble as exceptional as himself is destined to win. Observing this arrogance, our protagonist recalls the Marquis' words, realizing that Creon is both foolish and fundamentally lacking as a person. Creon demands a response, and our hero simply states his unwavering determination to win. Laughing, the prince then shifts his attention to Began, inquiring about him. He introduces Began Boromarl as his servant. Suddenly, the prince slaps Began, branding him an unruly brat and ordering him to leave, insisting that this is no place for someone like him. In response, Began declares that he too is leaving, casually mentioning that he has dinner plans with the Marquis. Creon acknowledges the situation but warns him not to bring Began along next time. His patience wears thin. As Began tries to hold him back, he reveals without hesitation that he was once a slave fighter, born from a vulgar and utterly despicable bloodline. Creon is visibly taken aback, and in a fit of rage, he declares that he hopes they never cross paths again. Without another word, he departs. Back at the mansion, our guide reflects on his encounter with the Marquis. He reveals that Creon is destined to become the future king, as the current ruler is unlikely to survive the year due to illness. He shares that he once served as Creon's martial arts instructor, attempting to temper the young man's fiery nature, yet he realizes that a person's true character cannot be changed. Furthermore, the Joseph family, supported by the nobility, may attempt to keep him in line, especially now that Count Joseph's daughter has ascended to the role of crown princess. Intrigued, he questions why Joseph would marry his daughter to Creon. Fully aware of the man's true nature, the Marquise responds, revealing that nobles frequently betray their own kin for the sake of their family's survival. However, he stands firm in his resolve to never follow that path. His daughter is ill-suited for such a harsh environment, and he cannot bear to send her into it. Later, Kalli instructs Begin to prepare the wagon. As he turns, he catches sight of Nasha. Annoyed, he mutters under his breath that he had hoped never to see her again. She approaches him, her voice steady as she apologizes for her past mistakes. He brushes off her apology, stating coldly that he is leaving. She grips his arm, her voice tinged with concern as she asks why he's being so distant. She requests just a moment of his time. Recalling how aggressive he had been during their last encounter, he hesitates. Nasha then hands him a talisman, wishing him luck in the tournament. She confides that she has felt weak since childhood, having tried countless remedies, yet her natural constitution never seemed to improve. Despite this, she holds on to her faith in superstitions, believing it's the reason she's still standing today. He questions whether the talisman is just a relic of superstition, voicing his disbelief in such things. She, however, insists it holds deep significance for her and asks him to accept it as her apology, promising not to disturb him again. Reluctantly, he accepts the talisman and puts it on, believing this will be their final interaction. She offers another apology, but deep down, she feels a sense of satisfaction. The following morning, Begin informs Kalli that the schedule for the main tournament has been announced. His match is set for the next day. When he hears his opponent's name, Garrett, he inquires if he is a renowned fist fighter, admitting that he has never heard of him before. Begin starts asking the butler about Garrett, who reveals that he is a former mercenary who has recently turned to pugilism. Begin concludes that Garrett is likely motivated by money. Aware that Garrett has made it to the main round, he acknowledges that the man must possess some skill. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washes over him. He turns to Begin and mentions that his chest is itching. When questioned about the necklace, he nonchalantly replies that Lady Nasha gifted it to him and that he plans to discard it. Begin, intrigued, requests to take a closer look. As he inspects the talisman, he can't help but wonder why someone of such wealth would carry something so seemingly insignificant. At the opening ceremony of the pugilism tournament's main event, the king makes his entrance to deliver a speech, yet his voice barely carries over the crowd, prompting whispers among the audience about his frail condition. Watching him closely, Kalli can't shake the feeling that the king's time may be running short. As the king's speech comes to an end, Crown Prince Creon steps forward, flanked by the princess, ready to take the spotlight. With an air of arrogance, he declares the tournament officially open. The audience erupts in cheers, chanting, "Long live the Crown Prince!" But just as the excitement reaches its peak, an unexpected announcement echoes through the arena. A prisoner execution tournament will precede the main matches. Confusion ripples through the crowd as the fist-fighting participants are abruptly ordered to return to the waiting room. Kalli, confused, inquires about the unfolding event. Someone explains that the Crown Prince made an impulsive decision the day before, declaring that blood must be spilled to elevate the atmosphere. Realizing the danger, they urge Kalli to hurry to the waiting room. As the cage swings open, 3 lions are unleashed. The prisoners, filled with terror and desperation, plead for their lives as they are mercilessly attacked. Blood spills onto the ground as the Crown Prince and the audience revel in the grim spectacle. The Marquis mutters in disgust, labeling Creon a scoundrel. Kalli watches the scene unfold with distaste, grappling with the unsettling realization that in this world, death is treated with chilling indifference. Though he doesn't want to impose Earth's moral standards, he finds this cruelty utterly incomprehensible. He concludes that only the insane could thrive in such a place. Meanwhile, Nasha and Blair sit in the audience. Blair turns to Nasha, asking if she truly saw Kalli wearing the necklace. Nasha nods in confirmation. Blair then reassures her, explaining that it doesn't matter if he took it off. As soon as the necklace settled around his neck, a sharp needle pierced his skin, injecting a lethal poison. Even if he later feels unwell and manages to remove it, it will be too late. Without an antidote, his body will slowly deteriorate, leading to death in just a few days. Like a curse come to life. When the next match is announced, Kalli strides into the ring with a confident smile. Observing him closely, Nasha notices that he has taken off the necklace. Meanwhile, Blair remains unfazed. Kalli's opponent, Garrett, approaches him with a confident greeting, claiming he has heard much about him and sees no need for honorifics. Kalli quickly interjects, noting that Garrett isn't originally a pugilist. Garrett nods in acknowledgement, explaining that as a mercenary, he does whatever it takes for money, whether that means wielding a sword or throwing punches. As the tension mounts before the fight, our protagonist warns Garrett to surrender if he values his life, or risk ending up severely injured. Yet, he can't shake the feeling that Garrett's relaxed stance suggests he's concealing something. Sensing the danger, Kalli remains on high alert. With a swift motion, our protagonist launches an attack, but Garrett dodges with ease. A smirk crosses Garrett's face as he remarks, "Pugilists really are something else." Kalli taunts him, questioning if that makes him a fake pugilist, but he soon realizes that Garrett is deliberately avoiding direct combat. While he may not be a seasoned pugilist, Garrett's skill is undeniable. He then reveals that although he has only been training in pugilism for 2 months, he has spent the last 20 years as a mercenary. This revelation leaves Kalli utterly stunned. He knows that both mercenaries and fistfighters have short careers, with only the exceptionally skilled or fortunate managing to last for decades. In this instance, Garrett is undoubtedly among the skilled. Physically, our protagonist excels in fistfighting techniques. Yet, Garrett possesses decades of combat experience, enabling him to read his opponent's movements and anticipate attacks with astonishing foresight. Garrett initiates the confrontation with a swift punch. Kalli tries to dodge, but his efforts fall short and he takes the hit. In that moment, he recognizes that the punch came from an unexpected angle, making it nearly impossible to evade. Determined, he counters with a punch of his own, but Garrett sidesteps with ease. Impressed, Kalli can't help but acknowledge, "You're incredibly sharp in battle." Kalli has battled countless formidable opponents, relying on his past life's boxing experience and sharp strategic thinking to gain the upper hand. But now he confronts a mercenary whose psychological prowess and adaptability far exceed his own. For the first time, Kalli feels his mental superiority being put to the test. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Kalli sets his sights on landing a single, decisive blow. However, Garrett sees through his intentions and warns him not to let overconfidence cloud his judgment before launching another punch. Kalli notices something unsettling. Garrett's attacks lack a predictable rhythm. His left and right punches come at him in an erratic pattern, blending orthodox and southpaw techniques in a way that keeps Kalli guessing. In the orthodox stance, the right hand remains at the back while the left hand leads the charge. Conversely, the southpaw stance positions the right hand forward and the left hand at the rear. For most right-handed boxers, the orthodox stance is a natural choice, offering an edge when facing left-handed opponents. However, the footwork in both stances can present challenges, particularly when it comes to timing and defense. Right-handed boxers often find themselves up against southpaw fighters, making each encounter both unique and challenging. The ability to switch effortlessly between stances is a valuable skill in the ring. As Garrett and Kalli prepare to face off, the tension is palpable. Kalli quickly adapts to his opponent's style, realizing he can effectively use both hands. Meanwhile, Garrett observes Kalli's keen awareness and begins to question just how much of an advantage that insight truly provides. Adapting to an entirely different boxing style in such a short time is nearly impossible, even for a seasoned fighter. However, our protagonist quickly realizes that with his keen perception, he can effortlessly dodge the punches aimed at him. Deep down, he understands that he has faced tougher opponents in the past, and now he feels the courage to rise to this challenge as well. Garrett stands frozen, taken aback by Kalli's stillness, a striking departure from his usual restless energy. It feels almost unnatural, as if an unseen force has anchored him in place. A sense of unease washes over Garrett. Something has shifted. He remembers when Kalli first entered this world, darting around like a skilled boxer, relying on agility to dodge blows. Yet, as time passed and he adapted to the fist-fighting style here, Kalli evolved into a fighter who traded his nimbleness for sheer brute strength. Now, it's evident that he is transformed once again, evolving into a relentless swarmer. This new style empowers Kalli to deliver powerful strikes and aggressive forward punches, overwhelming his opponent with sheer force. Garrett can't help but admire the extent of Kalli's transformation. Fully embracing his new approach, Kalli fights with unwavering aggression, embodying the true essence of a swarmer. Kalli is acutely aware that he has deciphered every trick and strategy his opponent relies on. With confidence surging through him, he presses forward, eager to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, Garrett's fury is palpable, his frustration evident in every frantic move he makes. In a decisive moment, Kalli unleashes a powerful punch, forcing Garrett to confront the true extent of his strength. Just as Kalli charges forward, he suddenly halts in the midst of the fight, catching his opponent off guard. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Kalli unleashes a devastating punch that connects squarely with Garrett's jaw. The impact is undeniable, and Garrett can feel the shift in Kalli's approach. This isn't the same fighter he faced before. Kalli's unpredictability has become his most formidable weapon. Garrett understands that losing focus, even for a moment, could seal his fate against Kalli's ever-evolving tactics. As the battle escalates, his mind races, desperately trying to anticipate Kalli's next move. He ponders the distance from which Kalli will strike and how to counter such a versatile adversary. The crowd watches in awe, captivated by the fierce energy and intricate strategies unfolding before them. Even the Marquis, perched high above, is captivated by the brilliance of his ever-changing style. The guards quickly recognize that Kalli is positioning himself at mid-range, preparing to spin around them and dismantle their defenses. They can feel his intent to break through with speed and precision, fully aware that their barriers won't hold for long. Garrett, however, starts to question whether Kalli can achieve victory with just his ordinary fists. He realizes that Kalli will need to adapt his fighting style to stand a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Garrett unleashes a powerful punch, quickly followed by a relentless barrage of blows, each strike fueled by his immense strength. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberates through the arena. Garrett's hand falters, and Kalli steps back with a smirk, teasingly asking if he has heard the unmistakable sound of bone cracking. Garrett's expression changes dramatically. The conversation takes an unexpected turn, and just as Kalli readies herself to deliver another punishing blow, he surprises everyone by surrendering. Kalli stands frozen for a moment, taken aback by his sudden submission. With a trembling voice, Garrett confesses that he felt his life was at stake and could no longer endure the punishment. The crowd erupts in protest, demanding that the fight continue until the very end. Tension fills the air as Kalli casts a glance at the roaring audience, his victory mingled with disbelief and defiance. The spectators clamor for him to finish his opponent, their voices a chorus demanding blood. Yet, Kalli remains composed, turning to his adversary and stating firmly that the fight cannot end here, not with the people and even the crown prince yearning for a decisive conclusion. He gestures toward the prince's cold, expectant demeanor, emphasizing that mere surrender will not satisfy anyone. Initially, the opponent regarded pugilism as nothing more than a sport, but Kalli's words resonate deeply, shaking his resolve. He realizes that to truly appease the restless audience, he must make the defeat a spectacle. He instructs his opponent to scream, feigning a broken hand, only to dislocate his shoulder instead. The plan unfolds swiftly, and with a precise maneuver, Kalli dislocates his opponent's shoulder. The crowd erupts in cheers, exhilarated by the spectacle. The defeated man collapses to the ground, writhing in pain before being carried off on a stretcher. Kalli stands tall in the ring, basking in the thunderous applause of the audience. In stark contrast, Garrett lies in silence, his thoughts consumed by the fight and the sting of defeat. He silently vows to reclaim his honor one day, determined to face Baron Kalli again. Meanwhile, a noble woman turns to Blair, pondering aloud whether Kalli is truly cursed, for he fights with an almost supernatural brilliance. Meanwhile, the doctor observes the unfolding scene, his heart weighed down by guilt. He remembers how he had poisoned Kalli before the match, yet Kalli continues to exhibit extraordinary vitality and skill, defying all expectations. Determined to maintain control, the doctor resolves to use stronger drugs, contemplating how long he can keep Kalli in the dark with mere painkillers, before the truth inevitably comes to light. Unbeknownst to him, the lady remains blissfully unaware of the sinister conspiracy swirling around his. Began, on the other hand, notices a collection of gifts and becomes intrigued about their intended recipient. When he inquires with the butler, the man simply nods in response. Moments later, Began finds a letter among the items and wonders if it could be from Count Joseph. Later, Kalli asks about the letter from Baron Joseph, to which Began replies that the Baron wishes to reconcile and put an end to their misunderstandings. However, our protagonist stands firm, unwilling to accept such a resolution. Sensing his hesitation, Began points out that Baron Joseph has a strong connection with Marquis Eldrin. He explains that Joseph will treat Kalli with respect, not out of kindness, but because making an enemy of the Marquis would be a grave mistake. Still, Kalli remains skeptical. When our protagonist asks Began to accompany him, Began hesitates, insisting that Count Joseph won't welcome him. Kalli merely shrugs, pointing out that if Joseph truly disliked them, he wouldn't have requested reconciliation in the first place. If things go poorly, we'll just be thrown out of the palace, he adds with a casual air. After all, it wasn't Kalli who sought this meeting to begin with. The following day, outside the Bormal estate, Warren Joseph stands impatiently by the carriage, his irritation palpable as he awaits the arrival of a mere slave fighter. Just as his frustration reaches its peak, Kalli finally appears, nonchalantly asking if he's late. Without waiting for an answer, he offers a quick apology, explaining that he had been preoccupied elsewhere. Warren barely conceals his disgust but gestures for Kalli to enter the carriage. Just before stepping inside, Kalli declares that Bagan will be accompanying him. Warren's expression shifts to one of surprise, but before he can voice an objection, Kalli firmly reiterates that Bagan is coming along. With a smirk, he adds that in this world, not only traitors, but also those who harm women seem to walk around with impunity. The remark hits a nerve. Annoyed, Warren slams the carriage door shut with a force that echoes sharply in the air. Bagan quickly realizes that Warren's frustration has intensified, but Kalli remains unfazed. With a smirk, he quips that he can't be kind to someone who stirs up bad memories. Just then, a sudden pain shoots through Kalli's head, causing him to wince. Bagan notices immediately and asks if he's all right. Kalli brushes off his concern, insisting it's just a migraine. However, when Bagan offers to call a physician, Kalli hesitates, finally admitting that the pain is intensifying. He worries it might hinder his performance in the second round of the tournament, yet he remains determined not to show any sign of weakness. As the carriage arrives at the palace, they step out to be greeted by Count Joseph. With a polite yet measured tone, the Count invites them inside for dinner. As they settle at the grand dining table, Kalli decides to stir the pot. Bagan watches in shock as Kalli devours his food with reckless abandon, his table manners utterly non-existent. Each bite seems deliberate, a calculated move to test Count Joseph's patience. Meanwhile, Joseph watches intently, pondering whether Kalli would dare to act this way in front of Marquis Aldrin. Warren, unable to endure the disrespect any longer, rises abruptly from his chair, demanding that Kalli compose himself and exhibit proper etiquette. With a feigned innocence, Kalli apologizes, insisting that he is simply a man of humble origins. Before Warren can press further, Count Joseph steps in, instructing his son to show respect and not be rude to their guest. Turning to Kalli, the Count finally addresses the purpose of their meeting. With a calm demeanor, he states that they need to resolve their misunderstandings. At this, Kalli's expression darkens, and fury ignites in his eyes as he grapples with the term misunderstandings. The Count presses forward, proposing they put aside their grievances and even offering compensation if Kalli desires something in return. At this, our protagonist scoffs. With an icy tone, he responds that his wife once advised him never to accept gifts from strangers. Count Joseph's patience begins to fray. Irritation flickers across his face, and his voice sharpens as he declares Kalli's behavior utterly intolerable. Before he can say another word, his anger boiling over, he suddenly hurls his glass of wine across the table. The room plunges into stunned silence. Warren Joseph's face contorts with rage, but before he can react, Kalli coldly reminds Count Joseph of his past misdeeds. With a voice laced with contempt, Kalli declares that he barely survived thanks to the Count's first son. Kalli's voice seizes with anger as he addresses Count Joseph, reminding him that he was sentenced to death merely for aiding someone humiliated by the Count's eldest son. That so-called misunderstanding had cost him everything. Thrust into a brutal battle against a monstrous ogre, he was left to fight for survival, his legs barely functional from severe injuries. The mere memory of it ignites his fury. Fixing a cold gaze on Count Joseph, Kalli demands to know what right he has to speak of misunderstandings. He is no fool and will not pretend otherwise. Sensing the tension escalating, Bagan steps in, urging Kalli to calm down. Meanwhile, Count Joseph, maintaining his composed demeanor, makes another attempt to defuse the situation. He proposes that they part on amicable terms, emphasizing that it would be advantageous for the August family. With calm deliberation, Count Joseph offers Kalli one last opportunity. He inquires if Kalli genuinely wishes to pursue a relationship without any hope of reconciliation. Reminding Kalli that he, too, is a noble of the Empire, Warren insists that Kalli should behave accordingly. In that moment, a shift occurs in Kalli's mind. He understands that, whether he likes it or not, reconciliation may be unavoidable. But that doesn't mean he will make it easy. With a smirk, he turns to Warren Joseph and coolly demands his leg in return. Silence blankets the room, and Warren's face pales, his expression locked in shock. Warren Joseph stands speechless as Kalli demands his leg. Panic seizes him as he picks up a heavy hammer and cautiously approaches. Desperation seeps into his voice as he pleads for mercy, calling out for his father. But there is no escape. helplessly tied up on the ground. Warren lies there, vulnerability etched across his face. Count Joseph watches with a cold, unyielding expression. "Accept your fate," he tells his son, his voice devoid of warmth. "This is for the sake of our family." He reminds Warren that this sacrifice will strengthen their ties with the Marquise and the Crown Princess. "If enduring this pain secures our family's future, then so be it." Kalli smirks, fully embracing the act. He raises the hammer high above his head, letting the tension in the air build. Warren flinches, his breath catching as Kalli warns him to brace himself. In one swift motion, Kalli brings the hammer crashing down with all his might. A deafening crack reverberates through the hall. Warren screams, convinced that his leg has been shattered. As the dust settles, he notices something peculiar. His leg remains untouched. Instead, the floor beneath him lies cracked and broken. He stares in disbelief, his body trembling as Kalli gazes down at him with cold amusement. Turning to Count Joseph, Kalli inquires if he is truly prepared to follow through with this. With a deep sigh, Count Joseph nods in affirmation. He interprets this as a sign to put their past conflicts behind them. Finally, Kalli concedes. With that, the long-standing feud is resolved. Count Joseph expresses his gratitude, though the atmosphere remains charged with tension. Kalli then crouches beside Warren, his voice low and menacing as he warns him never to show his face again. Next time, he won't hold back. Warren's body stiffens with fear, terror evident in his wide eyes. With their business concluded, Kalli and Begin exit the palace. As they walk away, Begin casts a glance back at Warren, still shaken. He confesses that for a moment, he genuinely believed Kalli would break Warren's leg. Kalli merely shrugs in response, stating that it wasn't worth the trouble. After all, there was no real gain in crippling him, so he chose not to bother. Back at the palace, Count Joseph instructs his servants to remain silent as they see their guests off. By the next day, rumors spread like wildfire, and news of the reconciliation between the Joseph and Adjust families reaches every corner of the city. At the Aldrin mansion, Blair approaches the princess, concerned for her well-being. She replies that she is feeling better, though still a bit under the weather. Upon hearing this, the spellcaster exhales in relief, believing that the strong painkillers she took are finally taking effect. For now, it seems she is on the mend. Yet, her thoughts begin to wander to Kalli. She can't help but wonder if he is merely a fist fighter, or if there's something deeper beneath the surface. Sensing her concern, Blair smiles beside her, attributing her recovery to her own strong spirit. Grateful for his words, she admits that before meeting him she was always in pain. But now, everything has changed, and her condition has improved significantly. He thanks her, insisting that her support made all the difference. Yet, as he watches her, his thoughts begin to drift elsewhere. Had Kalli and the princess been left to their own devices, he was certain they would have killed each other by now. He smirked at the thought, amused by their fiery tempers. More importantly, he envisioned the fortune that awaited him once this matter was finally resolved. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this long, tiresome ordeal was finally drawing to a close. A few days later, at the Borromole mansion, Begin Borromole searches for Kalli, eager to resume their training. It has been days since their last session, and he insists they can't afford to fall behind. He knocks on the door, but silence greets him. Growing increasingly concerned, he peeks through the window, and what he sees leaves him utterly shocked. Kalli lies sprawled on the floor, his body drenched in sweat. His heavy breathing and tense muscles reveal the depths of his exhaustion. Alarmed, Begin quickly calls for a doctor. When the doctor arrives and examines him, his expression darkens. He reveals that Kalli's body is riddled with wounds, a stark testament to a life dedicated to the brutal art of pugilism. He explains that the intense strain on his body is the root of his condition. To alleviate his suffering, the doctor prescribes painkillers. However, as Kalli listens, a wave of unease washes over him. He knows all too well that the painkillers in this world come with serious side effects. Memories from 3 years ago flood his mind, when a doctor had once prescribed him a similar medication. He had been cautioned to take only one at a time. When he inquired whether it would make him drowsy, the doctor had simply replied that it would provide relief but might also induce hallucinations. Now, as he stared at the new prescription in his hands, Kalli's frustration deepened. He couldn't shake the realization that, despite his strength, he lacked the medical expertise of trained professionals. There's little he can do about his condition except endure it. However, Begin is more concerned. He reminds Kalli that the second round of the tournament is tomorrow and asks what their plan is. Yet Kalli remains unfazed. His fists are still strong. That's all that matters to him. The next day arrives and the ground is packed with eager spectators. The atmosphere crackles with tension as the second round begins. Kalli sits in quiet contemplation, acutely aware that he must fight. Yet, he can't shake the thought that if things take a serious turn, returning to the Empire will be impossible. The journey is too long, and the only divine doctor is not an option at this moment. He quenches his fists, forcing the troubling thoughts aside. A booming call echoes through the arena, summoning Kalli to the ring. He steps forward, his resolve unwavering. A prolonged battle would be dangerous given his current condition. There's only one solution. He must end this fight quickly. Among the crowd, Blair watches Kalli intently, his gaze locked on him. He marvels at how someone with such a battered body still possesses the will to fight. Yet deep down, he doubts Kalli will last much longer. As the match begins, Kalli's opponent strides forward with confidence, boasting about his mastery of the Wistry style and declaring that he won't be defeated today. Kalli lets out a sigh. The man talks far too much. The drumbeat reverberates, signaling the start of the battle. Both fighters stand ready, their eyes locked in an intense stare. At first, Kalli's opponent underestimates his movements, convinced that his punches are slow and predictable. But in a heartbeat, Kalli delivers a devastating blow straight to his mouth. Blood sprays from his lips as he stumbles back, shock written all over his face. Kalli smirks, explaining that unnecessary noise during movement only serves to make it easier for the enemy to track his actions. Unlike his opponent, he glides through the arena in silence. Before the man can react, Kalli delivers another powerful strike, sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd erupts and cheers, their excitement echoing through the arena. With a single strike, the fight comes to a stunning conclusion. Spectators gaze in astonishment, grappling with the reality of what they've just witnessed. Even Blair, who had questioned Kalli's endurance, stands utterly speechless. The crowd erupts into a chorus, chanting Kalli's name, their voices echoing throughout the arena. Amidst the fervor, Blair watches in disbelief, struggling to grasp the sheer strength Kalli has just displayed. With such a fragile body, participating in the match feels impossible. Yet, securing a victory only deepens the mystery surrounding the situation. Uncertainty clouds his mind as he grapples with his next move. Meanwhile, Nasha's condition deteriorates, dizziness overwhelming her. Watching her struggle, the man reassures himself that he will cast another spell soon. A sinking realization washes over him. Only one chance remains. Meanwhile, our boy's condition worsens after the fight. Lying motionless in his bed, his breathing is slow and labored. Began and the others gather around, their faces etched with concern. The doctors have exhausted every possible treatment, leaving them feeling utterly helpless. The door creaked open, and a servant rushed in, urgency evident in her voice as she addressed Lord Began. A woman has arrived, seeking to meet with Kalli. Moments later, she stepped forward, her presence immediately commanding attention. With an air of confidence, she introduced herself as a gypsy, instantly raising Began's suspicions. "Do you intend to use magic for healing?" he asked, skepticism lacing her tone. His skepticism grows as he presses her for the source of her knowledge about Kalli's condition. With a steady gaze, she reveals that she has witnessed it firsthand. Her words confirm the dread that has been gnawing at her. A curse has been cast upon the Baron. The gravity of her revelation hangs heavy in the air, as she explains that if the spell isn't broken, Kalli has only 3 days left to live. She needed to meet him immediately. Began hesitated, uncertain of her true intentions. Yet with no alternatives left, he reluctantly allowed her inside. As she stepped closer, she introduced herself as Snorin. Sensing an opportunity to test her abilities, Began asked her to locate Kalli without any guidance. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached the door and pushed it open, revealing the Baron lying unconscious on the bed. A wave of shock and suspicion washes over Began as he wonders if she is using magic to navigate so effortlessly. As she steps closer to Kalli, she abruptly pulls out a knife, leaving Began alarmed and uncertain of her intentions. Before he can react, she quickly reassures him that she means no harm. Her only goal is to examine Kalli's blood, and with a swift motion, she makes a small incision on Kalli's hand. The moment she touches Kalli's blood, it evaporates into thin air. Her suspicion is confirmed. This is the same poison the gypsies use for self-defense in perilous situations. Began stands frozen, grappling with the weight of this revelation. She elaborates that, given Kalli's numerous wounds, pinpointing the exact point of injection is nearly impossible. There's even a chance that the poison has been ingested rather than injected. At that moment, Began demands a solution. The gypsy, unfazed, calmly assures him that an antidote can be prepared, though it will take time to take effect. Without missing a beat, she instructs him to gather the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, Kalli drifts into a dream, finding himself suspended in the air, unable to summon any energy within his body. A dizzying sensation washes over him as memories from his past life flash before his eyes. He recalls the torment he endured, the brutal beatings he suffered in fights, and the moment he met his end. As his previous life unravels, he comes to a startling realization. It was all just a dream. Despite his physical strength back then, he recognizes that his mentality was utterly lacking. In this moment, it feels as though his life is drawing to a close. The dream persists, and once again, he finds himself under attack, surrounded by the fury of others. His body, frail and weak, is powerless to defend itself. Memories flood back, faces twisted in hatred as they strike him, their voices echoing with wishes for his demise. Despite everything, he clung to his desire to grow stronger, recognizing that even the discarded possess their worth. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He must take action. Now, as Baron Kalli, a guest among the strongest in the world, he understands that he is not dead. His journey is far from over. With that thought, Kalli awakens from the dream, the weight of anxiety still lingering in his mind. Begin and the gypsy stand together, clutching the ingredients for the antidote. Overwhelmed with emotion, Begin wraps his arms around Kalli, tears streaming down his face as he confesses his fear that he had lost him forever. Though taken aback by Begin's distress, Kalli gently urges him to let go. Turning to the gypsy, Kalli seeks clarity. The gypsy advises him to rest, promising that he will explain everything soon. In that tense moment, Blair strides in, gripping the gypsy by the arm, a knife glinting menacingly in his hand. "Stay still," he commands Kalli and Begin, his voice sharp and unwavering. The gypsy's eyes widen in alarm as he fixates on the blade, her anxiety palpable. Blair hurls curses at Kalli, his words dripping with venom. Just then, as he insists that Begin and Kalli remain frozen, the antidote slips from their grasp, clattering to the ground. Begin demands to know the identity of the man and how he managed to infiltrate the mansion. Blair reveals that all the guards are now asleep, and he suspects the others should be unconscious by now. Doubt creeps in as he wonders if the gypsy has deceived them. The gypsy, undeterred, questions the man, asking if he is the one who poisoned their boxer. The man silences her, prompting her to shift into her magical mode. She catches a glimpse of a girl with dark brown hair and a pale complexion in her vision. Begin recognizes her and asks, "Is that Nasha Eldrin?" The man, growing increasingly impatient, snaps at the gypsy to silence her. Meanwhile, Kalli, lost in thought, starts to piece things together. Ever since he donned the necklace, a relentless headache has tormented him. With determination, he confronts the man, demanding, "Is Nasha working with you?" The man dismisses Kalli's warning, declaring it irrelevant since her life is nearly over. In response, Kalli threatens to beat him to death and then deliver him to Nasha. However, the man finds her threat utterly laughable. Here stands a poisoned woman, barely clinging to life, issuing threats he cannot take seriously. The Blair observes Kalli's frail body and pale complexion, seeing her only as a shadow of her former self. He wonders why the gypsy hasn't administered the antidote yet. Suspicion creeps in as he locks eyes with Kalli, whose confidence raises doubts about whether this person on the brink of death truly poses any threat. Both Kalli and Begin land solid punches to the man's face, and he contemplates using magic to put them to sleep. But the relentless blows keep coming. In a moment of desperation, he releases the gypsy and collapses to the ground. Kalli, genuinely impressed by Begin's skill in fistfighting, offers him a heartfelt compliment. Later, as he drinks the antidote, he turns to the gypsy and asks about her presence. She explains that she had another vision, one in which she saw his lifeline nearing its end. Grateful for a warning, Kalli thanks her and inquires about the man who tried to kill him. The gypsy reveals that during her reading, she glimpsed a voodoo doll and saw Nasha, who appeared alarmingly weak. She elaborates that the man deceived Nasha Eldrin into using dark magic to trade her life for Kalli's. Kalli suspects this may not be the first time he has orchestrated such a sinister exchange. With urgency, she instructs Begin to prepare the carriage. They are going to see Nasha. As they arrive at the Marquis's kingdom, the guards halt them, questioning their early arrival. Kalli unveils the necklace, and the guards allow him and his companions to enter. Inside, they encounter Marquis Eldrin, who is visibly startled by Kalli's presence. He questions whether it's true that his daughter has dabbled in dark magic and taken a life. Kalli suggests that the Marquis should confront his daughter directly for the truth. As the Marquis approaches Nasha's room, he calls out to his, asking if she is awake. However, one of his guards interjects, informing him that she is exhausted and has requested not to be disturbed. Furious, Kalli kicks open the door, revealing a room in disarray. Nasha has already fled the palace. Enraged, the Marquis punches Blair, demanding to know where he is. Blair remains silent, his expression unreadable. The Marquis, his anger boiling over, accuses him of deceiving his innocent daughter. Drawing his sword, he warns Blair to speak within 3 counts or face the dire consequences. As the Marquis continues his speech, Kalli steps in, urging him to pause and examine the room's contents. Though uncertain, she suspects that these items might indicate Nash's involvement in dark magic. After consulting with the nanny, it is confirmed that the blood writing in the letter indeed belongs to Nasha. The Marquis inquires if it's true that his daughter dabbled in black magic. Kalli explains that she was misled by a man, which ultimately drove her to use the dark arts. She reveals that he had ordered her to kill him and he was poisoned. The Marquis then asks if the poison was in the necklace Kalli had shown him. It is revealed that the necklace once belonged to Nasha's mother. The Marquis stands in stunned disbelief, grappling with the reality that his daughter has wielded her mother's last possession as a weapon to take a life. He had always believed she should never resort to such violence. Turning to our protagonist, he anticipates the request that is about to unfold. Despite the gravity of the situation, he remains composed, recalling the kindness he had once extended to him. Just then, a guard bursts into the room, breathless, delivering the shocking news. Blair has escaped. The Marquis is taken aback by the shocking news and bellows at the guard. The guard quickly explains that Blair had disguised himself as a maid and adds that the soldiers are currently searching for him. Frustration mounting, the Marquis orders the guard to maintain a vigilant watch and find Blair at all costs. Meanwhile, Kalli, overhearing this exchange, feels her anger intensify. 2 days later, Kalli sits in a room with Snorin, the tension in the air almost tangible. As his body begins to heal, the gypsy instructs him to mix silver powder with boiled water and drink it twice a day. Curious, he asks how long Snorin intends to stay in the mansion. She explains that, given his improving condition, she seeks permission to remain and monitor his progress. He agrees, offering her a room on the first floor. Snorin reflects on Kalli's remarkable strength as he contemplates his own survival against the poisons and the ogre monster, all while nursing a leg injury. He recalls how he triumphed over these monstrous threats, leaving him to ponder the reasons behind his resilience. Is it sheer luck that has carried him through, an unyielding mentality, or perhaps his formidable physical strength? As Kalli contemplates her thoughts, he asks her what's on her mind. She reassures him to reach out if he needs anything. Kalli then wonders if Blair had given Nasha painkillers, which might explain her hallucinations. His thoughts drift back to the Marquis's words, igniting a fierce determination within him. He resolves to search for Nasha himself. Once he is fully recovered, Kalli sets off toward the slums, intent on finding both Blair and Nasha. Upon his arrival, he quickly realizes that finding her won't be an easy task. Spotting a little girl selling flowers, memories flood back of the moment his second child is about to be born. He hands her some money, and her eyes widen in surprise at the generous amount. With a gentle smile, he instructs her to give him just one flower and keep the change. Grateful, she beams up at him, her thanks brightening the moment. He finds it fitting. After all, he is now an adult man. However, he soon senses that the atmosphere here is different from the bustling city. Suddenly, chaos erupts as people start to flee, and a gang emerges. Curious, he turns to the shopkeeper for answers. The Dyad gang, the shopkeeper explains, his voice laced with resignation. They're here to collect protection money, which is really just a form of robbery. He urges the shopkeeper to call the guards, but the man shakes his head. It's no use. Everyone just pays them off. He warns our protagonist to stay out of it, reminding him that the gang can kill without a second thought and bury the bodies without a trace. Kalli feels a surge of frustration, but deep down, he knows he can't turn a blind eye to the unfolding chaos. As he watches, one of the gang members viciously kicks the flower-selling girl. Shock washes over him. The gang members snatch the silver coin from her, speculating about where she could have possibly gotten it. They approached the fruit shopkeeper, demanding a bribe for protection. Without a moment's hesitation, Kalli landed a punch squarely on one gang member's mouth. The rest of the gang stared in disbelief, questioning why he was picking a fight with them. As they readied themselves for a confrontation, Kalli stood his ground, calmly declaring that he knew exactly who they were. Two gang members debate whether Kalli is the one their brother mentioned, when one of them suddenly recognizes the scar on his nose and his distinctive blonde hair. The gang mocks him, taunting that he's now in the right hands. With a defiant glare, he challenges them to come at him. As they charge forward, he swiftly kicks one in the mouth and unleashes a flurry of punches on the others. Meanwhile, the remaining gang members watch in frustration as Kalli boldly challenges them. In the dimly lit underground waterway, Blair anxiously plots his escape. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the tension. Turning around, he is startled to see Nasha Ildren standing before him. Confused, he questions how she managed to find him. With a calm demeanor, she reminds him that he had instructed her to come to this place if he failed to arrive. A realization washes over him. He had given her those instructions in case he failed to eliminate Kalli. His mind races as he weighs his next move. Nasha probes him about the spell, and he reluctantly admits that it failed. Kalli's life force proved too powerful to be consumed by the curse. She laughs at his admission, but a shadow of pain lingers in her eyes. Clutching her head, she confronts him, accusing him of lying. Memories flood back of how he had confidently walked away, promising to cast another spell. Yet something about his demeanor felt off. The dizziness she was experiencing was a clear sign of a painkiller overdose, only deepening her suspicions. She demands to know if he truly thought she wouldn't notice. Her voice sharpens as she declares that his spell never worked on the boxer. Blair's expression darkens. He assumes she's lost her mind. With a sneer, he tells her to blame herself for her naivety. Grabbing a wooden plank, he raises it, poised to strike her down. Before he can react, a sudden blow strikes his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Stunned, he lies there as royal guards emerge from the shadows. From his position on the ground, he hears Nasha's voice, heavy with disappointment. She tells him to feel ashamed. Despite everything, she had wanted to trust him until the very end. But his betrayal has shattered that trust beyond repair. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Kalli found herself surrounded by the relentless Dyad gang. As more members emerged, their numbers swelled, intensifying the chaos of the battle. Kalli yearned to bring the fight to a swift conclusion, but the gang members showed no signs of retreat. Swords gleamed in the dim light as some charged forward, while others shouted for reinforcements. The area quickly filled with fighters, all with one singular goal: to take him down. Dodging the initial strike, Kalli moved with precision, evading each attack with ease. One of the gang members lunged at him, knife poised to strike, but before the blade could reach him, Kalli seized the man's arm in a vice-like grip and twisted sharply, dislocating it with a sickening crack. A scream of agony pierced the air as the opponent collapsed, writhing in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Kalli unleashed a brutal punch, sending his attacker crashing into unconsciousness. Just as another assailant lunged at him with a blade drawn, the tide shifted dramatically as more gang members flooded in. The entire Dyad gang had assembled, their sheer numbers overwhelming. One of the opponents sneered, taunting Kalli with the promise that he wouldn't leave alive. Frustrated by his arrogance, Kalli interrupted him mid-sentence with a devastating punch to the face. The man staggered backward, blood spilling from his mouth as fury ignited in the hearts of his attackers. The gang surged forward, weapons raised, their rage propelling them with every step. From a distance, the gang leader watched the chaos unfold, a mix of anticipation and unease churning within him. Despite their numbers, a palpable hesitation lingered in the air. No one dared to be the first to confront the man who had already laid waste to so many of their own. Fingers pointed in every direction as they urged one another to press on, yet fear simmered beneath their bravado. Kalli unleashed a powerful blow to an opponent's face, quickly following up with a flurry of punches and relentless strikes. His kicks landed with lethal precision, taking down gang members one by one. The fight shifted into a narrow alley, restricting the number of attackers he faced at once. They come at him in pairs or alone, which plays to his advantage. He steadies his position, striking them down as they close in. One of them throws a knife his way, but he deftly dodges it. In retaliation, he seizes a nearby wooden piece and hurls it, driving it straight into an opponent's eye. The gang leader, seething with rage, barks orders for his men to charge all at once, threatening death to anyone who dares to hesitate. But Kalli doesn't falter. Without a moment's pause, he surges forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist slams into the first opponent with devastating force, and he continues to unleash a relentless barrage on the gang members. He pulls the knife from his shoulder and tosses it aside, leaving the market crowd in stunned silence as they witness him single-handedly defeat his attackers. Meanwhile, the gang leader seethes with rage. Infuriated by the loss of his entire crew, he turns his gaze to Nasha, plotting a way to eliminate Kalli once and for all. Determined to take matters into his own hands, he commands the crowd to step aside, intent on killing Kalli himself. But just then, our boxer intervenes, tackling him to the ground and dislocating his arm in the process. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating his defeat. As the gang leader lies there, a grim thought crosses his mind. Once our hero is gone, the people will be left to face their doom. Kalli stands firm, refusing to abandon his friends. His opponent taunts him, but Kalli responds with a decisive punch, silencing him. Without a moment's hesitation, he gestures to the fruit seller to call the guards. The shopkeeper warns him that the gang has already bribed them. Undeterred, Kalli insists on making the call, confident that the guards will still come for him. As the guards arrive, they swiftly take the gang leader into custody. With an air of arrogance, he proclaims himself the head of the Dyad gang, but the guards cut him off, sternly warning him that harming a noble will not shield him from consequences. Kalli steps forward, reassuring the gathered crowd that they will no longer have to endure the gang's threats. The shopkeeper, filled with gratitude and astonishment, suddenly realizes that Kalli is a noble. Among those expressing their gratitude is a flower girl. The following morning, as they share breakfast, Begin questions his own whereabouts from the previous day. Intrigued by his inquiry, Kalli listens intently as Begin reveals that rumors have circulated about him single-handedly taking down an entire gang. Kalli responds, explaining that he never found those men trustworthy. Meanwhile, he has also been on the lookout for Blair and Nasha. Before Begin can say much, the sudden ringing of the kingdom's bell interrupts him. Confused by the sound, Kalli is uncertain of its significance until Begin explains that the bell tolls only in the event of a death. The realization hits him. The tournament may be postponed due to the king's passing. Soon, crowds begin to gather for the funeral. At the ceremony, Kalli comes face to face with the Marquis. When the Marquis asks about his well-being, he reveals that he is searching for his daughter. As Kalli reflects on the aftermath of the king's death, a chilling realization washes over him. A child will now inherit the throne. His gaze drifts to Creon, whose demeanor sharply contrasts with the somber atmosphere. With a smile fixed on his face, Creon seems almost eager for his impending ascension. Rumors circulate that the tournament will resume alongside the coronation, with matches taking place during the enthronement ceremony. This leads Kalli to wonder if victory in the arena could determine the next ruler. Lost in her thoughts, he is abruptly interrupted by the Marquis, who asks about the letter he had sent. Eager to know if it has been shown to the Baron, he shifts his gaze toward Begin. With a hint of regret, Begin explains that he had meant to deliver an important message, but was interrupted by the devastating news of the king's death. The atmosphere shifts dramatically when the Marquis reveals to Kalli that Blair has also passed away. Stunned by the revelation, Kalli grapples with the overwhelming grief. Begin adds that the body was severely damaged, with torn clothing complicating identification. Blair had been discovered in the underground sewers. Upon hearing this, Kalli sprang into action, a sudden realization washing over him. He raced straight to the guardhouse where the leader of the Dyad gang was imprisoned. Inside, the gang leader desperately pleaded for his life, pretending to be unaware of Kalli's noble status. Nasha stood nearby, his disappointment evident as he contemplated how an entire gang had failed to eliminate a single target. She sees no reason to spare him. Aware of her intentions and now rendered useless, he becomes a liability. Without hesitation, she silences him permanently, dispatching him with the same ease she had shown when dealing with the guards at the door. Blood spills onto the floor as he falls, lifeless in an instant. Turning to her own guard, she acknowledges the royal guard's report. Her father is searching for her, accompanied by Kalli. As she comes to terms with their awareness of her connection to Blair, a heavy realization dawns upon her. Everything has unraveled since she crossed paths with Kalli. A grim understanding settles in her heart. Time is slipping away due to her illness. Yet, despite the looming shadows, she holds on to her confidence. With a loyal team by her side, she is certain that Kalli will face her reckoning. Our protagonist recalls the gang leader's regret over taking the money, a look in his eyes that hinted he was following someone else's orders. The unease in his reaction suggested that someone was out for his life. Kalli, puzzled, wonders who could possibly hold such a grudge against him. As they enter the guardhouse, a chilling sight greets them. Bodies lie strewn across the ground. Everyone is dead. He searches for the guards and discovers the head of the Dyad gang sprawled among them. When he inquires about what happened, the man weakly replies that Nasha killed him and has lost her sanity. Frustration wells up inside him. The Dyad gang incident comes to a close as the corrupt guards implicated in bribery and murder are apprehended. Meanwhile, in the slums, whispers circulate among the people about the thugs and the chaos that has unfolded. Meanwhile, King Bargain's funeral takes place, a somber event steeped in grief. As the ceremony unfolds, Marquis and Kalli remain resolute in their quest to find Nasha. At the same time, the gypsy activates her underground network, determined to track her down. He warns him to tread carefully, fully aware that these individuals are ruthless and will kill without hesitation. A nagging doubt lingers in her mind. Could Nasha have acted alone? Time is of the essence. He must find her swiftly. Suddenly, a man approaches, announcing the arrival of a guest, his next tournament opponent. Shock washes over him as he turns to face Bogdu, who greets him with a respectful nod. They settle down for tea. The fighter, nearly his height, boasts muscles that far exceed those of his previous opponents. As they sip their tea, Bogdu expresses his gratitude, reminiscing about how Kalli's fight with Ogre transformed his life. Once a victim of bullying, he discovered his strength in the ring, pushing himself to become a successful boxer. The atmosphere is charged with respect, yet determination lingers in the air. Bogdo feels no need for gratitude. He believes respect is earned through victory. In turn, our protagonist acknowledges him as a worthy opponent. 3 days later, the tournament kicks off. Applause fills the air as the king takes his seat, ready to address the gathered crowd. Before him stand the criminals, including the late king's doctor and his servants, holding them accountable for their negligence. He declares that they must pay with blood. Cries for mercy echo through the assembly, but the doctor, overwhelmed with guilt, admits his failure and pleads for the lives of the others. The king, unyielding, decrees that 86 will be spared while 14 face execution. Disbelief flashes in the doctor's eyes as he boldly calls the king a fool. His words seal his fate, and a guard swiftly ends his life. The others follow suit, their fates sealed in silence. Meanwhile, Kalli arrives, witnessing the grim scene unfold before him. He can't help but think that madness reigns in this city, infecting Nasha, Creon, and even its ruler. Determination solidifies within him. He knows he must fight harder, win, and rise above the chaos surrounding him. As he steps forward, the crowd's cheers swell to a deafening roar, leaving him bewildered. Meanwhile, the king's frustration mounts at the applause that seems to favor Kalli. He turns to his servant, demanding an explanation for the crowd's fervent support. He discovers that Kalli's triumph over the market thugs has greatly enhanced his reputation among the people. Displeased, he observes as the excitement around him continues to grow. Meanwhile, Kalli's opponent scans the crowd, fully aware that he is garnering all the admiration, just as he had predicted. As Kalli steps into the arena, he instantly feels the heavy weight of his opponent's imposing presence. Bogdo, renowned for his strength and honor, stands before him, raising the stakes of the challenge. Kalli comments that the fight will likely be an easy victory for his opponent. However, Bogdo brushes off the notion, asserting that if he truly wishes to show respect, he must surpass our boy in battle, a feat that would fill him with even greater pride. With unwavering confidence in his victory, Bogdo launches the first strike, delivering a powerful punch. Kalli, however, reacts with remarkable speed, managing to defend himself just in time. Our hero closes in on his opponent with incredible agility. In response, Bogdo adopts a peekaboo guard, leaving Kalli wondering where he could have possibly learned such a technique. With keen focus, he scrutinizes every movement, searching for an opening before charging forward. Aware of Kalli's formidable strength, Bogdo swiftly resolves to close the gap, restricting his own attacks by binding his fists. As he approaches, Kalli anticipates his move and counters with unyielding force, landing a devastating blow squarely on his face. Blood trickles from Bogdo's nose, but he quickly counters with a punch to Kalli's side. A jolt of pain courses through him as he braces for the impact, fully aware of just how formidable his opponent's techniques are. Sensing that Kalli is merely trying to buy time to recover, Bogdo refuses to grant him that opportunity. Pressing forward with relentless aggression, he lands a powerful punch, spattering blood into Kalli's eyes and gaining the upper hand. Despite the chaos, our protagonist can't help but admire the precision of his opponent's movements. Determined to end the match swiftly, the opponent accelerates his pace, yet a nagging feeling tells him that this fight is far from over. Meanwhile, Kalli finds himself increasingly frustrated with the peekaboo guard, all the while acknowledging the skill required to master such a technique. Intrigued, he asks his opponent where he learned it. The opponent replies that he once faced a boxer, suffered a defeat, and subsequently adopted the technique from him. Kalli's mind races, suspecting that the boxer must be Torres, the only person he ever taught this skill to. However, he soon realizes that his opponent lacks full mastery of the technique. Kalli darts from side to side, skillfully evading capture. Frustration mounts as Kalli lands a punch, but his opponent's defensive maneuver allows him to slip away. It quickly becomes clear that Kalli is focusing on his sides. Understanding Bogdo's training, he also acknowledges the strength of his opponent. Bogdo maintains his peekaboo guard, which Kalli observes is effective for frontal defense, but vulnerable to side attacks. The limited coverage of his fingerless gloves only amplifies this weakness. Seizing the opportunity, he exploits this flaw and lands a punch squarely on his opponent's face. He then showcases his swaying technique, a move that proves impossible for Bogdo to counter. Frustrated, Bogdo launches a punch, but Kalli deftly ducks, evading the straight attack. With remarkable speed, he weaves through the air, leaving the crowd in awe. With a final, powerful punch to the chest, Kalli's opponent crashes to the ground. Acknowledging his skill, the crowd erupts in applause. Both fighters are recognized as formidable competitors, but the air is thick with anticipation for Kalli. Meanwhile, the prince watches in fury, irritated that his name is being overshadowed by another. The king, too, seizes with anger as the crowd continues to praise Kalli, especially on the day of his coronation. Frustration boiling over, he commands the execution of the defeated fighter. His servant hesitates, suggesting that both combatants have displayed remarkable skill. Undeterred, the king steps forward, reiterating his order with unwavering resolve. Gasps ripple through the crowd at his chilling response. Bogdo braces himself to face his fate, but Kalli stands defiantly, unwilling to accept the king's decision. He steps forward, pleading with the king for mercy. The king, growing increasingly impatient, insists that the execution must proceed without delay. For Kalli, this is intolerable. Bogdo has fought valiantly in battle, giving everything he has. He warns that executing him would invoke the wrath of the war god. At last, the king relents and orders Bogdo to be spared. The crowd, touched by Kalli's impassioned plea, joins in, fervently begging for mercy until the decision is irrevocably made. Meanwhile, Count Joseph is taken aback to see the audience swayed by his words, just as they had been 4 years ago. The chant for mercy grows louder, leaving the king utterly stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The crowd cries out for compassion, boldly defying the royal command. In the midst of it all, our protagonist stands tall in the center of the arena, a true victor. Infuriated by the unfolding events, the king commands a guard to fetch a bow, intent on taking matters into his own hands. As he strides forward, Marquis Eldrin steps in to intervene, but the king remains resolute, unwilling to forgive. Ignoring his teacher's pleas, the Marquis warns him that this course of action will come at a steep cost to his dignity. He then urges for true composure, reminding him of the image a king must uphold. Finally, the king smiles and declares the fight excellent. The crowd erupts in praise, celebrating his mercy, but a dark jest lingers in Kalli's mind. He silently vows to kill him one day. Meanwhile, the Marquis reflects on how right Kalli was. In the arena, Victor truly is a king, and now he is their boy. Later, in the boxer's waiting room, Began expresses his concerns to Kalli, calling the fight reckless. Despite Began's worries, Kalli remains confident that they won't kill him. Began recalls the brutal match against Ogre, where the spectators cried out for mercy, ultimately swaying the ruling. He urges Kalli to withdraw from the tournament and come back. Kalli, however, silences him, asserting that he understands the king is merely a child prone to throwing tantrums. Kalli requests that Began bolster security around the manor. With unwavering confidence in his impending victory, he readies himself to claim the title of tournament champion. Began stands by his side, perplexed yet steadfast in his support. Meanwhile, at the royal annex, the king's frustration mounts as he grapples with his feelings toward the slave. Thoughts of Kalli swirl in his mind, intensifying his anger. Suddenly, Nasha appears, her presence cutting through his frustration. A smile crosses his face at the sight of her. She inquires about the match, dismissing Kalli as an arrogant slave. Nasha also mentions that her father's support for him stems from the late king's passing. He nods in agreement, labeling Marquis Eldrin a scoundrel, with a hint of vulnerability. She reveals that this very reason is why she left home. The king reassures her, emphasizing that no one is aware of her presence. He offers her guards for protection, should she desire them. A wave of satisfaction washes over her, knowing he is willing to heed her requests. The medicine she administered keeps him in a state of instability. With a determined tone, she asks him to send a secret message to Duke Rudafalling. A few days later, Kalli discovers a letter from the Duke. Began informs her that Rudafalling is a member of one of the 5 great ducal houses and commands an impressive force of 500 armed soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, Kalli decides to pay a visit now that the king's funeral has concluded. Began informs her that the Duke may be looking to profit under King Creon's rule. However, our protagonist remains unfazed, placing his trust in Marquis Eldrin to manage the situation. Began then reveals that the Duke is requesting a private meeting, noting that the letter is suspiciously missing Rudafalling's seal. Our protagonist quickly realizes he wants to distance himself from any involvement if things don't go his way. The kingdom's aristocracy is centered around the 5 dukes and Marquis Eldrin. The Marquis wields significant power, commanding the royal guard, a formidable army, while the 5 dukes govern their own territories, holding more sway than a marquis. Yet, their influence is largely limited to their respective regions. Duke Rudfelling has seized the opportunity presented by the king's funeral to make his move. Kalli wonders if the Duke is motivated by a desire for profit in Creon, but he knows that he will inevitably face Eldrin. Uncertainty looms. Does the Duke plan to defeat the Marquis and take control of Creon? Her mind races with questions about who might be lurking in the shadows, ready to support the king's legacy. He reflects on how both Rudfelling and Eldrin are working to draw more influential nobles into the city. Previously, their intentions toward him were ambiguous, but the letter now confirms his worth. Frustration swells within him at the thought of being entangled in political schemes once more. He considers following Bagan's advice to retreat to his land, but he resolutely decides he won't leave without securing a victory. After some contemplation, he resolves that he will no longer be a pawn for the nobles. With newfound determination, he steps outside and asks Bagan to fetch his coat. Later, the Duke expresses his gratitude to Kalli for attending, surprised by his presence, given his support for Marquis Eldrin. Kalli believes it's only fair to hear both sides of the conflict. As he surveys the scene, he notices that both of the Duke's subordinates are armed, a subtle reminder of the tension in the air. Before the Duke can respond, Kalli interrupts, questioning the presence of private soldiers in the capital. It seems rather suspicious for a Duke to take such a step. The Duke inquires if this doubt stems from the Marquis. Our protagonist realizes that Eldrin, despite holding no land, possesses the authority to command soldiers. The Duke elaborates, explaining that the funds come from the royal treasury, enabling Eldrin to manipulate the royal family and solidify his own power. He acknowledges the Marquis' efforts to protect the kingdom, but Kalli knows Eldrin will never allow it to fall into ruin. The Duke replies that he too wishes to prevent its downfall and aims to reverse the unjust changes imposed by the Marquis. To Kalli, the Duke's justification feels questionable. He asks about his own worth in the Duke's eyes, wondering if the Duke plans to seize power with Creon's backing. The Duke recognizes that Kalli, now cherished by the people, would be a powerful ally. If he intends to remove Eldrin from power, he needs Kalli on his side. With this in mind, he presents his with a choice, to be an enemy or a friend. However, Kalli chooses enmity, dryly noting that the age gap between them is far too vast for any friendship to flourish. The Duke inquires if Kalli fears for his life, to which Kalli responds that a pugilist's life is always fraught with danger. The Duke then orders him to leave, but ominously warns that death awaits him soon. It's a grim turn of fate for Kalli. Just as he prepares to exit, the Duke halts him with one final question. Why does he favor Eldrin over the Duke? Kalli replies, whether it's Marquis Eldrin or Duke Rudfelling, the kingdom will carry on without either of us. However, he finds himself irritated by Kalli's attitude, particularly his refusal to accept defeat. Feeling insulted, frustration begins to bubble within him. Dark thoughts of eliminating Kalli in public flicker through his mind, prompting him to dig into Kalli's past. Just then, a guard raises a question about whether Kalli was once a gladiator, but the Duke quickly silences him, dismissing the inquiry with a wave of his hand. Kalli returns, and Bagan breathes a sigh of relief, though his concern lingers. When asked about the Duke, Kalli dismisses him as nothing more than a snake, firmly stating he has no intention of aligning with him. As they make their way, they stop at Marquis Eldrin's mansion to report the incident. Kalli resolves to support Eldrin, his intentions clear in his mind. Bagan nods, recognizing it as a wise choice. Understanding that support for the Duke would only turn him into a puppet, Kalli prepares for a bath, his thoughts wandering back to an event in the western desert from a year ago. He reflects on the snake that won't survive much longer. Nearby, Iskander hesitates, gathering his courage before finally asking, "Did you kill your second brother, Orestes?" Recognizing the tension between the elder and second brothers, he uncovers their ambition to invade the kingdom and incite civil war. Kalli advises him to foster good relations with them, as he has no desire for the throne himself. He explains that since Filippo is his brother, he wishes to avoid a major conflict, choosing instead to place his trust in him and follow his lead. He reflects on how Philippos and Iskander view him as a hero for averting civil war, realizing that remaining in the palace would have turned him into Philippos' puppet. With no regrets about leaving the empire behind, he embraces this second chance. As he relaxes in the bath, the door suddenly swings open with a loud crash. Bogdu stands there, catching Kalli off guard. "What are you doing here?" he demands, his tone sharp. "Have you come looking for a fight?" Bogdo begins by expressing his gratitude for the last match, but Kalli is more focused on finishing his bat. Undeterred, Bogdo continues, emphasizing how deeply thankful he is for saving his life. He pledges his unwavering loyalty and vows to dedicate everything to Kalli. However, Kalli, still eager to complete his bathing, grows increasingly impatient. Yet, Bogdo stands firm, refusing to leave until he receives a satisfactory response. At that moment, our protagonist insists that his guest stay in the manor, then promptly ushers him out of the bathroom. Stepping outside, he catches sight of a group of girls nearby, watching and whispering about him. Clearly entertained by the scene, annoyed, he commands them to leave, and they scurry away in a hurry. With only a week left before the fourth round of the tournament, tension begins to build. In Boromar Manor, nestled in the Wings district, our protagonist is still on the mend from his battle with Bogdo, though he's not yet fully healed. Fortunately, he's in much better shape than the other boxers, feeling grateful for his relatively minor injuries. As Bogdo questions whether his technique will be effective, Kalli interjects, noting that his balance is compromised due to his disproportionately large upper body compared to his lower half. He explains that an imbalance in the body leads to instability in weight and a loss of power. Bogdo is surprised by the depth of his knowledge on techniques. Curious, our protagonist asks what kind of image he was meant to project. When the answer comes back as fiery, he receives a swift kick from our boy. Shifting the topic, Kalli inquires about his match with Torres. Bogdo reflects on their battle a year ago in Wistry, where Torres showcased an extraordinary Wistry-style technique. When questioned about the reason for his defeat, he candidly admits he was utterly overwhelmed. He recounts how he attempted to breach Torres's guard, only to be sent sprawling to the ground with a single devastating blow. Intrigued, he turns to Baron, asking about his knowledge of the style. Baron reveals that he was the one who taught Torres the Wistry style of boxing. Bogdo is taken aback to discover that Baron was Torres's mentor, but Baron quickly clarifies that they were simply fellow boxers, and he had merely passed on the technique. Kalli chimes in, noting that Torres has achieved an impressive 200 official wins in just 4 years, showcasing his extraordinary talent. As their conversation unfolds, Snoren makes his entrance. Our protagonist inquires if she has any news, but she first turns to greet Bogdo, who is unfamiliar to her. He introduces himself as Kalli's subordinate. The gypsy decides to leave them to their training and plans to speak with Kalli afterward. He agrees to meet her later. Bogdo playfully teases Kalli about Snoren, but she brushes it off, reminding him that he is married and she is merely a gypsy residing in the manor. He finds such talk repugnant. Meanwhile, at the Royal Palace Council, Marquis Ealdrin is taken aback by the king's decision to replace the inadequate royal guards with Duke Rudafalling's private troops. The king defends his choice, citing a rise in illegal smuggling during the tournament and emphasizing the need to maintain order in the capital without relying on the royal guards. The Marquis considers the decision reckless, believing that appointing the Duke as treasurer was already a step too far. He argues that Rudafalling's troops are notorious for their brutality, making them ill-suited for maintaining order. The Duke, however, assures him that they will not harm civilians. Still, the Marquis fears that if the two factions come into conflict, it could spark a civil war, ultimately leading to the kingdom's ruin. He still hasn't found Nasha, and the king is losing her grip on power. He suspects a third party is behind Creon's sudden audacity. Hidden just outside the room, Nasha watches her father tremble, realizing her future is bleak, and fearing that everyone will suffer alongside her. Later, Snoren brings news to Kalli. Her magical investigation has confirmed Nasha's presence in the capital, specifically within the royal palace. He asks if she can identify Nasha's connections. It's the fourth round of the tournament, and thoughts of finding Nasha begin to distract Kalli. He resolves to focus on that later. As he and his opponent stand in the ring, he takes note of his rival's balanced stance, sensing that this will be a challenging match. The drums echo, signaling the start of the fight. The opponent charges forward, unleashing a powerful punch, but Kalli deftly sidesteps. Recognizing the impressive skill of his adversary, he sharpens his focus. As he continues to evade the relentless attacks, he suddenly counters with a devastating punch to his opponent's face. Blood streams from the opponent's nose, yet he stands firm, ready to continue the fight. Kalli ponders the hesitation of his opponent, expecting a fierce battle, fully aware that boxers must risk everything to win and survive. For them, defeat equates to a bleak future. Yet, instead of delivering the final blow, Kalli chooses to spare his opponent, silently protesting the king's unjust laws. The crowd erupts in applause, their cheers echoing his defiance. From his seat, the Duke observes Kalli's rising popularity with a mix of concern and intrigue. He recognizes that Kalli has garnered the support of both young nobles and commoners, making him a formidable threat. Turning to a servant, the Duke demands confirmation of the order for Kalli's elimination. The servant quickly reassures him that everything is in place. Yet still unsatisfied, the Duke insists that Kalli must be silenced for good. Our protagonist questions his opponent's hesitation to attack. The opponent, puzzled, wonders if Kalli is mocking him by holding back. Yet the thought of the bribe lingers in his mind, the promise of enough money to secure his family's future for generations. Fueled by determination, he resolves to fight with everything he has. With a fierce resolve, he lunges forward, delivering a powerful strike. Kalli swiftly dodges, but a sharp pain suddenly pierces his hand as a shallow cut appears. In that moment, he realizes his opponent is hiding a concealed weapon, something the crowd remains oblivious to. The referee should have caught this, yet he deliberately turns a blind eye. Frustration wells up within Kalli as he grasps the unsettling truth. The referee and his opponent are in cahoots. He wonders if Creon or the Duke is pulling the strings behind this. As the crowd starts to notice the deepening wounds on Kalli's body, suspicion falls on the opponent's leather straps. Annoyance quickly transforms into anger as Kalli takes stock of the situation. The opponent, convinced that Kalli is on the verge of defeat, eagerly anticipates his reward. Seizing the moment, he lunges in for another punch, but Kalli is ready and counters with precision. The impact sends the referee tumbling to the ground. With no official to intervene, Kalli swiftly adjusts his stance, evading his opponent's next attack. Seizing the moment, he grips his opponent's mouth and declares, "This isn't the end." He's given him a chance to showcase his skills, warning that if he falls too easily, the king will have him executed. The opponent pleads for mercy, but Kalli has already shown him enough compassion. Without a moment's hesitation, he slams him down, standing tall in victory. Frustration simmers within him as he glares at the Duke, who has been plotting his downfall. The Duke, desperate for answers, turns to his servant, but none are forthcoming. Despite having bribed both the opponent and the referee, he comes to a harsh realization. Kalli is far too skilled to be defeated so easily. The crowd buzzes with excitement, many convinced that Kalli Ajus will be the next champion. Others argue that Torres, boasting an impressive 200 victories, is just as formidable a contender. Yet, Kalli's rising popularity has eclipsed even the most seasoned boxers, including Torres. Despite the swirling rumors, Torres stays focused, stepping forward as he prepares for his match. Kalli watches intently, remembering Bogdu's words about Torres employing a close guard technique a year ago. He ponders whether Torres has evolved his style or if he still clings to the same tactics. Kalli also questions how fighters in this environment can improve without specialized trainers. He can't help but wonder if abandoning a familiar fighting style is a risky move for his old friend. Meanwhile, Torres' opponent delivers a powerful punch, sending the crowd into a frenzy of applause. Yet, Kalli remains unconvinced. He struggles to believe that someone with Torres' size and skill could falter against an opponent who lacks precision. He studies Torres intently, pondering whether he stretches his body before impact to lessen the force, steps back to evade, or twists to absorb the shock. Then it dawns on him. Torres is neutralizing the opponent's attacks, employing a backup strategy for when complete defense fails. It's a technique akin to practical precognition, reserved only for desperate moments. In a sudden burst of power, Torres lands a crushing punch to his opponent's ribs, clinching his victory. Kalli watches in astonishment, noting the striking resemblance of Torres' movements to Chinese martial arts. Despite his surprise, he can't help but find the match captivating. With the semifinals now set, the tournament has narrowed down to a showdown between Torres and Kalli. As he revels in his recent triumph, Torres' thoughts shift to the impending challenge of facing our boy. He has already analyzed the latest matches of Kalli and noticed a significant change. Unlike before, when our boy relied primarily on his sharpness, he has now honed his technique, stamina, and mental strength. It's as if he has transformed into a completely different person, one who has risen from the ashes of a lost boxing career. Torres can't help but wonder if he can truly defeat him. He never had the opportunity before, as Kalli always left too early. But now he finally faces the only boxer who can rival him. Defeating him would prove that he is the strongest boxer of all time. With this goal in mind, he is resolute in his determination to win. A few days later, after the fourth round, our dude trains with Bogdu. He has been studying Torres' style and is eager to experiment with what he has learned. Bogdu hesitates for a moment before deciding to strike. When Kalli insists, Bogdu's expression shifts to one of determination. He charges at Kalli, who swiftly dodges and attempts to replicate Torres's fighting style. However, in the process, he ends up with a bruised face from Bogdu's fist. Now, nursing his injury, Kalli focuses intently on Torres's technique, determined to incorporate it into his own strategy for the match. He realizes that while he can mimic the technique for a short time, sustaining it throughout the entire match, while also reading his opponent's movements, dodging their attacks, and maintaining precision, is far too demanding. He concludes that Torres has honed such superior skills through 200 matches of experience, a level he cannot reach with mere training alone. Rising to his feet, he decides it's futile to pursue this technique any further, and ultimately lets it go. Bogdu, however, can't shake his worries about his love life, pondering how he might win Azalea's heart. Kalli's embarrassed expression betrays the truth. His focus has been entirely on rescuing her from danger. After a moment of reflection, Bogdu remembers her nomadic lifestyle and advises him to forget about Snoren, pointing out that she's a gypsy who can never settle in one place. Undeterred, Bogdu boldly declares that he will follow her wherever she goes. He boasts about how Snoren read his fortune, declaring that she concluded he is rigid and stubborn. Kalli rolls his eyes, thinking anyone could figure that out without the need for fortune-telling. Bogdu, still puffed up with pride, assumes she must have a soft spot for him since she once claimed he could make any woman happy. Just then, Vegan arrives, swooping in to rescue Kalli from the increasingly awkward conversation about love. He informs Kalli about a banquet invitation from the royal palace. Kalli is skeptical, doubting that Creon would ever extend such an invitation to him. Vegan clarifies that the banquet is a celebration of the tournament, now that it has reached the semifinals, and insists that Kalli must attend. He also warns that the root of falling soldiers are stirring with hostility, as if a war between them and the Aldrin soldiers could erupt at any moment. He then instructs his subordinates to avoid going outside unnecessarily after the banquet, suspecting that Root of Falling soldiers might stir up trouble. Meanwhile, Root of Falling is receiving a report about our protagonist from one of his subordinates. The subordinate recounts Kalli's history, detailing how he earned the title of Ogre Slayer. However, he lacks information about Kalli's 2 years in the Empire following his leg injury. To uncover the truth of that period, he realizes he needs more time. Root of Falling grows increasingly frustrated, feeling that his investigation yields little of substance. His thoughts spiral toward a confrontation with Eldrin. With Kalli's failure in the tournament weighing heavily on his mind, he sees eliminating Eldrin as his best chance to sway public opinion in his favor. He is already taking steps to prepare, bribing palace guards and rallying his troops for what he believes is his last resort. Not to mention, Creon's support gives him a significant advantage. Meanwhile, in the Royal Palace banquet hall, guests gather to celebrate. The atmosphere shifts awkwardly for Torres when he declines a noble lady's advances, only to receive a stinging slap in return. She warns him of her family's influence, leaving poor Torres acutely aware that with his upcoming match, crossing paths with nobles is a risk he can't afford. With no other option, he challenges her to hit him again if it would satisfy her. The lady, perceiving his words as an insult, grabs a butter knife, poised to strike Torres. But just as she prepares to act, Kalli intervenes, stepping in to rescue his friend. With his charm, he manages to disarm the situation and sends her away. Turning to Torres, he can't help but tease him about how grateful he should be for the timely rescue. Torres playfully teases him in return as they find a quiet corner to reminisce about their old comrades. They start with Nixer, who has slimmed down but remains fit. Kalli then shares the news about Kicho, who not only got married but has also taken on the roles of boxing instructor and apprentice brewer. Torres can't help but remark that Chicho is still just an apprentice. Curiosity piqued, he then inquires about Azalea. Kalli excitedly shares the news of their second child, hoping for a girl. However, Torres bluntly states that Kalli is unfit to be a parent. In that moment, Kalli's expression softens, revealing a vulnerability. This is the first genuine conversation he's had in a long time. With nobles, he feels as though he's always wearing a mask. But with Torres, he can finally be himself. His thoughts are interrupted as Doraemon arrives to fetch Torres, greeting Kalli out of courtesy. However, Torres shows little interest in entertaining nobles, and Doraemon stubbornly pulls him away. Just then, an announcement rings out. Creon steps forward with his fiancée, raising his glass in honor of the champions who have made it to the semifinals. He dedicates half of his victory to his late father and the other half to his fiancée and his people. As the crowd erupts in cheers, he feels a growing sense of unease, his stomach churning with discomfort. The mention of the semi-final celebration triggers a reminder for Kalli. He's set to face Torres in the upcoming match. While everyone views him as a boxing prodigy, the truth is that it's Torres who has long borne the weight of the Adjustee's boxing legacy. Determined to surpass his friend and claim the title of the strongest, he immerses himself in relentless training after the banquet concludes. While Bogdu shows signs of fatigue, he pushes on, joined by Vegan, who matches his dedication. Meanwhile, Vegan is making significant strides in his training, fueled by his determination to outshine the other boxers alongside Kalli. As he pushes himself, the web of intrigue among the royals and nobles continues to unravel behind the scenes of the match. Finally, the day of the semi-finals arrives. In the ring, Torres and Kalli stand face to face, ready to clash. Meanwhile, the conspiracy to sway public opinion intensifies, setting the stage for a dramatic showdown. Rude Foling generously spends a fortune to distribute bread to the crowd gathered for the match. As he observes the audience savoring their free meal, Ildren's anxiety intensifies. This is a luxury he simply cannot afford. Meanwhile, Creon's growing influence is steadily undermining Ildren's standing with the nobles. With his options dwindling, all he can cling to is the hope of Kalli's victory. Once he triumphs, he must ensure their champion remains in the capital. He understands that if Kalli wins, his influence over the nobles, the only thing sustaining him against his rival, hinges entirely on that victory. However, one thought gnaws at him: Kalli's vow not to return to his hometown until he finds Nasha. Now, standing in the ring, he sizes up his opponent. He understands that, unlike him, a newcomer from another world equipped with the knowledge and techniques of modern boxing, Torres has honed his skills purely through instinct. This alone makes Torres a truly formidable opponent. Yet, our protagonist remains resolute in his desire to win. On the other hand, Torres possesses the same unwavering determination. As he hears Torres proclaim that Kalli is the best player, doubt begins to creep into his mind about his own strength. Torres nods in affirmation, having witnessed Kalli's mental fortitude, skill, and stamina throughout their matches. He recognizes that Kalli is the strongest opponent he will face today. Inspired by Torres's fierce determination, Kalli feels a surge of motivation as well. In an instant, both fighters vanish from their positions and charge at one another. Torres strikes, but Kalli deftly dodges the attack. Bogdu watched the match intently, aware that at the peak of their stamina, it was unlikely either boxer would land a clean hit. Both fighters continued to exchange blows, each searching for an opening. Suddenly, Bogdu's eyes locked onto a gap in Torres's defense, right in his stomach. A spark ignited in his gaze as he readied himself to strike. But Torres anticipates his move and swiftly defends against his weak point. Kalli grits his teeth, frustration boiling within him. Torres readies his fist once more. Kalli manages to block the punch, but the sheer force of the attack sends him staggering backward. His mind races as he tries to comprehend how Torres tracked his fist with such precision, relying solely on his eyes. It dawns on him that Torres has honed this skill by studying all of his previous matches, allowing him to develop a keen sense of active defense. Torres has already recognized that he holds the advantage over him. From their past encounters, he knows that superior technique alone doesn't determine the outcome of a boxing match. That's why he has never been outmatched. Now, as Kalli raises his fist, Torres senses an opportunity to finally triumph over his old rival. With determination, he strikes, landing a hit at last. But in an instant, he realizes something is amiss. There's no impact. Kalli has deftly evaded the blow at the last moment. A sense of dread washes over him as he realizes the impending counterattack will be nothing short of terrifying. Just as a powerful punch hurtles toward his stomach, his reflexes kick in, enabling him to block the blow at the last moment. Gazing at his opponent, he finally confronts the unsettling possibility of defeat. He remembers every match he fought against formidable opponents, battles that pushed him to his limits, compelling him to adapt and counter their strengths to secure victory. He knows he must employ the same strategy against Torres, who stands as yet another insurmountable wall. He must give nothing less than his absolute best. He attempts to strike his opponent once more, but he knows all too well that Torres's active defense is his true adversary. With renewed determination, he devises a strategy to break the rhythm of Torres's defenses. Suddenly, Kalli halts his assault, catching Torres off guard. Instantly, Torres senses that Kalli is up to something. Seizing the moment, he delivers a punch to Kalli's side, but this time, Kalli doesn't even flinch to evade it. Ordinary techniques won't suffice against Torres, so he decides to take a hit to create an opening. That moment arrives when his fist finally connects with Torres's cheek, drawing a trickle of blood. Simultaneously, Torres lands a punch on his face. The match now erupts into a fierce, close-range barrage. Kalli's frustration mounts as Torres' superior technique consistently thwarts his attempts to land a decisive blow. He realizes he must find a way to break through. Meanwhile, Torres senses his opportunity. With a dark glint in his eye, he calls out to Kalli. He raises his fist, and just as Kalli braces himself with his arms, Torres opens his hand, slipping through Kalli's guard before forming a fist once more. In an instant, he delivers a crushing blow to Kalli's chin. The impact is brutal, and a wave of pain washes over Kalli's face. Yet, he quickly suppresses the agony and prepares to fight again. This time, Kalli's punch connects squarely with Torres' temple. Though momentarily dazed, Torres quickly regains his composure, but the brief lapse leaves him vulnerable, providing Kalli with a crucial opening. Determined to turn the tide, Torres plots to disable Kalli's fist. Frustration mounts for Kalli as he realizes that defeating his opponent in close quarters is becoming increasingly difficult. Once again, both fighters brace themselves, ready to strike. Kalli knows that Torres isn't intimidated by the prospect of getting hurt. He's just biding his time for the perfect moment to strike low. As anticipated, Kalli finally lands a powerful punch to Torres' face, a blow that could very well crack his jaw. Torres stumbles and collapses onto Kalli, leaving the audience bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As both fighters regain their senses, the referee rushes to their side, ready to assess the situation. The audience erupts with cheers, rallying behind both fighters. Kalli studies his opponent intently, a flicker of doubt creeping in. He feels the weight of his injuries. 3 broken ribs and stretched ligaments in his left wrist. Another blow to his jaw could cost him his teeth. Yet, across the ring, Torres bears his own wounds, not entirely unscathed. A bone is definitely broken. Torres glances at Kalli's face, noting how deadly he appears. They exchange playful jabs, but beneath the banter, Torres wrestles with the feeling of always being in his friend's shadow. This time, he's determined to outshine him in boxing, driven by a fierce need to protect his pride. With that resolve burning in his chest, he lunges forward once more, but Kalli deftly steps back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Kalli launches his next attack, an uppercut aimed squarely at Torres' chin, certain that his opponent won't evade it. But in an instant, Torres closes the distance, his fist poised for a counter. Seizing the opportunity, he delivers a devastating punch to Kalli's gut. The impact so fierce it feels like bones shatter. Kalli stumbles back, gasping and clutching his side in pain. The referee rushes to his side, asking if he can stand. With trembling fingers, Torres tries once more. He hopes Kalli won't rise, but to his disbelief, Kalli does, injured and staggering, yet resolute. "I can't apologize for that," Kalli states, his voice steady. "Besides, that punch was your finishing blow." Torres curses under his breath, frustrated by his opponent's resilience. In the next moment, he charges at full speed. Kalli struggles to maintain focus with his one working eye, but despite his efforts, the punch lands squarely. He realizes his body is in terrible shape, aching with every movement, and the grim reality dawns on him. There's a chance he might not survive this. The audience watches in growing concern as the match devolves into a brutal gladiatorial death match, the stakes higher than ever. Vision realizes that their relentless pursuit of victory outweighs any concern for their own lives. Meanwhile, the spectators are utterly captivated, witnessing a raw display of primal human instinct. It's a clash between 2 men driven solely by the desire for strength itself. Despite gaining nothing from this relentless struggle, and with no logic to justify their urge, they press on, blood splattering across the ground. Torres delivers another punishing blow. Kalli barely manages to steady himself, preparing for the next round. For him, the sensation of strength embodies justice itself. Kalli lands another punch on Torres, who attempts to retaliate, but only ends up absorbing another blow. Their fists continue to clash in a relentless rhythm. Gritting his teeth, Kalli suddenly has a revelation. With all his strength, he delivers a powerful punch to Torres' face, sending him crashing to the ground. As he gazes down at his fallen comrade, Kalli finally speaks the truth that Torres cannot see. Torres, however, concedes defeat, acknowledging that Kalli has always been stronger than him. He requests that Kalli not make any excuses on his behalf. A smile spreads across his face, filled with gratitude that his final match is against a friend. Just then, the announcement reverberates through the arena. Kalli is declared the champion of the semifinal. Kalli has been declared the winner. But Aldrin is far from satisfied. He glances at his injuries, a stark reminder of the battle's toll. While he understands that the public might still remember him, even if he doesn't win the final match, his true desire was for Kalli to emerge victorious. After all, in the eyes of the crowd, only the winner truly matters. Rude Falling seizes the moment, taunting Kalli by declaring that recovery before the next match is impossible. In his current state, Kalli faces either failure or worse. Rude Falling revels in Kalli's misfortune. Later, after tending to his injuries, our protagonist grumbles about his meal, lamenting its lack of meat. The vegan, ever pragmatic, reminds him that he had just thrown up the meat. He emphasizes the importance of prioritizing his recovery. In his thoughts, he acknowledges that both he and Torres would have found it difficult to survive in their current condition. At that moment, he recalls his friend and concedes that Torres is the best boxer he knows. Unlike the monstrous fighters he has faced so far, Torres embodies the essence of a pure boxer, having achieved the pinnacle of his craft through sheer determination and hard work. He feels a sense of satisfaction after his match against Torres, knowing that even in death he would have no regrets. Yet his thoughts wander to his wife, who would undoubtedly scold him for contemplating such matters. Vegan inquires about the final match, despite the doctor's warnings against it, but Kalli brushes off the final match entirely, believing the semifinal was worth it simply because Torres was the best. This time, he is resolute in his aim to finish the final with a single, decisive blow. 2 weeks slip by after the semi-final, and the tournament's grand finale looms just a month away. In the meantime, Creon resolves to host a banquet every day leading up to the final. However, he soon makes a critical error. After one particularly lavish feast, he finds himself consumed by rage and jealousy, as the crowd's cheers and praises are not for him, the king, but for Kalli instead. In the depths of his madness, he takes the life of his fiancée on their shared bed. A week later, the news reaches our protagonist as he lies in rest. Vegan informs him that every noble in the kingdom is already aware of the murder. While the king dismisses it as an accident, the unmistakable handprints on her neck tell a different story. Kalli is overwhelmed by a wave of remorse for her death, despite the fact that he comes from an enemy family. He inquires about Count Joseph, who reveals that he fainted from shock. After all, it was the murder of his youngest daughter. Kalli ponders whether the tournament will proceed, but it seems the incident has already been staged as an accident. Moreover, Creon is likely to push forward with the tournament, providing the public with a distraction from the tragic event. Kalli is eager to see Snoren, as a troubling feeling lingers from the recent incident. Vegan has vowed to search for her, but frustration bubbles within him. Seeking solace, he steps outside for some fresh air. Almost immediately, he regrets his decision. The chill in the air makes him feel as if his bones might shatter from exhaustion. Just then, a voice pierces the silence, accusing Creon of tyranny for his latest transgression against his sister. The person in question is none other than Warren Joseph. He highlights the hand marks on her neck, a chilling reminder of the violence he has endured. Kalli can't help but feel the irony in his words. Just like Creon, Warren had attempted to assault Azalea, and now he is forced to witness his own sister suffer the same fate. As he continues to provoke the audience, he relentlessly reminds them of Creon's heinous crime. In an instant, the royal guard stormed onto the scene, commanding him to halt his profane tirade against the royal family. The threat of death loomed ominously in the air. Meanwhile, a supporter of Creon stepped forward, declaring that his sister had met a tragic fate after falling from a railing. To make matters worse, he dredged up Warren's own past misdeeds against women. With that, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, and a large crowd began to turn against Warren. As the soldier moves to arrest him, Warren's gaze catches Kalli in the crowd. A wave of shame washes over him, prompting him to bow his head. Meanwhile, Kalli recalls the threat he made against Warren. He surveys the scene, noting the soldier's rudeness and the instigator stirring trouble. Yet, amidst the chaos, it's evident that many still harbored distrust towards Creon. Despite Rude Falling's attempts to suppress it, the Warren incident quickly spreads rumors about the king. A month has passed, and now the time for the final match has finally arrived. The audience gathers, not only to witness the climactic showdown, but also to catch a glimpse of Creon. Whispers circulate among the crowd, with many speculating about his involvement in the murder of his fiancée. The tournament is, after all, a celebration of marriage, which makes Creon's actions all the more baffling. It's no wonder people are calling him insane. In response to the accusations thrown at him, he believes that handing out bread will somehow absolve him and win back the people's favor. But when that plan backfires, he shifts the blame, accusing the bread distribution manager of theft and threatening to behead him. Witnessing this chaos, Rudafalling feels a deep frustration at his king's descent into madness. In a sudden turn, Creon announces a public execution featuring the fiercest beast in the land. His subordinate confidently assures him that the lion is the most vicious of its kind. From his cell, our protagonist realizes that this spectacle will unleash a wave of madness during the execution of the prisoners. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he recognizes one of the prisoners, none other than Snoren. She had been captured while disguised as a maid, attempting to track Nasha within the palace. Now she finds herself imprisoned and on the brink of execution. In a moment of grim clarity, she gazes into the future and sees a skull, a chilling omen that foretells her imminent death. Tears stream down her face as she accepts her fate, knowing this is her punishment for straying into the secular world instead of following the path her destiny intended. The lion roars, eager for its feast, sending the prisoners into a panic as they flee in terror. Yet Snoren remains frozen, resigned to her fate. She closes her eyes, bracing for the inevitable, but just as the lion lunges, a sudden gust of wind sweeps in front of her. As she opens her eyes, she finds Bogdu standing before her, poised in a protective stance. The audience is in disbelief. Bogdu, the fierce warrior, is shielding someone. Creon watches, intrigued by the unfolding scene. His subordinate leans in, explaining that Bogdu must have recognized one of the prisoners and rushed to her aid. Yet, in his cold-heartedness, Creon remains indifferent, unconcerned whether they all become fodder for the lions. Bogdu's heart races as he stands before the lion, having leaped in front of Snoren purely on instinct. Now uncertainty grips him. How can he confront this beast with nothing but his bare hands? Trembling with fear, he braces himself. When the lion lunges, he instinctively sidesteps, narrowly avoiding its deadly jaws. But even then, he feels the sharp sting of claws raking across his skin. As blood pours from his wounds, a chilling realization washes over him. He cannot win this fight. Despite the danger, he remains resolute in his mission to save the one he cares for. In an instant, he shouts and sidesteps, narrowly avoiding the lion's deadly claws. With a fierce determination, he delivers a powerful punch to the lion's face, injuring one of its eyes. However, in the chaos, his hand becomes trapped inside the lion's mouth, and the beast attempts to crush it. Just as the lion threatens to snap his wrist, Bogdu summons his strength and yanks his hand free. Snoren is filled with worry. Bogdu, his hands bloodied, realizes he cannot confront such a ferocious beast unarmed. Meanwhile, our protagonist is anxious for both of his allies. He knows that Snoren must have been probing into Nasha's whereabouts, which means she is in this predicament because of him. He realizes that she is fated to be killed by the lion. In that instant, he decides to intervene. The audience gasps in disbelief as they watch Kalli open the bars, even before the match has officially begun. Creon glares at him, seething with rage. This was meant to be the moment of execution. Meanwhile, Rudafalling secretly delights in the chaos, knowing that if Kalli meets his end, his own troubles will finally vanish. Eldrin's concern deepens as a soldier approaches, bearing urgent news from Kalli. Leaning in, the soldier whispers that Kalli has located Nasha, but he insists that Eldrin must take responsibility for the consequences that follow. In an instant, Eldrin grasps the unspoken bargain. In return for this vital information, Kalli is seeking his protection. That is why Kalli must remain alive and free. He turns to the audience, declaring that they are about to witness something unprecedented in history, his upcoming battle against the lion. The crowd erupts in cheers, but Kalli's expression remains solemn as he tightens his grip on his weapon. He understands that the true challenge lies not just in defeating the lion, but in the act of execution itself. Killing the beast will not solve the deeper issues at hand. In the blink of an eye, everyone is frozen in shock as he shatters his own weapon. It's a clear signal that he intends to confront the lion with nothing but his bare hands. Snoren quickly consults her fortune once more, and this time, she sees the sun, a definitive sign that she will survive. She can hardly comprehend how her fate has shifted from death to life in mere moments. Paralyzed by the revelation, she stands there, caught between disbelief and hope. Unable to grasp the events that have just transpired, she realizes that fate cannot be swayed by the whims of another. Yet, Kalli wields such immense power that he not only reshapes his own destiny, but hers as well. In that moment, she understands this is nothing short of a miracle. Truly, our boy is a warrior, destined to die young. Kalli continues to confront death at every turn, even after being revived. Yet with each encounter, he defies fate and survives. Fueled by unwavering determination, he stands boldly before the lion, proclaiming that he will shatter all of its teeth. Meanwhile, Bogdu watches with concern, fearing that Kalli's reckless bravery is putting his life in jeopardy for his sake. Snorin urges him to stay still as she works to stop his bleeding. Bogdu's mind races with worry for Kalli, acutely aware that he can't face the lion in his current state. As she tightens the bandage around his arm, she reassures him, insisting that they are meant to survive this day. Meanwhile, the lion prowls closer to our hero. Kalli, however, is painfully aware of just how dire his condition truly is. Following the doctor's advice, he should be taking a break of at least 6 months to a year after his last match against Torres. Yet here he stands, facing the most ferocious beast on the planet. Aware of his fragile condition, he knows that a single blow could shatter his ribs. Despite this, he remains resolute, ready to confront the lion. He steps back just in time to evade the lion's deadly claws. The beast circles him, sizing him up. Before launching itself into the air, Kalli is ready. He focuses his energy and aims a powerful punch at the lion's snout. The impact lands, leaving the creature wounded. But in the blink of an eye, the lion opens its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a ferocious attack with all 4 paws. As Kalli observes the impending attack, he realizes there's no way to dodge it, even if he steps back. In a moment of sheer audacity that leaves the audience questioning his sanity, he charges directly at the lion's head. In an instant, he finds himself behind the beast, gripping its mane tightly. The lion lets out a furious roar, but Kalli holds on with unwavering determination. The lion thrashes violently, each blow inflicting brutal pain on Kalli's ribs. Desperate for it to end, he delivers a powerful punch to the lion's head, drawing blood. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd at the sight. The lion attempts to throw him off, but Kalli clings tightly to its mane. He feels a crack in his bones, and he realizes he is gravely injured himself. At last, the lion is pushed back, and the audience's anxiety for their warrior intensifies. With unwavering determination, Kalli seizes the lion's tail. Summoning all his strength, he forces himself to stand and wrestles the beast into submission. Fueled by this unexpected triumph, he climbs onto the lion's back, relentlessly elbowing the creature as he fights for control. The lion thrashes violently, causing Kalli to momentarily lose his grip. But with a swift adjustment, he regains his balance and lands on the lion's back. Clutching its mane, he collapses in a way that suggests he might already be lifeless. Creon can't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at the thought that Kalli could be dead. Yet, just as that thought settles in, everyone watches in shock as the lion stumbles. A thunderous roar reverberates through the arena. Our hero is alive, clinging to the lion with all his might as the beast lets out a piercing shriek of agony. Meanwhile, Vagan receives a troubling update about his master. His face pales with anxiety as he realizes his master is now confronting the lion. At last, the formidable beast is finally brought down. Everyone wears a shocked expression, their concern for Kalli palpable as he lies buried beneath the lion's massive body. Finally, he emerges, raising his fist triumphantly. It's a powerful symbol. A human has slain a lion with his bare hands. In this historic moment, even the impending execution is overshadowed by the awe of the crowd. He quickly inquires about Nasha's current location. Snorin reveals that she is staying in the king's quarters, explaining why no one has been able to find her until now. With a serious tone, he instructs both of them to seek refuge under Eldrin's protection. He advises them to mention his name to the guards, assuring them that they will assist. Snorin feels a wave of gratitude wash over him. As she expresses her gratitude to Bogdu, his face lights up with a warm smile. However, their moment is abruptly interrupted as the guards push them back, herding them along with the other prisoners. Meanwhile, Creon seethes with rage at the botched execution. Kalli catches sight of his furious expression and immediately realizes that Creon is likely demanding his execution once more. Not willing to give him the opportunity to act, Kalli decides to make his move. He demands that the final match begin immediately. The nobles are taken aback by his bold declaration. He orders the guards to bring forth his opponent, but they hesitate, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, the execution was supposed to have taken place, yet it hasn't happened at all. One guard expresses concern about the young man's health, questioning whether he can continue under such intense pressure. Creon, consumed by rage, demands Kalli's execution with a fury that echoes through the chamber. He even orders Rootfelling to carry out the deed with his forces. However, Rootfelling realizes that killing Kalli here would spark a massive public uproar, regardless of the championship title at stake. With no other option, he quickly concocts an excuse for Creon, claiming that the king is simply tired and in need of rest. The guards haul him toward his quarters, ignoring his protests. Just then, the bar lifts from the other side, and Hector, the other finalist, steps out. Once brimming with confidence, Hector now hesitates. Before facing our protagonist, he was certain of his victory. But after witnessing Kalli defeat a lion with nothing but his bare hands, he suddenly doubts his chances in the upcoming fight. Despite the mounting public pressure, he feels compelled to remain. Kalli, undeterred, challenges him to begin the match before he succumbs to exhaustion. A wave of relief washes over him as he notices Creon is absent from the audience. All he needs to do now is stay upright in the arena. In that moment, Hector reflects on his strategy, sensing that Kalli's bones are already damaged and that he is completely drained. Hector's task is clear: defeat Kalli without getting too close. As the match begins, he deftly dodges Kalli's slow punches, relying on his agility. But Kalli is no fool. He quickly discerns Hector's strategy. He knows that Hector didn't make it to the finals by mere chance. Time is of the essence. Kalli must end this fight swiftly before exhaustion takes its toll on him. In that moment, Hector acknowledges Kalli as a worthy opponent, expressing his respect for him as a fellow boxer. He concedes that Kalli would have undoubtedly been a champion if he hadn't made the reckless choice to fight a lion. Kalli, with a shadow of bitterness, retorts that the judgment of foolishness is his to make. Fueled by anger, Hector charges forward and delivers a sharp punch to Kalli's face. As Hector watches Kalli, still on his feet, doubt creeps into his mind about the strength of his own punch. Shaking off the uncertainty, he steels himself and delivers another blow to Kalli's jaw, causing blood to spill from his lips. This is the end, Hector declares, confidence surging through him. He strikes again, convinced that Kalli has finally lost consciousness. With a sense of triumph, he steps back, certain of his victory. In the next moment, even in his unconscious state, our hero instinctively retaliates, landing a powerful punch on Hector. Baffled, Hector can hardly comprehend what just occurred. Years of battling formidable foes, both human and beast, have honed Kalli's body into a reflexive machine. Even when his mind shuts down, his instincts take over, guiding his movements with the precision of a seasoned boxer. The punch lands with such force that Hector coughs up blood and crumples to the ground. Kalli is suddenly reminded of his match with Iskandar, when he faced a similar moment of devastation. Just then, the announcement reverberates through the arena. Kalli is declared the tournament champion. Overwhelmed, he drops to his knees. Memories of his life flash before his eyes, and a smile slowly spreads across his lips. He has finally made it this far, but now the match is over. The medical team is wheeling Kalli away on a stretcher. Vegan rushes to his side, worry etched across his face. "Stay with me, master. Don't lose consciousness," he urges, his voice trembling with concern. Realizing there's no time for comfort or condolences, Kalli musters his strength and instructs Vegan to deliver a token engraved with an eagle, along with a letter he left behind. He instructs Vegan to deliver these items to the Imperial Embassy. Vegan hesitates momentarily, but then grasps the gravity of the situation and takes off in a sprint. As he rides, he can't help but wonder if Kalli is preparing for something significant. Whatever it may be, he silently prays for his master to endure. Meanwhile, inside the king's palace, Creon seethes with anger over the day's events. He unleashes his fury on the furniture, smashing it in a fit of rage. Finally spent, he collapses into a chair. As he sits there, his mind spirals into madness. Despite being king, he finds himself powerless to command even a single man in his own realm. He insists that his loyal soldiers obey him, but the bitter truth hits him hard. Those troops are actually under Eldrin's command. To make matters worse, even Rutafoling has turned a deaf ear to his orders. As he spirals deeper into frustration, Nasha watches him quietly, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She revels in the chaos she has orchestrated, having driven him to such a point of rage that he even killed his own fiancée. Since that fateful incident, his sanity has unraveled further with each passing day. With a charming smile, she approaches him, feigning concern for his troubles. He, desperate and vulnerable, confesses his plight, admitting that despite being king, Rutafoling no longer recognizes him as one. She comforts him, assuring him that neither Eldrin nor Rutafoling can strip him of his authority. Yet, he continues to tremble, still unconvinced. His hatred for Kalli simmers within him like an unquenchable fire. Sensing his turmoil, she offers his support once more, this time with a tantalizing suggestion. She could arrange for Kalli's demise. After all, the capital is on the verge of becoming a battleground between two formidable nobles. In the midst of all that chaos, the death of a noble hardly raises an eyebrow. Nasha confidently claims she knows some mercenaries who could take out Kalli. Creon, however, remains skeptical. She urges him to travel to Rutafoling and manipulate the old man by threatening to support his rivals. This, she argues, will drive him to desperation, forcing him to comply with Creon's demands to remove Eldrin from power. With grim determination, she declares that when the moment comes, she will eliminate Kalli. Upon hearing this, Creon finally regains his composure, convinced that Nasha is the only one who will stand by his side. However, unbeknownst to him, Nasha, facing her own impending demise, has no real backup plan and is indifferent to the outcome. 2 days later, our hero finally awakens. The doctor urges him to rest, but his thoughts are consumed with worry for Bogdu and Snorin. The doctor informs him that they are under Eldrin's protection. When asked to meet with them, he declines, prioritizing their safety. Soon after, a meal is served, but he can feel the weight of his own deteriorating health. Just then, Eldrin bursts into the room, having rushed in at the news of Kalli's awakening. Eldrin is aware that this isn't the right moment, yet he can't help but inquire about Nasha's whereabouts. Upon learning that she is under Creon's protection, Eldrin is struck with disbelief, his head spinning. Kalli, however, remains resolute, insisting that they will find her soon. Eldrin's thoughts drift to Creon's audacious plan to ally with Rudafoling, an alliance that seems utterly absurd, given Creon's notorious foolishness. Could Nasha be orchestrating this? Turning to Kalli, Eldrin issues a stern warning. As the closing ceremony draws near, he must stay away from Creon. He even suggests that Kalli quietly return to his hometown, as the political tide has shifted in his favor following the events of the match. Once the closing ceremony concludes, Rudafoling will be expelled. Kalli realizes that Eldrin is attempting to send him away before his daughter is located. With determination, he firmly declares that he won't leave until he has completed his mission. The threat of civil war looms large before Rudafoling's elimination. Eldrin insists that Rudafoling wouldn't dare make a move at this moment. However, Kalli counters, reminding him that his daughter has the power to manipulate events to her advantage. Eldrin remains skeptical, but Kalli delivers a stark reality check about Nasha. She even tainted her mother's keepsake, she asserts, emphasizing the depths of Nasha's ambition. Though she may present herself as a victim, the truth is that she has committed countless crimes. Kalli insists that Nasha is indifferent to the kingdom's future, consumed by her own looming demise. It's better to eliminate such an unstable individual, he declares. Eldrin, however, stands his ground, firmly stating that if Kalli wishes to act, he must find Nasha first. Otherwise, he will take matters into his own hands. After the closing ceremony, he resolves to confine his daughter. Meanwhile, Kalli doubts that Eldrin will truly act against his own flesh and blood. Determined, he decides to handle the situation himself. As the closing ceremony unfolds, a military parade marches from the royal castle, making its way toward the arena. Yet, the champion is conspicuously absent, still reeling from his injuries. The crowd buzzes with excitement, recounting the incredible journey of a former slave who has risen to become a champion. Cheers erupt from the arena, all directed at our hero, Kalli. But Creon, as always, is far from pleased to see the audience rallying behind someone else. Eldrin, ever the voice of reason, gently reminds him that a ruler must maintain composure in the eyes of his people. Yet, Eldrin's thoughts drift to the noble votes that have shifted the balance in his favor, a reminder of the political game at play. All he needs to do is expel his rival after the closing ceremony. Meanwhile, Creon is plotting Eldrin's downfall. With a sly smirk, he boasts about the exceptional training of his royal guard, catching Eldrin completely off guard. Creon continues to elaborate on the 3 major military forces of the capital, each word dripping with confidence and menace. The Royal Guard, the capital's standing army, and the independent capital security force. Each plays a vital role in maintaining order. Eldrin has effectively monopolized the standing army and the Royal Guard, leaving little room for others. Now, he turns to Creon, eager to hear his perspective. With a calculated calm, Creon unveils his scheme. He has already replaced the standing army with a more unruly force, while the remaining Royal Guards are gathered here for the parade. The tension in the air thickens as Eldrin processes this revelation. In an instant, the royal guards grow tense, sensing the approach of another armed force. Creon, with a commanding presence, orders Eldrin's expulsion, declaring that today he will reshape the kingdom with himself as its central figure. As the guards rush toward him, he draws his sword, poised for battle. One by one, he dispatches them, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. One of the nobles cries out for Eldrin's protection, but the enemy guards have already secured the royal guards behind iron bars. Desperate, Eldrin turns to the king, attempting to reason with him one last time. But before he can finish, the guards charge at him. With no other option, he flees the scene. Chaos erupts as civil war ignites, drawing everyone into the turmoil. Now he realizes that this conflict is no longer about which noble will emerge victorious. The kingdom itself is on the brink of doom, and the gravity of the situation becomes painfully clear. His companion guides him to a safer location. Eldrin asserts that this chaos is the doing of the Rude Falling. As the civil war rages on, Dragos is consumed by turmoil, and the city spirals into chaos. Meanwhile, the independent guards find themselves divided, each aligning with their chosen noble faction. Death runs rampant on the streets of Dragos. Amidst this chaos, Zato's mercenary group, hired by Nashe, is on the hunt for our protagonist. As their leader navigates the turmoil of the civil war, a scenario Nashe had foreseen, his companions suggest that looting the nobles would yield greater rewards. He counters their proposal, reminding them that Nashe's payments are exceptionally generous. She had compensated them handsomely the last time after they dealt with the guards. Meanwhile, the lower-tier mercenaries were praying to God, for their opponent was none other than our boy. Upon arriving at Kalli's residence, they encountered trembling servants desperately trying to shield him. The leader sneered, demanding they step aside, dismissing them as mere servants. Yet, despite their fear, they stood firm, determined to repay their debt to Kalli. At that moment, our hero strides in, boldly proclaiming that if they seek him, they should spare the innocent from their conflict. Yet, his thoughts are consumed by Nashe. He knows she is pursuing him, but he struggles to grasp her motives for igniting a civil war. The low-ranking mercenaries are taken aback by his unexpected recovery, and one whispers in awe that he must be the embodiment of a war god. The leader is convinced of Kalli's deteriorating health. Aware that Kalli lacks proficiency with a sword, he politely suggests that Kalli should surrender his life willingly. But Kalli, already feeling his energy slipping away while confined to his bed, defiantly unsheathes his sword and declares the beginning of their war. In that moment, he realizes he has no regrets left in his life. He has already achieved his goal, yet for a fleeting moment, his thoughts wander to his family. He understands that death is inevitable, but that doesn't mean he will simply wait for it to come. With determination, he rushes toward his enemies to defend himself. However, just as he is about to engage them, a hooded figure suddenly materializes between him and his foes. Kalli's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the figure before him. It's Garrett. With unwavering determination, Garrett announces that he intends to repay his debt by protecting him. The mercenaries exchange uncertain glances, their resolve wavering at the sight of Garrett. The leader scoffs, remarking on the folly of risking one's life for an acquaintance. Yet, Garrett stands firm, confidently asserting, Kalli is a tough nut to crack. The incident where he fought a lion and emerged unscathed left no doubt. Garrett is shielded by an unseen force. Typically motivated by money, today he fights for something far greater, his beliefs. He boldly challenges the mercenaries, inviting anyone who wishes to kill him to step forward. Zato, unwavering in his resolve, commands his men to eliminate both Garrett and Kalli. Yet, to his surprise, half of his men rally behind Kalli, convinced that he is under the protection of the god of war. The remaining half of the forces are poised to strike at Kalli's side. Meanwhile, Eldrin's subordinate reports that the standing army is fully assembled, yet there isn't a single commander to lead them. The kingdom is engulfed in chaos. Prisoners and slaves are rising up, seizing the opportunity to revolt. Eldrin realizes he lacks the armed strength to secure a victory. His first priority is to secure manpower. To that end, he turns to his guards and issues a command to rescue the royal guards. But just moments later, his companion delivers grim news. Rogue soldiers are setting the royal guards ablaze inside the arena. The sight ignites a painful memory of a previous battle where he witnessed the death of his own soldiers. Fury wells up within him as he grits his teeth, determined to act. With no options remaining, he steels himself for an assault to reclaim the royal palace and confront King Creon. Meanwhile, a group of nobles flees the capital, unaware of who ignited the war. Rude following or Edrin, their only concern is their own safety. As they make their escape, they encounter hooded figures advancing toward the capital. Among them is Vegan, his face a mask of sheer terror. He wonders what deeds our protagonist committed in his past to warrant the attention of Imperial soldiers. The fight pauses momentarily. Zato mocks Gorat, dismissing his twin blade technique as superficial while launching an attack. Gorat retorts with a taunt of his own as their weapons clash. Amidst the chaos, he ponders how many of his allies are still standing when, suddenly, a mercenary drops from the upper floor, capturing everyone's attention. Amid the chaos, he spots our hero standing resolutely. Enemies drift toward Kalli, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They question whether he truly is the incarnation of the war god. One scoffs, suggesting that someone so unworthy of such a title could never wield a sword effectively. But their attitude shifts dramatically when one of them engages him in combat, quickly realizing the true strength he possesses. Kalli unleashes a powerful punch that connects with the man's face, then brings his sword crashing down. He follows up with a flurry of rapid strikes, forcing his opponent to retreat. Suddenly, another adversary charges in, weapon raised high, but Kalli swiftly blocks the swing and delivers a precise kick, sending him sprawling aside. A crack snakes along the length of Kalli's sword, catching the attention of two new foes who step forward, emboldened by the belief that the tide of battle is shifting against him. Kalli steadies himself as two enemies advance simultaneously. Suddenly, an order shatters the tension. An officer strides in, flanked by soldiers, demanding to know which one of them is the Baron. Relief floods over Kalli at the sight of the Imperial Army's arrival, and he silently expresses his gratitude to Vegan. Meanwhile, Zato realizes these are the Baron's reinforcements and pushes his men forward, urging them to eliminate Kalli before they retreat. Imperial soldiers surge forward, two of them interlocking their arms to create a makeshift platform, propelling a third soldier toward Kalli. Just as the attacker closes in, one of the hooded figures swiftly intervenes, cutting him down with precision. Turning to Kalli, the figure greets him as an instructor, noting the time that has passed since their last encounter. With a calm demeanor, Kalli assures him that protection will be guaranteed from this moment onward. The battlefield shifts in an instant. The mercenaries surrender, and Zato drops his weapon without a struggle. Kalli expresses his gratitude to Gurot, assuring him that any of his men will be welcomed safely in Agesta territory. Gurot responds that he is simply repaying a debt from the past. Vegan hurried to Kalli's side, anxiously checking for injuries. Kalli reassured him, explaining that their timely arrival had averted the worst of the situation. Lowering his voice, Vegan remarked on the advantage of having the Imperial Army on their side, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the three hooded figures before them were anything but ordinary soldiers. He pondered how Kalli had managed to pick up on that. With a serious expression, Vegan began to recount the events that had unfolded at the embassy. After handing over the token, the news of the civil war ignited a flurry of urgent preparations. Soon, a figure of great importance arrived, insisting on assigning 3 specific individuals to assist them, leaving the entire embassy tense and compliant. From their reaction, Vegan understood that this person wielded power far beyond that of ordinary officials. Kalli, intrigued, began to speculate about the identity and rank of the one who had sent them. An Imperial Army soldier approaches, urging him to leave quickly and whispering that any involvement in the kingdom's conflict must remain concealed. Kalli, however, reveals his intention to head toward the royal capital. The soldier immediately objects, warning that with the civil war raging, the capital is fraught with danger rather than safety. They should retreat at once. Kalli then questions whether they can truly protect him or not. The figure clarifies that they are not his personal guards. Kalli, determined, insists he is ready to proceed alone. But then, he recalls their superiors' strict orders. They must protect Kalli, even if it means revealing their identities. With a firm resolve, he declares that they will accompany him. Kalli then requests 5 soldiers to escort Vegan and the servants to safety. Vegan, anxiety etched on his face, calls out to him, filled with concern. Kalli acknowledges Vegan's loyalty and skill, noting that life in the capital has remained comfortable because of his efforts. He mentions that he has already sent a letter to Count Bormar, so all Vegan needs to do now is return home. Vegan's eyes well with emotion, and as he struggles to hold back his feelings, Kalli gently places a hand on his shoulder. "I once bore the weight of being labeled a slave," he reminds Vegan. "Now, you must confront the burden of being seen as an unfilial son. To change people's perceptions, one must reshape their image through action." With that thought, Kalli walks away, leaving Vegan with a powerful declaration. He has earned respect through his own efforts. Meanwhile, the battle rages on around the capital's walls, and Eldrin finds refuge behind a sturdy barrier, watching the chaos unfold. One of his subordinates reports that Rutafoling's trained soldiers are steadily wearing down their forces, and the front line can no longer push through the gate. He suggests pulling back to regroup. However, the commander dismisses this idea, knowing that a prolonged battle would only give other lords the opportunity to intervene. With Rutafoling still receiving supplies from his own territory, he realizes they must conclude the fight before nightfall. He gathers the remaining commanders and announces that he will personally lead the next advance. His decision catches them off guard. Addressing the troops, he declares that he will be at the front lines to eliminate Reborn and rescue the king. With a firm command, Eldrin orders the soldiers to move forward. As they advance, archers from the king's side unleash a volley of arrows in their direction. Voices echo from the enemy ranks, declaring that Eldrin has already infiltrated the castle and urging their comrades to eliminate the traitors. Eldrin counters, asserting that they are the true betrayers of the crown. In the ensuing clash, he is struck down by a powerful kick from an opponent, who then raises his weapon, poised to deliver the final blow. Just as the strike is about to land, a figure intervenes, delivering a punch that sends the attacker reeling. Another soldier swiftly appears behind the assailant, their expression one of disbelief. These are the members of Kalli's unit, elite fighters trained in the Imperial close combat arts, serving as the royal family's secret protectors. Kalli strides onto the field, commanding his group to clear the way. The three hooded soldiers advance in unison, carving a path deeper into the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, Reborn urges his troops to defend the gate, but a wave of panic washes over him. Creon's warning reverberates in his mind. He must eliminate Eldrin or risk facing ruin. If he falters now, his entire house could crumble. With no other options remaining, he writes a letter to Eldrin, pleading for support to rebuild the capital after the battle. He also requests that Eldrin send his second and third sons as hostages. Just as he prepares to summon a messenger to deliver the letter, a blade suddenly interrupts his thoughts. Nasha strikes from behind, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he remarks on how troublesome his retreat would be. He crashes to the floor, and Nasha looms over him, her voice dripping with gratitude for his role in her plan. He trembles, bewildered by how she managed to bypass his guards. With a cold smile, she explains that men often let their guard down around seemingly harmless women, leaving a trail of bodies as proof. She raises her weapon, intent on ending him in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Kalli's disciples relentlessly cut through the ranks of the elite troops, their ferocity unmatched. Eldrin observes their synchronized movements, trying to discern the identities of these skilled fighters. He knows Kalli lacks a private army, yet these three navigate the battlefield with the precision of those trained for royal emergencies. Eldrin suddenly connects the dots. Kalli's presence in the capital must be linked to Nasha's. He recalls having ordered Nasha to leave after the ceremony, and struggles to comprehend why she chose to remain. Kalli suggests that the answer should already be evident. Eldrin cautions him not to venture too far on his own, but Kalli has faith in the people supporting him. Eldrin calls out once more, pleading with him to spare Nasha if he can. With a determined nod, Kalli takes full responsibility for what lies ahead. Eldrin realizes that once the news of her crime spreads, nothing can be salvaged. He knows he must think ahead. Kalli expresses her intention to leave before nightfall, and Eldrin understands what he must do, not out of personal anger, but out of necessity. Nasha has taken lives, misled the king, and allowed her own fears and beliefs to dictate her actions. If he has any strength left, he feels it is her duty to stop her. His knees buckle, and the soldier rushes to catch him. The Imperial soldier urges him to flee while he still can, but Kalli stands firm. He asks the man for his rank. When the soldier replies that he is a centurion, Kalli promises to recommend him for advancement if their mission succeeds. The centurion responds with disbelief, but Kalli remains composed, assuring him that he will take the request directly to the Emperor if needed. Nearby soldiers exchange hushed, puzzled remarks. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, guards sprint down the corridors, calling for everyone to clear the way. The confusion ripples through the ranks of the troops. Kalli seizes a guard, demanding to know the king's whereabouts. Recognition ignites in the guard's eyes as he gestures toward a staircase. Kalli presses on, disregarding the chaos of those fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, a soldier steps in his path, extending a hand for a shake, seeking a bit of luck. Kalli raises an eyebrow, puzzled by the request. His companion, incredulous, remarks that so many believe Kalli to be the very incarnation of the war god. The soldier adds that with comrades falling around them, they could use all the luck they can get. At the mention of the Duke's death, Kalli's heart sinks, and he comes to an abrupt halt. He asks once more, and the soldiers confirm it. A wave of dread washes over him, prompting him to order everyone to move faster. Meanwhile, in the annex, the weakened King Creon lies in bed, as Nasha reassures him of their impending victory. Relief flickers across his face at the thought that the battle will soon come to an end. She observes him like a scholar studying a waning candle, feeling a quiet satisfaction at the sight. Suddenly, a sharp pain seizes her body, forcing her to collapse. Creon, alarmed, struggles to rise, concern etched across her face as she wrestles with her inner turmoil. She curses her fate, her failing organs, the years of unanswered prayers, and the fraud who led her astray. If life demands this suffering, she vows to live on her own terms until the very end. All she needs is confirmation of Kalli's death. The door bursts open, flooding the room with light. Our protagonist declares triumphantly that they've found her. Kalli steps forward, her eyes widening in disbelief as she realizes that someone she thought was dead is still alive. Creon trembles, her voice shaky as he asks why he came. Suddenly, a noxious gas begins to fill the space. A soldier quickly identifies it as a poison similar to hallucinogenic mushrooms, urgently warning Kalli not to inhale it. Kalli grips Nasha by the neck, her voice low and fierce as she demands to know what she gave Creon. He was already unstable, she insists, so his downfall was inevitable. In a fit of frustration, he shoves her aside, his anger palpable. With a scowl, she mutters about her hired fighters failing to subdue a man who could barely stand. But Kalli cuts her off, her gaze piercing. "After all these years, I expected a real conversation," she says sharply. "Yet you still hide behind your lies." He picks up a sword, aiming it at her as he demands she offer her life. Accusing her of exploiting the vulnerabilities of others, he labels her a witch. She retorts that her only sin was being born to die, insisting that anyone in her position would have acted the same way. Kalli, however, dismisses her words entirely. To him, desperation is no justification for the crime she has committed. Even gladiators step into the arena, fully aware that death is part of the bargain. Yet she took lives without ever putting her own on the line. He acknowledges the flaws in his own life, but he was granted a chance he believes everyone deserves, just not her. Nasha, however, rejects his judgment, insisting that a true witch must exist somewhere, one who can save her. In a sudden outburst, she calls out for her father. Kalli finally remembers him just as Eldrin steps into the room. With a subtle gesture, she points toward Nasha, unveiling her true nature. The instant Nasha locks eyes with him, she freezes in place. Earlier, when a soldier brought the news of Duke Rudafalling's death, a wave of unease washed over Kalli, compelling him to quicken his pace. At that moment, Eldrin arrived, calling out to him, eager to witness firsthand what his daughter had wrought. Our protagonist made it clear that Eldrin's presence would not alter the outcome. He dropped his weapon at his feet in a gesture of full submission and pleaded for permission to follow without interference. Now, he stands before Nasha, demanding to know if she was the one who instigated the civil war, dismantled Creon's rule, and sent assassins after him. Her silence, steeped in terror, reveals everything he needs to know. Creon interrupts the tense moment, shouting at the soldiers to protect Nasha, yet the Imperial soldiers remain unmoving. His disbelief quickly morphs into outrage as he attempts to assert his authority, wielding his royal status like a weapon, as if the mere title should compel their obedience. Nasha trembles violently as Kalli points his blade directly at her. She retreats, convinced that a demon looms before her, pleading for her life. The Imperial Guard observes the scene with mounting disgust, disheartened by the sight of such pitiful individuals holding power over the kingdom. Creon, furious, grabs a weapon from beside his bed and shouts at the soldiers once more, demanding they eliminate everyone. Stepping forward, Kalli confronts him, boldly calling Creon a puppet. Creon lunges forward, convinced that his noble bloodline grants him immunity. But Kalli intercepts his arm mid-swing, applying pressure that brings Creon to his knees, a cry escaping his lips. Kalli looks at him and Nasha, seeing them as two of a kind, people who think others exist solely for their amusement. If the throne shields those who evade justice, then he will take it upon himself to deliver that justice. Eldrin calls out to Kalli, urging him to halt. He criticizes Creon's foolishness, but reminds him that the coronation has already taken place. Killing him now would plunge the entire kingdom into chaos. As Eldrin steps forward, ready to intervene, Kalli halts him, insisting he take a closer look at the unfolding situation. He highlights the repeated tragedies they've caused, with countless lives lost due to their reckless actions, yet they still assert their right to rule. He cannot stand by and allow further harm while they remain unchecked. Nasha, trembling, manages to rise to her feet. She pleads with her father for protection, insisting that Kalli is nothing more than a low-born man attacking her out of spite. Eldrin stands at a crossroads, torn between the weight of his responsibilities to the kingdom and his unwavering loyalty to his daughter. The internal struggle culminates in a sudden and painful decision. With determination, he rushes forward, seizing a fallen sword, and strides toward Nasha. Kalli's voice cuts through the tension, calling after him, "Is this truly the path you've chosen?" In that moment, Aldrin strikes Nasha down, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Nasha stands there stunned, struggling to grasp why the father she relied on chose duty over her. With a quiet finality, he tells her they will meet again in hell. As she falls, Creon's face contorts in horror at the sight. Kalli, too, is left speechless by Aldrin's shocking betrayal. Aldrin's hands tremble as he implores Kalli to entrust Creon to his care. To him, safeguarding the royal line has transformed into a mission of ensuring the kingdom's stability, rather than merely protecting Creon as an individual. He gazes at Creon, urging him to recognize that Aldrin has chosen to carry him forward, despite the weight of their circumstances. Creon, still reeling from Nasha's death, struggles to find solace. By dawn, the rebellion has come to an end. Aldrin carries Creon away, his friend broken and unresponsive. Meanwhile, the royal forces quash both Root of Falling soldiers and the unrest simmering in the city. The House of Root of Falling is labeled as traitorous, and every surviving male member is taken as a political hostage. Over the next 6 months, Dragos experiences a swift transformation under Marquis Aldrin's leadership, with construction projects flourishing throughout the capital. During this time, our hero works tirelessly to restore order until the newly reformed Royal Guard can operate independently. Once the Guard is stable, he prepares to return to his own lands. Before his departure, he meets with Aldrin, who recognizes the immense burden Kalli has shouldered throughout the crisis. Kalli can't help but point out the extravagant titles Aldrin has allowed to circulate: Civil War Ender, Ogre Slayer, Lion Tamer, Champion, War God's Avatar. Each name feels more grandiose than the last, and he raises an eyebrow at the absurdity of it all. He finds all of them absurd. Aldrin explains that the kingdom needed a figure to unify scattered morale and reassure a frightened populace, and Kalli emerged as the most practical symbol for that role. Their interactions over the past 6 months have been complicated. They collaborate closely, yet neither dares to confront the events of that fateful night directly. Before Kalli departs, Aldrin poses one last question about the soldiers from that night. He dismisses the notion that they were mere mercenaries, suggesting instead that there was something unusual about the activities surrounding the Imperial Embassy. He mentions that he could always conduct a personal investigation if necessary. Kalli quickly realizes that Aldrin has already pieced together the truth. Aldrin then reveals his connection to the Emperor and the clandestine events that unfolded behind the scenes. Aldrin remarks that if this information had been made public sooner, no one would have dared to confront Kalli. He emphasizes that the power in question belongs exclusively to the imperial family, and he has no right to wield or depend on it. With that, he prepares to return home. Many speculate that he is forsaking easy wealth and influence by choosing to go back to his modest territory. His decisions seldom align with the expectations of the nobility, and that unpredictability is precisely what ensures his name endures. He returns to Azalea, reuniting with his children, yet his reputation continues to echo throughout the kingdom long after his departure. The next day, Azalea gently rouses Kalli from a deep slumber. He assumes it's early morning, but the sun is already high in the sky. Ever since his return to Jest, the world around him has been changing at a breakneck pace. Shortly after he departed from the capital, Creon was murdered at a banquet by Wirren Joseph, who claimed to be avenging his sister. With the king dead, the 6-year-old second prince was swiftly crowned, igniting yet another civil war. Powerful nobles clashed fiercely over the regency as the kingdom descended into chaos. Farms lay abandoned, families faced starvation, and countless nobles fled to the empire to escape the turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, the empire intervened, asserting that they were restoring order. Within a month, every rival faction was dismantled, and the kingdom was reduced to a mere subordinate territory. A Jest, distant from the political center, managed to evade the harshest changes. Wistry never attempted to draft men from there, and the major lords chose to steer clear of Kalli entirely. His mere name was enough to deter disputes. The unexpected outcome was growth. Travelers began to flock in large numbers, filling every inn to capacity. The Jest's raspberry wine became so coveted that the supply could never quite meet the soaring demand. As Kalli prepares for the day, Azalea gently reminds him of their errands at the training center. He nods in agreement, eager to finish quickly. However, when they arrive, he's taken aback. The place is transformed completely. Gone are the days of Quano's old martial art. Now the center is solely dedicated to boxing classes. It's clear that the boxer's journey to freedom was not an easy one. Kalli had bound them to a contract that reduced his debt with each fight. Azalea then informs him that a couple has arrived to see him. As the man steps inside, our protagonist instantly recognizes Bogdu. Bursting in with his trademark thunderous energy, Bogdu's presence is so overwhelming that both Kalli and Azalea instinctively cover their ears. He bows repeatedly, far more times than necessary. Kalli proudly introduces Snoren as his wife, eager to express his gratitude in a meaningful way. Azalea leans in closer to Kalli, whispering for clarification. Kalli rubs his ears, then turns to Bogdu, asking him to speak at a more human volume. Bogdu straightens up, adopting a stiff, overly formal demeanor as he offers his apologies. He reports that his injured arm has returned to normal functionality, though the scars still linger. Turning to Snoren, Kalli is taken aback, surprised that she chose Bogdu. Snoren straightforwardly explains that no one else would have risked everything for her like he did. Kalli offers her heartfelt congratulations. Bogdu then mentions that he will soon be leaving to compete in another tournament. They part ways on good terms, wishing each other well. A year passes. Under imperial administration, the kingdom begins to feel hollow, its vibrancy fading away. Nobles can no longer enjoy the luxury of living off tax revenues. Some have resorted to opening shops, while others have taken on low-ranking government positions just to make ends meet. As Kalli sifts through a stack of official documents, she reflects on the extensive impact of the new policies. A colleague chimes in, suggesting that a joke would lighten the mood, insisting they never truly depended on tax money in the first place. Their wine and the steady stream of travelers are more than enough to keep them thriving. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in, announcing an unexpected visitor. The moment he hears the name Philip, his expression shifts. Philip enters, exuding the same composed authority he always has. He instructs everyone to leave, except for Kalli. With a lighthearted tease, he chides Kalli for abandoning the empire to live a quiet life in the countryside. Kalli advises him to save the mockery if he intends to stick around. Philip quips that the jest tastes like raspberry wine, and the two share a few sips. Just then, Kalli spots someone lingering behind him, the colonel who once offered his support. Kalli expresses his gratitude, but the man dismisses it with a wave of his hand, revealing that he is now the chief colonel and still can't quite believe the emperor himself paid him a visit. Philip ushers the numb outside, and once the room falls silent, he delivers the heartbreaking news. Mr. Shinui has passed away peacefully in his sleep. Kalli's breath catches for a moment. He had known the old man was aging, but the news still strikes him with an unexpected intensity. Philip expresses his sorrow for failing to uphold an old promise, and for allowing the kingdom to slip into imperial control. As the Second Civil War spiraled out of control, he found himself with no other choice. Our protagonist lets out a heavy sigh, recalling how everything unraveled the moment he accidentally took Philip's brother's life, shattering the fragile treaty between them. Yet Philip seems to have moved past that painful history. His purpose for coming is clear. He demands the entire truth about the connection between Kalli and Shinui. Kalli inquires whether a personal visit was necessary, to which Philip replies that he wouldn't have come otherwise. As Kalli begins to explain, Philip suddenly drops the glass he was holding, stunned into silence by the notion of another world. Kalli continues, clarifying that both he and Shinui had died once, and only their souls had crossed over. As they arrive in this new world, Philip turns to Kalli and asks, "Does that mean you're divine?" Kalli swiftly shakes their head, insisting, "We were never gods, just pawns caught in forces far beyond our control." Philip contemplates the peculiarities of Shinui, the vast knowledge, the unusual skills, and the effortless grasp of concepts that feel utterly foreign. Suddenly, everything falls into place. Had the truth emerged earlier, society would have crumbled. Shinui carried that heavy burden alone. Kalli explains that their original world was not so different. Same physics, same flow of time. Shinui had faith that Philip could guide this world toward a brighter future. But Kalli can't help but wonder, does Philip feel like a mere tool, shaped by someone else's design? Philip stands resolutely, firmly rejecting the notion before him, regardless of its origin. The knowledge is his, and he intends to build his nation on his own terms. With determination, he urges his companion to embrace this path. Then, with Kalli by his side, he offers one final proposition. Honor, power, and security await them. He gazes out the window at his peaceful family, a soft smile gracing his lips as he declines. This second life is for him, and now he wishes to dedicate what remains to those beyond his home. Philip, with a teasing glint in his eye, calls him soft, admitting that's precisely why he shies away from marriage. Kalli silently acknowledges that after the tournament, his passion for boxing had dimmed, giving way to a deep yearning for peaceful days spent watching his children grow. Philip nods in understanding and takes his leave. Later, a subordinate inquires about the visitor, speculating that he must have been someone significant. With a casual demeanor, Kalli replies that it was the Emperor. The subordinate chuckles, assuming it's a jest, and presses for the real story. As the seasons shift, winter gives way to spring, and autumn returns once more. Our protagonist enjoys a warm afternoon picnic with his family, each moment affirming that a simple life is truly enough. 2 decades slip by under imperial rule. As the old feudal order begins to crumble, elder nobles cling desperately to their fading traditions, while the youth eagerly pursue new opportunities. Many journey west, fallen nobles in search of redemption, commoners chasing fortune, and ambitious men eager for a fresh start. Yet few truly understand the harshness of the desert. At last, Kalli collapses in that unforgiving expanse, calling out desperately for his daughter. The scene shifts back to a time when life was still normal. On an ordinary day, Bronda gently shakes her father awake, reminding him that morning has already passed. His armor and swords rest nearby, remnants of a life steeped in duty. For nearly 2 decades, he has served the Empire while raising his 2 children, Soren and Bronda Augusti. Throughout this time, whenever he feels a familiar ache in his knee, a sign that rain is on the way, Bronda is quick to offer him his cane. The humid days seem to amplify the pain, particularly in the leg that an ogre once shattered. Kalli's relentless drive in his youth has taken a lasting toll. He picks up a family photo, struck by how much Branda resembles her mother. It's been 5 years since Azela passed, and their home feels emptier than ever. Branda places Kalli's meal in front of him, but he immediately grumbles about the small portion. She retorts that he's become quite overweight, despite his bad leg, and warns him that neglecting his health could lead to dire consequences, just like Kicho's sudden collapse. Since Azalea's death, Kalli has watched as Kalli's body deteriorated. His comrades have fallen one by one, leaving him alone in his grief. He abandoned his training and turned to heavy drinking, losing all motivation to recover. Reluctantly, Kalli agrees to stop pushing him, but she can't shake the memories of who he once was, a fierce boxer renowned across the land. Now, he seems more like a stubborn child than the warrior he used to be. He mutters about raising children who only fuss over his meals and inquires about Soren, puzzled by the boy's restless energy. Soren has made quite a name for himself out west. After Azalea's funeral, he ventured out to forge a new life, establishing the settlement of Viachina. His influence expanded rapidly, and he is now a leading candidate for mayor. Kalli admires the boy's success, but feels the heavy burden of its consequences. He acknowledges to himself that he was more of a companion than a father. Azalea, the true matriarch, had raised not 2 but 3 children with unparalleled strength. Just then, a messenger arrives, delivering a letter to Kalli. As he reads, Bronda's face brightens with excitement. It's an invitation from Soren to visit the West. The prospect of milder winters and warmer air fills her with enthusiasm, and she insists they must go. Kalli's mind is clouded with worry, haunted by rumors of native tribes still roaming those lands. Branda, however, dismisses his fears, confidently assuring him that Soren has guards stationed along the borders. With a playful smirk, she teases that he has grown overly cautious with age. At 46, Kalli finds comfort in his jest, but Branda's tone shifts as she warns him that hesitation could rob him of the chance to see Soren again. He resolutely refuses to accept such a fate. She concludes the debate with a firm command for preparations to commence. A week later, they finally arrive. A man notices them and rushes over. From the carriage, Branda observes quietly, while Kalli remarks on the comforts of official hospitality, relishing the opportunity to rest. With a playful smirk, Branda teases him, suggesting he must have been quite the charmer in his youth. Kalli chuckles, reminiscing about how crowds once hung on his every word. As they travel from town to town, making their way toward the western border, a man approaches them. "Are you Baron Kalli?" he inquires, introducing himself as Jacob. He reveals that he was sent by Soren. Unfolding a map, he outlines the route ahead. Once, a direct path to Agistina took just 3 days, but safer carriage routes now extend the journey to a full week. Kalli, unfamiliar with the way, readily defers to Jacob's expertise. Jacob praises Soren's significance in the pioneer city of Delphia. Agistina thrives, bolstered by the abundant northern forests. When Kalli inquires whether Soren will become mayor, Jacob affirms it, noting that the position is for life unless one chooses to resign. He further explains that this land was once home to native peoples before settlers displaced them. Branda's discomfort deepens at this revelation. Jacob dismisses her concerns, labeling the natives as uncivilized and insisting they should be grateful for the settlers' so-called improvements. A chill runs through Kalli, a haunting reminder of history's brutal patterns in his world. Yet something in Jacob's words stirs an unsettling discomfort within him. As night descends and the camp settles into a quiet stillness, Kalli spots a small lizard nearby. It brings back memories of Branda's past reactions, how much he has changed since then. With a swift motion, she draws her dagger and strikes the creature down. Impressed, Kalli asks if she has been training. She admits that years ago, while practicing martial arts from a manual, she accidentally dislocated Soren's arm. Kalli recalls Soren's tale of a fall down the stairs. Branda sheepishly confesses that she had tested the moves on him when he was just 10 years old. Just then, voices echo nearby, cutting through the tension. Kalli tenses, his gaze shifting toward the encroaching darkness. Two figures emerge, their long shadows stretching ominously across the ground. The sight jolts him back to a haunting memory of Count Bormar. "Are you awake, Kalli?" one voice calls out, breaking the silence. Jacob steps forward, weapon drawn, while Branda stands rigid beside him. "Stay calm," he warns, his tone steady. "We're hostages here, not targets." They are bound and unceremoniously shoved into a carriage. Branda, concerned, asks about the fate of the servants. Kalli urges her to remain silent, trying to decipher Jacob's motives. With a casual shrug, Jacob feigns ignorance and commands Kalli to behave. Days blend together as they drift through the relentless desert. The scorching heat saps Kalli's strength, but Branda stays close, offering what little comfort she can. Tensions rise when Jacob lashes out at a companion for killing their guide, who had apparently resisted capture. Without the guide, their plans begin to unravel, leaving them adrift. Supplies dwindle and exhaustion settles in like a heavy fog. One of them points out the last camel struggling to pull their carriage. In a desperate move, Jacob resolves to kill it at night and collect its blood for sustenance. He turns to Kalli, who Branda is desperately trying to keep upright. Jacob's voice is blunt as he states the grim reality. Kalli is on the brink of death, and soon both man and beast may lose their heads. "It's time for goodbyes." Branda, her voice trembling, calls them mad, trying to remind Jacob of their value. Jacob, icy and unyielding, retorts that losing limbs won't lessen their worth, threatening her silence with the promise of crippling injury. Clinging desperately to her father, Branda refuses to accept his resignation. Later, Kalli reflects on his life, a heavy sigh escaping him as he apologizes, his spirit weighed down by defeat. She recalls her mother's words. Agdo embodies Branda's spirit, but more crucially, he possesses an unyielding will. Doubt seeps in as she questions whether her mother ever misjudged him. Kalli glances over to see Branda has broken her thumb to escape and is already working to free him. He urges her to run while the camel stands defiantly between them and their captors. But the kidnappers are starting to take notice of the struggle. Kalli breaks free and sprints to the camel, fleeing into the wilderness. His mind races. Dying now, hidden behind a facade of safety, would be easy. But to truly protect Branda, he must survive. Later, by a river, the camel collapses, exhausted. A lizard inches forward, and Kalli's gaze sharpens, locking onto the creature with fierce determination. He roused to succeed where he once failed 2 decades ago. With nothing but his fists, he will rise again. As he lifts the lizard to his mouth, determination fuels his slow climb back from nothing. A long dormant fire stirs within him. He survived not because he was strong. He became strong because he endured. Silently, he sends a wordless promise to Branda. "Wait for me." In the Cerezo village of the Western Desert, the Arimo Gladiator Corps is alive with activity as Kalli exercises take center stage. 2 onlookers pause to observe, noting the significant weight loss of one participant. "It makes sense, given the intensity of the training," one remarks, shaking his head in disbelief. "But it's puzzling to see someone who isn't a fighter pushing themselves so hard." This relentless drive originates from the moment slave hunters discovered our boy collapsed alone in the vast desert. The hunters remarked on the irony of finding a target in such an expansive wasteland, though encountering slavers hardly qualifies as good fortune for the victim. As he was transported to the slave market, potential buyers scrutinized him. One buyer noted his age and limp, casting doubt on whether anyone would want such damaged goods. When the merchant asks about his skills, Kalli proudly mentions his background in boxing, prompting laughter from everyone around. Arimo, the commander of the Gladiator Corps, seizes the opportunity and buys him for a pittance, assigning him to menial tasks like washing the fighters' clothes. Desperate to negotiate a transfer to a more dignified role, Kalli tries to explain his true identity as a noble, but Arimo, unimpressed, delivers a sharp slap, silencing his protests. The commander gestures toward the slave brand on Kalli's shoulder, using it as proof of his lowly status. He dismisses Kalli's claims, labeling him a delusional fool. As weeks go by, the grueling physical labor and relentless training begin to reshape Kalli's body. Noticing the toll it takes, his fellow slave Jester urges him to take a moment to rest. Jester feels a deep sense of gratitude, as Kalli's boxing instruction was crucial for his survival in a recent death match. In return, he offers to help with the water supply. However, Kalli declines the offer, insisting that he can't afford to slow down. With security measures tightening around them and his injured leg hindering any chance of escape, he knows he must find a way to pay his ransom legally. He realizes that manual labor won't earn him the urgent ransom he needs quickly enough, leaving him no choice but to step into the ring as a prize fighter, fully aware of the lethal risks that come with Western boxing. Determined to prove his true worth to his captors, he vows to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Jacob anxiously paces outside his tent, the weight of a week gone by without any sign of Kalli's body pressing heavily on his mind. His subordinate reassures him that surviving in the desert without supplies is impossible, emphasizing that they still possess the ultimate leverage in Branda. Branda had previously sacrificed herself, breaking her own hand to surrender and ensure Kalli's escape on their only camel. Aware of Soren's soft spot for his family, Jacob commands his team to keep Branda unharmed, intending to use her as bait, all while highlighting her resilience. He then orders them to leave. Back at the gladiator camp, Kalli approaches Arimo with a bold request for a match. Arimo laughs, skeptical that a laborer could bring anything to the ring other than humiliation. But Kalli counters, reminding him that he trained Jester, who not only survived but also triumphed in his recent return fight. Arimo raises an eyebrow, questioning Jester, who nods in confirmation. Despite his doubts about Kalli's age and condition, Arimo recognizes the determination in him. Kalli's thoughts reveal a sense of urgency. Training would take far too long to raise the money for his ransom. He knows he must fight directly. With resolve, he requests 2 weeks to prepare and proposes a test match against Huaren, their strongest fighter. Huaren's reaction is one of visible shock. Arimo hesitates, knowing that losing a laborer would be a significant financial setback. Kalli proposes using kingdom-style leather gloves to minimize the risk of injury. However, Huaren sees the suggestion as a reckless challenge. After some contemplation, Arimo ultimately agrees to the match, giving them 2 weeks to prepare. As training begins, Jester questions Arimo's decision, voicing his concerns. But Kalli swiftly redirects the focus back to Jester, reminding him that they all have a role to play in this high-stakes game. Another slave remarks that Kalli is merely opting for an early demise. Undeterred, Kalli maintains his focus, acknowledging his physical limitations while dedicating himself to improving whatever he can in the time he has left. The 2 weeks fly by. When the match finally begins, Kalli wastes no time and lands a swift punch to Huaren's face. The sudden attack catches Huaren off guard, prompting him to raise both arms in defense, much to the crowd's surprise. Kalli swiftly follows up with 2 more quick punches. Frustration begins to mount in Huaren, while Arimo observes with increasing intrigue. Though the punches aren't particularly powerful, Huaren finds himself being pushed back relentlessly. He manages to land several hits of his own, yet he still loses ground. As he lunges for another strike, Kalli effortlessly dodges, her instincts razor sharp. He pauses to analyze the stark contrast in their fighting styles. Western boxing, with its lethal murder gloves, prioritizes power over finesse, stifling true technical development. In this arena, fighters rely heavily on sheer brutality, reducing the sport to mere bloodshed instead of showcasing true skill. Leather gloves compel fighters to engage at close range, prompting Kalli to step in as soon as his opponent throws a punch. When he strikes, opponents instinctively pull back, a reflex he picked up from Torres. Though his dodging isn't flawless, and his stamina has waned with age, his experience and skill still provide him with a significant edge. As he readies himself, Huaren braces for the next blow. Kalli suddenly faints, causing Huaren to misjudge his next move, and he lands a powerful blow to Huaren's face. The crowd gasps as Huaren drops to his knees, then crumples to the ground. Confused and disoriented, he grapples with the reality of his defeat. Standing over him, Kalli asserts that merely sharing a name for their combat style does not equate their abilities. He firmly rejects any notion of being seen as an old man. Kalli struggles to steady his breathing, his body trembling with each inhale. He realizes just how much his stamina and lung capacity have diminished over the years. Yet, despite his weakened state, he insists that Arimo schedule his match without delay. Arimo, however, stands firm. He reminds Kalli that he never made any solid promises, only hinted at the possibility. Still skeptical about whether his boxing skills can thrive in the Western arena, he seeks certainty before committing to any risks. Kalli's frustration flares at the reply, and he steps forward in anger, but the soldiers swiftly move to block him, weapons raised. Arimo urges him to remain patient, promising a glimmer of hope for freedom. Meanwhile, Kalli stands there, seething with rage. The guards chain him once more, and it dawns on him. Arimo never intended to let him fight at all. He plans to keep him on permanently as a coach, not as a gladiator. His thoughts are interrupted when he overhears nearby voices discussing the arrival of Khan, a fearsome monster who has been captured. The news instantly captures Kalli's attention. Later, Arimo gathers all the slaves and fighters for an important announcement. He reveals that 3 Khans have recently set their sights on Cerezo village, and now they have an opportunity to confront one of them. The rewards are enticing. Gladiators will earn 4 times their usual pay, while boxers will receive 8 times their normal compensation. Yet, despite the generous offer, no one steps forward when he calls for volunteers. Arimo's gaze lingers on Horan, subtly suggesting that someone on the brink of freedom might be willing to join the fight. Warren's eyes widen in fear as he realizes that Arimo is twisting his earlier promise. Kalli, sensing the tension, speaks up loudly, asking if the Khan fits the description of a giant monkey. Another slave nods in confirmation, adding that barbarians revere such creatures as gods. The mention of this beast triggers a memory for Kalli, transporting him back 20 years to a fierce battle where he faced one of these monsters, an encounter that nearly cost him his life. He survived solely due to Iskandar's assistance. The truth dawns on him. Arimo never intended to free any of them. Escape is their only option. As night falls, Kalli makes his move. Soldiers pursue him through the shadows, but one manages to strike him on the head with a weapon. Instinctively, he spins around and uses his handcuffs to strike back at his attacker. Another soldier swings his sword, but Kalli deftly sidesteps the blade and counters with a headbutt powerful enough to send him sprawling. Just as he prepares to flee, a massive net descends, ensnaring him completely. Arimo steps in to deliver the punishment personally. He unleashes a brutal beating on Kalli, demanding to know where the discipline in the camp has gone. After binding Kalli to wooden posts, he mercilessly lashes his back with a rope. He muses that he once thought about severing Kalli's ankle, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing the value of someone with useful abilities. The other slaves look on in terror as each strike tears into Kalli's flesh. Later, the camp doctor tends to his wounds, applying medicine with a furrowed brow. "Why would you take such a reckless risk?" he inquires, concern etched on his face. He replies simply that his daughter is waiting for him. The beating leaves him unable to move properly for days. Yet Jester makes a point to visit and check on him. During his recovery, Kalli continues to guide the enslaved fighters, teaching them essential skills for survival. Gradually, they begin to support him in return. Eventually, Arimo arrives to assess the healing wounds. He explains that he needed to set an example, but offers rewards if Kalli cooperates: meat, a personal tent, or any reasonable request. Kalli accepts the offer, choosing meat, as he has gone far too long without it. The other slaves react with disappointment. One remarks that even Kalli has submitted, while another defends him, pointing out that he nearly died trying to escape and has no real options left. Some begin to distance themselves from him, particularly after witnessing his polite demeanor toward Arimo. Yet beneath the surface, Kalli operates with a clear strategy. He feigns compliance, knowing he needs better food to restore his physical strength. Whispers ripple through the camp as news spreads that the Khan has arrived. Standing beside Jester, Kalli gazes at the enormous, monkey-like creature confined within a cage. Its eyes track their every movement. Kalli can hardly fathom that he once faced such a monster unarmed. Jester remarks that even the desert natives have been captured, suggesting their situation could be worse. Kalli shakes his head, insisting that captivity is equally dreadful no matter the source. That night, guards escort him to his new tent, bringing a woman along with them. They refer to her as a barbarian, a supposed gift from Arimo. She trembles in fear, and Kalli feels a wave of disgust rising within him, questioning who the true barbarians are in this scenario. As she begins to remove her shirt, he quickly intervenes, gesturing for her to keep her clothes on. With a gentle urgency, he explains that he has a daughter her age, and instead offers her food. She eats quickly, her focus unwavering. Kalli holds up his handcuffs, explaining that he too is a captive and that feeding her is the only assistance he can offer. Grateful, she thanks him and reveals that she understands their language perfectly. Kalli's eyes widen in surprise as he remarks that she could have received better treatment if she had spoken up sooner. With a steely gaze, she replies that she refuses to act submissive for the sake of privilege. The guards arrive to escort her away. As she is led off, she silently wishes that the kindness he showed her will one day find its way back to him. Meanwhile, the desert wind sweeps across the sands, where a group of barbarian warriors stands watch. Kalli, hearing commotion outside, moves toward the tent opening to see what is unfolding. Barbarian warriors storm through the camp, mercilessly cutting down anyone who dares to resist. By morning, the chaos has subsided, leaving only the echoes of violence behind. The surviving slaves stand in chains, their spirits crushed, and even our Remo trembles helplessly in captivity. Among the captured is Kalli, her fate now intertwined with the others. Those who fought back met a swift end, while those who surrendered were shackled and dragged away, their hopes extinguished. Even the raiders who once captured their own people now face the harshest punishment. They are fed to the Khan. The barbarians drive their captives westward, forcing them through the relentless desert for several grueling days. At last, they arrive in familiar territory. Kalli surveys the landscape, recognizing the land that once felt like home. Meanwhile, the barbarians bicker among themselves in their guttural tongue. Warren observes the anger around them with a sense of dread, while Kalli comprehends the deep suffering their people have endured at the hands of the settlers. One of the natives steps forward, addressing the chained captives with a chilling warning. They will face the very punishment their group once inflicted on others. Warriors shout commands, urging the slaves to maintain their formation and steer clear of specific areas. As tension mounts, several captives raise their weapons defensively. The barbarians respond with immediate and violent hostility. Suddenly, a man beside Kalli loses control, raises his weapon, and kills one of the natives. Blood splatters across Kalli's face. In a flash of instinct, Kalli turns and strikes the attacker down himself. The truth of the situation becomes painfully clear. This chaos has been orchestrated. The barbarians aim to turn armed slaves against one another. Just as the fighting threatens to spiral into total slaughter, the natives intervene, forcibly separating the combatants. A prisoner, locked inside a nearby cage, reveals the grim rule of this place. Survival hinges on killing or being killed. Panic ripples through the group as they grasp the horrifying reality. The barbarians see them as nothing more than murderers who have taken up arms. Anyone who survives the fight becomes food for the Khan, and the natives insist on completely crushing windpipes, ensuring no one remains alive during the feeding. The slaves come to realize that their lives now exist solely for entertainment and eventual death. Our protagonist reflects that his situation under Amo may have been less terrifying than this grim fate. By morning, our protagonist finds himself inside a cage when he spots the woman he encountered on the night of the raid, the same woman who had been brought to his tent. She recognizes him immediately and commands the guards to pull him out. They comply, releasing him into her custody. He questions their animosity towards him, and she explains that they see him and his kind as invaders. When he inquires about where she is taking him, she simply states that the tribal council awaits, dismissing any further questions. Kalli recalls that her name is Yen from their first encounter. Her status becomes evident in the way the other warriors regard her. Throughout their journey, she has been the sole provider of water and food for him. Whether he likes it or not, she is the only one he can truly depend on. Yen leads him before a circle of tribal leaders. A one-eyed chief gazes intently at Kalli, igniting a spark of recognition in her mind, though she struggles to identify it. Yen gestures for him to bow silently, stepping forward to speak on his behalf. She begins to recount the events of the raid in her native tongue. The council's initial anger simmers, but as she recounts how Kalli refused to harm her and instead offered food, their expressions begin to soften. Leaning closer, she whispers that their perspective is changing. They now see him not as an invader, but as a slave caught between opposing forces. One member proposes that they take a vote. Yen translates as, the council members raise their hands one by one in support of his release. She starts to tell him to hold still while she unties him. Suddenly, the one-eyed chief stands up, demanding everyone's attention. With a commanding presence, he announces that he recognizes Kalli. Our protagonist insists he has never seen this man before, yet the stranger boldly proclaims him to be Khan Kusahad. The revelation sends shockwaves through the crowd, including Yen, who gasps in disbelief. "Are you saying he's the one who killed the Khan all those years ago?" she asks, his voice trembling. The chief nods firmly, recalling a haunting memory from 2 decades past when he orchestrated the capture of Kalli as a sacrifice. But instead of succumbing to his fate, Kalli fought back fiercely, defying all odds. The council erupts in fury at the mention of Khan Kusayad. Yen attempts to defend him once more, but the chief silences the debate with a chilling declaration: Kalli must die. That night, Kalli finds herself pitted against the captured warrior in a forced combat. The man confesses that he harbors no personal hatred, he simply fights to survive. As he steps forward, Kalli reacts without hesitation. He shatters the man's weapon, driving a jagged shard through the warrior's shoulder. With a swift motion, he slams him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of crushing blows before his opponent can recover. The warrior falls lifeless within moments. Kalli kneels beside the body, a wave of regret washing over him as he whispers a silent apology. He knows he still has responsibilities in this world, and he cannot allow himself to succumb just yet. Each morning, the barbarians drag Kalli from his cage and toss him into yet another trial. His opponents vary constantly, sometimes a solitary fighter, other times a circle of men, and occasionally 3 attackers charging at him simultaneously. Yet, no matter the odds, he survives every round and returns, still breathing. On one of those chaotic days, Jester and a handful of slaves struggled through a dense crowd, desperately carrying a wounded companion. They dropped him onto the unforgiving ground, exposing a gaping chest wound that had torn open once more. Jester called out for help, pleading with the onlookers for cloth or medicine, but the crowd remained eerily silent. As tension hung in the air, our protagonist stepped closer, asking if anyone had any tools for stitching left. A slave cautiously lifts a small box that once belonged to the doctor. Kalli snatches it from him, her frustration palpable as he chastises them for bringing it only now. When he opens the box, disappointment washes over her. It holds little more than a few basic items. The supplies are woefully inadequate to fully close Wern's wound, and the thread barely covers half of what is required. If infection sets in, Wern will surely perish. Someone quietly suggests that perhaps it would be kinder to let him pass peacefully, rather than subjecting him to a futile and agonizing procedure. Kalli acknowledges that taking the easy way out would be simpler, but he refuses to surrender. He instructs Wern to breathe slowly, ensuring the wound remains stable. As he finishes wrapping the bandage, the other slaves exchange confused glances. Arimo, bitterness welling in his eyes, accuses Kalli of causing Wern's impending death, hurling blame for everything that has transpired. Our protagonist stands drenched in sweat from the trials, accepting his share of the guilt. Meanwhile, the chief reflects on the past week of battles. He has never witnessed anyone move or strike quite like Kalli. The realization that this same man once killed their Khan sends a shiver through him. As he stands before the statue of the Khan, he grapples with a haunting question. Did that figure ever truly embody divinity? Memories surge back from 20 years ago, when the Empire captured him and forced him into their army. Since then, he has come to realize how each land molds its gods in distinct ways. As he strides toward Kalli's cage, flanked by a few companions, he observes their approach with keen interest. The chief steps forward to introduce an elderly man, the shaman of his tribe. With a voice rich in wisdom, the shaman reveals his name, Shaken. Kalli studies the man before him, memories of old gypsies from his past surfacing. After introducing himself, he inquires whether the man truly possesses divine abilities. Offended by the question, the chief reaches for his weapon, but Shaken intervenes calmly, guiding Kalli inside. As they walk, the chief explains the significance of Khan Kusahad, a title imposed on anyone who takes the life of a Khan. With it comes a curse. He recalls the strange movements witnesses described during Kalli's earlier battle and wonders why he chose to confront the Khan instead of fleeing. Bound and vulnerable, Kalli reveals that his friend Barimar had spent the entire night gnawing through the ropes to free him. Leaving a friend behind was simply not an option. The chief finally reveals the true reason for summoning him. He wants to understand why the shaman insists on honoring a man who was destined to leave the tribe in death. The narrative shifts to an earlier conversation between the chief and Shaken. Shaken had pointed out how the very existence of Khan Kusahad had unsettled the chief's belief system. He explained that those captured by the Empire returned irrevocably changed, grappling with uncertainty about which values still held true. He reminded the chief that the Khan serves only as a representative of God, not God himself. According to him, it was God who chose to spare Kalli's life during the old battle. The chief wrestled with the notion of divine mercy extended to someone perceived as an invader. Shaken then questioned whether Kalli could truly be labeled an invader, given that he had shown mercy to Yen, a rare act that no settler had ever displayed. The chief reluctantly accepted this, yet remained steadfast in his duty to the tribe, particularly after their Khan had fallen by Kalli's hand. Shaken then declared that he would confront Kalli himself. Now, in the present, Shaken views Kalli as a living curse, convinced that only divine judgment can determine his fate. He reflects on how surviving the Khan's wrath 2 decades ago was a sign that God had permitted his life to endure. They cannot obstruct divine choice, but 2 decades have passed, leaving them uncertain if that protection still extends to him. If it has faded, then death now looms over him. Our boy inquires how they intend to resolve this. Shaken responds that they will seek God's judgment by forcing him to confront the Khan once more, just as he did before. Kalli's confusion flickers briefly before the guards escort him away. He understands the weight of this test. He must brace himself for the strongest fighter they have. Meanwhile, One-Eyed storms over to Shaken, his anger palpable. He warns that pushing for another Khan battle could lead to catastrophe if their Khan were to fall. After watching Kalli fight all week, One-Eye begins to grasp the gravity of the situation. Shaken, he argues that if divine protection allowed Kalli to survive the first encounter, resulting in their Khan's death, they cannot defy the path that God has laid out for them. His unwavering conviction leaves One-Eyed at a loss for words. Meanwhile, back at the cages, Jester and the other slaves are stunned as they learn about the impending fight. Kalli attempts to soothe the group, reminding them that he has already defeated a Khan before. Suddenly, Jester begins to grasp the depth of the native's animosity. With a sneer, Orimo steps forward, declaring that everyone would be safer if Kalli were dead. He blames Kalli for all their troubles and wishes this confrontation had happened long ago. Without hesitation, Kalli strides toward him and delivers a powerful punch to his chest, sending Orimo crashing to the ground. Orimo cries out in disbelief, his voice trembling with desperation. Kalli strikes him again, jolting him out of his spiraling panic. "You need to accept the truth," he insists. "You have no authority here anymore." But Orimo, fueled by a tumultuous blend of anger and sorrow, screams back, "All the slaves belong to me. Their lives are under my ownership." Kalli grips his hair and pulls him down, his voice steady as she asserts that no one supports his claim. "If you want to survive," she warns, "you need to stop endangering others and learn to wait quietly." Just then, Yen approaches, regret etched across his face. "I'm sorry for how things have turned out," he says softly. He dismisses his concern, acknowledging that both of them acted according to the circumstances they faced. She hands him the strap he requested. Kalli wraps it securely around his arm and hand, preparing him for what lies ahead. Inside the arena, she inspects the strap tightly secured around his arm, reflecting on how the relentless trials and battles have stripped away much of his body weight. He contemplates whether this transformation will aid or hinder his performance. Guards haul Orimo and the other slaves to the sidelines, forcing them to watch. One of the guards questions whether winning really guarantees Kalli's freedom. The guard assures him that defeating the Khan will secure his release, but the slave dismisses this hope, believing it has no bearing on their own fate. Warren, filled with desperation, pleads with Kalli to send help for the captives if he survives. Kalli vows to uphold his promise, swearing on his own name. Warren challenges the authenticity of Kalli Ajusta's identity, casting doubt in the air. Undeterred, Kalli asserts that his name is indeed real, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. With determination, he steps forward to confront the thunderous roar of the barbarian crowd. He may not grasp their words, but the fury in their tone is unmistakable. Suddenly the Khan enters, its colossal form overshadowing everything in the arena. Our protagonist steels himself, determined not to be daunted by the creature's imposing presence. The chief sneers, ridiculing Kalli and commanding him to cease his struggles and simply accept his fate. Drums reverberate throughout the arena, heralding the beginning of the confrontation. Kan locks eyes with Kalli, who meets its fierce gaze without flinching. The creature lets out a violent roar, but something strange begins to happen. The pain in Kalli's leg fades away, and his body feels unexpectedly light. A flicker of madness dances at the edges of his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward and delivers a powerful punch to Kan's stomach. Nothing happens at first. Kan swings back with a forceful blow that Kalli narrowly evades, quickly creating distance between them. The watching slaves gasp at his audacity and his close call. Cursing under his breath, Kalli realizes that the creature's hide is nearly impenetrable. Khan unleashes a barrage of powerful strikes, but Kalli dances through them, moving with a speed that feels almost supernatural. In response, Khan counters with a flurry of rapid punches, showcasing boxing skills and precision that captivate the audience. Yet Kalli remains focused, calculating each move with meticulous care. While wide, powerful motions may dazzle the crowd, he understands that weak, small punches would be ineffective against Khan's formidable strength. Understanding that the creature's durability requires a significant amount of force, Khan suddenly slams both fists into the ground, causing the arena to tremble. Kalli realizes too late that his positioning has left him exposed. He intercepts him mid-leap, sending Khan hurtling into the spectator area. He scrambles to his feet, narrowly avoiding a disastrous collision that could have left him with broken bones. The chief observes Kalli's remarkable skill with keen interest. At the last moment, he throws his body backward, absorbing the impact in a way that seems impossible for any ordinary fighter. Seizing the opportunity, our hero charges at Khan once more, intent on delivering a decisive blow. The creature swings a massive fist, but Kalli dodges effortlessly. He reaches out to grab the arm only to pull back at the last second. The risk was too great. Instead, he unwrapped his strap, drawing the chief's sharp attention. With precise timing, he looped it around the Khan's massive neck, slipping behind the beast and bracing himself. He tightened the strap with all his strength, using it like a garrote. Khan groans and fights against his restraints, while Kalli leans in, pulling with all his might. The barbarian spectators shift uneasily, their tension palpable. Yet Kalli remains resolute, mentally urging the creature to yield. His arms tremble under the immense strain, and he can feel the strap beginning to fray, threatening to snap under the pressure. He weighs his options, but before he can make a move, the strap snaps completely. Khan collapses forward onto the ground. Without hesitation, Kalli drives an elbow into Khan's head, unleashing a flurry of devastating strikes. The crowd falls silent, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Kalli's mind narrows to a single focus. He is committed to ending this fight. He is willing to risk everything, determined to bring Khan down at any cost. In an instant, Khan's fist connects with Kalli, sending him crashing backward. Blood spills from Kalli's mouth as his body contorts from the impact. Fury ignites within him. That beast has caught him off guard. Khan stands firm, blocking his path. Confusion washes over him. Despite landing more hits, his body endures far worse damage than Khan's. Yet, one advantage still lingers, the strap firmly in his grip. He tightens his fingers around the leather, but doubt begins to seep in. Khan has already seen its effects, and he knows that using the same method again is unlikely to succeed. His mind races as he searches for a decisive way to bring the beast down. Khan's roar shatters the air as he charges with terrifying speed, launching a strike that Kalli barely evades. Another blow follows in quick succession, forcing him into a more desperate dodge. As he twists away, Kalli studies Khan's massive form, searching for a weak point. His gaze locks onto the beast's ankle. He hurls the strap toward Khan's ankle. The leather wraps around it tightly, and with all his strength, he yanks. Khan crumples to the ground. Kalli drags him through the dirt, pulling him closer before releasing the strap and gripping his leg with both hands. Khan thrashes wildly, desperate to break free. The creature erupts upward, swinging the captured leg and sending Kalli hurtling through the air. He crashes to the ground, pain radiating through his ribs. Relief washes over him, but the bruising remains. Thankfully, nothing is broken. Gritting his teeth, he pushes himself up. Jester's voice rises with a glimmer of hope, questioning whether Kalli might actually secure a victory. Armand, however, grimly reminds them that even a win here won't alter their grim fate. Jester's heart races as he hopes to avoid the inevitable. The creature locks its gaze on him, eyes brimming with malice. In a split second, they both charge forward, hands outstretched. But just then, Kalli raises the strap once more. Khan hesitates. Momentarily bewildered, the strap flies toward his throat, and a shout erupts from Kalli's team as Khan instinctively raises his hands to defend himself. Another voice notes that the creature now perceives the leather as a threat, refusing to fall for the same trap again. His hands remain clamped around his throat, creating the perfect opportunity for Kalli. With both hands raised, Khan's torso is left vulnerable. Seizing the moment, Kalli abandons the strap mid-charge and delivers a devastating blow to his body. Khan lets out a pained roar that echoes through the arena. The spectators shift uncomfortably, their shock palpable as they witness the brutal violence unfolding before them. In a sudden burst of monstrous strength, Khan seizes Kalli by his shirt, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Before hurling him away, Kalli's body shudders violently upon impact. Moments later, Khan collapses to all fours, trembling from the toll of the battle. Kalli rises with a surge of desperation, propelled by the instinct to survive. He charges forward, his fist crashing into Khan's mouth, sending the creature reeling. Without hesitation, Kalli leaps after him, seizing him from behind. In that moment, his thoughts crystallize into a singular truth. Survival eclipses honor. He forces Khan's head upward and rains down blow after brutal blow onto the creature's skull. Each strike lands with a sickening thud until, at last, Khan goes limp beneath him. A heavy silence envelops the onlookers as shock replaces the earlier clamor. Kalli slowly rises beside Khan's unconscious form, her chest rising and falling sharply with each breath. Then, the shaman steps forward, announcing the god's verdict. Alongside Kalli, 2 more prisoners are granted their freedom. Without hesitation, the 3 men flee the village, eager to escape the shifting mood of the tribe. They take refuge behind a cave formation to catch their breath. One prisoner gazes at Kalli with deep gratitude, recognizing that he owes his life to him. However, concern quickly replaces that gratitude as he notices the wounds covering Kalli, a grim reminder that death may be closing in. Turning to Jester, Kalli instructs him that if the worst should happen, he must inform Soren of his passing. Jester's expression darkens with worry at the thought. The other suddenly stiffens as he notices someone approaching, cursing under his breath. He fears that the tribe never intended to let them go. However, Kalli remains calm, assuring him that he recognizes the figure. Yan arrives on 1 camel, leading 2 more behind her. With a determined smile, she informs them that she has brought additional camels, along with food and water. Selling the animals will help fund their journey ahead. Kalli attempts to decline the generous offer, insisting she hasn't earned it. Yet, he brushes aside her objections, explaining that his actions have granted her a newfound sense of peace. They both recognize that their paths will likely never cross again. With a heavy heart, she sets off on her solitary camel. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, the shaman confronts One Eye, his anger barely contained. He questions whether One Eye has completely lost his senses, for Khan Kusajid, as he refers to him, now roams free under the watchful gaze of the gods. Yet, One Eye assembles a pursuit party. As he meticulously cleans his sword, he confesses his desire to capture the man, regardless of divine judgment. The shaman warns him that defying the gods is not without consequence. In a fit of contempt, One Eye retorts that the judgment is meaningless, for the gods never truly made a choice. Kalli had defeated him, bringing disgrace to their deity. With that god's defeat weighing heavily on him, One Eye resolves to deliver punishment himself. The shaman cautions that this path leads to exile, but One Eye accepts the warning without a second thought. The desert is his true home, and no punishment can deter him from the pursuit he has chosen. Meanwhile, Jester arrives at Augustina's gate, only to be halted by the guards who demand identification. Keeping his face concealed, he inquires if Soren August is in charge of the town. He uncovers his face and reveals that he has information about Kalli August. Shock ripples through the guards. Inside the manor, Jester settles onto a sofa, while Soren sits across from him. Jester warns that spreading false news about his father could cost him his head. A flicker of fear crosses Soren's face. He takes a deep breath, calming himself, and admits that the recent strain has worn down his patience. Jester introduces himself and explains that Kalli saved his life, creating a debt he feels compelled to repay. Meanwhile, Kalli is recovering from severe wounds in a remote frontier village. As Jester recounts the events, Soren's fists clench in fury, muttering that Jacob has betrayed them all. Concerned, Jester inquires about Lady Branda, but Soren grimly reveals that no message has come through. Jester acknowledges that he has at least begun to repay his debts. Soren commands his men to safely retrieve his father and offers Jester a chance to rest. Meanwhile, inside, Soren grapples with frustration. The impending elections keep him tethered to Augustina, bound by duty. He gathers his army and addresses them with unwavering resolve, reminding them that Kalli is not only a hero of the kingdom, but also his father. Helping him return honors both his family and his legacy. Meanwhile, a physician finishes bandaging Kalli, studying him with a mix of disbelief and awe. In all his years, he has never seen someone heal this quickly. Kalli, however, responds with casual nonchalance, noting that this pace feels slow for him, though he concedes that the doctor's skill is impressive. The physician tests Kalli's arm and reveals that he once served as a doctor in the Imperial military. Recognition washes over Kalli as he realizes he must have learned under old John. Even 2 decades after John's death, his influence continues to guide him. Before Kalli departs, the doctor issues a stern warning about his left arm. A deep fracture runs through the bone, and a single misstep could shatter it completely. Kalli assumes Jester has already arrived in Augustina. To fund his journey, he sold John's jewelry and enlisted the help of Tantio, a tribesman, as his guide. Tantiel expresses concern that too much time has passed, and tracking down Jacob and Branda will require significant funding. Without a moment's hesitation, Kalli tosses him a full bag of money. Later, at the slave market, Kalli stands waiting. Tantio approaches him respectfully and inquires if he intends to purchase a slave. Kalli shakes his head, stating instead that he is expecting certain men to arrive. 3 tribesmen approach, pulling a cart behind them. Kalli's eyes narrow as he recognizes them instantly. In a flash of anger, he drives his fist into one man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The others erupt in shouts of outrage. With cold fury, Kalli steps forward, reminding them of the time they captured him and sold him off like a mere commodity. One man sneers, mocking him as an old fool seeking revenge. Another threatens to sell him once more. Kalli, fueled by anger, demands to know where they delivered him. They laugh, likening him to a dog that only learns through punishment. But their mockery is short-lived. In an instant, all 3 of them collapse under the weight of Kalli's blows. Standing over them, Kalli nods in grim agreement, recognizing that men like them only learn to respect others when pain demands it. He holds out a map, demanding they mark the location where they took him. One of them hesitates, admitting he can't remember. In response, our protagonist delivers another punch, threatening more until their memories resurface. Fueled by rage, he continues his assault. Tantio observes, noting how Kalli's calm demeanor conceals a terrifying fury. Once he's finished, Kalli hands Tantio some money, asking if it covers their expenses, then instructs him to prepare food and water. Before departing, Kalli hands a key to the nearby slaves, granting them their freedom. They freeze for a moment, then rush toward the wounded slavers, eager to deliver their own brand of justice. Kalli urges Tantio to leave with him. Later that night, Kalli spots Tantio smoking and raises an eyebrow. "Is that tobacco?" he asks, surprised at how long it has been since he last saw it. Tantio nods, explaining that in his tribe, only shamans and warriors were permitted to smoke. "But now," he adds with a hint of a smile, "I smoke whenever I choose." Kalli asks Tantio about his departure, and he reveals that he foresaw his tribe's extinction at the hands of settlers, prompting him to leave early. Kalli then requests something from him, and with a lighthearted quip about charging his later, Tantio hands it over. As he holds it, memories begin to flood back to him. As morning breaks, Tantio surveys the landscape and wonders if it resembles the place where Kalli was once held. Kalli recalls the camel skeleton in silence before nodding in agreement. Tantio studies the map and points out an oasis nearby, though he notes that guides typically avoid this route due to frequent sandstorms that reshape the landscape. Jacob, having ventured without a guide, must have pressed on blindly. If he managed to survive, he likely reached Selbom. The mention of Selbom sends a jolt through Kalli. He recalls someone who resides there. They journey to Selbom, where Vagan, now the mayor, is overcome with emotion and bursts into tears upon seeing him. With heartfelt warmth, he greets his old friend. Kalli expresses his surprise at Vagan's new role, having once thought he would follow in his father's footsteps in the trading business. Vagan shares that he wanted to forge his own path, although he did receive support from his uncle along the way. Kalli offers a brief explanation of how he found himself near the town, and Vagan's expression contorts with fury. "Who dared to lay a hand on Kalli's daughter?" he demands, his voice a low growl. Kalli explains that the criminals had passed through Selbom, and his companion is already on their trail. However, he adds, extra help would be invaluable. Without a moment's hesitation, Vagan promises his full support. Kalli gives him a grateful tap on the shoulder, assuring him that proper payment will come later. Tantio inquires whether Vagan knows him personally, suggesting that Kalli is more than just an ordinary man. Vagan replies that this assumption barely scratches the surface of the truth. He elaborates, revealing that Tantio likely knows nothing of Kalli's legendary reputation. Vagan lists Kalli's remarkable feats, defying a tyrant, defeating an ogre, battling a lion with his bare hands, and countless other achievements. Yet Kalli dismisses these accolades, insisting he simply possesses strong athletic ability. However, even that strength was not enough to protect his daughter. Concern deepens on Vagan's face as he observes Kalli's exhaustion. He urges Kalli to take a moment to rest, assuring him that the search will persist. Kalli expresses his gratitude but stubbornly refuses to slow down, feeling that too much time has already slipped away. Once they pick up Branda's trail, they will act without hesitation, and he vows that everyone involved will face his wrath. Meanwhile, Jacob lies in his room, finally allowing his body to relax after enduring so much. Every subordinate who had followed him perished along the way, yet he alone returned alive. Now, he possessed their money and felt he deserved a moment of respite before slipping away. Just as he settled into his thoughts, a sharp knock shattered the silence. Gripping his sword with his bandaged arm, he approached the door cautiously. A voice from outside announced itself as the landlord, insisting that an urgent matter regarding the rent required his attention. Jacob maintains a vigilant stance, reminding the visitor that the rent has already been taken care of. However, the voice insists on immediate attention. As he readies himself to open the door, his hand reaches for the handle. But suddenly, the center of the door explodes inward. Light floods through the shattered opening, and before he can fully comprehend the situation, a massive hand emerges from the breach. Shot paralyzes Jacob as a hand thrusts the door wide open from the inside. A familiar voice fills the room, accompanied by its owner. Kalli stands in the doorway, alive and unscathed. Jacob freezes, confusion and dread crashing together within him. Survival becomes his singular focus. Kalli senses his intent immediately and warns him against making a dash for the window. The mayor and a fully armed force encircle the entire building. There's no escape now. Their confrontation reaches its climax. Yet, fear compels Jacob to flee. In a swift motion, Kalli steps forward and delivers a powerful punch to Jacob's ribs, sending him crashing to the floor. With a menacing tone, Kalli makes it clear, Jacob is not dead yet. He demands to know Branda's whereabouts, an intensity radiating from him that leaves Jacob with no choice. With trembling hands, Jacob points to a stuffed money bag. His voice quivers as he reveals that his daughter was sold for that exact amount. Kalli's eyes widen for a moment before fury takes over. His fist crashes into Jacob once more. He lashes out repeatedly, demanding to know if Jacob destroyed lives for nothing more than coins. He roars that if money had truly been the motive, he would have given Jacob far more, hundreds, even thousands of guilders. Under the weight of these accusations, Jacob crumbles and finally reveals the truth. He wanted to surpass Soren. They had grown up with equal talent, yet Soren always remained one step ahead, while Jacob lingered in second place. Kalli halts mid-strike, momentarily stunned by the pettiness of Jacob's motives. An inferiority complex had driven Jacob to commit unforgivable acts. Drawing his sword, Kalli scoffs at how pathetic the reason sounds. He seizes Jacob by the throat, his voice low and menacing as he declares that Jacob has chosen the worst person to provoke. Jacob struggles to muster a challenge, questioning whether Kalli truly believes himself untouchable. Kalli grips his hair tightly, his voice unwavering as she sets the record straight. The untouchable one was his daughter. Countless enemies had once sought his life, yet he had given them one final chance. This time, however, there would be no mercy. Suddenly, a violent crash echoes through the room, freezing everyone outside in their tracks. A mirror on the wall shatters under the impact, sending shards flying like the remnants of a broken illusion. Jacob's final words pour out in desperate assurances that he will reveal everything. Then, silence envelops the room. Kalli steps outside, a heavy weight lingering in the air behind him. A soldier peeks inside, his eyes widening in shock at the scene that remains. Kalli turns to Tantio and requests a cigarette. With trembling fingers, Tantio hands it over. He grips the information tightly, a storm of guilt and resolve raging within him. He has crossed a line that no human should ever dare to cross. Yet for his daughter, he would go even further. He hands the gathered intel to Tantio. Branda is still alive. The kidnapper has just left, and the mastermind behind it all is running as a mayoral candidate in Delphia. Similar to Soren, he uses Branda to undermine the election. Tantio pieces together the clues. If a guide leads them, they will take a predictable route, unaware that someone is pursuing them along the same path. Kalli orders an immediate departure and instructs Vegan to assemble a team of mercenaries. After several days, the army of kidnappers begins to mobilize. Carriages brim with supplies as the convoy gears up for pursuit. Inside one of the carriages, Branda strains to piece together the truth from the muffled conversations around her. The kidnappers aren't after her downfall. Their true aim is her brother's. The rope burns on her wrists, throb painfully, a reminder of her precarious situation. They intend to keep her unharmed until the election concludes, using her as a pawn in their scheme. Suddenly, a man steps inside, offering her a piece of bread and urging her to eat. She accepts, knowing she needs the strength. As he leaves, he tells the others about her stubborn resilience, a trait reminiscent of her father. One man bitterly retorts, claiming that the great Kalli met a pathetic end in the desert. The first man nods in agreement, dismissing him as nothing more than an empty legend. A third man adds, declaring that boxing, no matter the fighter's skill, is merely a sport for slaves. Two others cast grim expressions in his direction, questioning the implication of his words. The Empire-born soldier hesitates, confusion washing over him as he grapples with their intense reaction. Anxiety creeps into his voice, revealing his foreign origins and the ignorance that accompanies them. One companion points out that the Empire is responsible for the kingdom's current turmoil, all while attempting to reshape the nation under the guise of reform. In response, the Imperial-born man defends his homeland, reminding them that the Empire ended their civil war, but his words fall on deaf ears, met with silence instead of gratitude. Another man seizes his collar and pulls him aside, unable to tolerate the sight of Imperials masquerading as soldiers. The accused pushes back defiantly, vowing to show him what a true fighter looks like. Just as tensions begin to rise, a warning shout pierces the air. Enemies are approaching. Kalli charges forward on his camel, declaring that he has found the kidnappers. His soldiers eagerly ask for their next move. Kalli raises her weapon, issuing a decisive command to save herself and eliminate the rest. The army surges forward with relentless determination. Meanwhile, Tantio huddles behind a rock, regretting the contract he signed. He had only intended to escort the girl and return home. Yet here he is, ensnared in the chaos of a battlefield. The heavy dread he felt earlier finally crystallizes into a stark reality. Clashes erupt around Kalli as she slices through enemy ranks, calling out his daughter's name with each strike. Inside the carriage, Branda hears that familiar voice, and tears well up in her eyes. Doubt flickers in her mind. Could it truly be him, summoning her remaining strength? She cries out for him. Kalli instantly recognizes her voice and races toward the carriage, reminding herself to wait for her father. But the carriage surges ahead at full speed, forcing Kalli to sprint after it with unwavering determination. He refuses to let it slip away, not after coming this far. Meanwhile, hidden behind the cave, Tantio clings to a desperate hope that Kalli will reach his daughter soon so they can all escape this cursed place together. Recognition strikes him like a thunderclap, sending a wave of alarm coursing through his veins. Something perilous approaches from an unexpected direction, and Kalli knows he must deliver that warning immediately. Just then, a shadowy figure looms behind him. Without hesitation, Kalli spurs his horse forward, pursuing the fleeing carriage, his voice ringing out with authority as he commands them to stop. One rider glances back, panic seizing him as realization dawns. Kalli has survived. His partner mutters about the impending danger, fully aware that Kalli will catch up to them soon if things don't change. In a split second, the rider makes a decisive choice. He urges his partner to release the cargo strapped to the roof. The straps loosen and suitcases tumble down, scattering across the dirt path in chaotic bursts. Freed from its heavy burden, the carriage picks up speed. Suddenly, a suitcase flies loose, colliding with Kalli's horse and sending both tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. The riders momentarily feel a rush of relief as they witness Kalli's fall, but that relief vanishes in an instant. Kalli springs back to his feet and charges forward, his movements defying the limits of human speed. In a breathtaking display, he closes the distance with astonishing ease. One rider watches in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a man can pursue a moving carriage with such determination. Kalli digs deeper, convinced that he just needs a bit more reach. His hand stretches toward the carriage as the distance narrows to almost nothing. Just as his fingers graze the door, an arrow whizzes through the air, embedding itself deep in his arm. The force of the impact sends him tumbling backward, rolling across the ground. His eyes fixate on the carriage, which speeds away, taking his daughter further from him with each passing heartbeat. Gritting his teeth, he turns his head to locate the archer. One eye sits atop his horse, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. He declares that he has pursued his target all the way here, taking pride in the shock that has brought him to this moment. Suddenly, barbarian warriors surge across the battlefield, launching a devastating ambush that overwhelms Kalli's army. Soldiers shout frantic orders to retreat and regroup as chaos erupts around them. Kalli feels the shift in the tide instantly. One eye strides forward, casting aside his bow with a dismissive flick. He dismounts, his purpose clear, to claim Kalli's head and restore the honor his tribe has lost. Kalli struggles to rise, teetering on the edge of balance. With a defiant glare, he questions whether One Eye still clings to his obsession with Khan Kusahad, and if this wandering brute truly comprehends the chaos he has unleashed. One Eye stands resolute, his conviction unwavering. He cannot accept the existence of the man who killed their Khan. Only one of them will leave this ground alive. Kalli meets his determination with equal fervor, revealing his own intent. He will not allow One Eye to survive this encounter. With a fierce declaration, he vows that today will be the day he dies fighting. One Eye raises his fist and charges forward, ready to face his fate. Kalli confronts him directly. Fed up with the nonsense, their bodies collide as they exchange fierce blows. Just as Kalli raises his fist to strike, One Eye intercepts the attack, catching the incoming punch. Rather than simply blocking, One Eye seizes Kalli's shoulder, attempting to throw him off balance. But Kalli twists his body, leveraging the grip on his arm and bending at an unexpected angle. In a swift motion, he drives his knee upward, connecting solidly with One Eye's face. The impact leaves One Eye reeling, his thoughts spiraling in confusion. Kalli expertly twists his entire body, maneuvering his trapped arm to create an opening where none should exist. Seizing the moment, he strikes One Eye once more, highlighting the barbarian's critical error. Abandoning his weapon in a misguided pursuit of honor is sheer folly. With a powerful fist, Kalli slams into One Eye's neck, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Another strike lands across One Eye's face, splitting his lip and spilling blood. The iron taste in his mouth brings a harsh realization. He has misjudged everything. Challenging the monster who defeated their Khan with nothing but bare hands was a grave mistake, one steeped in regret. He should never have abandoned his weapon. In this moment, pride has no place. Kalli completely outmatches him in close combat, making victory impossible without the blade. As One Eye moves toward the weapon lying on the ground, Kalli's senses sharpen despite the pain coursing through him. He delivers a chilling warning. The instant One Eye reaches for that weapon will be the moment of his demise. One Eye seizes his blade, driven by a desperate need to decipher Kalli's intentions. If he were in Kalli's shoes, he would charge forward before the opponent even had a chance to grasp their weapon. Kalli, however, stands tall, carefully observing the unfolding scene. As One Eye contemplates his options, he realizes that if he can anticipate Kalli's move, victory will be his, no matter the direction of the attack. Just as he prepares to strike, an arrow suddenly pierces his forehead, the shaft standing defiantly between his eyes. Confusion clouds his fading thoughts. In that final flicker of life, understanding washes over him. The arrow he had fired at Kalli, he had memorized its exact landing spot. While One Eye was consumed by the chaos of battle, Kalli remained ever watchful. The fallen arrow slips from view as One Eye collapses backward, tumbling far from where he once stood. Kalli watches him fall, quietly acknowledging the harsh reality. One Eye is about to die. In a panic, his camel bolts away, leaving him behind. As he lies there, One Eye's final thoughts are consumed by regret. If only he had a little more time. He believes he could have achieved his goal. Kalli finds himself alone on the battlefield, collapsing to his knees as his strength fades away. His body shakes from wounds and sheer exhaustion. Desperately, he cries out for his daughter, his voice thick with anguish. Suddenly, a shout pierces through the chaos. Tantio gallops toward him, extending his hand and urging Kalli to take hold. Confusion washes over Kalli as he grapples with Tantio's decision, but he knows they must ride together on the same horse. The man serves merely as a guide, yet he willingly puts himself in harm's way for the one who hired him. Tantio offers a straightforward explanation. If death takes him, Kalli won't be able to pay the full fee. Therefore, keeping him alive is more about protecting the contract than any sense of loyalty. He notes that the mercenaries either perished during the barbarian attack or fled, abandoning everything to save their own skins. He narrowly escaped, as survival had become the sole objective for anyone still breathing. Those barbarians represented the pinnacle of the warrior caste, leaving him to ponder how someone like Kalli found herself entangled with individuals who thrived on such brutal traditions. Tantio reminds Kalli that his own son oversees a frontier village near Augustena. If they can reach that place, they would find shelter and medical assistance. Kalli immediately refuses, pushing himself to continue the chase despite the pain worsening with every breath. Tantio counters, warning that Kalli's body will soon give out, and he himself can't ride much longer either, indicating his own injuries. As Kalli glances at Tantio's back, he notices blood seeping from a wound. A surge of anger and helplessness wells up inside him as he curses the dire situation that has ensnared them both. Far away, Soren receives a chilling letter demanding his withdrawal from the mayoral election in exchange for Branda's life. A flood of haunting memories rushes back to him. Losses, sacrifices, and the countless individuals who fought for Augustina's future. Now the enemy seeks Branda's life as payment for their demands. The tension hangs heavy in the air, threatening to shatter him, when a subordinate bursts in with news that sends shockwaves to his heart. His father has arrived. Outside, Kalli's furious roar reverberates, a desperate cry as he struggles against those holding him back. "Let me go! I need to save my daughter," he demands, his voice laced with urgency. But the doctor interjects, cautioning that stepping outside would mean certain death. Soren steps forward, taking in the sight of his father, a mix of dread and determination swirling within him. Later, Kalli forces himself to down another mouthful of his drink. Soren, with a heavy heart, reveals everything. He never thought Jacob would betray them after 5 long years of working side by side. As Kalli drains his glass, he confesses that he took Jacob's life with his own hands. But reminiscing about the past won't save Brenda. He needs to know if Soren has uncovered the identities of the kidnappers. Soren reveals that all 5 candidates except for himself are still under suspicion. The letter demanding his withdrawal suggests that one of them is trying to manipulate the election through fear. Kalli questions whether Soren can truly step away from the campaign. He hesitates, then confesses that he harbors ambitions he isn't ready to forsake so easily. Kalli's expression shifts, hardening with resolve. He questions whether these ambitions truly outweigh the life of his own sister. Soren's restraint shatters as he vows that if Brenda does not return safely after the election, he will personally track down everyone responsible. Dark fury envelops Kalli as he cautions him not to confuse vengeance with duty. Brenda's life must take precedence over all other concerns. She has always sacrificed everything for both of them. Soren counters, insisting that his dream is not his alone. Many who believed in him have given their lives for this cause. If he retreats out of fear, he betrays their trust. Kalli studies him intently, questioning whether he genuinely believes in this path. Soren then shifts the conversation, directing his thoughts toward his father. He reminds him that entering the tournament years ago shattered a promise made to Azalea, a choice that nearly left Soren and Brenda without a father. Yet, over time, he has come to see that his father bore responsibilities he could not evade, no matter the cost. Now he understands his father's unwavering determination. The weight of this realization hits Kalli hard as he recalls Azalea's feelings from that time. He shifts the topic, inquiring about any leads on the kidnappers. Soren admits that they have searched everywhere, but nothing has come to light. He explains that he cannot deploy soldiers to the candidates' homes without provoking public outrage or accusations of using military force to manipulate the election. Kalli, cutting through the hesitation, declares that he will find Brenda himself. Soren attempts to intervene, cautioning that acting without evidence will only escalate the situation. Kalli interrupts, raising an eyebrow. "So, you're saying the culprit is among the candidates?" A moment of understanding dawns on Soren as he grasps Kalli's intentions. With a determined nod, Kalli declares that he will interrogate each candidate one by one until the truth comes to light. Soren argues that this method crosses both legal and moral boundaries, but Kalli dismisses his concerns. While Soren's actions may tarnish his reputation, he believes it's ultimately his responsibility to repair it. Kalli is determined to proceed as necessary, leaving Soren to manage the consequences. Though he reluctantly agrees to the arrangement, a deep frustration simmers within him. He never intended to clash with his father. All he ever wanted was to demonstrate that he could stand on his own. That night, Kalli approaches Tantio, who is resting and tending to his wounds. "We need to leave immediately," she insists. Tantio gestures to his bloody injuries, clearly indicating that such timing is impossible. In response, Kalli offers a substantial bonus beyond their contract. Instantly invigorated by the promise, Tantio rises to his feet, though he still questions whether Kalli should prioritize resolving matters with his son before rushing headlong into danger. Kalli confesses that confronting Soren emotionally would be the easier route. Yet, like Brenda, Soren remains a child in his eyes, someone he can't bring himself to resent for choosing a difficult path. Tantio encourages him to express these feelings directly, but Kalli turns away, admitting that such honesty makes him feel embarrassed. Unbeknownst to them, Soren listens intently from behind the wall, his expression shifting into quiet contemplation. Later, Kalli and Tantio ride out into the night, the weight of unspoken words lingering in the air. Kalli emphasizes the urgency of resolving everything before the election concludes. Tantio inquires if Kalli has a strategy for reaching multiple villages within 5 days. Kalli reveals that Soren has supplied him with detailed information about each candidate. His plan is to confront them one by one, using whatever means necessary to uncover the truth. They agree to begin with the Empire-born candidates, as the Kingdom-born ones might be aware of their allies' past. The suspect list narrows from 5 to 3, Hulkin Diragus, Nordic Georgia, and Marcus Aurelius. They pinpoint a residence and launch a grappling hook onto the roof, scaling it with practiced ease. As they ascend, memories from Kalli's youth flood back. Decades may have passed, but those same instincts guide him now. Kalli quietly descends the other side, while the guards at their posts stifle yawns, sensing something amiss but reacting far too slowly. Slipping through the shadows, Kalli arrives at Halkon's room and discovers the candidate deep in a heavy slumber. "Rise and shine, Halkon," he commands. Halkon stirs lazily, mumbling that the sun hasn't even appeared yet. In response, Kalli splashes cold water onto his face, jolting him awake in shock. Halkon opens his mouth to shout, but Kalli swiftly covers it, pressing the blade of his sword against his lips. "Any attempt to call for help will guarantee your death," he warns. "Even if you scream." The guards lie unconscious and bound outside. Kalli lays down the rules. Halkon will answer every question posed to him. He demands to know the location of his daughter. Halkon stares in confusion, unsure which girl he's referring to. Kalli seizes his little finger, tightening his grip until the bone bends, forcing a cry of agony from Halkon. Quickly, he covers his mouth to silence him. Trembling with pain and fear, Halkon understands that this isn't going to end well. Kalli leans in closer, his voice steady as he repeats the question with chilling clarity. Kalli acknowledges that he has crossed a line he should never have. The unfortunate man clearly had no role in Branda's kidnapping. If he was faking his panic, then his performance was nothing short of masterful. But now, Kalli's focus shifts to what truly matters. His guide inquires whether he has guaranteed the candidate's silence. Kalli reminds him that he has already threatened to skin Darajas alive if he dares to utter a single word. Now, only 4 candidates remain. Tantio calculates the time they will waste traveling between the 2 Empire-born individuals. He accepts the delay, but he knows none of them will receive warnings in time. As he watches the mission shift from a simple escort job to something far more brutal, enough to erase any thought of payment, Eunice settles in. The pain from his wound flares, a stark reminder that death could come for him at any moment. He asks about their plan to reach Delphia. Kalli remembers that Soren is campaigning there and questions the reason behind it. Tantio explains the danger. Whoever orchestrated the kidnappings must already be aware that Kalli survived the desert. If he enters Delphia and hires mercenaries openly, messengers will notify their employer in no time. There's no way for Kalli to intercept every single messenger. Nobles typically steer clear of mercenary guards during elections, knowing that the guilty candidate will panic at the mere mention of Kalli's recruitment efforts. The first to hire mercenaries unwittingly reveals their desperation as they scramble to replace the soldiers they've already lost. Kalli considers the strategy carefully, weighing the logic against the inherent risks. The deadline looms ominously, adding to the pressure. Moreover, desert storms could obstruct their progress, slavers might appear, and Tantio's injury could ultimately force him to abandon the mission. Traveling without a guide is a recipe for disaster. With these concerns weighing heavily on her, Kalli reluctantly agrees to the plan. The next day, she enters a mercenary agency where familiar faces turn to greet her. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they link her to Soren's campaign. Just as Tantio had anticipated, news of his arrival spread across Delphia within hours. While fame annoys him, he knows he needs this attention. He approaches a worker and declares his intention to hire mercenaries, refusing to elaborate on his reasons and focusing solely on their combat skills. The information travels through the city faster than he expected. The father of a mayoral candidate has begun recruiting fighters. Messengers race through every district, and by noon, Kalli has gathered more men than he ever anticipated. He instructs them to return the following day and finally allows himself a moment of rest, though blood drips from his nose. After countless battles and relentless travel, even he feels the heavy pull of exhaustion urging him towards sleep. Just then, a man approaches. The stranger's face lights up with delight as he declares it a stroke of fortune to meet Kalli in Delphia. However, Kalli quickly makes it clear that he has no interest in idle conversation. He intends to leave if there's no purpose to their encounter. The man chuckles, introducing himself as Nautic Joria, one of the candidates for mayor. Kalli's heart skips a beat at the revelation. Behind Nautic, 2 guards stand watch, a clear indication that he came well prepared. Kalli studies him intently, wary of what this meeting might entail. Nautic, a man in his mid-30s, exudes the confidence of someone born into wealth from the arena business. Kalli, intrigued, questions why a rival candidate would approach him so casually. With a charming smile, Nautic extends his hand for a handshake, expressing that he has admired Kalli since his youth and cannot overlook the presence of a legend before him. Kalli accepts the handshake, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Nautic comments on the toughness of Kalli's calluses, wondering about the strength that must lie beneath them. A flicker of irritation crosses Kalli's face. He suggests they share dinner before he leaves the city, adding that he would host her longer if it weren't for the campaign. Kalli studies him closely. His smile appears rehearsed, and the admiration in his eyes feels almost too polished. He senses a mask worn by someone skilled in manipulating nobles and crowds. The allure of being dragged to an isolated spot tempts him, but he knows that answers require patience, not reckless violence. Later, at Nodic's annex, Kalli joins him for dinner. He immediately notices the decor. The kingdom-style luxury stands in stark contrast to the typical tastes of the empire. Nodic broaches the subject of mercenaries, curious about why Kalli chose to hire them so publicly. Kalli deftly deflects their offers, hinting that his age compels him to manage certain matters discreetly. Nodic steps forward, eager to help, while Tantio insists that his political rivalry with Soren doesn't diminish his personal loyalty to Kalli. Yet Kalli internally dismisses their gestures. They all adhere to the same noble pattern, an obsession with appearances and hollow courtesy. Remaining here any longer feels like a waste of time. His hand glides toward the blade hidden in his pocket, contemplating whether to end this charade once and for all. Just as he makes his decision, Tantio bursts in. Our protagonist swiftly introduces him as his attendant. In a hushed tone, Tantio delivers urgent news. Marcus Aurelius has acted quickly and hired mercenaries at an alarming pace. Kalli rises and excuses himself, and Nodic allows him to leave without protest. As they ride out, Tantio lays everything bare. Aurelius, who once served as an engineering officer among retired imperial soldiers, still sought the aid of mercenaries, despite commanding a formidable force. This decision aligns perfectly with the emerging pattern. Kalli nods in agreement, recognizing that all signs lead back to him. That night, they arrive at Aurelius's village, shrouded in the cloak of darkness. Guards patrol the walls, but Kalli swiftly ambushes two of them, rendering them unconscious in an instant. He takes note of the cross-pattern watch placement. No blind spots except for the one he just created. Inside the mansion, an oppressive silence envelops him. He moves cautiously, his senses heightened, and recalls the details Soren mentioned. The beard, the scar. Yet, something feels off. An unsettling intuition gnawing at him. A faint warmth lingers in the air, and then he notices the blood. Aurelius lies lifeless, a fresh stab wound marring his neck. The lingering heat from his body suggests the killer fled only moments ago. Just then, he catches sight of a letter beside the corpse. It's from Nodic, Georgia, warning Aurelius of an impending attack on Darajas and urging him to recruit more soldiers. A chilling realization washed over him. Nodic's earlier visit hadn't been one of admiration. It was a confirmation. He wondered if Kalli had already uncovered the true culprit, but there was no way Nodic could have outpaced them. He must have received updates the instant Kalli departed Agistina. Someone within Agistina had been feeding him information from the very beginning. This entire mission was a trap, meticulously laid long before Kalli even set foot in the desert. A wave of fear washes over him as he rushes to the window. Peering outside, he sees flames consuming the landscape. The fire spreads swiftly across the village walls, and in that moment, Kalli realizes with chilling clarity that the blaze originated from within. Someone among the townspeople must have ignited this chaos, transforming the entire area into a trap laid long before he arrived. Tantio emerges from the smoke, urging their weary camels forward. With an urgent gesture, he signals Kalli to look behind him. As Kalli turns, he braces for the sight of Aurelius's soldiers, but what he sees is far from that. Aurelius would never squander his men chasing him across the open sands. The riders belong to Nodic, indicating that this ambush is merely a piece of a much larger scheme. One archer takes aim and releases an arrow that strikes Kalli's camel, causing the animal to collapse instantly. In a flash, Tantio rushes forward, seizing Kalli by the head and hoisting him onto his own camel just as the enemy closes in. They press on, but Tantio can feel his camel nearing its limit from the last grueling march. At this pace, neither will escape. Kalli confronts a harsh reality. Only one can survive if one rides alone. Without hesitation, he makes a decision and instructs Tantio to deliver the truth to Soren. The kidnapper is Nodic. Now, Branda's safety and his own hinges entirely on that warning reaching its target. Tantio looks on in confusion, but Kalli doesn't give him a moment to process. With determination, he leaps off the camel. The thud of his fall captures the attention of the pursuing soldiers. Some urge each other to continue after the rider, while others swarm toward the man on the ground. One soldier charges forward on his camel, but Kalli swiftly steps in, delivering a precise strike to the animal's neck. With a thud, both camel and rider collapse into the sand. Another soldier rushes in, only to be met with a devastating kick to the throat. Kalli weaves through the chaos with brutal speed, toppling camel after camel as riders tumble beside their mounts. One by one, he confronts each mercenary as the remaining warriors abandon their camels and charge in on foot. They fan out, trying to overwhelm him from every direction. But Kalli meets their advances with powerful strikes, shattering their defenses and bringing them down one after another. A sudden blow from behind catches him off guard, but Kalli quickly pivots, sending the attacker flying. Just as another soldier attempts to approach from his blind side, Kalli reacts with lightning speed, taking him down effortlessly. However, one soldier manages to launch a trap that ensnares Kalli, tightening around him. As the bindings ensnare him, the remaining soldiers descend in unison, striking him relentlessly until he can no longer resist. They finally overpower him, securing his restraints tightly. Time becomes a blur as Kalli lies bound, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierces through the fog. A man steps forward, reprimanding the soldiers for their brutal treatment. Observing that Kalli is barely clinging to awareness, Kalli's mind sharpens as he finally matches the voice to the face. His instincts had whispered warnings during their first encounter, and now the truth stands before him. Nautic Georgia reveals himself without pretense. Kalli's thoughts begin to align, and he realizes he had suspected Nautic from the very beginning. The man's carefully crafted charm had always felt insincere, like a mask hiding something darker. He demands to know Branda's whereabouts. Deep down, he understands that if Nautic had intended to kill him, arrows would have already done the job. They kept him alive because they needed him. Nautic assures him that she is safe for now and has not been harmed. But the word "yet" strikes Kalli like a dagger. His aura intensifies, and he vows that Nautic will meet his wrath the moment anyone dares to lay a hand on her. Nautic remains unfazed, casually noting that his objective had already progressed long before this capture. Kalli, intrigued, asks when he planted his spies. With a smirk, Nautic reveals that he had embedded them during the earliest stages of city planning, infiltrating every candidate's inner circle. This extensive network allowed him to monitor Kalli's every move with complete awareness. He knew Kalli would head west and that he would have to confront every other candidate. His attacks would ultimately provide the perfect excuse to frame him for Aurelius's murder, a move designed to dismantle Soren's campaign. Kalli recognized this tactic for what it was, pure deception. Nautic reluctantly admitted that Soren had never truly been a threat. Even without Kalli's interference, Soren simply lacked the strength to win the election. Framing Kalli for crimes only served to tighten the noose around his fate. The true target had always been Kalli himself. Nautic even claimed he would kill his own children after the election, a chilling revelation that left Kalli terrified. Desperate for clarity, Kalli pressed Nautic, unable to grasp why he had been singled out. In response, Nautic unveiled a dark history, revealing events buried nearly 20 years in the past. He fled the kingdom after a tragedy that obliterated his entire family. Enduring humiliation during his desperate escape, the empire provided no solace. Militarism reigned supreme, and his intelligence was of little value. Seeking a fresh start, he journeyed west, eager to unleash his true potential. Yet, Soren's presence became an incessant annoyance. Soren had vanquished the savage tribes that threatened the western border, earning himself a hero's reputation in the process. Everywhere Nautic turned, he saw the son of his enemy basking in admiration that should have been bestowed upon others. Each memory of that glory stoked the flames of his old hatred. But everything changed when Nautic realized he was traveling west with his daughter by his side. In that instant, a perfect plan formed in his mind. A single strike that could eliminate the father and both children. When Jacob abandoned Kalli in the desert, Nautic nearly lost his mind, terrified that their carefully laid plan would unravel. Yet fate intervened, guiding him back onto the path he so desperately needed. Kalli confronts Nautic, demanding to know why he sees his as an enemy. In response, Nautic reveals the truth. His entire life has been overshadowed by a cursed name, despised everywhere as the descendant of a treacherous family. He introduces himself as Nautic Rudafalling. Kalli bluntly asserts that the old man's demise was a consequence of his own choices. Nautic dismisses the old man entirely, turning his attention to the real issue, Kalli's involvement. He stood by Eldrin, helping to dismantle the Rudafalling family, and those actions shattered every aspect of Nautic's life. Stepping closer, Nautic declares with fierce determination that he will not allow Kalli to obstruct him again. Kalli looks directly at Nautic, presenting him with one last chance. "If you release me and Brandon now, I'll let you live," he states firmly. Nautic bursts into hysterical laughter, clearly amused by the sight of a bound prisoner offering mercy. With a wave of his hand, he orders his men to drag Kalli down to the basement, instructing them to keep him alive with just enough water and food to sustain him. As they drag him away, Kalli's thoughts begin to crystallize. Nautic's choice has already sealed his fate. The moment he breaks free, his life will come to an end. Kalli stands in Nautic's underground arena, having spent 2 days there. He reflects on the 5 days that have passed since Kalli's capture. 1 day lost to Duraga's mercenaries, another to Aurelius, and 3 more confined within the shadows of Nautic's arena beneath the annex. Tomorrow, the mayoral election will determine the future of Delphia. In the arena, Kalli swiftly concludes the match. His opponent charges in with an open stance, but Kalli delivers a single devastating blow that sends him crashing to the ground, unconscious. From above, Nautic watches in disapproval, condemning the strike as a foul and ordering the man's body to be removed from the arena. Kalli shows no interest in indulging him. After all, why should he follow rules meant solely for Nautic's amusement? His anger deepens as he realizes Nautic plans to use him as mere entertainment until the election concludes. Yet, he is resolute in his determination to resist at every turn. Nautic snaps his fingers, clearly more entertained than threatened. He can't help but wonder how long Kalli's confidence will hold up against the challenges ahead. As the next figure steps into the arena, Kalli freezes in place. It's Tantio, and the shock washes over him instantly. They lock eyes, a heavy understanding passing between them, while Nautic, his guide, offers a quiet apology. With a steady hand on Tantio's shoulder, Nautic uses him as an example to illustrate his perspective on power. True strength lies in strategy and intellect, and everything unfolding now reveals the meticulous planning behind it all. Kalli watches Tantio intently and notes a crucial detail. He bears no injuries. There are no signs of struggle. This realization strikes his with startling clarity. Tantio came here willingly. The betrayal likely took place soon after Kalli arrived in Agostina. Nautic confirms this without a moment's doubt. His agents have been embedded for quite some time, tracking Kalli's every move from the instant he set foot in Agostina, even before he ever crossed paths with Soren. The revelation hits hardest when it's revealed that Tantio accepted money and the promise of future comfort in exchange for his cooperation. The hollow apology he offers lacks any sense of loyalty. Kalli feels the weight of his words. Soren remains oblivious to his surroundings, lost in his own world. With the election looming, Kalli finds herself unable to send any warnings. Yet, something about Tantio's involvement feels off, as if a crucial piece of the puzzle is concealed behind a deceptive facade. Just then, Nautic steps in, shifting the rules of the game entirely. If Kalli refuses to box, they will test him in another way. A gladiator clad in full armor strides in, wielding a sword and shield. Kalli immediately senses the change. This is no longer a sport, it's a deathmatch. He realizes that while nets would ensnare him, swords and shields present opportunities. This gives him a glimmer of hope. The gladiator lunges forward. Kalli ducks beneath the swing, assessing the sword's reach. Fighting from a distance spells doom. He knows he must close the gap. With determination, he charges forward and delivers a powerful punch, but the armor absorbs the impact, sending him staggering back. His opponent presses the attack, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In a split second, Kalli reacts, seizing his opponent's ankle and yanking it hard. Kalli grips the knight's leg, pulling himself in closer before shifting behind him. Nautic watches, captivated by Kalli's bold decision to engage at such close range. The knight attempts to defend himself, but Kalli swiftly wraps his arms around him in a powerful embrace. This fighter had anticipated a boxer, not someone skilled in grappling while clad in armor. With precision, Kalli employs hand-to-hand techniques specifically designed for this kind of opponent. He strikes the neck, then the head, unleashing a rapid series of blows, each targeting the weak points that the armor fails to protect. The final hit sends the gladiator reeling, and he collapses, blood seeping beneath his helmet. As his tremors subside, he lies still. Kalli stands, breathing heavily, but victorious. Nautic claps, both impressed and amused. He brings the entertainment to a close, instructing the guards to allow Kalli some much-needed rest. Tomorrow, after the election, the games will resume at a more leisurely pace. As Kalli is escorted out, Tantio glances back one last time. Their eyes meet, and Kalli feels an unspoken message lingering between them. Election day dawns, and Kalli sits alone in his underground cell when Tantio reappears. Kalli confronts him, branding him a traitor. Tantio responds without a hint of remorse. He had abandoned his family and tribe long ago in pursuit of citizenship. Betraying an employer is insignificant in comparison. His path had diverged long before this moment. Kalli had never anticipated such selfishness from him. But Tantio stands firm, unyielding in his stance. He remembers every close call he faced during Kalli's missions. Selling information to Nautic seemed like a breeze compared to the peril of following Kalli into danger once more. In frustration, Kalli curses him. Tantio ends the argument by tossing a pack of cigarettes his way, suggesting he might as well enjoy them before meeting his end. The gesture stings more than any insult could. In a fit of anger, Kalli picks up the lighter Tantio dropped and flings it right at his face. Tantio absorbs the impact of their conversation, insisting that the cigarettes symbolize the last remnants of their bond. With that, he leaves, sealing the door behind him. Kalli watches the door, sensing something is amiss. No one stands behind it. Tantio wouldn't have come here just to hand over cigarettes. Throughout their week of travel, he never behaved like a man driven solely by greed. The sudden shift leaves him bewildered. As he tears open a cigarette, a hidden note slips out, instructing him not to act hastily, but to wait for the right moment. A wave of relief washes over him, confirming his suspicion that the betrayal had been staged. Meanwhile, Tantio strides alongside Nodic's soldiers, maintaining an outward calm even as nerves churn beneath the surface. Just 3 days before the election, Tantio reveals everything to Soren. Soren curses Nodic for manipulating everyone around him like mere tools. With a sharp gaze, he studies Nodic before turning his attention to the bound men nearby, spies that Nodic had embedded among the mayoral candidates. Their presence poses a significant threat. Frustration boils over as he confronts the two agents directly. Soren already knows that Nodic has infiltrated every candidate's circle, even attempting to ensnare Tantio in his web of deceit. The entire trap would have closed in on them if Tantio hadn't exposed the scheme just in time. He still bears the heavy burden of guilt for leaving Kalli trapped underground. Yet, in a surprising turn, Soren steps up with unexpected bravery, declaring that he will confront the spies himself. He assigns Tantio a far more perilous mission: to return to Nodic as a double agent and orchestrate a covert operation to rescue Kalli. Tantio accepts the mission, fully aware of the heavy risks it entails. As he walks away from Kalli's cell, flanked by 2 guards, a wave of regret tightens in his chest. He realizes he should have withdrawn from this operation the night before, when retreat was still an option. The guard trailing behind him sneers, mocking him as a barbarian willing to betray anyone for his own convenience. One of the guards sneers, likening him to a dog without loyalty. The words cut deep, but Tantio steels himself, determined to keep his mind sharp. He knows he must divide the guards and seize a clean opportunity. In a sudden burst of energy, he spins around and shouts that Kalli has escaped. The guards freeze for a moment, then rush toward the cell in a panic. In an instant, as their attention wavers, Tantio launches poison darts into their necks. Each dart is laced with concentrated scorpion venom. One guard, still determined to strike, lunges forward, cursing Tantio under his breath. But before he can draw a breath, the venom constricts their throats, and within seconds, they both collapse to the ground. A wave of relief washes over Tantio as he sees the venom taking effect. Meanwhile, Branda sits bound in a dimly lit room, murmuring prayers for her father's safety. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the guard stationed outside collapses lifeless. Tantio strides through the threshold, her eyes narrowing as she confirms that the woman before her is indeed Branda. She regards him with instinctive suspicion. Tantio explains that Kalli has entrusted him with her rescue. Despite his words, her caution remains unwavering, and she questions whether trusting him might be a mistake. Tantio understands her apprehension, but the urgency of the situation drives him onward. His hands tremble from pain and exhaustion. Branda, noticing the severity of his injury, insists that he needs treatment. Tantio insists they can't afford to waste a moment. He loosens her bindings and pulls her to her feet, guiding her forward as he outlines their timeline. The clock is nearing 5:40. By now, the vote counting should have concluded. Nodic won't return until nightfall, leaving them with a slim window of opportunity. Their goal is clear: rescue Kalli and escape together. If all else fails, Branda must at least escape alive. When Tantio signals at night, Soren will lead the soldiers to extract them. Upon hearing Soren's name, Branda reacts with disbelief. He should be focused on the election, she protests. Tantio, however, reveals the harsh truth. Soren is destined to lose, and his unwavering expression leaves no room for doubt. Branda attempts to press him for more information, but Tantio swiftly covers her mouth. Through the window, Nodic emerges, commanding an entire battalion of soldiers. A wave of shock washes over Tantio. The count shouldn't conclude until evening. Nodic's unexpected arrival, accompanied by so many troops, leaves him reeling. A guard approaches Nodic, reporting that more than half the votes have already been cast in his favor, even before the official count has concluded. Soren completely forfeited the election, handing Nodic a decisive victory. Tantio comes to the grim realization that their plan has fallen apart. With soldiers encircling the building, escape seems nearly impossible. But Branda, gripping his hand tightly, refuses to accept defeat. They may not be captured yet, and she demands to know where her father is. Tantio, still shaken, presses his hand against his wound and replies that Kalli is locked in the basement. Before he can say more, a soldier spots them and demands identification. Tantio freezes in fear, but Branda steps forward, delivering a powerful strike to the soldier's chest. With a second blow, the soldier collapses unconscious. She notices that he carries no weapon. Tantio stands frozen, struck by how closely she resembles Kalli. Suddenly, a commotion erupts from downstairs. More soldiers are approaching. Tantio curses under his breath, pain clouding his thoughts. He realizes they must change their plan immediately. Reaching Kalli now seems impossible. They must hold out until Soren arrives with reinforcements. They sprint down the corridor, slide into a study, and slam the door shut behind them. In a frantic rush, they shove every piece of furniture they can find against it. The pounding starts immediately, each blow reverberating through the barricade. Tantio scans the room, his eyes landing on the shelves filled with documents and books. Perhaps the soldiers will hesitate to destroy such valuable materials, granting them a few precious seconds to prepare for what comes next. A commanding voice echoes from outside, demanding their surrender. The soldiers begin to smash the door with hammers, each strike resonating with urgency. Suddenly, a window shatters as an arrow pierces through the frame. Tantio's heart sinks as he realizes the house is completely surrounded. The recklessness of their double-agent plan weighs heavily on his mind. Branda observes his turmoil and can't help but question why someone who clearly understood the risks would still choose to volunteer for such a perilous mission. Tantio's voice trembles as he confesses his desire to walk away. With each step, the risk escalated, and he nearly abandoned the mission entirely. But then there was Kalli. He changed everything. Unlike others, Kalli never saw him as inferior. Despite his origins from a barbarian tribe and the stigma that came with it, a vivid memory floods back during their escape. When the camel collapsed from exhaustion, only one rider could continue. Kalli stepped forward without hesitation, positioning herself to block the soldiers and giving Tantio a chance to escape. That moment etched itself deeply into Tantio's conscience. He realized he could not simply run away from the heavy debt he owed. Slowly, he drew his blade, acknowledging that living with that burden would be far worse than dying in this hallway. Branda interjected, insisting that her father was no noble hero. She recounts how he sneaks food at night, packing on the pounds while neglecting his injuries. When he drinks, he calls out for his late wife. Yet, with each flaw she mentions, her smile only deepens. Tantio finds himself recalling every little memory of Kalli with newfound clarity. Suddenly, more blows echo against the door. Nadek himself approaches, standing just outside the study. Nadek scorns Tantio, labeling him as filth and using this moment to reinforce his belief that barbarians are unworthy of trust. He immediately recognizes the betrayal, regarding it with a chilling amusement. From within the study, Tantio retorts that betrayal is in his very blood. No one should be surprised if he chooses to switch sides once more. Nadek scoffs, calling him a fool for thinking Soren could ever challenge him with mere soldiers. His private force is twice the size of anything Soren could muster, giving him a distinct advantage in defending his territory. Onlookers will view Soren as a desperate loser, while Nadek presents himself as the rightful mayor valiantly protecting his domain. Tantio is taken aback by the claim of such overwhelming numbers, but Branda sees through the deception immediately. She clarifies that Nadek is exaggerating his strength to coerce them into surrender. He carefully avoids destroying the study and its valuable books, using them as leverage to buy time. She insists that he needs to adjust their defense strategy. From behind the barricade, Tantio shouts, offering to bring her out if Nadek guarantees his survival. Nadek feigns generosity, declaring that today is his mayoral victory and that he wishes to avoid bloodshed. Yet, beneath his calm facade, he secretly plans to tear Tantio apart the moment he steps out. Branda's doubts linger as he questions Tantio's loyalty, cursing him quietly under his breath. He keeps up a facade of self-interest, insisting that survival must come first. Meanwhile, Nadek orders a chair, settling in with an air of confidence, fully aware that the barricade won't hold forever. A voice from within warns that any attempt to approach could jeopardize the hostage's life. As time drags on, Nadek's impatience grows, and he commands his men to break down the door. One soldier hesitates, questioning Tantio's involvement. Nadek curses them for allowing the fugitives to humiliate them and orders the door to be smashed, demanding both prisoners be dragged out. With a thunderous crash, the barricade shatters. The first kick lands squarely on Tantio's chest, forcing blood to spill from his mouth. The assault continues, each strike intensifying the brutality of the moment. Nadek strides toward Branda, delivering a sharp slap that sends her sprawling to the ground. Tantio, trembling and desperate, crawls toward her. In a cruel twist, Nadek delivers a brutal kick to his ribs, sneering at him as a worthless barbarian. Branda, fueled by anger, retorts that Nadek is the true trash, insisting that heaven will deliver justice. Nadek merely laughs, mocking her faith with a derisive sneer. He questions whether Soren can truly be considered good. No one in Delphia has more blood on their hands than Soren. The barbarian tribes know him as Soren the Butcher. Agistina emerged from the corpses left in the wake of his campaigns. Branda freezes in shock as Nadek reveals that Soren has already endured heaven's punishment, meted out by her father's hands 2 decades ago. He orders his soldiers to drag the 2 captives toward the arena, blood dripping from Tantio as they haul him away. Time passes, and Soren approaches Nadek's compound with his troops. No signal has come from inside. He silently prays that Tantio has succeeded in protecting Branda. He reminds his men of the immense sacrifices they've made, leaving behind family and loved ones to fight for the election. Spies infiltrated every candidate's camp, allowing Nadek to seize the mayoral seat without facing any legitimate challenge. Soren vows to restore their honor and reclaim his position, determined to lead his troops from the front. Inside the compound, a soldier reports Soren's imminent approach. Nadek barks out orders, capture if possible, execution if necessary, ensuring his voice carries to Branda. Her righteous brother strides toward his doom, presenting Nadek with the perfect opportunity to eliminate the entire family. Tantio and Branda, battered and bruised, struggle to regain their footing. Nadek approaches Tantio, checking for signs of life. To his satisfaction, the young man still breathes. A wicked plan forms in Nadek's mind. He intends to keep Tantio alive as a training target. A soldier strides toward Branda, his intentions clear and menacing. In a swift motion, she drives her knee into his groin, sending him crumpling to the ground. Though exhausted, she stands tall and defiant. Nadek, unfazed, commands another soldier to step forward. The guard beside him flinches, visibly unsettled by the slow unraveling of the woman before them. Nadek declares her intention to drain every ounce of strength from her opponent before presenting her broken state to her father, burying the family beneath the unforgiving desert sands. Just then, another soldier approaches. Despite her trembling limbs, Branda launches an attack, pain radiating through her arms as he feels her bones begin to crack under the strain. Unfazed, Nadek commands yet another attacker to join the fray. The man reaches for her, underestimating her resilience. Her body is nearing its limit. A heavy blow snaps her head to the side and she screams, pleading for help and calling for her father as tears stream down her face. Meanwhile, deep in the underground cell, Kalli senses impending disaster. Too much time has passed. The rescue must have failed. Worry accomplishes nothing. He must act now, even without all the information. Alone in the darkness, Kalli reflects on a life that spans over 70 years. One question looms large in his mind. What happens when he dies? His second life offered fleeting glimpses of the afterlife, and now, having reached his goal, he feels a sharpened certainty that this must be his final existence. Death may come tomorrow, but responsibilities demand his attention now. His daughter is trapped, and the basement door stands in his way. Escaping by sheer strength seems impossible, yet he has built his life on conquering the insurmountable. This is just another challenge to face. Clenching his jaw, he raises his fist, steeling himself to shatter every limit imposed by others, no matter how absolute. A thunderous crash reverberates through the study, jolting Nadek's attention toward the hallway. Concern washes over him as he contemplates how frequently these disruptions will occur. He suspects Soren's unit is behind it once more, and a sense of caution grips him, even with the upper hand on his side. He instructs one guard to investigate the corridor, while turning to another, irritation bubbling within him at the sudden halt of Branda's torture, without explanation. Before anyone can react, a violent blast shakes the room. The door bursts open, sending 2 guards tumbling to the floor, one gasping for breath, blood spilling from his mouth, while the other barely manages to stay on his feet. The remaining soldiers whirl toward the entrance, panic etched on their faces as they scramble to comprehend who has forced their way in. Kalli strides inside, unceremoniously dropping the battered soldier he brought with him. Everyone freezes at the sight of his escape. Some guards murmur in disbelief, insisting that such a thing is impossible. They notice the chains still locked around his ankles, dragging behind him as he moves. He has shattered a stone wall with sheer brute force. Amid the chaos, his eyes find his daughter, lying motionless on the ground, a guard looming over her. Fury surges within him. He warns everyone that they have 10 seconds to escape before he begins his onslaught. In a moment of misguided bravery, a guard charges at him. Our hero effortlessly catches the man's weapon in his bare hand, grips his throat, and knocks him out with a flick of his wrist. As the countdown begins, he declares that once the time limit ends, anyone who remains has willingly chosen their fate. Panic erupts among the guards as they scramble in rising terror. One of them lunges forward with a spear, but Kalli deftly deflects the attack and seizes the assailant by the neck, his screams echoing through the room. The others watch in horror, pleading with his to stop as they witness their comrade being overpowered. Finally, Nadek loses his composure and shouts for all soldiers to strike at once. The archer captain hesitates, fully aware that firing arrows in such close quarters risks hitting their own allies. Nadek, undeterred by the potential for casualties, grabs the captain by the shirt and repeats the command with urgency. The captain stands frozen, astonished that 20 armed men are unable to subdue Kalli, who is clearly in a weakened state. An arrow suddenly flies through the air, piercing his arm. Several guards shout for the archers to cease fire, but the captain firmly reminds them that Nadek's orders take precedence over all else. With each passing moment, Nadek's fear intensifies, and his inexperience on the battlefield becomes painfully evident. Any competent leader would retreat and rely on archers, but Nadek is consumed by his own panic, fixating on keeping the prisoner surrounded. Meanwhile, Branda's eyes flutter open. She sees her father battling an entire army alone, and tears spill down her cheeks as she pleads with him to stop, her voice trembling with fear. A commanding voice suddenly echoes through the air, ordering Kalli to stop. He turns to see soldiers holding Branda captive, while Nadek presses a weapon against her throat. The trap becomes painfully clear. Kalli warns Nadek that halting now means death for both him and his daughter. Only by stepping back can he alter their fate. He presents Nadek with two choices: release Branda and meet a swift end, or harm her and face a slow, agonizing demise. Nadek confronts the threat, hovering his blade dangerously close to Branda's hand, poised to sever a finger at any moment. Rage surges from the prisoner, and Nadek's eyes gleam with satisfaction. He has found his leverage. He commands his soldiers to drag the hymn forward, relishing this fleeting moment of control. With a smirk, he boasts that no one has ever troubled him quite like this. He then commands the execution to proceed. Branda's scream pierces the air, but the soldiers hesitate, their resolve faltering in the face of her terror. Nadek, frustrated, snaps at them, calling them useless, and forces one man to pick up a sword. Turning toward the Ardude, he demands last words. Kalli responds with unwavering certainty, declaring that he never surrenders. He addresses his daughter, acknowledging that her mother had always been right about him. Gathering his strength, he tears his arms outward, sending the guards holding him crashing to the floor, leaving everyone in stunned silence. He reflects on Nadek's greatest failure. Soldiers are human beings, not mere tools. No man will follow a leader who is willing to discard them. Without hesitation, he charges straight at Nadek, who is finally gripped by terror. In a panic, Nadek commands his soldier to eliminate Branda at once. Kalli stands frozen, torn between the desire for revenge and the very reason he came here. Just then, Tantio appears behind the guard holding Branda captive. He calmly assures his lord to proceed. Before anyone can react, he plunges both thumbs into the guard's eyes. The man collapses, and Branda seizes the opportunity to drive a blade into his chest. Nadek's scream fades as Kalli reaches him. Before he can escape, our protagonist seizes him from behind and slams him face first into the floor. His grip tightens around Nadek's arm, and the pressure mounts until a strangled cry escapes the man's lips. With a commanding voice, he issues one final order. No one moves. The entire room goes still as he declares that the hostage situation has now reversed. Branda is safe now, but Nadek finds himself in a perilous situation, his life dangling by a thread in Kalli's grasp. He writhes on the floor, agony etched on his face, bewildered by how swiftly the tide has turned against him when he thought he had everything under control. His guards, filled with panic, attempt to advance, but Kalli's steely gaze halts them once more, a clear warning not to take another step forward. To emphasize his point, he presses Nadek's face harder into the ground. Nadek freezes, pleading with his soldiers to remain still. Kalli expresses his conviction that every action, whether good or bad, ultimately returns to its source. Desperate to regain his composure, Nadek focuses on the siege outside. His defenses remain intact. His soldiers encircle the building, and he is convinced that Kalli cannot escape. As the mayor of Delphia, Nadek is convinced that as long as he draws breath, he can set things right. Kalli instructs Branda to assist Tantio and make their way to the upper levels. As they advance, Nadek keeps a wary eye on the guards trailing behind them, noting their indifference to the fact that he could easily snap Nadek's neck at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Nadek shouts to his men, commanding them to seek vengeance should he fall. Kalli is taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Nadek raises the stakes, announcing that whoever brings him Kalli's head will receive half of his wealth, with the remainder shared among the soldiers. The offer ignites a spark of greed in every guard present. Kalli, incredulous, questions if Nadek is truly making deals at this moment. Nadek swiftly corrects him, stating firmly that this isn't a deal, it's a final message. If Kalli kills him, both he and Branda will perish. But if he spares him, Nadek promises to take only Kalli's life, allowing Branda to survive. He assures Kalli that no injury or obstacle will deter him from hunting his down. The chilling smile on his face reveals he means every word. Suddenly, a loud noise pierces the tension, and Nadek's expression shifts. He believes it signals the end of the siege outside, and that his reinforcements are drawing near. He points out that his slender frame cannot fully protect Kalli from the incoming attacks. She must make a decision quickly. Branda cries out, pleading with her father not to accept Nadek's offer, convinced they can still escape together. As Kalli grips the sword in her hands, she feels the weight of the moment pressing down on her. Even if she has no choice, taking a life will leave a deep wound within her. He never wished this fate upon her. As his own condition deteriorates, he feels numbness creeping into his arms and legs, his muscles stiffening, and his body weakening rapidly. Once, he thought dying in battle would be an honorable end, but now that fear resurfaces. He yearns to live, to meet his future grandchildren, and to explore all that Azalea still has to offer. Even the most desperate desires hold a kernel of truth. Yet, fate appears poised to end his life here. The walls around them begin to fracture ominously. Nadek's face lights up with triumph as he readies himself to welcome his reinforcements. But just as the walls crumble, an arrow whizzes through the air, striking the soldier closest to Nadek before his troops can fully breach the opening. The man collapses, lifeless. Nadek stands frozen in shock. The force advancing upon them isn't his army, it's Soren's. Leading the charge, Soren's presence is commanding, while Branda watches the unfolding chaos in disbelief. The ground is already littered with the bodies of Nadek's soldiers as Soren's troops engage fiercely. Arrows rain down once more, and panic erupts among Nadek's men as they scramble to retreat. Nadek stands in disbelief as he watches his army crumble before him, struggling to comprehend how it has come to this. Soren steps forward, exuding a calm confidence as he explains the 3 fatal mistakes that led to this moment. First, he begins, you placed too much faith in sheer numbers. Second, you dared to touch my family. And third, you awakened my wrath. Nadek, his frustration boiling over, shouts back, none of this makes sense. You brought too few soldiers. Soren strides forward, undeterred. He recalls how many had deemed his earlier mission, constructing a Justina, impossible. Yet, for someone from a Jost, the concept of impossibility holds no weight. He aims his weapon at Nadek, and the mayor's fear deepens. In an instant, Kalli snaps Nadek's neck with a swift, decisive motion. Nadek's body falls lifeless to the floor. Soren rushes to Kalli, calling out his name. Kalli realizes that if Soren has made it this far, he must have already secured control outside. Weakly, he lifts his hand toward his son, attempting to apologize. Soren cradles his father's face, expressing his gratitude for saving Branda. In that moment, Kalli's strength slips away entirely. He loses consciousness as Soren urgently calls for a doctor. This marks the tragic end of Nadek's brief tenure as mayor, plunging Delphia into chaos. The investigation reveals his heinous acts of kidnapping and threatening Soren's family, yet the public fixates solely on the fact that Soren assaulted a legally elected official. Sympathy for Nadek is nowhere to be found, and the election commission swiftly strips Soren of his right to run in the next race. Several days later, Kalli awakens, grappling with the heavy toll of his rescue. Bandages wrap his left hand, where only 3 fingers now remain. The doctors had to amputate the other 2 after a shattered bone pierced through his skin, threatening a fatal infection. The injuries to his legs run even deeper, a stark reminder of the price he paid. He smashed through stone walls with his fists and knees during the escape, and even after healing, walking remains impossible without permanent leg braces. Now, he stands by the window, gazing at the clear sky as if nothing weighs on him. Branda enters, her own wounds still visible, and he can't help but notice how much thinner he has become. He responds with dry humor, momentarily easing her worries. But as she echoes the doctor's words that his survival felt almost impossible, her tears begin to flow. She finally confesses that she never truly believed he would make it to her in time. Kalli tells her that any father who refuses to protect his child has already failed. His boxing career may have ended, but the loss leaves no emptiness behind. The warmth of his daughter's smile makes the absence of two fingers feel insignificant. A month goes by, and Jester pays a visit, recognizing Kalli's unwavering dedication. She had sent him to the Imperial border to liberate the satellite prisoners once held by native forces. This mission fulfills an old promise Kalli made long ago. Jester can hardly believe that Kalli managed to keep that promise amidst everything else she faced. The Imperial Army mobilizes vast forces, successfully rescuing the prisoners. While many who once shared Kalli's captivity have perished, others owe their survival to this operation. Jester stands in disbelief, realizing that Kalli wields enough influence to command an entire Imperial force. With a hint of nonchalance, Kalli explains that he merely prepared substantial sums of money and directed them to the right people. Jester presses for more details, but Kalli insists there's nothing that requires further explanation. Whispers follow Jester wherever he goes, alleging that Kalli murdered a mayoral candidate to pave the way for Soren's victory, while others claim the kidnapping was merely a staged act. Jester recalls the tenacious father he once encountered in prison, a man who transformed his entire body in a matter of months, all to save his beloved daughter. That man fought with every ounce of strength to break free, but now he finds himself unable to fight again. Yet whispers of staged crimes continue to circulate. Kalli shows no inclination to defend himself. This crisis no longer belongs to him, it belongs to his son's generation, and it is up to them to resolve it. As Jester departs, he can't shake the peculiar thought that some legends are, indeed, not exaggerated. They remain understated. Meanwhile, Tantio grapples with his bland, tasteless meals, a consequence of his internal injuries. Death has brushed against him more than once, as his body lacks Kalli's remarkable resilience. Even the simplest movements took him a week to regain. However, his perseverance earns him the status of an honored guest in Agistina. As he lies in bed, he comes to terms with the fact that things could be much worse. Kalli pays a visit to check on Tantio's progress. Tantio grimaces, complaining about the pain in his stomach, and points out how Kalli still manages to walk despite his ruined knee. With a hint of resignation, Kalli clarifies that he can no longer truly use his knee or arms. Tantio raises an eyebrow, noting how oddly positive Kalli seems despite everything. "Got any cigars left?" Kalli asks, a flicker of mischief in his eyes. Tantio hands one over, a smirk playing on his lips. "Just remember, the debt will be collected someday." Kalli takes a drag from the cigar, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. "This brings back memories," he remarks. Tantio raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "What feels familiar?" With a distant gaze, Kalli recalls the moment of betrayal he never anticipated during their darkest hour. Tantio sighs, his expression growing serious. "Logic would have dictated that I take the payment and walk away. If you hadn't sacrificed the camel earlier, I would have left you all behind without a second thought." He wonders if Kalli ever truly believed he would come to Soren's aid in such a crisis. Kalli replies that Tantio never struck his as a terrible person, despite his love for money. Tantio reflects on the complexity of human nature, how one can recognize the right course of action yet choose a different path, driven by an inner impulse. He believes this imbalance is what makes us truly human. A year later, as Kalli's recovery draws to a close, he finds himself settling into the role of a guest. Tantio follows him to the secluded spot, where the chill of winter wraps around him like a relentless shroud. He shivers, questioning his choice to come here. As the seasons change, clarity dawns. He grows closer to Branda, and what begins as a slow friendship blossoms into love. When Tantio gathers the courage to ask for permission to date Branda, Kalli's refusal is immediate and unwavering. With cold precision, he strikes Tantio, delivering blows that are painful enough to send a message, yet calculated to avoid fatality. Branda's desperate cries for him to stop echo in the air, a haunting plea amidst the chaos. Despite the circumstances, the marriage takes place, capturing immense attention, much like when Azalea wed Kalli. Despite his low rank, Branda's resolve remains unshakable, and no one dares to intervene. Years go by, and Branda embraces motherhood. Kalli leans over the child with affection, playfully pretending he can't fathom how the baby turned out so adorable. Meanwhile, Tantio stands frozen in disbelief, still grappling with the existence of this gentle side of his father-in-law. In Delphia, the native attacks intensify, plunging the city into chaos. The newly elected mayor falls victim to the violence, leaving the citizens desperate for strong leadership. Soren, renowned as the city's mightiest fighter, steps forward and garners overwhelming support, ultimately becoming the new mayor. Meanwhile, in a lighter moment, Branda's child rushes to Kalli, laughter ringing out as they affectionately call him Grandpa. The child plays at his feet as Kalli spends the last moments of his life enveloped in a peace he once thought impossible. 12 years have passed since he first embraced joy. One tranquil day, Kalli lies down to sleep and simply never awakens. While no one knows his exact age, they estimate it to be around 60, a long, fulfilling life by any standard. His funeral attracts a multitude of esteemed figures, but the atmosphere shifts dramatically when Emperor Philippos VII arrives, accompanied by Iskandar and the Imperial Hidai Roy. They express their heartfelt condolences before gently placing a single flower on the casket. A heavy silence falls over the crowd. No one dares to question how Kalli earned such an extraordinary honor. The Emperor departs in silence, leaving behind an enduring mystery. Kalli floats in the depths of darkness until a voice pierces the void, inquiring if the Emperor left behind any will. Instantly, his eyes snap open. A light bulb flickers to life above him, illuminating a figure that materializes within the emptiness. Recognition washes over him. The face before him belongs to someone he once knew long ago, John. With a casual flick of his fingers, John comments on the peculiar lighting, and the void around them vanishes. Suddenly, they find themselves seated before a warm fireplace. Kalli grapples with the meaning of this unexpected encounter. John clarifies that while he remains biologically real, he exists here as someone who has already grasped the concept of multiple souls. Our protagonist's excitement swells as he realizes that John looks significantly younger than before. With a dramatic flourish, John shifts back to his older self, showcasing that this realm bends the laws of physics. He explains that in this space, anything is possible, as it exists as an illusion, free from the usual constraints of reality. Meanwhile, Kalli's impatience reaches a boiling point, and he demands to know the truth about their situation. Are they alive or dead? John provides no definitive answer. They could be dead, or perhaps this is merely a dream conjured within a fading mind. Reality shifts too easily here, eluding any clear grasp. Kalli dismisses the notion that he could have imagined any of this. His mind simply lacks the creativity for something so intricate. John chuckles, noting that belief here relies entirely on personal will, as willpower shapes the branching realities. Kalli, brushing aside the abstract explanations, asks why he chooses to stay instead of crossing the now visible distant river. As he contemplates her question, John's body begins to rejuvenate, growing younger once more. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he realizes he can see the river too. He explains that the river signifies an end, a boundary beyond which no one returns. Kalli observes John lingering by the water's edge, clearly waiting for someone to accompany him. He makes it clear that he is no longer the man Kalli once knew. He is still John Bradley Clark from Earth, though half of his soul crossed over years ago. Their fates intertwine like two halves of a single whole, reflecting Kalli's own peculiar existence. The space around them ripples violently. From within Kalli, another presence emerges, a fading shadow, weak yet unmistakably familiar. John reveals that this is the original Kalli, the true owner of the body. During the crossing of worlds, John's formidable consciousness had forcibly absorbed the original Kalli. Interestingly, Kalli had once done the same with his current body. Yet, despite these upheavals, the original owners never truly vanished. They lingered quietly, subtly guiding both men in preserving their memories and identities. A vivid memory resurfaces. Years ago, Snoren had insisted that Kalli carried a guardian angel, one that transcended ordinary fate. Back then, all he had wished for was strength. Now, it dawns on him that the real Kalli had been reaching out to him, striving to grow stronger through their connection. John affirms this truth, revealing that the same unseen force had saved him during his darkest hour. He urges Kalli to release the trapped soul before it's too late. With unwavering determination, Kalli grasps the ethereal thread connecting her to the fading spirit and severs it, whispering a gentle farewell. John warns her that emptiness will follow, but reassures her that he will adapt in time. As the original Kalli drifts toward the river, the life he has lived as the merged being begins to fade into the realm of distant memories. Yet, he grasps one undeniable truth. Every experience of that life is genuinely his, no matter which soul led the way. Other souls drift around them like shadows, some screaming in defiance of death. Kalli recognizes them as those trapped in the same liminal space. John confirms they are all headed toward the river, where they will dissolve and find peace. Only he and Kalli possess the will to return to life. John reflects on the countless souls he has encountered over the years, individuals who lived multiple lifetimes, forged legendary legacies, and even ascended to godlike status. Yet, in the end, the river washes away all their memories. As they reach the riverbank, John steps forward with a serene sense of purpose. He has achieved everything he ever desired. Kalli follows, the weight of his own journey heavy on his shoulders. They stand at the edge, ready to cross. To his surprise, the water is warm, not cold. A sense of peace washes over him, settling deep within his consciousness. Serenity begins to anchor him, but suddenly, a desperate voice echoes from afar, someone pleading for power, someone crumbling under the weight of helplessness. The cry seizes Kalli's attention immediately. He steps away from the river, urging John to continue on his own. His path back to the living is unmistakable. He cannot afford to rest just yet. With resolve, he races toward the voice, determined to reach whoever is in need of help. Meanwhile, far away in South Korea, inside a recycling and incineration plant, three men argue in a state of panic. They stand beside an active industrial furnace, the flickering flames illuminating a lifeless body within. One among them questions whether this act will truly resolve anything. Another pleads for surrender, urging them to reconsider before disaster strikes. The ringleader tightens his grip on his companions, a steely resolve in his voice. The fire is already lit, he reminds them. There's no turning back now. This is the consequence of their failure to pay. All three are gripped by guilt. Suddenly, a metallic clang reverberates from the furnace, and the door swings open. Flames flicker, revealing a figure emerging from the inferno alive. The very act of surviving fire proves that hope is possible once more. The men freeze in shock. Before they can react, the charred figure lunges forward, striking the ringleader and sending him crashing across the room. He warns that anyone who dares to kill him will face the same fate. Deep down, this boy's soul yearns for strength. The voice that pulled him back from the river, Park Kang-tae, now reborn as Kalli, rises fully once more. He stands before the three men, prepared for yet another battle.